Chapter 61. Xiao Jia and Wei returned to the town at the same time. Because of Julian's departure, the vampires near the town also left. However, there are still a lot of vampires wandering around the town. This town is ownerless of humans, a buffet in the town. How can they bear to leave? Even if there is Julian's order, it does not prevent some vampires from pretending to obey. The lowest level of these vampires is also at the second level, which is very valuable. They see the human survivors as food, and the human survivors see them as crystal cores, and both sides care about each other. Especially for some townspeople or survivors who have already turned on the online game life device, it will be relatively easier for these people to kill monsters. After all, they can see the attributes and blood status of the monsters very intuitively. 10,000 crystal cores are not too many, and it is definitely not difficult for a protagonist like Feng Yuanyao. As long as she wants, a third-level crystal core can fall from the sky and be given to her. When Xiao Jia returned to the town, Feng Yuanyao and his gang had already prepared a plan to hunt vampires. Seeing Xiao Jia coming back, Feng Yuanyao said hello to Xiao Jia and left the town. In fact, vampires are easier to deal with during the day, and they need to avoid the sun and rest. However, daytime is the active time for humans, and there must be many townspeople and survivors hunting vampires. There are only so many vampires, and there are too many monks and too little porridge. If Feng Yuanyao wants to be one step ahead of others, he must take some risks. The two groups of people who left the town with Feng Yuanyao also included Fu Jingchuan and Su Qianqian, as well as Gu Xingye and Fu Beichuan. The townspeople and survivors, who had some ideas, would not wait until the next daybreak. Who knows if these vampires will leave the town and return to Juma City when it is almost dawn? Wait a minute. Xiao Jia called these townspeople and survivors, and in their puzzled eyes, she fished out several large sacks of silver ornaments and silver plates from the river. Vampires are afraid of silver. She poured out all the silver ornaments and silver plates in the sacks, and the clanging sound attracted the idle survivors and townspeople in the town. The shabby bulletin board in the town suddenly issued a new notice, which was issued by Xiao Jia. Vampires are haunted. All townspeople can go to the town gate to receive a piece of silver ornaments to avoid and deter vampires. The townspeople who turned on the online game life device can clearly see a big red exclamation mark above the bulletin board, which means there is new news. Is it free? Atu asked. Free for townspeople. Xiao Jia glanced at him and answered expressionlessly. Feng Yuanyao and others who had just lost their status as townspeople had not had time to rent a house in the town. They were planning to stay in Beichen Base for a while. Beichen Base. Fu Jingchuan's face changed. It was bad. Mayor, how do you sell these silver ornaments? He asked immediately. The defense of Beichen Base needs to be strengthened. Xiao Jia threw 2 sacks of silver ornaments to him and waved his hand. Free. Beichen Base is different from other human bases. This place has actually become a transitional area for Jijia Town. Whether it is townspeople or survivors, including Fu Jingchuan and Su Qianqian, the actual rulers of Beichen Base, both have this consensus. Compared to the numerous masters in Jijia Town, Xiao Jia is more worried about the situation in Beichen Base. Especially there are Chen Bing and Xia Yin, the protagonists of youth pain literature, in Beichen Base. Even if their aura is not very big, they are the protagonists after all. These silvers are free of cost, so they are given. Xiao Jia threw all the remaining silver ornaments and silver plates into the store, and let the goblin sell them. Next to the goblin stood a tall and slender black shadow, which should be the summoning card opened in its card disciple card blind box. 1 crystal core each. Xiao Jia handed all the silver ornaments to the goblin, and found a place to process the silver plates. She is very strong, and she can even process these silver plates with her bare hands without tools. Xiao Jia is going to process these silver plates into some bullets or arrows, or cover the sharp edge of cold weapons. The silver ornaments in the store are selling well, and survivors come to buy silver ornaments one after another. 1 silver ornament and 1 crystal core are quite expensive, but there is no other way. Townspeople who need to go out will also buy a few more silver ornaments for self-defense just in case. Of course, they can also choose to go to Juma City to find silver ornaments, but that is not worth the loss. It is not that no one has secretly scolded Xiao Jia as a black-hearted businessman, but Xiao Jia is doing a unique monopoly business. If she is not a black-hearted businessman, she will never be the first in the competition within a year. Only black-hearted businessmen can make a lot of money. In fact, according to the information obtained by the system, Xiao Jia is not even ranked among the black-hearted contestants. Some contestants really squeeze the Doomsday survivors to drain all their value. Xiao Jia. Not as good as the best, but better than the worst. The sky began to get darker, and the ghosts in the cemetery area woke up. Because of their appearance, the town suddenly became lively. There are no street lights in the town for the time being. There are only lights at the town gate, the store area, and several buildings in the residential area. So, generally speaking, the town will become dark at night. When Xiao Jia has more points, he will also arrange the street light blind boxes of urban buildings. The ghosts filed out of the cemetery residential area, emitting glowing green or blue light, and discussing something with laughter. Several baby ghosts flew around in the sky mischievously, and they were full of curiosity about everything. This scene attracted the attention of the townspeople, and everyone couldn't help whispering, "Mayor Jia Jia, good evening." Netherkara greeted Xiao Jia politely. At night, they should go out to find food. They slept more comfortably than ever before during the night resting in Jia Jia town. This is really a very nice town. Mayor, what is our job today? A fat ghost flew over and asked. Come with me. Xiao Jia put down the silver plate in his hand and came to the store with several ghost employees. Netherkara took the remaining ghosts out, and the baby ghosts were temporarily left in the town. The survivors did not dare to approach the ghosts, but they dared to tease these baby ghosts. Xiao Jia brought the ghosts to the store, and the store converted from a simple house was lit. The window next to the door was widened and turned into a sales window, and the furniture in the house was moved away and replaced by shelves full of various blind boxes. You guys discuss it among yourselves. Some of you will be responsible for selling blind boxes, and some will be responsible for patrolling the town. If there are new townspeople or potential survivors, you will be responsible for receiving them. Today, a vampire appeared outside the town, so you must be extra careful. Xiao Jia asked Little Goblin and Yuji to take care of these ghosts, at least to let them know the prices of each blind box. Okay, Mayor. The ghosts nodded in unison. They will definitely do a good job. There is no place for harassment and attack by other monsters. It's really great. After explaining the precautions, Xiao Jia went back to forging silver. She also prepared to go out and kill some vampires. There must be a lot of vampires in Jumu City recently. Looking at the arrogant style of the Morton family, the survivors in Jumu City are in danger. I wonder if those vampires will suck the blood of other monsters. Xiao Jia paused. Will the vampires transform other monsters? Her thoughts began to diverge. What will the monsters that fail to be transformed by the vampires become? Vampire dogs? Vampire cats? Vampire zombies? It feels a bit very subtle. If there really is such a monster, will it be easier to kill? Since the goblin nest was breached, there are no good monster spawning spots near the town. Xiao Jia is considering whether to attract some easier-to-kill monsters to the vicinity of the town. There are more and more townspeople in the town, and the number of monsters nearby is getting fewer and fewer. A monster vacuum zone has been cleared. She continued to work, busy all night, and Xiao Jia was ready to go back to the Lord's hut to sit for a while when it was almost dawn. A vampire has invaded your town. Xiao Jia, who had just been lying on the bed, suddenly received a message popping up on the town event column, and she sat up straight from the bed. The vampire invaded the town. It seems that it was the follow-up trouble caused by Julian. Xiao Jia's knife was always on her body. She turned over and sat up and jumped directly from the window. She did not disturb Wei, who was sleeping on the first floor, and followed the system to the store area quickly. Let me go, let me go! The baby ghost fluttered its two short legs and struggled desperately. She was caught by a vampire wearing a gothic skirt. Hey little ghost, do you know where a human named Wei lives? The vampire in the gothic skirt put one hand on his waist and shook the baby ghost in his hand. I don't know, we don't know anything. The baby ghost's voice was a little sharp, waving her fists and trying to beat the vampire in the gothic skirt. She really didn't know anything. The remaining ghosts huddled aside, looking angry but not saying anything. System, mark the red name and enable the expulsion function. Xiao Jia pulled out the butcher knife and said to the system on the side. What an expensive host. The system looked at Xiao Jia in surprise. It was really expensive, 100,000 points at a time. Moreover, it only expelled the target from the town and prohibited her from entering the town. She could not be harmed in any way. Yes. Xiao Jia nodded. Okay, host. The system did not hesitate and decisively started to expel. The last second, the gothic skirt vampire was still holding the baby ghost fiercely, and the next second, her figure appeared outside the town. Huh? The vampire in the gothic skirt looked around blankly. Wasn't she in the town just now? Why did she suddenly appear outside now? Before she could figure out what happened, Xiao Jia's figure had already appeared outside the town, and she rushed towards the vampire in the gothic skirt. The vampire in the gothic skirt was caught off guard, and was punched into the tree by Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia's power was already terrible, and now it was even more terrible with the blessing of the system's cheating. I thought that the points for dealing with the vampires could be saved, but now it seems that not only can't be saved, but I even owe the Lord God a sum of points. The interest rate for borrowing points from the Lord God is very high. Xiao Jia's eyes burst out with extremely strong murderous intent. This was the first time she was so emotional. As expected, money can still trigger people's emotional changes. It hurts. The vampire in the gothic skirt was smashed into the tree, frowning. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Jia, who had a terrifying expression and exuded a dark murderous aura, like a demon king descending to the world. What did she do? Blood Clan. Xiao Jia looked cold, looking down at the vampires in gothic skirts, full of hostility. Facing Xiao Jia like this, Alice didn't know why she felt like she was facing an angry father. It was so scary. I came to find Wei. Alice's voice unconsciously became smaller, and she was no longer as arrogant as when she faced the baby ghost. What to do? Xiao Jia was very frugal with words, and a pair of butcher knives seemed to cut off Alice's head in the next second. My father asked me to convert her. Alice sat down like a good baby and answered honestly. Facing Xiao Jia, she had no strength to fight back at all. With her consent? Xiao Jia asked. No. Alice shook her head. With my consent? Xiao Jia asked again. No. But my father said. Alice was about to defend herself, but was interrupted by Xiao Jia. His territory and my territory? Yours. Alice didn't dare to look up and whispered. Get lost. Xiao Jia said coldly, and the sharp blade pierced Alice's shoulder, nailing her firmly to the tree trunk. The three views of the Blood Clan, or mini monsters, are very simple. The strong are respected. You are strong, you have the final say. Even though she was treated so rudely by Xiao Jia, Alice still didn't dare to say a word. After Xiao Jia left, Alice dared to pull out the knife, and then went back to Alistair to complain. The mayor of this town is really terrible. Xiao Jia was in a very bad mood when he returned to the town. It's nothing, I owe money. This is a really bad situation. Xiao Jia's remaining points are not enough for her to deal with Alice, so she borrowed some points from the Lord God to cheat. 1 million points, not a penny left, so that she spent all the remaining points crystal cores in the town. 1 week later, she has to pay back 1.5 million points to the Lord God. There is only 1 week. At present, the income of Xiao Jia town is already quite good, because there is an online game live opening device and a card disciple blind box, including rent and miscellaneous things. Her stable income every day is about 10,000 to 15,000. However, this is still a drop in the bucket for her debt. She has to think of a way. It is impossible to get 1.5 million points without using some crooked ways. Even if the 4th level zombie in the town is killed, it will only be 1 million points. Blood Clan. Xiao Jia thought for a while. This is a very wealthy monster clan. Maybe she can. As the saying goes, murder and arson win the gold belt. Chapter 62. People who are crazy about poverty can do anything. Although Xiao Jia is not a human, she is in this state now. She didn't think of killing the vampires of the Morton family because she couldn't beat them. However, she could still plan to rob them with some dirty tricks. Back in the town, the ghosts looked at Xiao Jia with awe. If they were polite to Xiao Jia before, they were worshipping her now. You have to know that these ghosts were driven out of their homes by the vampires. If not, they wouldn't have to rent a house here at Xiao Jia. As a result, the vampires, who were invincible in their eyes, were driven away so easily by Xiao Jia. A few townspeople who didn't sleep and were eating supper at the table in front of the store witnessed the whole process. They didn't even have time to swallow a mouthful of noodles before the mayor came back. This speed is too fast. Xiao Jia glanced casually, and the townspeople hurriedly straightened their postures. Mayor, do you want to eat something? They asked. The night snacks of these townspeople were quite rich, with a bowl of noodles for each person and a small barbecue set meal. No, thank you. Xiao Jia nodded at them and turned back to the Lord's mansion. Xiao Jia thought she should like those things, but she couldn't eat them. Eating them would make her stomach rotten. The only person who was still sleeping quietly in the Lord's mansion was unaware that Xiao Jia had gone out once and drove away a blood earl of the Moonstone family. And the blood earl Alice, who was driven away by Xiao Jia, had returned to Alistair's castle. Father. A panicked Alice rushed into Alistair's study and immediately started to complain. After hearing all the stories, Alistair tapped the table with his bony fingers. That undead named Xiao Jia seems to be quite powerful. To be able to frighten Alice so much, his strength must not be underestimated. But he had never seen or heard of this undead when he was in hell before. Could it be a rising star in recent years? Father? Alice looked at Alistair nervously. Go and persuade Julian. Alistair held his chin with his hands folded, and nodded slightly to Alice. A hint of interest flashed in his silver-gray eyes. It seemed that he was going to go to the town of the undead named Xiao Jia himself. Xiao Jia, who stayed in the town to rest and plan the robbery, didn't know that the town would soon welcome a super boss. As a prince of the Blood Clan, Alistair's strength is at least at level 8 or even 9. According to the level assessment of the opening device of the online game Life, he is definitely an S level. How many points does Xiao Jia have to borrow to get rid of such a super boss? It is estimated that the main god will not give her a loan, and she probably can't pay it back. The first step of Xiao Jia's planned robbery is to let the ghosts spread the news everywhere about the Blood Clan that is coming. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Xiao Jia has asked the system to find out about the Morton family Blood Clan. This is an ancient and very traditional Blood Clan from Hell. In short, this is a Blood Clan family that is old-fashioned and adheres to the rules. It can fly and teleport. But the descendants of this Blood Clan chose the slowest means of transportation and slowly went from their territory to Juma City. But it may be because they have to visit other monster forces on the way, so they chose this method. It doesn't matter. Anyway, these Blood Clans and their pomp are still on the way, and they brought a lot of things. There are crystal cores, money, and various treasures. If Xiao Jia can do this, not to say all, but at least a small part of the funds needed for the competition can be solved. What she wants to do now is to drag other powerful monsters into the water. Xiao Jia clearly spread the strength of those Blood Clans and the treasures they carried, so there is no fear that no monster will be tempted. There are dangers, but the benefits are also huge. And because of the arrogance of the Morton Blood Clan in Juma City, they have aroused the disgust of the monsters in Juma City before they arrived in Juma City. She estimated that she would have time to come back on the day of the town employee interview. After the ghosts spread the news quietly, Xiao Jia waited quietly in the town until a message appeared on the town event column. The monsters in Juma City seemed to be planning some action, and even the ghosts near Jiajia town were tempted. Xiao Jia's plan was half successful. The remaining half would be successful only if she could tear a piece of fat meat from the mouths of the wolves. Xiao Jia's plan was simple: drag the monsters into the water and fish in troubled waters. However, Xiao Jia did not expect that on the way to Gujia City, where the Morton Blood Clan settled, she saw Feng Yuanao and his group. That's right. This is in line with Feng Yuanya's character. Shen Tong, Xie Jinghan, and Captain Fu Jingchuan were also very tempted, but most of them had their own things to do. Xie Jinghan was busy saving his brother, and Fu Jingchuan had to deal with the Baichen base. Shen Tong, Captain Cat Claw and others were free, but they were behind Xiao Jia, so they were not so fast. Xiao Jia drove a large truck, which was full of various blind boxes. She planned to sell blind boxes while walking, at least to make some money back. This truck was driven by Su Shaoran, with 5 blind boxes, a bicycle, 2 electric donkeys, and a luxury supercar. The remaining one was the shabby truck driven by Xiao Jia. Although it was a bit broken, this car could really hold a lot of things. Anyway, there were no traffic police in the Doomsday, and there was no need to abide by traffic regulations, so Xiao Jia drove the car crookedly on the road. With such a big car, I don't know how many zombie monsters were killed on the road. The system just chased after the car, picking up crystal cores while desperately chasing Xiao Jia with its 4 short legs. The system was also very pitiful. Xiao Jia glanced at the system figure in the rearview mirror, and she felt that the system might also enjoy it. It took less than 5 hours to drive from Jiajia town to Gujia City. Xiao Jia installed various large colored lights on the exterior of the truck, and sprayed the words Jiajia Blind Box Store with spray paint. The car was just across the road between Gujia City and Juma City, waiting for customers to come to the door. Xiao Jia drove very fiercely. Even if he was driving a large truck, he would step on the accelerator to the bottom, and crash many cars along the way. The front of the car was almost flattened. Now this car is definitely a battle-damaged version. She and the system sat on the top of the carriage and looked into the distance. Because they arrived in Gujia City earlier than many survivors and monsters, Xiao Jia successfully waited for many customers. When Feng Yuanao saw the words Jiajia Town appear in her sight, She thought she was hallucinating. But when she got closer, it was really not an illusion, but real. How come she can't escape Xiao Jia and her blind boxes anywhere? Do you want a blind box? Xiao Jia asked. Feng Yuanao stared at Xiao Jia in silence for a long time, and nodded slowly. Give me 20 blind boxes of food and 10 blind boxes of water, she said. It is inconvenient to carry blind boxes when going out, so they only brought some dry food. Who knew that Xiao Jia's blind box business has developed to Gujiao City? Shengli 50 crystal cores. Xiao Jia cut a square hole in the roof of the truck compartment, and used an iron hook to accurately hook out the blind box that Feng Yuanyao needed from the compartment. Thanks. You're welcome. Xiao Jia put the crystal core into the system's small bag, and the system happily began to count the crystal cores. By the way, Feng Yuanyao and others found a suitable place to sit down for lunch and looked up at Xiao Jia. When will there be space blind boxes? Feng Yuanyao opened a luxury hamburger meal. She leaned against the tree and squinted her eyes and asked. Expensive. Xiao Jia did not answer directly, but spit out a word indifferently. Space blind boxes, the purchase price is expensive, and the activation price is also expensive. Xiao Jia's profit from selling blind boxes is 100%, which seems to be very black-hearted, and it is actually very black-hearted. But her cost is also very high. For example, the online game. Life opening device, 100 million, how many people need to use it for Xiao Jia to recover the cost? She doesn't have that much time, and she can have a payback period of 2 to 3 years. Xiao Jia also wants to open a space blind box, which is not only beneficial to the survivors, but also to her, but the space blind box is too expensive. Who can afford it? If the mall can launch a space blind box for a limited time, Xiao Jia can still make it happen. Activate the normal version, just think about it. Okay. Feng Yuanyao shrugged, looking indifferent. In fact, she has already started a crazy brainstorming in her heart, that is to say, there really is a space blind box. What kind of blind box can Xiao Jia not take out? Feng Yuanyao took a bite of the golden and crispy fried chicken leg, and the juice dripped from the fried chicken leg with a crisp sound of kaz. The sound of swallowing saliva suddenly sounded in the dilapidated buildings around. The voice was very soft, but Xiao Jia heard it clearly. She knew there were survivors from Gujiao City nearby. These people should have heard clearly the conversation between her and Feng Yuanyao just now. Xiao, should we also buy her blind box and try it out? Hamburgers, fried chicken, French fries, hot and sour noodles, pancakes, fruit casserole rice. The hot food that came out of the blind box made the survivors of Gujiao City dazzled. How can such a small box bring out so much food? And it smells so good. Isn't this forcing people to commit crimes? Compared with the survivors in Jiajia town and the surrounding areas, the survivors of Gujiao City are living in dire straits. The number of human survivors in Gujiao City has been greatly reduced, and the remaining survivors are living in fear of being killed by zombie monsters at any time. These survivors can't even deal with the zombie tide, let alone other monsters. You can tell from where they hide that these survivors are not doing well. They originally wanted to rob Xiao Jia by relying on their numbers, but the strength shown by Xiao Jia was frightening, and they didn't dare to do anything illegal or criminal. Feng Yuanyao and his group came later, and they didn't look like fuel-saving lamps. They dared not to go up. Didn't you hear that they spent 50 crystal cores on 30 blind boxes just now, and the average blind box is almost 1.7 crystal cores? With so many of us, how many crystal cores do we have to spend? The young male survivor who spoke was immediately scolded by the mean-faced woman next to him. If you don't manage the family, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. Can't you eat fried flour rice balls? What's the situation? It's good enough to be alive. But it's useless for us to keep those crystal cores. We are hunted by monsters every day because of these crystal cores. The young male survivor felt very aggrieved. When the crystal cores were found in the zombies' heads, everyone thought that they would awaken superpowers, strengthen their bodies, or have other special powers. Everyone treated the crystal cores as treasures. As a result, after so long, let alone superpowers or physical strengthening, people have lost a lot of weight because they don't eat well, sleep well, and worry every day. When people lose weight, their strength decreases. These crystal cores can't be exchanged for food or drink. Some people want to use the crystal cores to exchange for supplies with monsters, but in the end, not even a bone is left. But it was a pity to throw away these crystal cores, as everyone always thought they must be useful. Those monsters treated them as treasures. They were reluctant to throw them away, but it was troublesome to carry them with them, so they kept dragging it on until now. Is it easy for us to meet someone who can trade crystal cores? Let me be frank, in this situation, I just want to eat something good so that even if I die, I can be a full ghost. The young male survivor stood up suddenly, grabbed 2 crystal cores, and was about to walk towards Xiao Jia. The mean-faced woman, who had just scolded, sighed, and what Shaolin said was not wrong. I go. She stopped the young male survivor and counted out 100 crystal cores from the backpack containing the crystal cores. These crystal cores were exchanged for human lives. There are more than 30 people here, and these 100 crystal cores should be enough. The mean-faced woman held the crystal cores in her chest and walked carefully towards Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia had cleared all the zombies wandering around, so she didn't need to worry about whether a zombie would jump out from a hidden place. Carefully walking all the way to the bushes behind Xiao Jia's truck, the mean-faced woman stood in the bushes and carefully observed the situation. Mayor, a guest is coming. The man with glasses in Feng Yuanya's group was sharp-eyed and saw the mean-faced woman at once and said loudly, "Want to buy a blind box?" Xiao Jia poked his head out from the roof of the car and asked in a flat voice. Woof woof. The system also barked. Seeing that the system was still a little puppy, the mean-faced woman breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. A survivor who can raise such a small dog should not be a bad person, right? Sensing the relaxed expression of the survivor in Gujiao City, Feng Yuanyao raised his eyebrows and looked at the man with glasses at Adu. This survivor is too judging a dog by its appearance. That dead dog is Xiao Jia's biggest lackey and lackey. There are few people in the town who have not been bitten by it. Moreover, this dead dog is as greedy for money as Xiao Jia. When townspeople want to tease it, it will stretch out its claws to get crystal cores. The system wants to defend itself on this point. There are only a few ways for it to earn crystal cores. Isn't it good for it to make some extra money? It's not easy for it to earn those few crystal cores. Chapter 63. Do you want to buy a blind box? Xiao Jia asked again. Buy. Mean Face nodded, pretending to be calm. What are the prices? Food blind box 2 crystal cores. Water blind box 1 crystal core. Xiao Jia took out the blind box price list that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Mean Face. Give me the food blind box. Mean Face was about to buy food and water blind boxes, and suddenly saw the weapon blind box and medical blind box below. Xiao Jia did not bring the card disciple blind box, because there was no card disciple awakening device here, and the survivors in Gujiao City might not have the consumption capacity, so Xiao Jia did not bring it. The needs of the survivors are nothing more than food, clothing, housing and transportation. Xiao Jia brought food, water, weapons, medical care, fuel blind boxes, and a small number of vehicle blind boxes. Mean Face stared at the weapon blind box and medical blind box, and couldn't take his eyes off, wondering if these blind boxes were what she imagined. Weapon blind box. She licked her chapped lips, her mind moved slightly. But these crystal cores are not hers alone, she has no say. This weapon blind box. You can get all kinds of weapons, cold weapons, hot weapons, and hidden super tech weapons. Xiao Jia explained. We got all of them from the weapon blind box. Atu shook the weapons in his hand with a sly smile. The weapons of Feng Yuanyao's 8-member team are all very good, all of which were opened by herself. She also made a lot of extra money by opening blind boxes with her luck. Xiao Jia knew this, and she originally planned to wait until Feng Yuanyao and the others got fat before harvesting. As a result, plans can't keep up with changes. Seeing the weapons in Feng Yuanya's hands, the Mean Face was very excited. Well, wait for me for a moment, I'll be back soon. The Mean Face raised his head and quickly said to Xiao Jia, then hurried to the building where his companions were hiding. Did you buy it? The survivors of Gujiao City in the building gathered around and asked. No. Listen to me. The Mean Face took 2 deep breaths and quickly told them the situation. Weapon blind box? And medical blind box? The crowd exclaimed. Yes. The Mean Face nodded heavily. The price is not expensive. A weapon blind box only has 10 crystal cores, and a medical blind box only has 20 crystal cores. The Mean Face subconsciously ignored the low durability words on the blind box, and quickly said to these people. This is a blind box after all. If you can get a good one, it's fine. If you get a bad one. Older people may not understand what the blind box is, but some young people know it. Before the apocalypse, everyone's wallets were dazzled by the blind boxes of surrounding millet. A blind box is not expensive, but it's terrible if you can't get good stuff. You're right. The Mean Face calmed down a little. Let's all go over and take a look, and leave a few people to protect the wounded. The leading man said calmly. He was also injured and bleeding. In Jiajia town, there are townspeople who use the medical flowers or other medical props they have opened to act as doctors, and sell instant healing to earn crystal cores. These humans are really smart. Although many survivors don't have the strength to go out and kill monsters, they can still find ways to make money. However, so far, all crystal cores are obtained by killing monsters. Crystal cores are consumables for Xiaojia and cannot be circulated. There is no other one. In fact, the hidden version of the strongest Doomsday Town blind box in the special blind box can open energy mines, and energy stones are crystal cores. This energy mine can automatically absorb energy and form energy stones in your veins. If there is this, Xiaojia's town can really operate benignly. The activation price of the strongest Doomsday Town blind box is so expensive. 100 billion. That is to say, a 6th level crystal core is equal to 1 Julian or Alice. Every time Xiaojia sees the activation price of some blind boxes, he feels super inflation. It's a bit scary to come to some countries with super large coins. 10 billion, I don't know how long it will take to save. Even if the strongest Doomsday Town blind box is activated, its purchase price is also very scary. 5 million points. A blind box with 5 million points may only open a street lamp, or a pot of flowers, or a tree. When he thought of this, Xiaojia's expression became even more indifferent. Is that the person? She looked so fierce. The survivors in Gujia City just walked to the side of the truck and saw Xiaojia with a cold face at a glance, and couldn't help but feel afraid. We are here to spend money, not to rob. What are we afraid of? That being said, the survivor couldn't help but hide behind the leading man. Hello. The leading man is the village chief of the nearby Hanfeng village, and he is not very old. Buy blind boxes? Yes, we want to buy 10 food blind boxes, 10 water blind boxes, and 10 weapon blind boxes. The head of Hanfeng village was going to buy a few to try first. They had quite a lot of crystal cores. At least 5-digit crystal cores. Want a weapon blind box or a low durability weapon blind box? Xiaojia glanced at a few people and asked. She thought these survivors might not have many crystal cores, so it was better to ask. Is there any difference? A survivor asked stupidly. It's just the difference in words. One has normal durability, and the other has almost no durability. You don't have eyes or brains. Before Xiaojia could answer, the tattooed man with medium long hair in Feng Yuanyu's group glanced at them, as if they were idiots. This guy looks pretty good, a gloomy flower boy, but he's too sharp-tongued. That's it. Xiaojia nodded, and pointed to the difference on the price list. One has 10 crystal cores, and the other has 200 crystal cores. The difference is quite big. These survivors also saw the difference in price, which was indeed a big difference. Why don't we buy low durability blind boxes? They're cheap. Don't you know that cheap things don't have good quality? Then expensive things aren't necessarily good. That's true. The survivor stood in front of the price list and whispered, fearing that the mean ghosts on the other side would hear and laugh at them. Should I give you the food and water blind boxes first? Xiaojia hooked out enough water and food blind boxes with a hook and asked. Thank you for the trouble. The head of Hanfeng village handed the crystal core to Xiaojia and took the blind box. Yes. As soon as the blind box was in hand, the survivors couldn't wait to gather in a circle and try it out. I do it. I can always get a self-promoted card every time I draw a card. A dusty survivor raised his hand enthusiastically. She hadn't eaten hamburgers and cola for a long time and missed the taste so much. She must open a luxury hamburger set. Okay, you open one. The head of Hanfeng village stuffed the blind box into her hand. The dusty survivor rubbed his hands excitedly and bowed to the sky several times. Heaven and earth, please bless me and show my spirit. Is the thing opened in this blind box mine to eat? In a tense atmosphere, the dusty survivor suddenly looked up and asked. It's yours. Open it quickly. Okay. Under the spotlight, Huatadulian opened the food blind box, and her eyes suddenly widened. Ah! Hidden luxury hot pot set. Huatulian covered his mouth and whispered excitedly. Awesome. Zhao Xiaohong. Get out, my name is Zhao Fei now. Okay, Zhao Xiaohong. The relationship between these survivors is good, but if the relationship is not good, they can't stay until now. Zhao Fei smiled, and took her luxury hot pot set away. The hot pot set comes with charcoal, but it has a limited existence time. Hanfeng village chief stuffed a water drink blind box for her. Zhao Fei's luck was really good, and she opened another ton barrel of pearl milk tea. After witnessing Zhao Fei opening the hidden version of the food blind box, These survivors looked at the remaining blind boxes with even more enthusiasm. Village chief, let's buy a few more. A survivor instigated. They are not villagers of Red Maple Village, but everyone likes to call the head of Red Maple Village. Buy weapons and medical blind boxes. The head of Hongfeng Village said decisively. Compared with food, they need weapons and medical supplies more. Those fried flour and rice are not inedible, but they are a little bitter. Boss, do you have space blind boxes here? A survivor asked. Since the blind boxes sold by this boss are so magical, there should be space blind boxes, right? If there is space, it will be much more convenient for them to search for supplies in the future, and they don't need to carry crystal cores around every day. It's not on the shelves yet. Xiao Jia replied coldly. Okay. The survivor nodded, feeling a little sorry. I heard about the space blind box. Mayor, have you updated it? Captain Cat Claw's voice came from behind, smiling. No. Xiao Jia shook her head. She wanted it too, but she didn't. Mayor, there are so many monsters and demons here. Captain Cat Claw came over and whispered to Xiao Jia. They didn't know that Xiao Jia had spread the news about the Morton Blood clan, and they just thought that Xiao Jia was here to sell blind boxes. Xiao Jia often went to Juma City to sell blind boxes before, and she would go wherever there were more people. Yeah. It was within her expectations. More monsters and ghosts came out of Juma City, and the survivors inside would be easier to save. Xie Jinghan, Fu Jingchuan, they should all go to Juma City to find survivors. Xiao Jia also arranged for Little Goblin and Yu Ji to go to the city to sell blind boxes. The main purpose was to sell blind boxes to promote the town. Waste pills. Captain Cat Claw was about to continue talking to Xiao Jia, when suddenly a skeleton claw appeared on the ground, and a faint voice came out. There was still a crystal core in the skinny and rotten bone claw. It is a third-order crystal core. There is a monster. Captain Cat's Claw subconsciously wanted to attack, but before her weapon fell, she was stopped by Xiao Jia in an instant. It's a guest. Xiao Jia calmly looked at Captain Cat's Claw and corrected him. Since the group of ghosts came to her to trade, many survivors have come to her to buy blind boxes. Among them, the undead race is the most. This skeleton has traded with Xiao Jia before. All? The skeleton's claws made an okay gesture, which was a bit funny. Xiao Jia ticked out 10 waste pill blind boxes and handed them to the skeleton. Goodbye. The skeleton's claws grabbed the blind box and sank into the soil again, disappearing. Compared with humans, these monsters are richer and more generous. Blind boxes like waste pill blind boxes are easy to sell to them. This skeleton also bought a cemetery blind box from Xiao Jia before. Why did you sell the blind box to the monster? Isn't this aiding the enemy? The survivors in Gujia City were shocked to see Xiao Jia skillfully collecting the crystal core for the blind box, with a hint of questioning in their tone. Why is this man still helping the monster? Xiao Jia glanced at them without answering. Our town is open to all, embracing all friendly species in this world, whether human or monster. You will know if you go to our town. Captain Cat's Claw saw that Xiao Jia was about to draw his sword, and hurriedly stood up to explain. If these survivors dared to say another word, she guaranteed that the mayor's sword would be chopped out. Humans and monsters can live in peace. Captain Cat's Claw emphasized. It is indeed true, whether it is ghost zombies or goblins, they are all good. It's just that the silver-haired zombie is more creepy, but she and her sister often appear and disappear, so people usually don't encounter them. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Captain Cat's Claw was just thinking about the silver-haired zombie, and the silver-haired zombie and her sister passed by calmly. Yes, yes, yes. My own corpse, my own corpse. Shintong hurriedly pressed the hand of the survivor, who was pointing at the silver-haired zombie, and trembling and unable to speak, and Captain Cat's Claw added on the side. We all know each other. While talking, the silver-haired zombie nodded to Xiao Jia, and both nodded and greeted each other. We're leaving too. Feng Yuanyao and others patted the dirt and dust on their bodies, and passed by on a team of extremely arrogant and cool heavy motorcycles. They bought this from other survivors in the town. They dared to drive this car in such a bad road condition, and they wouldn't fall to death. The system stared at the backs of Feng Yuanyao and others leaving, and couldn't help complaining. Unfortunately, Feng Yuanyao and the others were the protagonists, so such a situation would not happen. Xiao Jia did not move, and she and the system remained in place to sell blind boxes. Shintong and Captain Cat Claw and their group also quickly followed the crowd and left, leaving only the survivors in Gujia City, who were confused. This was clearly their territory, but they didn't know what had happened. Xiao Jia was not in a hurry, and she sold almost all the blind boxes in the truck and slowly prepared to go to the destination. Xiao Jia earned more than 30,000 crystal cores from this truck of blind boxes, and she was rich again. In the end, the group of survivors didn't know what happened, and the head of Hanfeng village didn't ask. It must be a big thing to alarm so many survivors and monsters from other cities, and they couldn't participate. Should we go to Juma City to take a look? The head of Hanfeng village asked. That's someone else's territory. What are we going there for? Several older survivors were reluctant, and these old people just had the conservative idea of returning to their roots. Because of this, Chief Hanfeng took out a flyer of Jiajia town that a monster had accidentally dropped. If a tree is moved, it will die, and if a person is moved, it will live. The people in Juma City will obviously have a better chance of survival. Chapter 64. Xiao Jia didn't care about the dispute among the survivors in Gujia City. She and the system had already found the location of the Morton Blood clan. When the Morton Blood clan passed by Gujia City, they lived in the Blood clan family castle in Gujia City. The scout monsters in Juma City had been watching Gujia City for more than a day, and finally waited for them to move out. Including the monsters in Gujia City, the Morton Blood clan was blocked in the middle of an unmanned avenue. Xiao Jia and the system squatted in an unfinished building next to them. This unfinished building had many Juma City monsters with weak strength. There were many monsters on each floor of the whole building, and they were densely packed. Even if you can't grab anything, it's good to see the excitement. Her truck was hidden in a nearby warehouse, and she would drive it after it was over. You really deserve to be the mayor. The townspeople holding binoculars saw Xiao Jia and her dog calmly staying among a group of monsters, and they were immediately full of admiration. They didn't dare to do that. The monsters in the unfinished building are weak, but compared with the blood clans, who started at level 5 or 6, they are definitely strong compared with humans. The human survivors from Juma City and the survivors from Gujia City joined forces to see if they could snatch some meat from the mouths of these terrifying monsters. Vampires, be honest and hand over the valuables on you. A ghost king carrying a mace and a group of ghost brothers blocked the black Maybach convoy, and the convoy slowly stopped. The originally sunny sky was now shrouded in black fog, gloomy and ominous, and even the air became dangerous and suffocating. These blood clans are quite good at enjoying themselves, and they even collected luxury cars. The system checked the information of those cars, and they were all luxury cars in this world. Are they luxury cars? Xiao Jia didn't think there was anything luxurious about the cars in front of him. Weren't they just black cars? Not the top luxury car, but maybe low-key and high-profile? The system didn't know how to explain it to the host. After all, the host's original world was a high-tech world. In her memory, luxury vehicles must be able to fly, right? Xiao Jia nodded, not knowing if she understood. Who allowed you to compare us with those lowly vampires? The car window was lowered, and a pair of sharp golden eyes casually swept towards the ghost king who blocked the road, and the voice was like ice. They are the descendants of God. How can those bastards be compared with them? So arrogant, tut tut tut. The system shook its head and sighed. Xiao Jia didn't say anything, and kept staring at the cars. There were a total of 4 vampires from the Morton family, sitting in 4 cars respectively. The vampire that the Ghost King provoked was the eldest son of the Morton family, Augustus. Aren't they all blood-sucking monsters? Why do they become more noble by changing their names to vampires? The Ghost King sneered, picked his ears, and flicked the dirt directly onto the shiny front of the Maybach. Or do you think being a ghost is lower? That's right, changing your name makes you noble? The Ghost King's words immediately received a response from the ghosts around him. Although it was daytime, there were really many ghosts. Sizzle. While he was talking, a skeleton suddenly emerged from the hard concrete floor, and the skeleton's sharp claws left several white scratches on the black car body. Is this here? It's here. The skeleton monster that had already come out nodded, and then a large number of skeletons came out of the hole. Hey, you're here too. The Ghost King greeted the skeleton monster. They were neighbors. Good morning. The skeleton monster was very polite. He glanced at Xiao Jia from the unfinished building and nodded to Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia nodded slightly in response. Seeing the skeleton monster appear, several vampires in the car flashed a trace of disgust at the same time. Lowly guys always like to stay together. Kill them, Augustus said coldly. As the voice fell, the car window also rose. Several western zombies, vampires, blood servants, banshees, ghouls, and even werewolves emerged from the cars in front. These monsters are all subordinates of the Morton family. Little ghost, who are you looking down on? The Ghost King grinned, and the mace in his hand instantly smashed the front of the car. I wouldn't be afraid even if I called your mother, and you sent these scumbags to deal with me? From the Ghost King's point of view, rotten zombies, ugly vampires, transformed blood servants that are not human. These are indeed rubbish. The ghosts behind him let out earth-shattering screams, waved their weapons, and jumped onto the car to start smashing and looting. The glass shattered and flew, as if it was a signal for the start of the battle. Instantly, a large number of monsters surrounded it. Even the monsters in the unfinished building rushed down with a howl, wanting to grab a wave and run away. The scene became extremely chaotic in an instant, and the monsters used frequent moves. Aren't you leaving? The tiger spirit next to Xiao Jia asked. She is half human, but she still has unusually obvious tiger features. Wait a little longer. Xiao Jia doesn't think it's a good time now. It's too chaotic. The main reason is that Xiao Jia wants to grab a big one. A few small things can't solve her problem. Should we go? The townspeople looked at Captain Cat Claw and Shintong in the front and asked. No hurry, those blood clans haven't made a move yet. Shintong stared at the front cautiously. Her idea was the same as Xiao Jia's. Now was not the best time to make a move. They were not those monsters. The specific situation had to be analyzed specifically. There were too many monsters on the scene. The Blood Clan subordinates couldn't beat them at all. Soon they were overwhelmed by the monster wave. The monsters in the whole area surrounded them. The zombies didn't even have a place to stay. They were killed easily, with the Blood Clan treasure hanging in front of them. Who would care about the small things? The system cares. It looked at the zombie corpses that were ignored by the monsters on the ground, and its eyes lit up. Go. Xiao Jia nodded at it. A few small things are also crystal cores. If her body was not as flexible as the system, Xiao Jia would also want to go. The townspeople and survivors hiding in the broadcast saw the zombie corpses that were treated like trash by the monsters. They were just like the system, drooling from their eyes. Woo woo woo, there were so many crystal cores in front of them, but they couldn't pick them up. It was so heartbreaking. Is that the deputy mayor? The sharp-eyed townspeople saw the small figure of the system and asked immediately. The system has always been nicknamed the deputy mayor by the townspeople and survivors. It is the #1 lackey under Xiao Jia. It likes to meddle in other people's business and likes to impose fines. I don't know how many crystal cores are in the small treasury of Xiao Jia's system. It doesn't impose more fines each time, at most 3 crystal cores at a time. The townspeople grit their teeth and take them out, and basically don't make trouble to Xiao Jia. It deserves to be rich. The townspeople sighed, as they watched the system busy, and occasionally showing its teeth to other little monsters, who came to pick up the crystal cores. It's not just the system that is eyeing these ownerless crystal cores, there are also many little monsters. The competition in the system is fierce. Because of the death of their subordinates, the vampires sitting in the car finally got off the car. Put 2 in my mouth. Here it comes. Xiao Jia stood up. His eyes became sharp. Are you going to get off? The tiger spirit next door looked at Xiao Jia's face and asked innocently. Xiao Jia shook her head. Her strength was not much different from that of the tiger spirit, both hovering at the 3rd and 4th levels. Compared with the big monsters below, they were still too weak. They had to wait for the right time, the best time. Oh! The tiger spirit nodded and sat down again. When her mother kicked her out, she said that she was the dumbest of the sisters. If she encountered any problems, she must not make her own decisions, and just watch what other monsters do. If she could meet a smart one, she would follow the smart one. She thought that this undead, who looked like a human, was quite smart. As soon as those blood clans appeared, they took away nearly half of the monsters with a night bat. Most of the monsters, who could stay on the field now, were powerful monsters. At least above level 4. Hiss. Fortunately, we didn't go up. The tiger spirit and the humans below took a breath at the same time. This strength was really terrifying. Xiao Jia was very calm. She had expected this situation. The Ghost King below, who was the one who quarreled with the Blood Clan at the beginning, had a grudge against the Morton family. To be honest, without him leading the way, these monsters in Jummu City would not dare to come. As for the feud between him and the Morton Blood Clan, the ghosts in the town knew what was going on. Because when the Morton family occupied the territory, they also accidentally occupied the territory of the Ghost King. He would never let the Morton Blood Clan enter Jummu City. Xiao Jia asked the ghost to spread the news mainly in his territory, so the monsters that came today were mostly ghosts. Although the Ghost King is a ghost, he is extremely good at attacking with force. Augustus, who looked arrogant and looked down upon by everyone, was hit several times by him. Go separately. Augustus covered his arm, and his handsome face was full of haze. The monsters around them have gathered more and more. The Ghost King came for them, but the other monsters came for the treasures they carried, giving up a little bit of his possessions for a chance to survive. Although Augustus was a little arrogant, he still knew the situation clearly. The conversation between him and the other 3 vampires was overheard by the system and passed to Xiao Jia, who stared at the 4 vampires and considered who to follow. Augustus should have been targeted by the Ghost King. The remaining 3, one is of Rhea, who married the Moonstone family, pass. There are 2 more, 1 female and 1 male, both of whom are at level 5. They should have come out to see the world, but they didn't expect to encounter such a disaster. Xiao Jia hesitated between the 2 vampires, and finally chose the male vampire, who was stabbed in the heart by the skeleton monster. Level 5 vampire, 100 million. Xiao Jia looked at Augustus reluctantly. 10 billion, what a pity. She quickly jumped off the unfinished building and followed the male vampire. The tiger spirit quickly transformed into its original form and ran with Xiao Jia. Don't think this tiger spirit looks silly, but her prototype is really powerful. At first glance, she looks like the evil tiger with hundreds of lives. The Blood Clan split into 4 groups, and the Ghost King chased Augustus away as Xiao Jia expected. Most of the ghosts stayed to rob the Blood Clan's treasures, and their goals were clear. Captain Cat's Claw and his men were still hiding behind the bushes, waiting for the opportunity. Feng Yuanyao had already rushed up with his men, grabbing whatever they saw and running away. The silver-haired zombie easily left the monster circle with a box and returned to the town with her sister from a small path. And Shintong is worthy of the identity of the heroine. Just as she was about to go up, when 2 ghosts were robbing a certain energy gem, the gem suddenly flew out of her hand and fell into Shintong's hand. Xiao Jia saw this scene and couldn't say anything except envy her. An energy gem worth about 3 million points just fell from the sky. Xiao Jia had a blank expression on her face, but the killing intent on her body was waving. She looked at the male vampire with a more dangerous look. He'd better die in her hands, otherwise. There were many pursuers behind the male vampire, because he was seriously injured, and even the 4th-level monsters dared to chase him. Xiao Jia held 2 butcher knives, and she was full of murderous aura. In addition, the man-eating tiger following behind her was terrifying just by looking at it. Even if the target was a group of monsters with good strength, they would still feel fear. Seeing Xiao Jia's appearance, the monsters weighed the strength of both sides and retreated silently. Soon, only Xiao Jia and the tiger spirit were left chasing the male vampire. Seeing that there were only 2 4th-level monsters, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the male vampire. I am a descendant of God. Even if I am seriously injured now, I am not something that low-class undead like you can do. He was interrupted by Xiao Jia before he finished speaking. You are talking too much nonsense. Xiao Jia stabbed the male vampire in the waist with 2 knives. The tiger spirit let out a terrifying roar, pounced on the male vampire and kicked him to the ground. You guys. He was interrupted again. Xiao Jia came over with a butcher knife. The knife was still stained with his blood, and Xiao Jia's eyes flashed with dangerous light. Looking down at him, fear appeared in the eyes of the male vampire. This undead really wanted to kill him. Don't kill me. He lowered his head, the corners of his eyes were slightly red, and a thin layer of water appeared in his violet pupils, which made people feel pity. The boy's facial features were extremely delicate and gorgeous, which was not something that humans could have. He was very clear about his advantages, and those humans would always be intoxicated by his beauty. The young vampire bit his lip and clenched his fist in shame. You? Xiao Jia spoke softly, and the young vampire looked up at Xiao Jia, and his fragile appearance made people feel distressed. However, Xiao Jia was not a human. She wiped the young vampire's neck neatly. If you want to kill a vampire, you have to wipe his neck. Xiao Jia skillfully pried open his head and dug out the crystal core, and rubbed it on his body. The crystal clear 5th-level crystal core is really beautiful. Xiao Jia quickly hid the 5th-level crystal core, and waited for the system to come back, and let it go to the black market to exchange points. She dragged the body of the young vampire to find a car, and the body should be able to be recycled again. The tiger spirit didn't say a word throughout the whole process, and followed Xiao Jia obediently, and didn't say that he wanted to share some crystal cores or anything. Who stole my car? Xiao Jia looked at the empty warehouse, blinked blankly, and asked. Chapter 65. What's wrong? The tiger spirit asked in confusion. You're still here. Xiao Jia glanced at the tiger spirit behind him, then looked around. The door of the warehouse was locked, and the mark on the door was still there. Theoretically, it shouldn't be like this. To be able to take away such a truck without leaving any trace, this person is definitely not a human. But why did the monster in Gujio City steal her blind boxes? The only blind boxes left in the truck were food and water blind boxes, and the other blind boxes were sold. It's much easier for monsters to get food than humans, and there's no need to steal food and water blind boxes. And if you can just steal the blind boxes, why take the car away? It's not necessary, and it's not convenient to take such a big car away. Xiao Jia felt strange. These things are only lacking in humans. I want to follow you. While thinking, the tiger spirit suddenly said very sincerely, "Follow me?" She looked back and looked at the tiger spirit up and down, looking quite capable. Yes. The tiger spirit nodded heavily. Her mother said, "Don't think that you are the king of beasts just because you are a tiger. There are many strong people in the world. Since you are not smart, find a good boss to follow." Although she and this human undead only met once, she felt that the human undead would be a good boss. Do you want to apply? Xiao Jia took out a recruitment form of Jijia Town and handed it to the tiger spirit. It's not written here, but a few town guards should be selected at that time. If you think the treatment is suitable, you can apply. The treatment is better than what is listed here. Guards are bodyguards. They have to be responsible for the safety of the town. The treatment will definitely be better than what is listed here. Xiao Jia continued to look for clues, and suddenly found a palm-sized hole in a very inconspicuous corner. The thief seemed to have escaped from here. She looked at the relatively fresh paw prints on the ground, thinking, "Host, I'm back." The system, carrying a small bag on its back, kicked open the half-closed warehouse door, and said to Xiao Jia triumphantly, "The host would never have thought how many crystal cores it had robbed. You came just in time, our car was stolen." Xiao Jia's words made the system's pride disappear without a trace, and its whole face fell. What the hell? Someone actually dared to steal our things. Don't you want to live? The system was very angry. This dared to touch the earth on the Tai Sui's head must be tired of living. Isn't this tiger the one next to us just now? What is she doing? When passing by the tiger spirit, the system looked at her strangely. Why is this tiger spirit here, like a big fool? She said she wanted to hang out with me, so I asked her to apply. Xiao Jia just killed a vampire from the Morton family. We don't know what will happen next, so we should not involve other monsters. Let's see what happens first. By the way, I just killed a 5th level Morton vampire. You can sell it later. Xiao Jia said casually, as simple as a human saying what they ate today. The system looked at Xiao Jia in shock. A 5th level monster should not be able to be killed with the host's current strength, right? He is seriously injured. Xiao Jia explained. Is that so? The system still felt a little strange. It seemed that it had to ask the senior system to find out what the host was like in her original world before she died. Well, see if you can find the thief who stole our car. Xiao Jia was also planning to renovate this big truck after returning and turn it into a mobile blind box sales vehicle. Unexpectedly, the car was stolen less than 2 days after it was in her hands. It's a bit sad. Good. The system sniffed carefully around. Although it was the body of a mechanical puppy, its sense of smell was exactly the same as that of a real puppy. Soon the system tracked the direction of the smell, and one person and one unit quickly tracked in that direction. Let's go! Xiao Jia said hello to the tiger spirit and left quickly. I hope she and the system can catch up. Compared with Juma City, Gujio City is full of various ancient buildings, and little monsters are jumping and walking on the streets. This area is like a monster market, without any human smell, and there is no trace of zombies. Xiao Jia's appearance here as a corpse does not seem abrupt. After all, she is not a human. The system led the way, and Xiao Jia walked among all kinds of monsters. They were either friendly or evil, but they all lived peacefully here. This should be the territory of a big monster. Xiao Jia and the system both realized this. Those who can be called big monsters must be at least level 6. It's a bit difficult to deal with. But Xiao Jia is not afraid. So far, no monster has been able to arouse Xiao Jia's fear. The host is in front. Among the shops opened by monsters, the system immediately locked a certain shop. Just as the two were about to enter, they saw a mini-humanoid monster in the shop being thrown out by a ferocious toad spirit. Go, 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 you want to exchange this kind of rubbish for a crystal core. Bah! Xiao Jia's food and water blind boxes were also thrown out. The food and several open blind boxes poured all over the little monster. Judging from the appearance of this little monster, it should be a monster like a rat spirit. But I stole it because you said you would take it. The little monster held back tears. His eyes were red, and he picked up the blind boxes on the ground and put them away, while whispering in grievance. What blind box do we want? What blind box do you give? Are they the same thing? Get out of here. The toad spirit raised the broom in disgust, and continued to drive the little monster away. The poor little monster was pushed to the ground with the blind box he had just packed. It looked so pitiful. However, Xiao Jia and the system did not feel sorry for it at all, because this little monster stole their things. Besides, Xiao Jia did not have such a thing as compassion. The system did not have it even more. Host, this little monster doesn't seem to be able to compensate us for the blind boxes. It's not that powerful. The system frowned. It couldn't afford to kill it. This little monster couldn't even fully transform into a human form. The little monster bullied by the toad spirit didn't dare to complain. He wiped his tears, put away the blind boxes, and left with his small bag. It didn't realize that the object of its theft was right behind it. Xiao Jia and the system followed the little monster silently, and left the monster market. Don't cry, don't cry. Dian is the best. Don't cry. The little monster wiped his tears, while trying to comfort himself and cheer himself up. The little monster didn't stop until it came to a dilapidated residential building. It wiped its face hard and raised a bright smile. Coco, I'm back. Look what I brought back. The little monster jumped flexibly onto the window security bar on the 3rd floor, knocked on the window, and said happily. A skinny little girl, who looked 4 or 5 years old, opened the window, and happily took the little monster in. Host, host! Halo! The system pulled Xiao Jia's clothes excitedly. What a strong halo! What's wrong? Xiao Jia stood under a big tree in the residential area, looking up at the room where the little monster disappeared. The group's favorite heroine. What a strong halo! The group's favorite heroine? Xiao Jia retracted his gaze and lowered his head. Is the group's favorite heroine so thin? She looks like she has lived a miserable life. Seeing the doubt in Xiao Jia's eyes, the system suddenly got stuck. This, there must be something unexpected. Really? Xiao Jia did not comment and walked towards the residential building. Host, what are you going to do? Compensation. Xiao Jia said coldly. Ah? Isn't this too bad? Those two poor little ones look too miserable. No. While speaking, Xiao Jia had already arrived at the door of the 3rd floor. This was a 2-family apartment. She knocked on the left house. Open the door. Xiao Jia's cold voice echoed in the empty corridor. The two poor little ones in the room were frightened by the voice. One person and one demon hugged each other and trembled. I know you are at home. Xiao Jia knocked on the door again and continued indifferently. What should I do, Dian? Is there a bad guy outside? The little girl held the little monster and looked at the door timidly, asking in a whisper. Can't open the door, it must be a bad guy, maybe to kill my brother. The little monster Dian shook his head frantically, looked around, and said to the little girl with determination. Kiki, you take your brother and run first, I stay. Dian was about to let the little girl run first, when she heard Xiao Jia's next sentence, and was immediately terrified. Dian, you stole my things. Xiao Jia said. Dian, did you steal someone else's things? My brother said we can't be bad kids. Kiki lowered her head, and looked at the little monster Dian with her innocent eyes. I'm sorry. Dian drooped her head, it knew, but her brother was injured and hadn't woken up, and Kiki had nothing to eat. Don't be afraid, Dian. Let's go apologize to the sister outside, and compensate her. She will definitely forgive us. Kiki comforted Dian, like a little adult, and touched its head. Creaky. The door of the house was opened, and there was an iron door in between. Hello, sister. Kiki swallowed nervously, and looked up at Xiao Jia timidly. She was wearing clothes that didn't fit her, and a pair of adult slippers. It was obvious that she had tried very hard to tie her hair, but it was still a little messy. Hello. Xiao Jia nodded at her. It stole my things in my car. Dian? Kiki looked at the little monster in surprise, and the little monster lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. Where's the car, Dian? Kiki asked angrily. Dian didn't even mention Che just now. It's sold. The little monster sniffed, mustered up the courage to look up at Xiao Jia, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm sorry, I stole your things, it's not Kiki's fault. No, Dian did it for me. Kiki bravely opened her hands to block Dian behind her, like an old hen protecting her chicks. Sister, I'm sorry, you should move all the things that make money at home. If it's not enough, I will work hard to make money to pay you back. You? Xiao Jia looked at the tiny Kiki. It will take another 10 years for her to make money, right? I know that the big brothers and sisters outside can make money by killing monsters, and Kiki can do it too. Kiki was frightened by Xiao Jia's cold eyes. It can be seen that she is very afraid of Xiao Jia. No wonder, children are sometimes very sensitive, and Xiao Jia is a corpse. Bang, bang, bang. A crash suddenly came from a room in the house, and Coco and Dian became visibly nervous. Then, there is no brother in there. In fear, Coco stuttered and told the truth. As soon as she finished speaking, Coco covered her mouth in fear. She was doomed. Dian, take your brother away. She hugged the iron door bravely and fearfully, and shouted to Dian behind her. Woo-woo, brother Dian, goodbye forever. Coco! Dian's tears kept falling. It knew that now was not the time to hesitate. Coco would definitely not be able to take her brother away safely. Coco, I will definitely come back to save you, woo-woo. Dian wiped her tears and rushed to the room without looking back. Sister, please kill me. Kiki raised her head, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her whole body trembling. Looking at the tragic scene in front of her, Xiao Jia remained silent. She seemed to have done nothing, but why did it feel like she had done everything? How did these two little fools survive until now? The system said that this child has the aura of a group favorite heroine, and now she believes it a little. Host, you are a big bad guy. The system poked Xiao Jia and said, Open the door, I don't bully children. Xiao Jia half squatted down, looked at Kiki at eye level, and tried to make her tone gentle. No! Kiki shook her head like a rattle. No, this sister will definitely kill her brother, just like the previous sisters and brothers when they saw her brother. They said that her brother turned into a monster and would eat Kiki. My brother won't do this. My brother became like this to protect Coco. Dian finally took Coco and his brother back to his grandparents' house. He must not let this bad sister kill his brother. The roar of zombies kept coming from the room, and Xiao Jia felt curious. Normally, zombies will not infect humans. Even if humans are bitten by zombies, they will not become zombies. There is no such good thing. Zombies are slightly more advanced than humans. Is it really not open the door? Xiao Jia stood up and asked again with cold eyes. Don't open. Coco said decisively. If you don't eat toast, you will be punished by the host. Okay. Xiao Jia nodded. Since that's the case, then don't blame her. She stretched out her hand, and Coco closed her eyes in horror. Woo-woo sister, please kill quickly, it's terrible. Bah. With a crisp sound, Xiao Jia reached into the iron door, which was opened. Huh? Kiki was stunned. She looked at the iron door that was easily opened with confused eyes, and then looked at Xiao Jia. Chapter 66. Xiao Jia calmly pushed open the iron gate, along with Cuckoo on the iron gate, and walked into the house. Cuckoo held the railing with both hands, hanging on the iron gate with a confused look on his face. The door is open. The system took small steps and glanced at Cuckoo when passing by. What a little guy. Dian. Roar. Cuckoo was about to tell Dian to run, but her voice was interrupted by a zombie roar. This zombie roar did not come from inside the room, but from outside. Cuckoo's eyes widened, and she didn't care about Xiao Jia and the system quickly closing the door of the house. She dragged a wooden chair over skillfully and laboriously to the door. The wooden chair could not resist the zombies, but it could bring Cuckoo a sense of security. Xiao Jia over there had already opened the door of the room where the zombies were locked. The moment she opened the door, the little monster named Dian was still desperately pushing a neatly dressed zombie to flip off the balcony. Brother, hurry up! Ah, the bad guys are coming, the bad guys are coming! Dian screamed in fear, but opened his hands to block the zombie. Go! The system stepped forward and kicked Dian down with one claw. This little monster is a bit useless. Xiao Jia grabbed the zombie's neck and dragged him back to the room. The zombie opened his mouth and wanted to bite Xiao Jia, and Xiao Jia put the back of the butcher knife stained with vampire blood across his mouth. The sharp teeth hit the sharper metal fiercely, and the system felt sore when watching it. It was a bit uncomfortable. Whoa! Let go of brother! Let go of brother! Seeing this scene, Kiki and Dian both rushed over, crying and beating Xiao Jia's thigh desperately. Xiao Jia picked up Dot and Coco in one hand, and kicked the zombie into the room at the same time. What a mess. 2 minutes later, Xiao Jia sat on the sofa in the living room with a cold face. Opposite her were Coco, Dot and 3 zombies squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads. Host, why are the 3 of them squatting like this? We are not police officers. The system walked proudly with its short legs, holding its head high and walking back and forth in front of a man, a demon and a zombie. At the same time, it couldn't help complaining to Xiao Jia. "Where is my blind box?" Xiao Jia asked. "Sold it." The little demon lowered his head and whispered. "Who did you sell it to?" "Human." With his life in Xiao Jia's hands, Dot was very honest and answered whatever Xiao Jia asked. "How did you take the truck away without a trace?" This was what Xiao Jia was most curious about. "Put it in the mouth." Xiao Jia and the system both looked at Yin. It was not even half the size of Coco. How could it fit into a large truck? "What kind of monster are you?" "Golden hair, round face." Yin is a chinchilla. "Hamster, no wonder, it must have awakened some magical power." The system nodded. "The heroine of the group pet article is worthy of being the heroine of the group pet article. Although it looks miserable, it is actually in a good situation. What's wrong with him?" Xiao Jia's eyes turned to the male zombie. This zombie seemed to listen to Coco and Yin. But he looked like a first-level zombie. Theoretically, he didn't have such high intelligence. Kiki is such a tender child, but he could resist eating. My brother became like this to protect Kiki and Yin. When Kiki mentioned her brother, tears welled up in her eyes, but she still tried hard not to let them fall. Seeing that Kiki couldn't say anything, Xiao Jia turned her attention to Yin. "Those monsters wanted to eat Kiki and Yin, so my brother rushed up to fight them, and I took my brother and Kiki away. After returning home, my brother didn't move. Kiki and I died for my brother, but we came back to life a day later." Yin's ability to express himself was not much better than Kiki's, but Xiao Jia and the system roughly understood it. This zombie was originally a normal person, but he died later, and then he was resurrected and became a zombie. Xiao Jia had never encountered such a situation before. "You stole my blind box and truck, and sold them." Xiao Jia leaned forward, giving Kiki and Yin a great sense of oppression. "Yes, I'm sorry." Kiki and Yin hugged each other again, trembling and crying. "So you have to compensate me. Sign it." Xiao Jia conjured up a small town employee contract and handed it to Kiki and Yin. The two illiterate children looked at the circles and crosses on the contract as if it were a heavenly book. "Sister, we can't read," Yin said in a low voice. "Although it is a monster, it has only lived for less than 2 years and is much younger than Xiao Jia. You can call it Aunt. It doesn't matter, just press your fingerprint." A jar of ink was placed on the table, and Xiao Jia tapped a certain position on the contract. "Press it." Kiki picked up the contract, her hand shaking a little. She had seen on TV that many aunts, uncles, sisters and brothers had pressed such papers, and then they lost their money and their homes. Children like Kiki would be caught and sold. She raised her head and glanced at Xiao Jia, who had no expression on his face, and couldn't help shaking. Under Xiao Jia's cold gaze, the child and the little monster pressed their fingerprints on the contract with a fearless attitude. After pressing, the two little guys couldn't help but hug each other and cry. "Pack up your things and follow me." Xiao Jia put away the contract, stood up and faced the big and two small roads. She glanced at the sky. It was already night, and it would probably be after 12 o'clock when she returned to the town. With these two burdens, it might take until tomorrow daytime to return to the town. The day after tomorrow is the interview time. Xiao Jia had to go back and prepare early. After hearing Xiao Jia's words, Kiki and Yin began to pack their things in a panic. "Take this, and don't leave that behind." They wanted to take everything in the house away. If this was a villa, Yin might swallow the whole villa and take it away. "System, remember to sell the crystal core." Xiao Jia glanced at the system and said, "No problem." She opened the mall panel and bought a vehicle blind box. The truck was sold by this little monster, and Xiao Jia didn't want to walk back, so she just opened another vehicle blind box. As long as they didn't get bicycles or anything like that, it would be fine. Half an hour later, Coco took Yin and her brother downstairs, and the zombies outside had been cleared by Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia stood in front of a farm tricycle with an indifferent look on her face, glancing at Kiki and the other two. "Get on board," she said lightly. "A tricycle is a tricycle. It's better than a bicycle. This tricycle is at least a hybrid of oil and electricity, and the speed is okay." "Okay." Yin jumped on the tricycle first, laid several thick mats in the tricycle, and then began to pull Kiki and the male zombie on board. After Kiki climbed onto the tricycle with his short legs, the roar of the zombies came again outside. The male zombie, who had been quiet, suddenly became excited. Xiao Jia glanced back, with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Kiki and Yin were so scared that they hurriedly hugged the male zombie and looked at Xiao Jia pleadingly. Brother will be good, Kiki promised. Xiao Jia then retracted his gaze and started the tricycle. She looked like she was bullying a child, and in fact, she was. There were many zombies on the street, all attracted by Coco. Xiao Jia drove the tricycle while chopping left and right with a butcher knife. Although Dian was a little smaller, she also held a homemade spear and stabbed the zombies. Coco just hid in her brother's arms without making a sound. Xiao Jia took the 2 children and 1 adult and 3 burdens and finally escaped from Gujia City and set out on the road back to Juma City. If it weren't for the so-called group favorite heroine halo on Coco, Xiao Jia wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. She realized later that she seemed to have become part of Coco's group favorite heroine halo. Before, she was still complaining to the system that the group favorite halo was not very good, but now she found that this halo was really good. When she returns to Jejia town, Coco can at least live a middle-class life like before the end of the world. The specific situation depends on how effective Coco's halo is. To some extent, the halo of the protagonists and supporting characters in the town is quite strong, and they are lucky enough to meet Xiao Jia. When Xiao Jia took Coco and Yan back, they met Feng Yuanyao, Shintong and others on the way. They are not as strong as Xiao Jia and walk slower. But from their expressions, they have gained a lot this time. Xiao Jia watched Shintong pick up a gem that fell from the sky, which is worth 3 million points. Feng Yuanyao is not sure, but it is estimated to be not less. Mayor. When these humans first saw the figure riding a tricycle, they were alert and wondered if it was a monster. But as the distance got closer, they soon found that the person on the car was Xiao Jia, their dear mayor. The tricycle swayed and stopped in front of them. Xiao Jia sat in the car and looked down at the townspeople who were hiding under the road to eat dinner. It seems that everyone has gained a lot this time. It's time to get some rarer blind boxes for these survivors. As they spoke, 2 cute little heads popped out from the back of the car. Wow, Mayor, where did these 2 children come from? It was too dark at night, and they didn't see Dian's situation clearly. They just thought they were 2 children, one big and one small. Kidnapped? Xiao Jia said coldly. Kiki and Dian are my sister's slaves. Kiki replied in a baby voice. This is what is played on TV. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Jia. Is the mayor such a mayor? I really didn't see it. Hiring child laborers, and using them as slaves. Just kidding. How could they not know what kind of person the mayor is after being with him for so long? Xiao Jia drove the tricycle to the bottom of the road, and Feng Yuanyao looked at her strangely. Where is the big truck you had before? She asked curiously. With Xiao Jia's personality, she would definitely not throw it away. Upon hearing Feng Yuanya's words, Kiki and Dian lowered their heads in shame. I'm so sorry. Let them sell it to me. Xiao Jia didn't hide it, nor did she feel embarrassed to say it, and said frankly, His. These 2 little ones? Captain Cat Claw took a breath of cold air. It doesn't look like it. Can these 2 children reach the steering wheel with their hands? She stretched out her hand to gesture at the small bodies of Kiki and Dian. Something is wrong. Hey, why is this little thing a little extraordinarily small? Fuck, she has ears and a tail. Oh my god. A monster? Captain Cat's Claw took a few steps back and opened his hands to block the team members behind him. What? Monster? So small? Because it was brought by Xiao Jia, the townspeople didn't feel any danger, so how could the mayor bring danger to them? But if it was a monster, it seemed to explain it. No wonder the mayor's car was sold. I guess it was stolen. Is there anything strange about these 2 children? Xiao Jia sat next to Shintong, and Shintong asked. One of them is a monster, and the other is a zombie. She explained casually. Zombie? Yeah, her brother. Xiao Jia glanced at Coco, who was surrounded by Captain Cat Claw and the others. Human transformation? Feng Yuanyao turned her head to look at the tricycle, and there was indeed a shadow there. Human transformation into zombies. No wonder Xiao Jia was curious. She was curious too. This was the first time she had seen zombies transform from humans. When are you going to leave? Xiao Jia didn't say much about Coco and the others, and changed the subject. We leave at dawn. Mayor, you don't know how fierce those monsters are. It's really scary. This time, the townspeople of Floral Skirt also came, and she and Xiao Baitu followed Captain Cat Claw. Thinking of the situation at that time, Floral Skirt felt a little creepy. Those monsters were obviously intelligent, but they were as cruel as wild beasts without any reason. Xiao Jia didn't say anything, just nodded. This world is like this, the strong prey on the weak, but the Doomsday makes it more intuitive. The group sat together and talked a little about the robbery. Xiao Jia's income was not even among the top 10 in this operation, which shows the wealth of the Blood Clan. This further strengthened Xiao Jia's idea of pulling Julian to the town. Time passed little by little, and soon it was dawn. After dawn, everyone set off to return to Jijia town. After returning to the town, Xiao Jia began to prepare the things needed for the interview, and was very busy. After a day, the town changed a lot. Su Shaoran actually arranged a town garden, which was very dreamy. Unfortunately, Xiao Jia had no time to watch, and threw Coco to the Ghost Clan, the Little Goblin and Yuji. The Ghost Clan has experience in taking care of children, one is taken care of, and a group is also taken care of. Coco should be less troublesome than those lively and active baby ghosts. As for the male zombie, she asked the silver-haired zombie to do it. Anyway, she had nothing to do every day, and Xiao Jia instructed the silver-haired zombie to work very smoothly, without any embarrassment. However, the interview was not over yet, and the account was coming. As the saying goes, when the younger one is beaten, the older one comes. Xiao Jia looked at the ghostly-looking Blood Clan ancestor outside the window with a blank expression. What's the matter? Chapter 67. I am Julian's father, Alistair Moonstone. Alistair stood in the moonlit sky in the middle of the night, staring at Xiao Jia indifferently, his figure slender and upright. When dealing with Julian and Alice, his relatives of the Blood Clan, Alistair was a gentle and doting old father. But when facing an outsider like Xiao Jia, who might become an enemy, he completely revealed the cruelty and coldness of the Blood Clan, and exuded a sense of oppression that was hard to ignore. Compared with Alistair, a Blood Clan that looked mature, elegant and dangerous, Julian and Alice really looked like children. The difference can be seen at a glance, whether in appearance or temperament. Well, I know, and then what? Xiao Jia replied indifferently. Compared with a corpse, the Blood Clan prince opposite is still a little bit behind. Hand over Julian's bride. Alistair said directly without any nonsense. As his voice fell, the night with a terrifying atmosphere instantly replaced the bright and peaceful moon sky. There seemed to be some dangerous creatures hiding in the unknown darkness, and undercurrents were surging. The only one? She is a resident of Jijia town, and she decides her own comings and goings. Faced with Alistair's threat, Xiao Jia was not afraid at all and answered calmly. Undead, are you sure you want to go against the Moonstone family for an insignificant human? A dangerous light flashed in his silver-gray pupils, and Alistair was full of murderous intent and warned again. His eyes fell on Xiao Jia's neck. With a slight twist, the fragile body of the undead would collapse. Do you want to fight? The most ordinary blade easily penetrated the cement wall. Facing the Blood Prince, who was much stronger than himself, Xiao Jia did not even blink. Host, are you so powerful? The system dog hit quietly on the side. It had returned. But because it was afraid of being torn into parts by Alistair, it did not dare to come forward. It is very expensive to change a body. Xiao Jia was ready to spend points to repair her body. Even if she was chopped into meat paste by Alistair today, she would not let him take away the only one. As the lord of a territory and the mayor of Jijia town, Xiao Jia was very responsible. Alistair showed an unignorable disdain in his eyes. If he wanted to be his opponent, this undead was not qualified. However, he had some appreciation for this undead. Even when facing an enemy of his level, he did not retreat at all, and still protected his people. If possible, Alistair would like to take Xiao Jia into the Moonstone family. Compared to Julian, she is more suitable to be the eldest son of the Moonstone family. Alistair's lips curled up slightly, and a blush appeared on his pale and charming face. Undead, she is Julian's bride, future wife, and the Moonstone family will not do anything to hurt her. Do you want to transform Wei into a vampire without hurting her? Xiao Jia wanted to say something about the success rate of vampire transformation. Even if Wei is the heroine with a halo on her head, it is still dangerous. Even if she becomes a vampire, I will admit that she is a new member of the Moonstone family. Alistair said, as if to assure. Moonstone is not a conservative family. We are willing to accept new things. Alistair seemed to dote on Julian and other members of the Moonstone Blood Clan, but in fact, this guy was extremely dictatorial, and did not give Julian any chance to choose. Host, why do I feel that the way this old ghost looks at you is not right? The system immediately discovered the appreciation and love in Alistair's eyes, and even a little doting? No, this old ghost wants to compete with it for the host? Host, I am your eldest brother. You can't abandon me. The system, which instantly felt a sense of crisis, shouted to Xiao Jia heartbreakingly, it wants to bite this old ghost to death. Xiao Jia didn't understand what the system was shouting, but she felt that it was time to sell the blood-blind box and blood-blind box to this blood clan. The blood clan blood belongs to the demon blood-blind box, a branch of the blood-blind box. Although it is a little expensive, it is worth the money. Xiao Jia didn't mean to help them transform Wei, but this could buy Wei enough time. Time for her to grow. Do you know about the demon bloodline blind box and blood blind box? Xiao Jia was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Blind box? Lord Alistair, the blood prince who lived in hell all year round, didn't understand this new word. As a high-level monster, he didn't have time to understand the affairs of a newly rising town. But from the literal meaning, Alistair felt that he should understand what Xiao Jia meant. Is it like the jar sold by those demon merchants? Can it open the demon's bloodline? Alistair's eyes flashed with interest. This child seemed to be more powerful than he had imagined. He couldn't wait to taste her blood. What about the blood-blind box? It can open all kinds of blood, beast blood, human blood, demon blood, and vampire blood. Even blood of the vampires, demon blood. God's blood. The last two words were very light, but Alistair heard them clearly. His momentum suddenly changed, becoming fierce and terrifying. God's blood. The blood clan always claimed to be the descendants of God. However, in fact, they are a group that is despised by the gods, otherwise how could they live in hell? Suddenly hearing about the blood of the gods, Alistair couldn't suppress his excitement and desire. The blood clan's morbid obsession with everything about the gods. The premise is that you have to spend a lot of crystal cores. Xiao Jia explained in advance that the blood clan blind box that can open the blood of the gods is not of low level. Undead, do you know what you are saying? Being able to offer the divine blood as a bargaining chip, Alistair would not treat Xiao Jia as an inferior. The little bit of pampering and love he showed to his future offspring was short-lived. You don't want to know the consequences of deceiving the vampires. Alistair's obscure gaze fell on Xiao Jia, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. For a moment, Xiao Jia and the system felt as if they were wrapped in an overwhelming dark atmosphere, which made people shudder but unable to escape. The difference in strength between Xiao Jia and Alistair was huge, and she was suppressed. This was Alistair's warning. If Xiao Jia wanted to deceive him, then be prepared to fall into hell forever. System cheat, Xiao Jia said calmly. Yes, host. The next second, the suffocating feeling disappeared instantly, and the expression on Xiao Jia's face did not change at all. Blood blind box. A deep red blind box with a pool of blood appeared in Xiao Jia's hand. Level 1 blood blind box. Activation price 1 million, purchase price 50 points. Level 1 blood blind box. Can't open the divine blood, but the hidden version is the 10 direction blood. The 10 direction blood is refined blood, composed of the blood of many high-level monsters. 10 direction blood. It is rumored that people who drink the 10 direction blood have the opportunity to obtain magical blood. The blood blind box is, to some extent, a lower-level blind box of the bloodline blind box, and it can be regarded as an inferior substitute. It is that the probability of this 10 direction blood is very low, and the probability of the 10 direction blood activating the bloodline is also very low. If you want to use the blood blind box to activate the bloodline, the sunk cost may be very, very high. How much? Alistair stared at the blind box in her hand with a heavy look. Xiao Jia did not speak. How much can this be exchanged for? Alistair took off a gem button from his cuff and threw it to Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia and the system have already estimated the price of all the valuable items on Alistair. This gem is worth 3 million points. The same price as the one picked up by Shintong. 3 million points, the purchase price is 100 per selling price, which is 30,000 blood blind boxes. She reached out to take the gem, but the next second, Xiao Jia's arm fell off. Alistair's eyes showed a trace of shock and confusion, and he couldn't help but take a step back. The black hair fluttered with his movements, fully reflecting Alistair's confusion and helplessness. He clearly didn't use any strength. How could this undead be so fragile? Pay me money. Xiao Jia stretched out his other intact hand and said expressionlessly. Alistair felt as if he had encountered what humans call a scam. You can deduct it. The body repair fee is 500,000 crystal cores. Xiao Jia and the system both asked greedily. Yeah. Alistair nodded indifferently. It was only 500,000 crystal cores. I thought it would cost much more. Xiao Jia and the system looked at each other, and they both saw the regret in each other's eyes. It was too little. Host. The system had tears in its eyes, and was extremely heartbroken. I won't do it next time. Xiao Jia nodded slightly. He had been dealing with poor people for too long. He thought it was a big ask, but in Alistair's opinion, it might just be $100. This bunch of poor humans have misled us. The system beat its chest and stamped its feet in pain. 3 million crystal cores, minus 500,000 in compensation, 25,000 blind boxes, delivered to your door tomorrow. This is a gift. Xiao Jia picked up his hand on the ground and threw the blind box in his hand to Alistair. With the temptation of the divine blood, he had forgotten his purpose. The loving old father also loves himself very much. Humans often say that only by loving yourself can you love others. After leaving the address of the Blood Clan Castle and the token badge of the Moonstone family, Alistair disappeared in front of Xiao Jia and the system. The system watched him leave before it dared to come out in a dog-like manner. Host, the Blood Clan is really rich. Yeah. Xiao Jia agreed with the system's words very much. This is rich. She opened the town panel, ready to spend so many points. Then she saw the news on the town event column. Big news. Alistair, the Blood Clan Prince, came to Jiajia town and rewarded a gem worth 1 million points to pay for the overnight stay. In the face of money, even the town panel has become a dog. But 1 million points. She really wants to kill through the nest of these blood clans. For the first time, Xiao Jia had the idea of repairing and strengthening the corpse. Host, with so many points, can you repair your body? The system asked instigatingly. It also wants to change to a better body. No. Xiao Jia shook her head. By the way, can the corpse of the 5th level blood clan be recycled? She asked. Host, I was just about to say this. A senior system wants to buy this corpse and bid 500,000 points. The system thinks it's a bit too little, but the crystal core of this corpse has been dug out by the host, and it's a bit tattered. Plus, it owes this senior system a lot of favors. Well, in fact, the market value of this corpse is at least 1 million points. Because the senior system is in trouble now, it made such a request. The system looked at Xiao Jia nervously, wondering if the host would agree. Good relationship? This senior system helped me a lot. The system answered honestly. This senior system is really good, and many of their junior and intermediate systems have received the favor of the senior system. The system knows that it is not good to use the host's things to repay the senior system's favor, but it really has nothing to repay the senior system. The system secretly glanced at Xiao Jia's face and was about to speak hesitantly. It still couldn't hide it from the host. Yes. Actually, the market price of this corpse. Xiao Jia and the system started at the same time, and the system looked at Xiao Jia in surprise. Host, the market price of this corpse is actually... It's okay. Xiao Jia interrupted the system and shook her head. She knew. This corpse should be worth a lot of money, but it doesn't matter. Sell it to it. Xiao Jia is a grateful person. It's okay if it's inconvenient to score points. This 5th level vampire was originally picked up by her for free. Host. The system looked at Xiao Jia with emotion, and the mechanical puppy began to leak oil. At this moment, the system finally understood the little goblin's previous feelings. The host is really a good person. It must work hard for the host until death. Get ready to work. The interview will start in 2 hours. Xiao Jia patted the system's head and pulled out the butcher knife. In fact, the arm was broken just now because she used too much force. But she didn't expect that she would blackmail Alistair. There should be many people or monsters who come to the town for interviews. Xiao Jia knows that there are many survivors of the town and hundreds of people from base and base. This is just a rough estimate. If you count carefully, it may be thousands. So Xiao Jia asked Shintong and others to help with the second selection, and the first selection was left to the system. The system is really useful, and it has opened many things and backdoors for Xiao Jia that the main god does not allow or the system does not need to do. That's why Xiao Jia agreed to give the Blood Clan corpse to its predecessor system at a low price or even for free. The system is a good system, and its predecessor is also a good predecessor. Host, where are you going? The system saw Xiao Jia jump down from the 2nd floor and left, and asked hurriedly. Find someone to sew your hand. Xiao Jia held his arm and waved his hand to the system, saying that he should save money and spend money. There are many places in the town where points can be used. Chapter 68. There are quite a few townspeople survivors who have sewing skills in the town. Because Xiao Jia activated the equipment blind box, and with the function of the online game life opening device, some townspeople and survivors can also repair some low-level leather cloth and other equipment. This is the so-called life profession. Suturing Xiao Jia's arm is a piece of cake for them. Xiao Jia easily found the townspeople who were working in this small square. The small square is very beautifully decorated, and the hidden tree that Su Xiao had opened before is also planted here. In addition, the street lights installed by the townspeople themselves make it as bright as day even at night. Since the ghosts moved into the town, there are basically people here regardless of day or night, at any time. When Xiao Jia took out his arm to sew it, it must be said that these townspeople were shocked. Suturing arms and the like, it is generally difficult for townspeople, who are not related professions, not to be shocked. However, despite the shock, the grandmother Xiao Jia found was still relatively calm and helped Xiao Jia sew it up. Mayor, your hand. Grandma Zhang hesitated to organize her words, not knowing how to start. There have always been many rumors about Xiao Jia in the town, most of which are about her identity and origin. Grandma Zhang has heard some of them. Adding to her experience over time, she thinks Mayor Xiao Jia may be a ghost, like the walking corpses or zombies outside. The wound on her arm is obviously abnormal, and it looks like it has been sutured many times. No need to say, I know. Xiao Jia lowered her eyes and checked the degree of freedom of movement of her arm. She knew what Grandma Zhang wanted to say. However, it was really expensive. If she wanted to repair her body, Xiao Jia had 100 million. If repairing her arm only cost a few hundred, a few thousand, or tens of thousands of points, she would have repaired it. But the problem was that these points were not enough to solve the problem. She was a dead person, completely different from those undead. Her body was very fragile, and could be easily injured. After handing the reward to Grandma Zhang, who waved her hand to refuse, Xiao Jia got up and went to the interview location today. Xiao Jia arranged the interview location in the parking lot, and Shin Tongwei and the others helped to build a shed. It was quite decent. At this moment, the sky was slightly bright, and many survivors, monsters, and dragons were already surrounding the gate of the town. Because it was not very early, many undead races were among them. Xiao Jia saw this scene when she passed by the gate, and she also saw a familiar figure inside. At the same time, Alistair had just returned to the Blood Clan castle. Father, it's bad. Julian ran away. Alice trotted forward, looking anxious. This is the flyer he left in the room. She handed the flyer to Alistair, which was the recruitment notice for employees of Jijia Town. Alistair was about to laugh at Julian. Julian was really smart. He knew to seek Xiao Jia's protection, and get the moon first with the only one who was close to him. Although Xiao Jia's strength was not very good, Xiao Jia was indeed a little mysterious, and had means that could make Alistair afraid. The flyer in Alice's hand was suddenly covered with silver-white flames, and burned into ashes in an instant. Alistair glanced at Alice calmly. It was impossible for Julian to escape from the vampire castle alone, and it was even more impossible for him to know his situation in that town. There must be someone helping him. There is one more thing, Father. There is news from Gujio City that several descendants of the Morton family. Alice's voice became a little low. Except for the bride Avril all died. Where is Augustus? Alistair asked casually. To be precise, Augustus is missing rather than dead, but the last time he was seen was when he was being hunted by the ghost King Fenji. Where is Avril now? He asked. I sent Aaron to pick her up. Well, when they come back, inform Aaron and Avril to prepare for marriage. It doesn't matter who Avril's husband is. This is a union between the Moonstone family and the Morton family. But more importantly, Alistair has taken a fancy to Avril and wants her to become a member of his family. If Avril had not been converted by Morton, he would not have chosen this method. Therefore, Avril's husband could be anyone. The important thing was that she married into the Moonstone family and became a member of the Moonstone family. Yes, Father. Alice bowed respectfully and immediately stepped back to prepare. Alistair felt a little sorry for Alice as she left. This child is also very good, but she is too obedient and has no opinions of her own. On the other side, the familiar figure that Xiao Jia saw in the recruitment team was Julian. This noble marquis of the Blood Clan was impatiently queuing at this moment, but he had no intention of leaving. When he saw Xiao Jia, he even said hello to Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia nodded at him. The moment he saw Julian, he was already on the must-choose list. There was no other reason. Julian was very strong. Being the town's bodyguard was very suitable. Just sitting in the town every day and doing nothing could save Xiao Jia a lot of trouble. And there were quite a few undead races introduced by ghosts in the recruitment team. They were moved after hearing the treatment of the ghosts. These undead were not strong, otherwise they would not think of applying for the clerk of Xiao Jia Town. Mayor. Good morning, boss. Because today was the day for the town to audition employees, the townspeople woke up very early. Some wanted to help, and some wanted to watch the fun. It was good to be an official staff member of the town, but it was a bit too plain and quiet. The upward channel was also very narrow. People like Captain Cat's Claw didn't have any ideas. Compared to being an employee in a small town, they still prefer the thrilling life. Mayor. Why are you here too? Xiao Jia turned around and saw Su Xiaoran with a big belly. Su Xiaoran is now a staff member of the town and has a regular position. Xiao Jia arranged a special apartment for her to live in and also planned to hire an experienced confinement nanny for her. Today's interview will also be conducted for her. This way, she won't be so flustered after Su Xiaoran gives birth. After all, none of Su Xiaoran's close friends have experience in childbirth and raising children. I want to see if there is anything I can help with. Su Xiaoran smiled shyly. The closer she got to the birth date, the more she couldn't sleep. She was worried about whether she could be a good mother, and whether she could satisfy the baby in her belly. Yeah. Su Xiaoran said so, and Xiao Jia certainly wouldn't refuse. She could see the sadness between Su Xiaoran's brows. There are too many people today, be careful. Xiao Jia said with concern. However, Su Xiaoran had already taken the painless childbirth pill, so even if there were any problems, there would be no consequences. I will take care of myself. Su Xiaoran smiled and nodded. She was so lucky to meet the mayor and the others. I'm going to get busy. Xiao Jia came to the gate of the town, and Yu Kara was also here at the moment. She came here specifically to see the friends she knew. If she could apply for the job, her friends and their families would move to the town. Kara, let all the undead races go to the back door, let them stay in the grave area to rest for a day, and then start the interview at night. It was the first time for Xiao Jia to do this kind of thing, and she forgot the difference between the undead and other human monsters. Looking at the undead in the team starting to become listless, Xiao Jia realized that she had made a mistake in her arrangement. Thank you, Mayor. Nether Kara thought Xiao Jia had made such an arrangement on purpose, to show off his power or something. During this time living in the town, she also felt the fear of humans towards them. After all, this town is still dominated by humans, and Nether Kara herself has killed humans. Of course, now that she lives in the town, she will definitely not do this in the town, and she will try not to do this outside. Mayor, some aquatic monsters have come to the river on the left side of the gate and want to apply for the job. As soon as Nether Kara took away the undead race in the team, someone in the town immediately came to report to Xiao Jia. Aquatic monsters? Xiao Jia frowned slightly. The river in the town is actually not wide, only about 10 meters. It seems that there is no room for aquatic monsters to play in their town? Xiao Jia didn't know whether to let these aquatic monsters in. Should the deputy mayor go to the audition first? The townsman asked. Deputy mayor? When did the town have a deputy mayor? It's the evil dog that has been following you. Xiao Jia understood. Let it go. Let those who pass the audition in. Xiao Jia nodded. Yes. The townsman hurried to do it. This time is still much earlier than the interview time set by Xiao Jia, but these survivors and monsters are too enthusiastic. Mayor, look over there. I don't know when Shintong and the others came. Shintong seemed to have discovered something and quickly came to Xiao Jia and whispered. That's the red-clothed ghost from the ghost village. In the woods far away from the town, a red figure was faintly visible. Look at the ghost energy rising into the sky. Who else could it be but the red-clothed ghost? Mayor, I'm worried. Shintong was worried that she would cause trouble for today's interview. Low-level ghosts and undead will be affected by the weather, and will be afraid of the sun. But at the level of the red-clothed ghost, she can already affect part of the weather. She is not afraid of the sun at all. Before, the townspeople wanted to take advantage of the sunny day to destroy the ghost village, but they never came back. It's okay. Xiao Jia shook her head. With Yulian here, she didn't even need to do anything. Where's Wei? She asked again. She's over there. Shintong pointed in a direction. Wei was taking Kiki the Andean with her. It was unknown when the two children started playing together. Wei. Jia, what's wrong? Yulian is here. Xiao Jia's words immediately made Wei alert. Is he here to cause trouble? No, he's here to apply for a job. Wei was very smart. She immediately understood what Xiao Jia meant. Jia, do you want to hire him? Yes. Xiao Jia didn't mean to hide it from Wei. It was impossible to hide it. Yulian is really strong. Wei had no right to tell Xiao Jia not to hire Yulian. This was obviously a matter of benefit to the town. She herself was able to live a peaceful life until now because of Xiao Jia's protection. Don't worry, I won't let him affect your normal life. Xiao Jia patted Wei Yi's shoulder and assured her. I just don't know how Alistair and Julian, the father and son, will feel when they see each other in the town. Xiao Jia is sure that Alistair will come to the town again. The vampire should not be able to resist the temptation of the blood of the gods, right? Why not let Julian deliver the goods to Alistair? Xiao Jia thought maliciously. What's wrong, Jia Jia? If it's Julian's business, I don't care. Seeing Xiao Jia was a little stunned and didn't speak, Wei Yi hurriedly said. Kuka raised his head and looked at Xiao Jia and Wei Yi, not knowing what the two adults were talking about. No, I was thinking. Xiao Jia told Wei Yi about Alistair and her thoughts, and Wei Yi was amused by Xiao Jia's thoughts. The original worry about Julian becoming a town employee disappeared without a trace. That must be fun. I think it would be more fun if Lorraine saw Julian like this. Wei Yi smiled, she could already imagine it. Lorraine is the patriarch of the Castile family. I have met her once. She likes to tease Julian and other juniors. She is a vampire who is very friendly to humans. When Wei Yi left the vampire manor at first, she originally wanted to go to Lorraine's city to join her. Although they are all blood servants, Lorraine's blood servants have a more reliable way to rise, instead of only becoming a vampire bride or a vampire who failed to transform and a corpse. Wei Yi also has a clearer understanding of her situation. She is very weak. Even someone as sensitive as Wei can say this. It seems that this Lorraine Castile is really a good vampire. Maybe you can find a way to send her a message? Xiao Jia suggested. Wei Yi's eyes lit up. Yes. A vampire marquis working in an unknown town is big news. But how to send a message to Lorraine? She fell into deep thought. Xiao Jia had already asked the little goblin to announce the new news of the interview. Jia Jia Mayer said that creatures above level 4, and including level 4 can enter the final interview in advance. The little goblin wore a fitted robe and held the card player's manual in his hand. He looked very reliable. Why? The announcement immediately made some humans dissatisfied. A creature above level 4 must be a monster, right? They were already very dissatisfied with the interview with this group of monsters. Many monsters have killed humans. Now this group of monsters can actually enter the final interview in advance. Is this mayor still human? Chapter 69. Xiao Jia is not a human now, so of course she will not stand on the side of humans. Even if she is a human, interests are more important. It is absolutely impossible for these human survivors to morally blackmail Xiao Jia. The townspeople and survivors of the town know that Xiao Jia hates being morally blackmailed the most, and they immediately feel that it is not good when they see this posture. The mayor will kill people. Not only Xiao Jia, but also some monsters are beginning to stir. Xiao Jia stipulates that killing is not allowed in the town, but there is no rule that killing is not allowed outside the town, right? This world is originally the strong are respected. Sanner and Lao Si behind Xie Jinghan immediately stepped forward to cover the survivor's mouth and drag him away. Boss, just leave this to us. Sanner said to Xiao Jia with a smile, holding the survivor's arm tightly, and it can be seen that he is a little nervous. Xiao Jia is still willing to give face to Sanner and acquiesce that they took the survivor away. Xie Jinghan, Fu Jingchuan and Gu Xingye looked at the survivors, who were still somewhat resentful, and their hearts sank slightly. Humans still live in the idea that the world is dominated by humans, and have not gotten used to the fact that humans have become one of the lowest levels of this new world. Jia Town is definitely not a place where only humans exist. To put it bluntly, even if a monster that kills people comes, as long as the monster is willing to abide by the rules of Jia Town, Xiao Jia will agree to let him live in the town. Human opposition is useless. The owner of this town is Xiao Jia, who is the owner and controller of Jia Town, and has absolute control over this town. It's time for humans to change their thinking. Several people looked at the survivors who were queuing up. These survivors were not all preparing to apply for jobs in the town. Some survivors were attracted by the magic of the town. Xie Jinghan and his team's goal was these survivors. If they want to survive in the Doomsday, they must unite all the forces that can be united. They are ready to attract and accept some new members into the team. This town is a small new world where various races live, and humans must occupy a certain voice as much as possible. Captain Cat's Claw came to help for this purpose, to recruit some new members. When they usually fight monsters outside, they are also consciously looking for reliable teammates. The capable townspeople and survivors in the town and Beichan base have almost been divided up. Without the injection of fresh blood, there is no vitality. Half of the students that Xiao Jia brought out from the school before were taken in by Cat's Claw, and the rest were divided up by Xie Jinghan and his team. Qin Bing, Xia Yin, and other protagonists were booked by Mao Zhua in advance. She promised Chen Bing and others that she would find a way to help Xia Yin and Zhu Ran recover from their injuries. Mao Zhua believed that the people who were rescued by Qiao Jia with great effort must have something special. Xie Jinghan and Fu Jingchuan were also a step slower. Survivors with strong strength, talent, and good character are so popular. The quick hand will get the slow hand. There are also Shintong, Su Xiaoran and others. Their situations are relatively special. They are here purely to help. Mayor, I saw the survivors in Gujia City. Shintong was counting the number of people who came to the interview and handing out number cards one by one. They would be interviewed according to the numbers on the number cards later, so that these interviewees would not have to queue up again. It's tiring. When issuing the number cards, Shintong happened to see the village chief and Zhao Fei's group from Gujia City. However, compared with the last meeting, their number has been reduced by at least half. I don't know whether those people are unwilling to leave Gujia City or died on the way. I know. Qiao Jia remembered the survivor named Zhao Fei, who had good luck in opening blind boxes. Without any halo on her, she had such good luck, Qiao Jia didn't know how to describe it. She was envious. Qiao Jia was really envious. Jia, there are 3 creatures above the 4th level. Wei had brought all these creatures into the interview room. 3? Qiao Jia was a little surprised. One was Yulian, and the other was the tiger spirit. She knew both of them. The situations of Yulian and the tiger spirit were special. One came for Wei, and the other wanted to hang out with her. What about the remaining one, 4th level? It's not that Qiao Jia belittled herself, but monsters of this strength can basically occupy a piece of territory by themselves and dominate. The group of Netherkara and her team was only at the 3rd level of strength at most, and they were able to occupy a territory, although they were later driven away by the Morton Blood Clan's men. However, they did have the strength to occupy a territory. I go over now. After Qiao Jia explained some precautions to Wei Shintong and the others, he stood up and went to the interview tent. Julian sat quietly on the chair, and it seemed that because Wei was here, his mood was very calm. When Qiao Jia walked into the simple interview tent, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. It must be said that Julian's noble and elegant temperament of the vampires added a bit of nobility to this simple shed. Mayor. As soon as Qiao Jia came in, the tiger spirit immediately stood up to greet her. Yeah. Qiao Jia nodded at her, and then his eyes fell on another 4th level creature. A human? No, not a human. It should be an oriental monster like a spirit. But his appearance is exactly the same as a human, wearing a coarse linen shirt and a thin body, and carrying a weapon wrapped in cloth. Like a down-and-out swordsman. Qiao Jia glanced at the elegant vampire on the left, then looked at the ferocious tiger spirit in the middle, and finally his eyes fell on the down-and-out swordsman. What a big difference. Julian, come in first. Qiao Jia took Julian into the inner room and sat in the main seat. I won't waste my words with you. Your job is to protect the safety of the town. If there are enemies stronger than level 4, you are responsible for dealing with them. Salary: 10,000 level 1 crystal cores, including board and lodging, and the food standard is 3 level 1 blood blind boxes per day. There is an extra bonus for each enemy above level 4 killed. As long as you can ensure the safety of the town, do not harass the townspeople, and abide by the rules and regulations of the town. I don't ask for anything else. Julian can stay anywhere every day. This treatment is not good, and it is definitely bad for Julian's strength. However, Julian doesn't care about the work treatment at all, and Qiao Jia also knows that he doesn't care about the work treatment. What can keep Julian is never the work treatment, but the only thing. Qiao Jia can't be sure when he will leave the town, and Julian himself can't guarantee it. Okay. Julian nodded, a little absent-minded. He just wanted to be with Wei. Okay, you can leave after the contract is signed. Qiao Jia took out a contract and handed it to Julian. A strong man like Julian must be checked by a contract. She would not spend more points on other humans or monsters that she could handle by herself. Contract? Julian, who was a little absent-minded at first, suddenly became sharp. Although he was a love-brain person, he still had basic sensitivity as a high-level creature. The Blood Clan is also a branch of the devil, and they have played with contracts a lot. Don't worry, we are a regular town, and the contract is naturally regular. That's what she said, but Julian still read the contract carefully. Except for the high penalty for breach of contract, there was no other problem. Money is not a big deal for the Blood Clan, or for most long-lived races. He simply signed the contract and left to find Wei. Qiao Jia looked at the 10-digit penalty on the contract, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her lips. She believed that Julian would definitely pay her the penalty. Julian, a 6th-level vampire, was a high-powered person. The situation in this world was so complicated now, and Alistair couldn't let him stay outside forever. As a member of the Moonstone family, he would be summoned back sooner or later. Next, the tiger spirit and the downtrodden swordsman outside the door looked at each other, and the tiger spirit walked into the room first. She came here for Xiao Jia, and Xiao Jia treated her very well. At least better than Julian's. 100,000 crystal cores a month, still including food and lodging, a fixed number of premium blind boxes every month. She can choose the type of blind box by herself. In addition, there are bonuses and other benefits. This benefit will gradually increase, and it can be changed and increased every 2 months within a year. The tiger spirit is named Shanza. It is said that her mother gave birth to her in a water marsh in the mountains, so she was called this name. It fits her personality quite well. Like a mountain, majestic and reliable, and like a water marsh, tolerant, gentle and clear. Julian is responsible for the invaders outside the town, and Shanza needs to maintain the stability inside the town. After she signed the contract, she stayed in the town obediently waiting for Xiao Jia and Xiao Jia's next arrangement. The unexpected down-and-out swordsman is the highlight of today. He looks very troublesome. In short, there may be many enemies. In fact, it is indeed the case. As soon as he entered the room, he told Xiao Jia about his current situation very straightforwardly, focusing on his troubles and difficulties. I offended a 1,000-year-old zombie, and he is chasing me. The downtrodden swordsman sat upright on the chair, and said to Xiao Jia in a serious tone. I also have a wife. Her health is not good, she can't work, we can't separate. Xiao Jia looked at the downtrodden swordsman in front of him, tall and graceful, with a somewhat gentle and elegant face and a clear voice. Plus, he has a wife with poor health. It's a bit like a male supporting role. Not the kind of male supporting role who is interested in the heroine. He and his wife look more like the kind of cannon fodder male supporting role who provides golden fingers. 1,000-year-old zombie? Yes, he was an emperor when he was alive. His mausoleum is filled with many soldiers and people. The downtrodden swordsman nodded slightly, without hiding anything. He was hiding from the emperor's zombies with his wife, when he accidentally heard a few little monsters talking about Jia town. It is said that this town will protect the townspeople living in the town. No matter how much trouble the townspeople cause outside, the mayor named Xiao Jia can ensure that the townspeople are safe and sound in the town. He was tempted. So he brought his wife here. In fact, you can choose to live in the town directly, right? Xiao Jia asked. The downtrodden swordsman is not weak. Xiao Jia thinks he should be more than the 4th level. For him, the better choice should be to rent directly in the town, rather than becoming an employee of the town. This swordsman looks like the kind of person who likes to wander around the world and live a free and unrestrained life. Xiao Jia never refuses tenants who come to the door. My enemy is very strong. The destitute swordsman was silent for a moment, then slowly said, just renting here would bring such a big trouble to others. He couldn't get over it. His wife would never allow him to do this. They always have to pay something so that they won't feel so guilty. It's okay if you agree. The zombie you offended shouldn't be from Juma City, right? Xiao Jia tapped the table lightly, thinking and asked. Yes, his mausoleum is in Lingxiao City. It's not a big problem, you can just rent a house. Xiao Jia's face was expressionless, he nodded slowly, and said to the destitute swordsman. The town has thugs, including Julian outside and Shanza Yuji and the goblins inside, so there is no need for more thugs. Mainly, they can't afford the salary. Julian doesn't want money because of love, and Shanza just wants to be with a good boss, and doesn't care much about the treatment. The downtrodden swordsman is different, he needs to support his family. Xiao Jia is short of money. If he lived in the town, based on Xiao Jia's initial understanding of his character, she should have an extra free thug. Of course, she did not pay for it. If the Emperor zombie came after him, Xiao Jia would still need to deal with this old zombie. Is it okay? The downtrodden swordsman looked at Xiao Jia in a daze, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. No problem. As the mayor, I am responsible for the safety of the townspeople. The town now has self-built houses and single apartments for rent. If you are a couple, it is quite appropriate to live in a single apartment. Xiao Jia took out a bunch of keys and put them on the table. Although the action was very light, the keys still made a rattling sound. Although the single apartment is called a single apartment, it is quite large and suitable for singles, young couples and couples to live together. I will help you arrange to live next to Su Shaoran. She is a pregnant woman who is about to give birth. She has a good personality and is an employee of the town. She knows the town very well. Xiao Jia estimated that the wife of this down-and-out swordsman should be the kind of person who is in poor health but has a tough and gentle personality. This is the routine of nobles in the past. Thank you, Mayor Xiao Jia. The down-and-out swordsman clasped his fist towards Xiao Jia and promised solemnly. If there is a place where Luo Yun can be of use, Luo Yun will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. It's okay. Xiao Jia took off a key and handed it to the down-and-out swordsman. Just look for Su Xiaoran when you get out. You should be able to recognize her. The only pregnant woman, easy to recognize. Thank you. Chapter 70. After taking care of the 3 most important ones, the rest are ordinary employees, responsible for the town's sales, reception, maintenance and other facilities. Xiao Jia suddenly thought of what those aquatic monsters can do. They can breed aquatic plants. This also accounts for the town's competition score. Make the river look better. If the blind boxes of landscape environment resources are opened later, the town should need these aquatic monster employees even more. She can now hire a few aquatic monster employees with poor strength and spend a little money to support them. Let's take a look first. Xiao Jia put away the 2 contracts and the rental contract, and the down-and-out swordsman Luo Yun outside also successfully found Su Xiaoran. After explaining her purpose, Su Xiaoran immediately agreed enthusiastically. Luo Yun is a spirit, but his wife Fu Yu is a human ghost, and an extremely weak human ghost. She is temporarily parasitic on a locust tree outside the town, and there are several little monsters around her to protect her. Luo Yun, how are you? The little monsters jumped up to Luo Yun as soon as they saw him, and asked with concern. Mayor Xiao Jia is a good mayor. She said that even if I don't work for her, and just rent a house in the town, she will protect my safety. Luo Yun wanted to say that Xiao Jia was a good person, but thinking about it, Xiao Jia didn't seem to be a human. She picked a very suitable house for us, and our neighbor is also a very friendly human. Luo Yun looked back at the town gate, and Su Xiaoran stood at the town gate and waved to them. Husband, my situation will affect. Fu Yu saw Su Xiaoran's belly at a glance, frowned slightly, and asked worriedly. I asked the deputy mayor, no. Luo Yun held Fu Yu's hand, and shook his head gently. The deputy mayor is the system. When the system heard Luo Yun's question, it was very contemptuous. Could the things produced by their mall be junk? Of course not. What's more, Su Xiaoran still has such a strong aura on her body. He and Fu Yu should worry about themselves, and not be accidentally used as golden finger cannon fodder. Will you live with us in Jiajia town in the future? Wait until I save some money, and we will buy a house in Jiajia town and live together, how about it? Luo Yun half squatted down and stretched out his hand to several little monsters. These little monsters have helped them, and their husbands so much along the way. If they return to Lingxiao City, I'm afraid they won't have a good end. It's better to stay here. The little monsters are all born and raised. They have no other relatives or friends. Staying here will not have any impact at all. Hearing Luo Yun's words, the little monsters were obviously moved, but they still had some concerns. But we don't know anything. We can't always rely on you and Sister Fu Yu to support us. The little monster lowered his head and tugged at his clothes. Like Dian and these little monsters, they are not the kind of monsters in ghost myths that can call the wind and rain and do evil. Their strength is very poor, and they may not even be able to beat a zombie. Luo Yun and Fu Yu smiled at each other, which means they agreed. It doesn't matter. We will slowly consider this issue after we settle down. Besides, your brother Luo Yun can afford to support you. Fu Yu gently picked up a few little monsters and walked towards the town with Luo Yun. But we still have a lot of things at home that we haven't brought. Otherwise, we should go back and pack up first, so as not to alarm the zombies. The little monster looked up and asked. I suggest you don't do that. Generally, you won't come back if you say that. The passing townspeople of Floral Skirt heard what the little monster said, and couldn't help but dissuade them. Ah? The little monster looked at Floral Skirt blankly. Floral Skirt changed into another Floral Skirt today, and no one knew how many Floral Skirts she had. The white-haired townspeople gently patted Floral Skirt, saying that he was meddling in other people's business. I also think that you are setting a flag, which is very dangerous. The Gossip King, who had been squatting on the tree to watch gossip, also spoke up, and a head popped out of the tree. What's the hiccup? The little monster didn't understand. Don't worry about the hiccups. In short, if it's not important, such as your parents' relics, don't go back. The two sisters, Bai Xing and Bai Yu, were moving things. They heard their conversation and added, even if it's your parents' relics, it's too dangerous. You are being hunted by monsters, right? Don't go back. Wait until there are townspeople going to the city where you used to live, and then send a task to other townspeople to bring it back for you." The little monsters looked at each other and scratched their heads in confusion. Although they didn't understand, they could hear that these humans were doing it for their own good. Then don't go back. Anyway, they are just some things that have been collected for a long time. It can be heard that the little monsters still have some regrets. Listen to the adults, and I won't hurt you. There are monsters chasing you. In the city where you lived before, right? What if you get caught when you go back, and those monsters use you to threaten them? Are they going back or not to save you? The Bagua King pointed at Luo Yun and Fu Yu and said to the little monsters earnestly, "No, no." When the little monsters heard the possibility that the Bagua King said, they immediately shook their heads like rattles. They couldn't let Luo Yun and Fu Yu get involved. "That's right, come, I treat you to candy." The Bagua King carried all kinds of snacks with him, and he took out a handful of snacks from his pocket and handed them to several little monsters. "There is another hamster monster named Dian in our town. You can play with it when you are free. But Dian is not at home now. It was hired by a team in the town to go out and carry supplies. In the absence of space, Dian's magical powers are really useful. Several teams and groups want to hire it, and Dian's schedule is full. If you want to earn crystal cores, you can also go to the task bar over there, where you can post tasks and receive tasks. You are monsters, so you should have some special abilities, which are very popular." The girl in the floral skirt enthusiastically pointed to the task bar and notice board in front of them, where a group of people were gathered. Notices of any events in the town will also be posted there. You can go and have a look when you come back from outside. The group enthusiastically introduced everything about the town to Luo Yunfu and the little monsters. Su Xiaoran had already been helped to sit down by Yu, and she smiled helplessly. "Husband, I like it here very much." Fu Yu looked up at Luo Yun, her bright eyes calm and gentle, with a faint smile. "Then we will live here forever." Luo Yun half-hugged Fu Yu, and a smile rose unconsciously on his face. He had already begun to silently calculate how much money he would need to buy a house in the town. After Bagua Wang and the others introduced everything about the town to Luo Yun and Fu Yu, Su Xiaoran took them to the room they rented. The decoration of the room was very new, with a hint of ancient charm. Xiao Jia specially picked it for them. Many of the facilities inside were modern technology, but the style was more Chinese ancient charm. Luo Yun and Fu Yu liked it very much. They could afford the house. Luo Yun directly paid a year's rent in one go. "Miss Xiaoran, I would like to ask how many crystal cores are needed to buy such a house." After Su Xiaoran introduced the facilities in the house to Luo Yun and Fu Yu, she was about to leave, and Luo Yun hurriedly stopped her and asked. Several little monsters jumped on the sofa, full of curiosity about everything in the house. "Buy a house? I don't know about that. No one in the town has bought a house yet. Wei is a permanent resident of the town. She contributed 100 million crystal cores to the town before. You can ask the mayor or the deputy mayor." Su Xiaoran thought about it and told Luo Yunfu everything she knew. 100 million crystal cores, a bit too much, but it's not impossible to think about it. Luo Yun felt that he had to work hard to make money to buy a house in the future. Luo Yun, we will work hard in the future." The little monsters didn't know how much 100 million crystal cores were worth, but they vaguely felt that it should be a lot. In the following time, for this goal, the little monsters worked diligently every day to take on tasks and earn crystal cores. When others asked, it was to save up 100 million to buy a house. So, before Xiao Jia planned to sell the house, rumors began to spread in the town that a house in the town was worth 100 million crystal cores. Xiao Jia was also helpless. 2,500 and 100 million, she was not so black-hearted. Luo Yunfu and the little monster settled down in the town, and Xiao Jia had already started the interview. The system's audition eliminated a wave of survivors and monsters. After each applicant, whether human or monster, was eliminated, Xiao Jia gave 2 food blind boxes and 2 water blind boxes to show consolation. The value is not high, but it is also a little thought. The survivors, who had some complaints at first, immediately stopped complaining after seeing these blind boxes. At least there is a consolation prize. After the audition, there is a second round and a final round. The second round is for the main and supporting actors such as Shintong, Su Xiaoran and Xie Jinghan. With their vision, they can still filter out some of the scum who are hidden deeper. Even Coco was pulled by Xiao Jia to act as a mascot, and those she doesn't like have to be labeled as pending. The aura of the group's favorite heroine is even greater. Xiao Jia didn't let Fu Jingchuan and Su Qianqian participate. This is Qiao Jia's discrimination and precaution. With the personalities of these two people, they can do such things as eliminating suitable employees and taking them under their command. Relatively speaking, Xie Jinghan and others have a higher moral bottom line. Soon, the thousands of teams were eliminated by the main and supporting roles, and soon they were reduced to less than 100. Among them, the number of humans and monsters was almost half and half. Of course, these eliminated applicants were not all bad, but they were not suitable for the positions of town employees. After all, Qiao Jia needed professional talents and eccentrics. For example, professionals and monsters who are good at farming, raising flowers, receiving and selling goods, rather than those who can beat customers to death at first sight. Therefore, after the second round, Cat Claw Captain Xie Jinghan and others immediately went to win over their favorite objects. Not only humans, but now monsters are also in their selection. Qiao Jia's attitude was very clear. This town is where people, ghosts, monsters, all human and non-human creatures coexist. She said so, and Xie Jinghan and others would naturally not go against her. What you are good at? Farming? Qiao Jia held an interview information form in her hand, with messy monster text on it. A monster with a strong back and waist, who looked at least 2 meters tall and had a ferocious appearance, nodded at Qiao Jia. According to him, he was a mole monster. But he didn't look like one. I have a lot of strength and can farm. I want someone who can farm, not plow the land. Qiao Jia hesitated and confirmed again. She was good at killing people and monsters, but she was not good at interviewing. Don't worry, Mayor. I farmed all the 20 acres of land in my grandmother's house. Grandma? Yes, Mayor. If I succeed in the application, can I take my grandmother over? I'm worried about her being alone at home. My grandma can farm. She's been doing it for decades. The mole spirit looked at Qiao Jia eagerly and asked, Is your grandma a human? Yes. She raised you? Yes. Qiao Jia looked at the size of the mole spirit and seemed to understand a little. You can take her over. You can live with her, but you're the only one who can enjoy employee treatment. Qiao Jia picked up the seal and knocked on the ink, then stamped it on the interview materials of the mole spirit. The huge word passed made the mole spirit burst into tears. Grandma, I've made it. I'm going to eat public food. Go and take your grandma over first, and then go find Wei. Qiao Jia handed the interview materials to the mole spirit and asked him to notify the next one to come in. Okay, Mayor. The mole spirit nodded repeatedly, carefully placed the chairs, and then walked out of the interview room. I don't think he looks like a mole spirit, but a kangaroo spirit. The system couldn't help but say as it watched the mole spirit leave. That body of muscles, bulging, almost bursting, right? He said he was good at killing people and shooting them in the head. It would definitely believe it. Qiao Jia glanced at the system and said nothing. Obviously Qiao Jia thought so too. The next applicant was an aquatic monster. It was put in a big bucket and pushed in by Sanner and Xiaowu. Hello, Mayor. The clam monster squatted in the shell and looked at Qiao Jia timidly, quietly popping out its head. You are good at fishing and cultivating pearls, right? Yes, Mayor. Why did you come to our town to apply? Qiao Jia looked through the interview materials of the clam monster and asked. Because people always come to fish where I live, and they often fish me ashore. The clam monster looked at Qiao Jia with some fear. Qiao Jia had no expression on his face, and looked very fierce. Qiao Jia and the system both looked up at the clam monster, and a question mark slowly appeared above their heads. How could a level 3 monster say such a thing? If someone disturbs me, I will kill them. I will kill them one by one, and see who dares to disturb me again. Chapter 71. This world is really full of all kinds of monsters. There are mole spirits that are raised by humans, clam spirits that are afraid of humans, and even more ferocious monsters that humans fight against. Qiao Jia continued the interview. Compared with the various interview reasons of the monsters, the interview reasons of humans are much simpler. Most people want to apply for the job for a stable life. It is too difficult for ordinary people to survive in the Doomsday. The survivors who can enter the final round are very guaranteed in terms of character and professional ability. Qiao Jia can choose them with his eyes closed. Including the previous ghosts, excluding Coco and Yinyan Su Shaorian, Qiao Jia has hired a total of 40 employees, with humans and monsters accounting for about the same proportion, 40% and 60%. After all, monsters have more special abilities. In addition to Julian and the tiger spirit Shanza, the remaining employees are divided into 3 shifts, 3 patrolling the town, 5 selling stores, 1 task bar, and 2 responsible for parking lots and residential areas. The late night shift is handled by ghosts, and the rest of the daytime and midnight shifts are handled by humans and other monsters. There are also 5 people who have nothing to do. They are aquatic monsters, and they are responsible for taking care of the flowers, trees, and hygiene of the town. There are quite a lot of chores. Little Goblin and Yuji can't handle it at all. They can't let them stay in the town every day. And these 40 employees are managed by Su Xiaoran, who arranges the responsibilities, and she has a heavy responsibility. The expenses of these employees alone are a large amount every month, and Xiao Jia is a little stressed. However, these are necessary expenses. The number of townspeople in the town is increasing, and now it is about to break through the 200 mark. There are also many survivors and monsters who come to the town to buy blind boxes. There are also many blind box merchants who buy goods in the town and sell them to other survivors' bases. There are a lot of things to do. Including these non-resident survivors, the daily flow of people in the town is about 1,000. This number is still quite large. The population of Beichin Base is even larger, and it is estimated to have exceeded 10,000, but most of the survivors there do not have the strength to settle in Jejia town. Xiao Jia plans to repair the road leading to Beichin Base and clean up the monsters on this road. After solving the interview today, Xiao Jia put her attention back on activating the blind box. She now has more than 120 million points. Xiao Jia chose to keep the remaining 20 million for town expenses. The rest can be used to activate the blind box to buy equipment or something. First of all, what she needs most is an automatic storage and retrieval machine, so that she does not need to change the crystal core when paying the employees. The automatic deposit and withdrawal crystal core machine costs 10 million, and Xiao Jia bought one. It's not that she doesn't want to buy more, but she really doesn't have extra points. Too poor. This one is definitely not enough for the town, but there is no way. Xiao Jia put the automatic deposit and withdrawal crystal core machine on the other side of the bridge. On one side of the bridge are the town bulletin board and task board, and on the other side are the automatic deposit and withdrawal crystal cores. Originally, the blind box vending machine was also placed here, but later it was moved to Juma City. At present, it has been moved out of that school and secretly placed in Juma University by the system. Because she had enough points this time, Xiao Jia activated some blind boxes that were useless. For example, fruit blind boxes, snack blind boxes, dessert blind boxes, etc. A total of 10 blind boxes cost her 1 million points. The purchase price ranges from 0.5 points to 5 points, which can only be consumed by survivors who are rich and have time. Ordinary survivors are not willing to spend this point, as long as they can eat enough. Xiao Jia also activated the business life blind box and agricultural farming blind box that she wanted to buy but failed to buy before. And this time, she also followed up with the fishery breeding and animal husbandry breeding blind boxes, whose activation price and purchase price are the same as the farming blind box. With these resources, after activating the blind box of the strongest town in the Doomsday, if Xiao Jia can open a blind box manufacturing factory from there, she can use these resources to make blind boxes herself. This is cheaper than buying from the mall. Of course, the blind boxes that the blind box manufacturing factory can make are limited to these low-level blind boxes. If Xiao Jia hadn't bound to the Doomsday blind box system, she wouldn't have been able to get this kind of thing. Sitting in front of the French window of the Lord's mansion, Xiao Jia browsed the blind box mall in the sun. After thinking about it, Xiao Jia activated the level 2 equipment blind box and level 2 weapon blind box. The activation price of the level 2 weapon blind box and level 2 equipment blind box is 500,000, and the purchase price is 250 points. The probability of getting good weapons from level 2 weapons and equipment blind boxes has become higher, and the quality of hidden models has also become better, with a little special effect. After activating these, there are still 75 million points left out of 100 million points. Xiao Jia became too rich all of a sudden, and he didn't know how to spend the points. If there were 10 billion or 100 billion points, Xiao Jia would definitely know how to spend them. She stared at the blind box mall and flipped through the pages one by one. Soon, she found a blind box that was very suitable for human survivors. A space prop blind box. But it was not a real space blind box. It was a blind box called Special Load Backpack Blind Box. The activation price was 10 million points, and the purchase price was only 50 points, which was cheaper than the weapon blind box. The backpack opened in this blind box can carry a certain weight. The weight that can be carried is random, which may be 1 kilogram or 500 kilograms. Because the purchase price is not high, its maximum limit is 1,000 kilograms, which is a hidden version. Anything within this weight can be stuffed into the backpack. But this blind box is only worth 50 points after all, so it will be damaged very quickly. The heavier the load, the faster it will be damaged, roughly only in 5 to 10 days. It can be said to be an alternative discounted space prop. Xiao Jia decisively activated this blind box. Recently, the blind box mall has been updating new items very quickly. I don't know if it's because of the feedback from the contestants. Once this blind box is on the shelves, it will probably be warmly welcomed by the survivors. However, this will make Yindian's business worse. The purchase price is 50 points, and it is sold for 100 points. I don't know when I can get my money back. While Xiao Jia was flipping through the blind box mall page by page, and was still considering which blind box to activate, the system suddenly rushed into the Lord's mansion. Host, new news. Don't spend your points yet. This time it's definitely true. The Lord God is going to release 3 discounted random supernatural blind boxes. The quicker the better. The system screamed loudly. This was the news that the Lord God had just released. It was afraid that the host would miss it if it was late, so it immediately notified the host. I bought it. Xiao Jia calmly replied to the system. The message came too slowly this time, but Xiao Jia happened to be shopping in the mall. So, Xiao Jia successfully got the random limited time supernatural power blind box worth 50 million activation points. After she bought it, the remaining 2 places were not sold yet. 7-day random supernatural power blind box. After opening, you will randomly get a supernatural power within level 3, which lasts for 7 days. The hidden version is a natural elemental supernatural power, which must be level 3. Xiao Jia glanced at Cuckoo, who was peeking out of the door, and thought that this might have something to do with Cuckoo. Sister, there are brothers and sisters from other places outside who want to buy special power blind boxes. Let Cuckoo come and ask if there are any. They said they have money. Cuckoo timidly clung to the door frame and said to Xiao Jia. She was still afraid of Xiao Jia, probably because children are too sensitive and have a special sense of the breath of the dead. I take back what I said before. The system looked at Coco with mixed emotions. How could the aura of this group-loved heroine not be strong? This is too strong. Xiao Jia nodded silently. She was the only European emperor in this town who was not. It was a bit like bullying a corpse. Tell them to wait a moment, there is. Xiao Jia still needs some time to purchase the goods. Okay. Coco ran away quickly, as if there was a ghost chasing her. Has the blood blind box arrived? Xiao Jia looked at the system and asked. She had already set the arrival location of the blind box mall in an unmanned room in the commercial district that was specially used as a warehouse. The contractor of the town led people to expand it a lot. Now the blind boxes will be dropped directly into this warehouse when they arrive, and the employees of the blind box store are responsible for cleaning them up. If they are almost there, prepare to let Julian deliver the goods back. It should be almost there. I will go over and check the goods later. When Xiao Jia said to let Julian deliver the goods, Julian really delivered them. After all, in the town, apart from the system and her, only Julian had the ability to deliver things to the vampire castle. And when Julian delivered the 25,000 blind boxes to the vampire castle with an expressionless face, the vampires and servants in the vampire castle had wonderful expressions when they saw Julian. When Alistair saw Julian transformed into a courier, his expression was even more wonderful. There were only 3 words left in his mind, which were 3 words that humans often say. Love brain. Julian, this dead love brain. However, Julian didn't care about their thoughts at all, and he ran away after delivering the goods. In the town, Xiao Jia issued a new notice, and all the townspeople and survivors who activated the online game live opening device outside received it. The townspeople and survivors in the town also saw the new notice on the notice board. The automatic storage and retrieval crystal core machine has been introduced in Jiejia town. All townspeople, and please go to the automatic storage and retrieval crystal core machine to apply for a crystal core card by yourself. All town employees' wages will be paid to the automatic storage and retrieval crystal core machine. For details, please go to the notice board. The town has newly activated 7-day random supernatural blind box, special load backpack blind box, level 2 weapon blind box. Expected to go on sale tomorrow? Fuck. Oh my god, what did I see? The appearance of the new announcement immediately caused an uproar in the town, and the whole town was in an uproar. This is more attractive to survivors than the previous Card Disciple blind box and Card Disciple awakening device. After all, there is a threshold for Card Disciples, but there is no threshold for superpowers. Otherwise, this 7-day superpower blind box would not be so cheap. Can't this superpower blind box be sold earlier? Yes, I want to buy 2 now. The human survivors talked about it, and each of them couldn't wait. Please, the mayor must have her reasons for doing this. Let's not talk about anything else. Do you have crystal cores to buy superpower blind boxes now? A fan of Xiao Jia rolled his eyes, and a sentence made the originally lively scene quiet down. Yes, do they have crystal cores? The group is short of 4 to fight zombies. My weapon is Zhuge Liannu. Immediately, a town resident shouted loudly. The humans who were still gathered around the town bulletin board immediately dispersed and prepared to go out to fight monsters. Sister, the sale will start tomorrow, so don't we have to spend the night here? The brothers and sisters from other places, a group of 20 to 30 dusty survivors, sat at the table outside the blind box store. A younger brother whispered to the leading woman. They came to Jiejia town specifically to buy blind boxes, so they must have brought enough crystal cores. It's just one night, and we can rush over after buying it tomorrow morning. Maybe we can get there before dark. I'm more curious about what this guy named Xiao Jia looks like. Me too. Is she really a supernatural being? This is obviously a fake rumor. The group of people were laughing and talking about Xiao Jia, full of curiosity about Xiao Jia. At this moment, Xiao Jia was worrying about the automatic deposit and withdrawal crystal core machine. After the system's popular science, Xiao Jia realized that buying the automatic deposit and withdrawal crystal core machine was the first step. After buying the machine, you need a card, right? You need a card swiping machine, right? These are all points. And Xiao Jia had better open the transaction function between crystal core cards and crystal core cards to facilitate the townspeople and survivors to trade with each other. This will cost points again. There are points everywhere. Host, after this transaction function is turned on, the survivors will be robbed, right? The system looked up at Xiao Jia, who was tinkering with the purchase of goods. You need to buy cards. First 200,000 cards, 100,000 bound cards, and 100,000 bearer cards. One card costs 1 crystal core, and one machine costs 100,000 crystal cores. If you buy 10 machines and enable the trading function, you will get 1 million. That's a lot of crystal cores. So I bought a bound card and an anonymous card. Xiao Jia said casually. The bound card is used for trading within the town. It cannot be traded in the town. It can be swiped through the machine, which is safe and reliable. The anonymous card can be traded inside and outside the town without going through the card swiping machine, which is more dangerous. What if it is still robbed? The system asked naively. This is inevitable. The crime just doesn't happen inside the town, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen outside the town. Does the system really think that these survivors are saying hello to each other every day? The number of townspeople and temporary townspeople that keeps changing, are they all killed by monsters? I'm just the mayor. Xiao Jia lowered his head to look into the system's eyes, with no expression on his face and cold eyes. I don't know if it's the system's illusion, it feels like the host is laughing. Chapter 72. It will take quite some time for the new blind box to arrive, so Xiao Jia has not taken care of it for now. She has to deal with other things. Xiao Jia is going to Juma University in Juma City again to restock the blind box vending machine there and get some new ones. When the system went there before, it was beaten up by the monster there, and it kept calling for Xiao Jia to help it get back on track. If the monster is easy to beat, just kill it to subsidize the town expenses. Xiao Jia wants to activate the strongest Doomsday town blind box, so she has to accumulate points. Several newly activated blind boxes have arrived, and Xiao Jia opened a few backpack blind boxes. There are all kinds of backpacks in the blind boxes. They are called backpacks, but in fact, there are backpacks, shoulder bags, waist bags, handbags, and everything else. There are only 4 blind boxes that arrived, and Xiao Jia opened them all. The first one is a black backpack with a load capacity of 57 kilograms. The second one is a red waist bag with a big flower, with a load capacity of 69 kilograms. The third one is a bear messenger bag, with a load of 64 kilograms. The fourth one is a green frog backpack, with a load of 1 kilogram. Looking at these backpacks that all have a load of less than 100 kilograms, Xiao Jia felt a little complicated, although she couldn't tell from her face. However, Xiao Jia didn't expect her luck to be so bad. The backpack with the highest load is also the ugliest, because each creature can only carry one, and only one is effective. After wearing it, as long as the weight of the items carried by the backpack does not add up to the highest load, you won't feel any weight. After thinking about it, Xiao Jia tied the big red waist bag with big red flowers. The system was asked to carry the bear backpack, which was a very small backpack. It looked cute on its back. The remaining black backpack could be given away. As for the green frog backpack, Xiao Jia was considering destroying it. It only had a load capacity of 1 kilogram. Who would want it? Xiao Jia couldn't use the newly arrived supernatural blind box. Her status was different from that of the undead races. The undead races could use supernatural blind boxes, but she couldn't. So she didn't open the supernatural blind box. With her luck, even if she opened it, it would be a waste of money. Xiao Jia didn't join in the fun. When she came to the blind box warehouse, Xiao Jia picked in the blind box warehouse, and packed a lot of blind boxes. With this backpack, blind box merchants can carry a lot more blind boxes when they go to other bases in the future. A creature can only carry 1 backpack, but if these backpacks are placed on the vehicle, Xiao Jia can already imagine the popularity of backpack blind boxes and supernatural blind boxes. Now that the superpower blind box is available, Xiao Jia has set the Card Disciple blind box and the Card Disciple awakening device as the welfare of the townspeople, and only the townspeople can awaken. Although superpowers are very useful, compared with the Card Disciples, who can use a variety of cards, it is not much worse than the Card Disciples, but it is obvious that the Card Disciples have more choices. After Xiao Jia activates the normal version of the Card Disciple card blind box, that is when the Card Disciple can really show his strength. Now let the 7-day superpower allow the survivors to accumulate more crystal cores in their hands. Xiao Jia passed by the bridge of the river in the town with a backpack on his back. The tables in front of several blind box stores have expanded to more than 30. At this moment, these tables are already full of people and monsters. Relatively speaking, these monsters and people are quite distinct. The mole spirit went home to pick up its grandmother. When it comes back, there will be land to plant. With Xiao Jia's luck, she'd better not open the blind box herself. It will break the corpse's heart. Speaking of which, I don't know how Alistair's blind boxes are opening. I don't know if Julian has delivered the goods. 25,000 blood blind boxes should be able to open a dozen 10-sided blood, right? At this moment, in the Blood Clan castle, Alistair locked himself in the study, quietly and silently. Except for the zombie butler, no Blood Clan knew what he was doing. 25,000 level 1 blood blind boxes. He opened a total of 2 10-sided blood. This stinky hand is more terrible than Xiao Jia, but it is obvious that Xiao Jia has the self-awareness of his bad luck, and Alistair does not. Go to Jijia town and tell Chujia that I want a higher level blood blind box. Alistair raised his head in a pile of scattered blood bottles, with a sinister look on his face, and said coldly to the zombie butler standing beside him. He didn't think it was his bad luck, but that Chijia's blind box was too rubbish. Only 25,000 blood blind boxes, only level 1 blind boxes, this kind of rubbish, what can you see? Yes, master. The zombie butler responded respectfully, and immediately prepared to go to Jijia town. Little did he know that Chujia was about to go out now. At the door of the blind box store in Jijia town, the townspeople and survivors were enthusiastically discussing the new 7-day supernatural blind box and backpack blind box. Supernatural. This is a special ability that may not appear in previous film and television works. Unlike card players, supernatural powers can be possessed by any survivor, regardless of gender, age, human or monster. Even if it's only for 7 short days. I must get a thunder power. Qin Bing's group of kids are young and energetic, and they are full of fantasies about this blind box of superpowers. How cool is the thunder power? In the Doomsday novels I read before, the protagonists are either thunder or fire. So cool. Not only them, but other survivors are the same. I don't want any thunder power, the probability is too low. Even if I am given a great power, I am willing, how practical. I want a wood power. It's cool to be able to communicate with plants. Please, dark power is the coolest, right? The human townspeople and survivors argued endlessly, and the monsters on the side seemed much calmer. After all, compared to humans, they have special abilities. Like the silver-haired zombie, although she has no superpowers, her physical fitness is so strong that she can directly overturn the entire town. Her strength can rank among the top 5 in the town. Dian has no special powers, but its storage ability is envied by all humans. Which middle school boy has never imagined having a space of his own? A space for farming and breeding. The backpack blind box is much worse than the space for farming and breeding, but it is a good start anyway. The mayor will open such a blind box for them sooner or later. Why must it be released tomorrow? I can't wait. The gossip queen lay on the table listlessly. She really wanted the invisibility power. It will take some time for the goods to arrive, be good. Her companion skillfully stroked her fur and comforted her. Don't lie down, I buy you milk tea. Give me 2 milk tea blind boxes. To Xiao Jia's surprise, blind boxes like snacks, milk tea and snacks sold quite well. Especially when humans and monsters gathered at the door of the blind box store, they sold particularly well. Kiki was busy like a little spinning top, holding 2 blind boxes and hurriedly running towards the gossip king and her companions. Xiao Jia didn't tell Coco what job she wanted her to do. She just signed an employee contract and had the status of a town resident without even a salary. But Yin and brother Coco have been working hard to earn crystal cores, wanting to redeem them as soon as possible. She was such a little kid, and Su Shaoran placed her in the blind box store after considering it. Usually, if the townspeople who survived needed any blind boxes, they would help collect the crystal cores and deliver the blind boxes. It was just a few steps away, and Coco could also earn some tips as pocket money. Come on, sister will treat you to a cup of milk tea too. The gossip king stuffed a crystal core into the small bag on Coco's back. As Coco ran, the crystal core in the small bag rustled. Thank you, beautiful sister, Coco said sweetly to the gossip king. After the crystal core card comes out, we don't have to carry a bag of crystal cores around every day. The 2 sisters Bai Yu and Bai Xing discussed, while eating the barbecue set they had opened from the blind box since they were young. Yes, the mayor is so wise. There are also bound cards and bearer cards. The other survivors nodded in agreement. Do you think there will be a bank later? The townspeople began to imagine that they would store the crystal cores they didn't need in the bank, and then the crystal cores would become more and more. The town is really getting better and better. I wonder when the mayor will start selling houses. You're still thinking about buying a house when there's no bank. The survivor complained, who can afford it? The housing prices at the end of the world will definitely be crazier than before the end of the world. The monsters next to them are actually more concerned about improving their strength than houses and banks. Now the blind boxes in the town are actually more suitable for humans, that is, blind boxes such as weapons, equipment, cards, and abilities are suitable for them. Blind boxes like food and water, this kind of human food, they are not used to eating. I see that the suggestion column next to the notice board can give suggestions to the mayor. We can write it down. A skeleton monster is maintaining his bones to make his bones harder. These monsters can actually improve their strength and satiety with crystal cores, but crystal cores are still a little bit worse. For example, skeleton monsters often eat a special kind of flame, which makes them eat human food and have no place to store and digest it. I think it's okay. This town is not a town exclusively for humans. There's no reason to sell only human food. The monkey demon on the side nodded. Human food tastes weird. He still likes to eat fruit. However, the ordinary fruit in the fruit blind box tastes a little too bad. He doesn't like it. It's just the eating habits of humans. Listening to the monsters muttering, the humans next door couldn't help but curl their lips. Wild boars can't eat fine bran. It seems that there is still a long way to go before humans and monsters can really start to live in peace. Xiao Jia on the other side took a look at the frog backpack that was about to be destroyed. She seemed to know who the backpack was going to be given to. Come here. Xiao Jia waved to Cuckoo. Seeing Xiao Jia, the humans and monsters on the outdoor table immediately became quiet. Here you go. She handed the cute and ugly frog backpack to Cuckoo. The backpack had a very strange shape and even had a frog hat attached to it. Wow! It's a little frog. Cuckoo looked at the backpack in Xiao Jia's hand with surprise and looked up at Xiao Jia. Is it for me? Mayor's sister? Well, it can only hold 1 kilogram of things. You can use it to hold tips. Compared to Cuckoo's joy, Xiao Jia seemed much more indifferent. Go! Xiao Jia nodded to the humans and monsters who greeted her and walked into the blind box warehouse with the system. All the blind boxes were neatly placed on the shelves, and Xiao Jia could tell which blind box was on which shelf at a glance. Xiao Jia and the system carefully selected some blind boxes from the shelves. The people in the town have no shortage of food or drink, but the survivors in Juma's city may not. After selecting the blind boxes, Xiao Jia set off for Juma's city. The system had to go to the blind box store to grab the goods. The 7-day supernatural blind box and the backpack blind box are expected to sell well in Juma's city. Compared with the people in the town, the survivors in Juma's city will need these blind boxes more. Xiao Jia set off on a tricycle. The truck that was sold by Dian last time must not be found, and Xiao Jia is not prepared to look for it. Although it is a pity, there is no way. There are fewer and fewer monsters in the distance from Jiejia town to Juma City. The townspeople and survivors are cleaning up every day, so it is difficult to find them. Now they have to go to Juma City to kill monsters. Fortunately, there are still many monsters in Juma City. When Xiao Jia arrived near Juma University, she happened to see Xie Jinghan and his group. Ah, Xie Jinghan's brother seemed to be in Juma University? I wonder if he is still alive. She and the system have been in this world for almost a month. The survivors of Juma University are really tenacious. There are a lot of zombies wandering around Juma University, but they can't enter Juma University. Among these zombies, Xiao Jia saw a familiar figure. Since the last time they met, the flowers on her body seemed to have become a little wilted and a lot more embarrassed. When Xiao Jia appeared here on a tricycle, the figure of the car attracted the attention of the nearby zombies, including the big red flower zombie. She is still at the second level, and her body is tattered. It seems that she is not mixed in the zombie circle. Pretty. Seeing Xiao Jia, the big red flower zombie was obviously very happy, dragging one leg towards Xiao Jia. Xie Jinghan and others also found Xiao Jia. Xiao Wu subconsciously raised his weapon and aimed at the big red flower zombie, but was immediately stopped by Sanner. The mayor seems to know that zombie. Sanner shook his head at Xiao Wu. Pretty. Happy. The big red flower zombie walked in front of Xiao Jia very happily, making a strange sound. Why did it become like this? Xiao Jia asked. Hit. The big red flower zombie pointed at Juma University aggrievedly, not knowing whether it was beaten by the survivors in Juma University or by the monster in Juma University. This pitiful appearance is really heartbreaking. Yeah. Xiao Jia nodded, without any reaction. Give. The big red flower zombie apparently still remembered what happened when he met Xiao Jia last time, and grabbed a handful of second-level crystal cores from his tattered clothes. Don't be fooled by Dehonghua's miserable appearance. She is actually very strong. At least she is very strong among people of the same level. Chapter 73. Seeing the gift from the big red flower zombie, Xiao Jia was silent for a moment. There were probably thousands of crystal cores in this bunch, right? This is for you. Then, Xiao Jia moved the blind box in her waist bag into the black backpack. She gave the waist bag with bright red flowers to the big red flower zombie. The big red flower zombie liked Xiao Jia's gift very much. Each race and each individual has different aesthetic preferences. Xiao Jia thought this backpack was fancy, but the big red flower zombie liked this type of backpack. The big red flower zombie looked at Xiao Jia in shock, as if he had seen something incredible. Such a beautiful thing. Is Mei Li really willing to give it to her like this? This is a load-carrying backpack. The system was not there, and Xiao Jia spent a long time to explain to the big red flower zombie the function of this backpack. When it breaks down, come to the town to find me, I'm over there. Xiao Jia pointed in the direction of Jiejia town, and said to the big red flower zombie. The big red flower zombie held the red flower waist bag, and nodded heavily. It really likes it so much. Yeah. Xiao Jia nodded, and waved goodbye to the big red flower zombie. The big red flower zombie is different from the silver-haired zombie. The silver-haired zombie is a truly intelligent zombie, but Xiao Jia estimated that the big red flower zombie would eat people in the town. Eat them alive. Xiao Jia couldn't invite the big red flower zombie to live in the town yet. After saying goodbye to the big red flower zombie, Xiao Jia entered the Giant Wood University. The area of this university is really big. It is many times bigger than her town. Her town is only 150 acres, and here is probably several thousand, right? Her town cannot be called a town, it can only be called a village at best. When she has points, she will definitely expand the town. There are also many wandering zombies in the campus. Basically all of them are level 1 zombies, without any intelligence. The blind box vending machine was placed in the school's auditorium. When Xiao Jia went over, the survivors in the auditorium seemed to be discussing something fiercely. Knock knock. Xiao Jia knocked on the door, and the eyes of the survivors in the auditorium were immediately attracted. Is there anything, classmate? The students in the auditorium looked at Xiao Jia blankly, thinking that she was also a student of Juma University. Because of the zombies, not all survivors were in the auditorium, they had shifts. Hello, I am Xiao Jia, the mayor of Jiejia town. Xiao Jia's face was expressionless, cold, but she was very polite. The survivors of Juma University looked at Xiao Jia in shock, and Xiao Jia had already walked to the blind box vending machine. However, what shocked them even more was still to come. This town has new products today: 7-day random supernatural blind box, special load backpack blind box, Level 2 Weapon Blind Box. Xiao Jia read out the names of the blind boxes that had just been activated. But the latest arrival is not much. Buy as soon as possible. Xiao Jia slowly restocked the blind box vending machine. The system was still buying in the blind box mall. Only a few could be supplied to Giantwood University. There were so many survivors in Giantwood University, and there was definitely no way for them to leave at once. The blind box vending machine did not need to be moved for the time being. Xiao Jia was about to leave when a cold snowflake fell on her face. She looked up at the sky. She didn't know when it started snowing. It was spring now. It was already difficult for human survivors to survive in the apocalypse, and now it was snowing in spring. It was even more difficult. Many people would die. Xiao Jia couldn't feel the cold, but the moment she touched the snowflakes, she felt that they should be cold. At the moment when the snowflakes were flying, a group of survivors with weapons rushed towards the auditorium. These survivors didn't care about Xiao Jia standing at the gate, and rushed to the survivors inside with a bad face. Xie Yuni. They grabbed the clothes of one of the survivors, and shouted his name loudly. Xie. Xiao Jia looked back and saw that the survivor did look a bit like Xie Jinghan. It seems that he is Xie Jinghan's younger brother. Xie Jinghan has a fierce temperament, while Xie Yuni is gentler and more reserved. Both brothers look very handsome. Xiao Jia retracted her gaze, and turned to leave. The survivors were just arguing over the fact that Xie Jinghan came to rescue them. The group of survivors behind were probably afraid that after Xie Yuni left, they would be left at Juma University without anyone to rescue them. They wanted Xie Yuni to stay at Juma University and leave last. Xiao Jia's brain was sometimes not very bright, but sometimes it was very bright. She immediately understood the intentions of the survivors. This would put a lot of pressure on Xie Jinghan and his men. There are quite a few survivors in Juma University. I wonder how this matter will be resolved in the end. Although Xiao Jia was a little curious, she had no intention of staying to watch the show. There was no need. The Gossip King would find out everything clearly. The sudden heavy snow broke Xiao Jia's plan, and she had to go back to the town first. It is estimated that this snow will last for a long time. When the temperature drops, there may be heavy snow and roads will be blocked. Xiao Jia has a lot to do. Mayor. Xiao Jia entered Juma University as if she was in an empty space, but Xie Jinghan and the others could not do that. When she came out, she saw Xie Jinghan and the others struggling to kill zombies. Mayor, what is the situation inside? Xie Jinghan asked loudly. Host, I'm back. Xiao Jia was about to answer when the system came back carrying its blue and white bear bag. By coincidence, the system landed on Xie Jinghan's head. One of its four paws didn't stand firmly, and the four paws of the system were suspended in the air, lying on Xie Jinghan's head. The system is quite solid. That hit almost gave Xie Jinghan a concussion. Xiao Jia was silent, and silently helped Xie Jinghan and the others kill all the zombies nearby. Xie Jinghan and the others were really lucky. The system went to buy 7-day supernatural blind boxes. After killing all the zombies, Xie Jinghan and the others tacitly gave the system all the crystal cores, and the system immediately smiled from ear to ear. For crystal cores like these, the host always buys snacks for it. 7-day supernatural blind box, special load-bearing backpack blind box, do you want it? Xiao Jia put the knife back into his waist and asked. Has it arrived? Saner looked at Xiao Jia in surprise. They all received the news outside. Because the notice said that it would start selling tomorrow, they didn't rush back to the town. I didn't expect that I could buy it in advance without going back. It just arrived. It's not on sale yet. There are a few in it. Do you want it? Yes, Chibai said immediately. The zombies and monsters are getting stronger and stronger. It's a bit difficult for them to deal with zombies with the weapons in the weapon blind box. It's just right for the superpower blind box to appear now, besides. Chibai glanced at the snowing sky. It's snowing in spring. I'm afraid the weather will not be normal in the future. Superpower blind box is 1,000 each, and load blind box is 100 each. The price is not expensive, and the cost performance is even higher than the disposable card blind box. There is only one thing. If you open a level 1 superpower, it will be quite useless. However, even if this is true, the survivors are still flocking to it. And Xie Jinghan and his friends have another problem, that is, they don't have so many crystal cores on them. The main reason is that it is troublesome to carry crystal cores with them, and most of the crystal cores they have are stored in the apartment. Mayor, can I buy on credit? Sater raised his hand and asked weakly. Well, our crystal cores are. Sign an IOU. Xiao Jia took out a blank paper and handed it to Xie Jinghan. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Xie Jinghan looked at Xiao Jia gratefully, and immediately took the blank paper and pen and began to write an IOU. Mayor, please give us 20 supernatural blind boxes and 20 backpack blind boxes. Yeah. Xiao Jia nodded, and the system immediately began to take out the blind box from the backpack. A group of people stood under the eaves of an abandoned store to avoid the snow, and Chibai looked at the temperature that began to drop with concern. This is really not good news. But with the backpack, they can search for some warm supplies to take back. By the way, when I came out just now, someone in Jumi University was looking for trouble with your brother. Xiao Jia accepted the IOU written by Xie Jinghan and said casually, What? A trace of hostility flashed in Xie Jinghan's eyes, and Chibai instantly understood the intentions of those survivors, and his face became unfriendly. Let's go! Xiao Jia didn't say anything more and left with the system. On the way back, Xiao Jia ran into the zombie housekeeper, who returned empty-handed again. Mayor Xiao Jia? The zombie housekeeper stopped Xiao Jia, who was walking with an umbrella in the snow. She and the system were walking towards the town while collecting supplies. Who are you? Xiao Jia looked at the undead in a suit and tie in front of him and looked him up and down. Hello, Mayor Xiao Jia. I am the butler of Moonstone, Zombie Will. Will greeted Xiao Jia politely and explained his purpose. Your Highness hopes that Mayor Xiao Jia can provide a higher-level blood blind box. I know I consider it. Xiao Jia nodded to Will, and both of them nodded and left. That old ghost has a lot of requirements. The system muttered in a low voice. Could it be that the things opened were too rubbish, so he wanted a higher-level blood blind box? The system really guessed it right. Alistair, this super bad luck is even worse than Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia certainly won't go back to activate the higher-level blood blind box for Alistair now. So far, the audience of the blood blind box is only Alistair, a blood clan. Julian doesn't buy it. Although Alistair has a strong spending power, Xiao Jia still has to follow her own pace. She has to activate all the blind boxes needed for winter first, and also buy the business living blind box. The business living blind box is quite expensive, one is 500,000. Xiao Jia bought 10 at a time and spent 5 million. This time, the system is mainly to bring back the living blind box. It is said that it has carefully selected it. There is no way. Xiao Jia's luck is a bit bad, and she can only rely on the luck of the system. Xiao Jia doesn't expect to get a hidden version, and she doesn't need a hidden version. The survivors of the hidden version can't afford it at all. What she needs is a building like a self-built rental house, an ordinary hotel or hostel. Back in the town, the survivors were all panicked by the sudden snow. They were also shivering because of the sudden drop in temperature. Xiao Jia's return at this moment unconsciously gave the humans and monsters in the town a shot of adrenaline. Although the end of the world is terrible, it is not terrible at all as long as the mayor is there. The monsters in the town can also feel the cold, and many of them are spirits transformed from animals. Mayor's sister? Kuka's eyes lit up the moment she saw Xiao Jia. She was originally very afraid of Xiao Jia. But the survivors in the town were looking forward to Xiao Jia's return, and she also began to look forward to Xiao Jia's return unconsciously. When Xiao Jia was around, it seemed like there was nothing to be afraid of or worried about. Keek's face was frozen a little purple. It was too cold. Why don't you go back and hide? Xiao Jia asked. Kiki can't leave his post without permission. Kiki sniffed and shivered as he answered. The system hurriedly pulled out a white and pink down jacket from its backpack and muttered. The heroine of the group pet article can't freeze to death. The system really loves this poor and thin little heroine. God has mercy on her. What if she freezes silly? Mayor. A ghost dwarf in the blind box store was also shivering from the cold, and asked Xiao Jia cautiously. Mayor, I lit a brazier in the store. It's okay. Xiao Jia shook his head and signaled the system to distribute the supplies brought back to the employees. This is an employee benefit. Kiki, come with me. Xiao Jia called Kiki, and Kiki hurriedly followed Xiao Jia's pace with her short legs. Help me call Yu Ji and the little goblin to the Lord's mansion, Xiao Jia said to a familiar town resident on the roadside. Okay. Floral skirts are no longer worn, it's too cold. The originally green grass is now covered with white snow. No one expected the weather to change so suddenly. I thought it was the zombie apocalypse, but later I found out that it was the monster apocalypse. As a result, I only know now that it is a natural disaster plus the monster apocalypse. It's really miserable. Xiao Jia opened the blind box mall and opened the express service. In an emergency, this function had to be turned on. In an instant, the blind boxes that were originally waiting in line for delivery were immediately moved onto the express truck and began to deliver. Xiao Jia walked towards the Lord's mansion, while searching for winter-related supplies in the blind box mall. Winter clothing blind box, 100,000 points, activated. Winter shoes and socks blind box, 100,000 points, activated. Winter heating blind box, also 100,000 points, activated. And, oh no, Xiaoran fell down and is about to give birth. Xiao Jia was about to continue browsing when suddenly a town resident rushed out of the woods, looking anxious and panicking and shouting. Chapter 74. Mayor. The shouting townsman burst into tears, as if he had seen a life-saving straw the moment he saw Xiao Jia. Mayor, woo. Su Xiaoran entered the woods to solve the heating problem for the townspeople. She was standing at the edge of the woods, and did not go deep into the woods. But when she was cutting down trees, a branch flew towards Su Xiaoran inexplicably. In order to avoid the branch, Su Xiaoran fell down. It's okay, take me there. Xiao Jia's usual expressionless face seemed so safe and reliable at this moment. She threw the key to the system and Coco. Take Coco to Su Xiaoran's house. There should be things for children and pregnant women in it. Find them first. Go find Aunt Chen, the one with short hair, and ask her to come and help. Xiao Jia stopped another curious townsman and gave instructions in an orderly manner. Yuji, you've come just in time. Goblin, go and boil some water for later use. Okay, my king. The goblin stood beside Yuji and immediately responded very actively. Yuji, go find those blind box merchants and buy a medical flower. Guaranteed to complete the task. Yuji hummed and responded. Xiao Jia followed the townsman into the woods. At this moment, Su Xiaoran was half leaning against a tree with a pale face, and blood was spreading under her body. The painless childbirth pill will make Su Xiaoran feel no pain during childbirth, but it does not mean that there will be no bleeding. Xiao Jia took out a long down jacket from his backpack and wrapped it around Su Xiaoran, and easily picked her up. Mayor. The moment she saw Xiao Jia, Su Xiaoran finally couldn't suppress her fear, and tears fell. After all, she was only a little over 20 years old. Experiencing the end of the world while pregnant, without relatives and friends by her side, even if she was the heroine, she was also a human being with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Instead of only showing the emotions that should be in the plot, all the focus was on Fu Jingchuan and Su Qianqian. Giving birth to a life is really a very, very serious and dangerous thing. Jia, I'm a little scared. Su Xiaoran huddled in Xiao Jia's arms, choking and whispering. She didn't even dare to say her fear out loud, because she had no one to rely on, not even herself. Her face was as pale as paper, and blood mixed with amniotic fluid dripped down, and Xiao Jia could feel the obvious wetness. It'd be fine, don't worry. If someone else said this, it would seem particularly pale and powerless, just a simple word of comfort. But now the person speaking is Xiao Jia, and it really feels safe. Xiao Jia hugged Su Xiaoran and put on another down jacket for her, and then jumped onto the treetops with a light tap of her toes. She quickly rushed to Su Xiaoran's apartment and arrived in less than 2 minutes. In Su Xiaoran's room, the system had sorted out everything, and the water was boiling on the gas. Aunt Chen was still on her way to the apartment. Although the town was not big, the distance was not short. Xiao Jia put Su Xiaoran on the bed and posted a notice in the town. If you are a human or monster who has the skills to give birth, please go to building one of the single apartment as soon as possible. There is a reward. There is only one pregnant woman in the town. As soon as the announcement came out, all the townspeople and survivors immediately knew that Su Xiaoran was about to give birth. As a kind-hearted heroine, Su Xiaoran has a very good relationship with people in the town, just like Shintong. After learning that Su Xiaoran was about to give birth, especially since it was not yet her due date, some townspeople and survivors, who had a good relationship with Su Xiaoran immediately began to return to the town. As the biological father of the child, Fu Jingchuan was naturally among them. Out of the control of the plot, Fu Jingchuan was still quite human. But the one who returned to the town faster than Fu Jingchuan was Wei. Jia, is Xiaoran okay? Wei jumped down from Yulian's arms quickly. As soon as she heard the announcement, she rushed to the town. Originally, she was killing monsters outside with Shintong and the others. Yulian was beside her, so she asked Yulian to bring her back first. Shintong. They are still on the way. Be careful. Julian saw Wei's somewhat reckless action and immediately reached out to support Wei. Is there anything I can help with? Wei opened the balcony window and walked in, while Julian waited quietly outside and did not come in. I don't know. Xiao Jia glanced upstairs and shook her head. She didn't know what to do now, so she could only wait here. Here comes the mayor. This sister said she studied obstetrics and gynecology. Her mother and her grandmother also do this. Aristocratic family. The gossip king ran over breathlessly, pulling a girl in her 20s. The girl she was pulling was panting more than her. Mayor, mayor. Go up. Mayor, mayor. There is also a mother-in-law here who said she has been a midwife for 40 years. The sisters Bai Yu and Bai Xing also ran over with an old man in his 70s on their backs, fearing that they would be a step slower. Then let's go out and wait. Wei saw so many people in the room, and immediately pulled Kiki and the others out, leaving the space for these professionals. Xiao Jia did not leave, as she still needed to make a decision here. My mother is a midwife, and has been working for 20 years. Let's make way. My uncle is an old Chinese doctor. Although I don't know if it will be useful, let's wait first. She glanced at the direction upstairs, and various professionals rushed to this small apartment building one after another. The room and the outside of the room, including the yard outside the apartment building, were full of people. Everyone is very concerned about the first baby born in the Doomsday. With children, there is hope for the Doomsday. Xiao Jia calmly sat on the sofa in the living room and browsed the blind box mall to choose the right blind box. Blind boxes that can be used in winter must be kept up, and the food and things for children must also be kept up. In the corridor, Netherkara suddenly appeared in the corridor with several undead races through the wall, and looked at the humans in the corridor hesitantly. These people are worried about why Su Shaoran didn't make any sound, whether she was unconscious. Hearing Netherkara's voice, everyone turned their heads and looked at these monsters. This is a lucky ghost. Netherkara pushed a dark ghost forward and explained to the humans. It can bring temporary luck to the people around it. But the more luck you get, the more unlucky you will become later. There should be a way to eliminate this effect, right? Shintong's voice came from the door of the apartment building, with a tired tone. Yes, it can be done. It is to draw luck from other creatures, and then apply it to the object you want to give it to. Of course, unless the luck is given voluntarily, the lucky ghost cannot draw it. In other words, it is actually an intermediary. Shintong walked over and asked. Yes. Once the ability of the lucky ghost is mentioned, many humans will definitely be concerned about it. It's not that other monsters don't care about it, but the monsters know the side effects of the lucky ghost clearly, and they call the lucky ghost the unlucky ghost behind their backs. Also, this is the ghost of childbirth. She can take away the fear of pregnant women. What are you waiting for? The ghost of childbirth should come first. The impatient townspeople said immediately. Shintong and Wei frowned at the same time. When they applied for a job before, had the ghost of childbirth come? Let her in. Xiao Jia's voice came from the room. Everyone silently made way for the ghost of childbirth, which exuded a yin aura. She entered the delivery room. Xiao Jia in the room met the eyes of the ghost of childbirth, and the ghost of childbirth subconsciously avoided Xiao Jia's sight. Because the image of the ghost who died during childbirth is not good, it can be said to be very bad. Go. Xiao Jia's cold voice sounded, and the ghost of childbirth looked up at Xiao Jia, but Xiao Jia had already lowered his eyes, and continued to browse the blind box mall. The birth ghost floated up the stairs, and the people in the room felt that the air had become much colder. The system silently raised the room's heating temperature by a few degrees. Su Shaoran, who was lying on the bed, was in good condition, because she didn't feel pain after taking the painless childbirth pill, but she still felt scared. Hello. Su Shaoran forced a smile at the birth ghost. She heard the voices outside just now. The birth ghost didn't speak, but just silently put Su Shaoran's head on her knees, gently, tenderly, and stroked it again and again. Ghosts are cold. But at this moment Su Shaoran felt very warm, like a mother's embrace. Don't be afraid, Sister Shaoran, we are all here, and the mayor is here too, so nothing will happen. The sister who has been engaged in obstetrics and gynecology for 3 generations tried to calm Su Shaoran's emotions, and said to her with a smile. Yeah. Su Shaoran sniffed and nodded heavily. Outside the room, the lucky ghost was absorbing the luck contributed by these humans and monsters. Its originally dark body began to lighten little by little, showing its original soft appearance. It only absorbed a little bit from each person, which would make everyone unlucky for a short time. For example, falling on the ground, bird droppings falling from the sky, these minor misfortunes that would not affect life. Immediately afterwards, the lucky ghost also entered the room. Time passed bit by bit, and Fu Jingchuan finally rushed back, along with Gu Xingye and Fu Beichuan. How is Xiao Ran? Gu Xingye rushed in with Fu Beichuan, and the two asked anxiously. At this moment, Fu Jingchuan didn't care about competing with the two, and asked as well. The anxiety on the faces of the three men was obvious, and Su Qianqian, who was following them, seemed so calm and indifferent. However, if Su Qianqian was not worried, she would not have come. Her mood was still very complicated. Shintong, Feng Yuanniao, and others also appeared at the end of the corridor, and she threw something to Shintong. It's from the blind box. Give it to the little goblin to see if it can be used. Feng Yuanniao threw a card, a healing card. In case Su Shaoran had any unexpected situation, this could still save her from death. She couldn't guarantee what would happen to the child, but at least Su Shaoran would not die. Sister Shintong, we stewed some soup and some noodles for everyone. Chen Bing and Mimi, and a few other children appeared behind Feng Yuanniao, and the others with thermos buckets. When they smelled the fragrance of the food, the corridor suddenly rang with stomach growls. Shintong and the others looked at each other, and felt a little embarrassed. They were not as thoughtful as a group of children. Xiao Jia hadn't thought about eating at all. After all, she didn't need to eat herself. Giving birth is very laborious, Brother Gu. Please send the baby in quickly. Little Glasses handed the chicken soup prepared for Su Shaoran, and some food that could quickly provide calories, to Gu Xingye and Fu Beichuan. A question mark slowly appeared above Fu Jingchuan's head. He wasn't dead yet. The people outside the corridor were eating noodles, and they couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. It seems that everyone prefers the drama of the second male lead. Fu Jingchuan felt a little aggrieved, but didn't say anything. Now Xiran's birth is the most important thing. Why is there no sound inside? Mimi asked in a low voice. Maybe they are accumulating strength? The only one who was not sure answered that she didn't understand. The atmosphere in the room was not relaxed. Basins of blood were poured into the sewer, and the room was filled with the smell of blood. The vampires who were extremely sensitive to the smell of blood began to stir. They smelled an unusually sweet smell of blood, which had a fatal attraction to them. The vampires wandering around the town began to summon their kind. The dark clouds covered the sky, and the vampires in the city began to riot and rush towards the town frantically. This unborn child seems to have a fatal attraction to vampires. Mayor Xiao Jia, please solve this gathering of evil vampires as soon as possible. Xiao Jia turned his head and looked out the window. Julian was gone. Sister Shaoran, come on. I can already see the baby's head. The loud voice of the third-generation sister raised the hearts of everyone in monsters, and Fu Jingchuan's hands trembled uncontrollably. Su Qianqian leaned against the wall with her back to the crowd and quietly lit a cigarette. God bless me, I must give birth smoothly. The gossip king put his hands together and prayed earnestly and devoutly. At this moment, outside the town, Julian alone faced the army of vampires attracted by Su Xiran's unborn child. Back off. Julian scolded with a cold face. These inferior races actually dared to attack Jiejie town. The leading vampire had a strange smile on his face. His expression was very strange, and his eyes were red as if they were about to bleed. He did not answer Julian's words, nor did he listen to Julian's words, but just looked greedily in the direction of the single apartment. As long as he ate the child, he could completely get rid of the shackles of the blood clan. Seeing this situation, Julian still had something to understand, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. A silver heavy sword appeared in Julian's hand. Footsteps sounded on the snowy grass. Julian turned his head slightly. It was Yuji, the little goblin, and Shanza. With a loud baby cry, the battle officially began. Chapter 75. The vampire army roared, shaking the thick snow on the grass. Some man-made buildings began to become shaky and might collapse soon. The number of vampires forming an army is very terrifying. They can even resist the blood level of the Blood Clan. The little goblin's flexible figure moved among the vampire army, as cunning as a loach. Yuji was extremely powerful, and had thick skin and flesh. She rushed into the vampire army in one fell swoop. These vampires couldn't even penetrate Yuji's skin. Shanza has the strengths of both the little goblin and Yuji. A tiger roar is enough to freeze these vampires in place. As a vampire marquis, Julian's strength is beyond description. Wherever he goes, all the vampires are destroyed. These four alone are enough to keep this army of tens of thousands of vampires out of the town. Xiao Jia and the others in the apartment all heard the terrifying roar, like a beast. What's that sound? A town resident asked anxiously. It sounds like the town is surrounded by monsters again. Vampires. Xiao Jia answered calmly. Vampires? Everyone was shocked. How could vampires suddenly attack the town? Julian is still here. Everyone knows that Julian is a vampire marquis. After all, he has never hidden this fact. In addition, the monsters and goblins in the town also know Julian's identity. Are they planning to rebel? Shirahoshi asked in confusion. Who wants to be a younger brother forever, right? Besides, those vampires are not good to vampires. It is understandable that vampires want to rebel. But this child is really amazing. The Gossip King looked in the direction of the delivery room and sighed sincerely. Yes, this child's future must be extraordinary. It must be extraordinary. If the Doomsday doesn't come, this child will definitely be the heir to a wealthy family. Maybe we all have to work for him. Everyone laughed. No one thought that the birth of this child had any bad meaning. Instead, they all thought that his future would definitely be extraordinary. Fu Jingchuan looked at the door nervously. His relationship with Su Xiaoran is very complicated now. However, the child who was just born inside is his only blood relative in this world. It is his child. He has just been born into this world, and has not yet experienced the beauty of this world. Fu Jingchuan suddenly made up his mind. At this time, the town's announcement suddenly sounded. Ding! The first batch of new blind boxes of the town has arrived. Hurry up if you want to buy. New blind boxes? Isn't that the blind boxes of superpowers and backpacks? The people in the corridor looked at each other, and suddenly smiled brightly at the same time. Let's go, kill vampires! Captain Cat's Claw raised his arm, and shouted loudly. Yes! Shintong nodded, and drove away the monsters that wanted to invade the town. A stable and peaceful town, this is a place for babies to live. Vampires invade, superpowers blind boxes arrive, this won't be a gift from the baby to us, right? Floral Skirt joked. Who knows? Feng Yuanyao stretched, and led her men out of the apartment building. Let's go kill the vampires. Everyone picked up their weapons, with bright smiles on their faces, and followed them out of the apartment. The snow in the sky fell on the shoulders and heads of humans, and the cold touch made them feel more realistic about the end of the world. Outside the door, the monsters in the town had been waiting for a long time. Too slow. The silver-haired zombie looked at them indifferently, and retracted his gaze with cold eyes. Luo Yun stood aside holding a sword, followed by many jumping little monsters. Fuyu was taking care of Su Xiaoran and the baby who had just given birth upstairs. She was in poor health, but she became a good doctor after a long illness, and her medical skills were not bad. Hee. The Gossip King touched his head and laughed. It seems that these monsters in the town are not so cold and heartless. Xiao Jia stood on the balcony on the top floor overlooking all this, without a trace of emotional fluctuations in his eyes. Humans and monsters can coexist peacefully, as long as their interests are the same. The countless vampires outside the town frighten most humans. Are there so many vampires in Juma City? The number of monsters in Juma City should be much more than you think. Nether Kara seemed to see what these humans were thinking and explained. Not to mention anything else, there may be tens of millions of ghosts. But generally speaking, it is difficult for humans to find a place for ghosts to live. Yuji, little green skin, wait a minute, we will come to help you soon. Floral Skirt shouted loudly to Yuji and the little goblin, who were fighting hard, but she was threatened by the ugly and evil vampire. The vampire at the entrance of the town opened his mouth to an incredible degree and let out a strange roar, which was extremely terrifying. Oh my god, these vampires are so scary. The girl in the floral skirt immediately hid behind the young white-haired girl. Their mouths were also disgusting. If you are bitten by them, even if you don't die from blood-sucking, you will die of poisoning, right? She complained in a low voice. The Gossip King on the side nodded and silently pressed the camera in his hand. How could she, who loves gossip, not have a useful tool? This camera was bought by her for 6 figures before the end of the world. It may not be expensive among cameras, but for her working class, it is super expensive. The shutter of the camera was quickly pressed, and the proof of the vampire, as well as the heroic figures of Yuji, Bryn Shanza, and Julian were all captured. Stop shooting, it's time to open the blind box. The Gossip King's companion handed her a supernatural blind box helplessly. Even in the face of zombies attacking the city, the employees in the blind box store are still working diligently. The supernatural blind boxes that just arrived were quickly sold out. Hack the thunder system. A town resident looked at the flashing thunder ball in the blind box in Shintong's hand in shock. He looked at Shintong's 3rd level thunder system supernatural power, and then looked at his 2nd level power supernatural power. This is really a comparison, which makes people angry. The 2nd level power supernatural power is also good. Mine is the 1st level balanced supernatural power. Another town resident looked at the supernatural power open from his blind box helplessly, and felt a little tearful. Balanced supernatural power is also okay. At least it is a higher level. Mine is the Soundwave's supernatural power. Captain Cat Claw looked at the superpowers in his blind box in surprise. The second level Soundwave's superpowers were pretty good. Great. I opened the wind system. Zhao Fei jumped 3 feet high, hugged the blind box and kissed it hard. Then look at Feng Yuanyo's fire system, the silver-haired zombie's dark system, Fu Jingchuan's ice system, and Chen Bing's wood system. Why do I feel that natural superpowers are so common? Floral Skirt whispered softly. Although what she opened was not a natural superpower, it was also a third-level superpower, which was atavism. Among the hundreds of humans and monsters in the town, only a few could open natural superpowers. Only those people. Kiki stood behind them, feeling happy for them, but also envious. Kiki also wanted to become so powerful. Outside the town, a long distance away from the town, Xie Jinghan and others looked at the vampire army surrounding the town in shock. They subconsciously slowed down their movements and retreated from the attack range of the vampire army. Brother, what should we do now? Xie Yuni turned to look at Xie Jinghan and asked in a low voice. There were quite a few people in their team, and it would be very dangerous to return to the town like this. Although they all had superpowers now, Xie Jinghan still had metal superpowers, but facing such a terrifying number of vampires, Xie Jinghan did not answer Xie Yuni's question immediately. After thinking for a while, he decided to enter the town by water. Qi Bai had water superpowers, so they had certain advantages in the water. Because of the load-bearing backpacks, Xie Jinghan and his team had quite a lot of supplies, such as inflatable boats. With some buckets and other things, it is not difficult to return to the town by water. The river water has become freezing cold because of the snow. If you accidentally fall into the water. But they have no better way now. The group immediately started to move and prepared to go into the water to return to the town. The clam monster soon learned about the movements in the river. She felt that many humans had entered the river. She quietly left the town and poked her head out to observe the surroundings carefully. Since moving to the town and becoming an employee of the town, her life has become very peaceful. With Xiao Jia's order, no one dared to disturb the clam monster. She likes this kind of life, so she will naturally work diligently for Xiao Jia. After seeing the appearance of those people in the water, the clam monster immediately sent a message back to Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia knew that it was Xie Jinghan and others. It seemed that they had solved the problem of Juma University. She asked the clam monster to help Xie Jinghan and others return to the town. The mayor asked me to help you return to the town. The clam monster, who received Xiao Jia's order, appeared in front of Xie Jinghan and others. As a monster that is transformed into a human form, the clam monster's appearance is naturally very superior, elegant, and extraordinary. The whole monster's temperament is like the lake under the moonlight, calm and gentle. She doesn't look like a monster, but like a fairy. Hiss. When the survivors of Juma University saw the appearance of the clam monster, they couldn't help but take a breath. This is too beautiful. Miss, are you single? Someone asked. The clam monster frowned and looked at the survivors unhappily. These survivors are really rude and frivolous, not like the humans in the town at all. Xie Jinghan frowned and looked at the survivor who spoke coldly. Are you sick? What time is it now? The companion of the survivor who spoke also looked at him in disbelief. Is this man mentally ill? Sorry, brother Xia, I will keep his mouth shut. Sorry, classmate, he speaks without thinking, I'm really sorry. Another companion hurriedly covered the survivor's mouth and apologized to the clam monster, and Xie Jinghan repeatedly. The clam monster glanced at Xie Jinghan, who was slightly apologetic. Sorry. Come with me. The clam monster pursed his lips and glanced at the survivor, who had just spoken rudely. He and Xie Jinghan were not on the same boat. The townspeople in the town quickly waited for Xie Jinghan and his group to return, but Xie Jinghan and his group could enter the town, and other survivors had to pay an overnight fee. Xiao Jia stood on the roof with a telescope. How did those survivors fall into the water? Those few are so unlucky, they must have a fever. The system gloated beside Xiao Jia. Let's go! Xiao Jia put away the telescope, flipped over from the edge of the rooftop, and landed smoothly. Mayor. Sander waved vigorously at Xiao Jia. Some of the survivors behind him had already seen Xiao Jia. Mayor, why are you here? To make some extra money. Xiao Jia pulled out 2 cold butcher knives and said indifferently. Oh. Sander was puzzled, but still nodded. The mayor has such a big town. Is he still short of these crystal cores? How could he know that Xiao Jia only had 1 year? After 1 year, if you don't succeed, you will die. Huh? It's so cold. Santa rubbed his hands and looked in the direction of the apartment building. Did Xiaoran give birth? Is the baby a boy or a girl? He asked curiously. The people in the town have a good relationship with Su Xiaoran, and they are no exception. It was thanks to Xiaoran that the boss and Xiaobai were poisoned. When he came back, he found a longevity lock in the gold shop. He will process it and give it to the baby. I don't know if it's born yet. Xiao Jia shook her head. The child hadn't been brought out yet. They only heard the child cry. This child is really amazing. He attracted so many vampires as soon as he was born. Santa praised happily. Doomsday, of course, the stronger the better. This child showed an extremely strong talent before he was born. Santa's words were not to belittle the baby. Everyone sincerely thought that this child would be a great talent in the future. However, when there are many people, there are always a few who spoil the mood and think that they are unique and sober. It's amazing. I think it's bad luck. That's right, a star of misfortune. I don't know who whispered these two sentences. Suddenly, the whole scene became quiet. The two thought that their whispers were so loud that they were shocked. Several sharp eyes swept over from the battlefield outside the town, and the young couple shrank. No wonder they could become a couple. It turned out that they had the same taste. Two bitches. The gossip king cursed in a low voice, and met the eyes of the floral skirt next to him. The two had a tacit understanding, and had already thought about how to deal with these two idiots. Xiao Jia glanced at them lightly. Although he did nothing, it seemed that he had done everything. The lucky ghost floated down from the upstairs, and passed by them very inadvertently. Mayor. Sister Xiaoran gave birth to a baby girl. She hopes you can name the baby. The third-generation sister ran down from upstairs waving a Polaroid photo, and shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone's heart was in their throat. From the name of Jijia Town, it can be seen that Mayor Xiao Jia is not good at naming. It's over, the mayor won't name it Su Xiaobao or Su Xueshua, right? Zhao Fei asked worriedly. Everyone is so worried. Call Su Lin, Xiao Jia said, looking at the snowflakes in the sky. The coldness of the winter earth is like a blade out of its sheath, with a sense of killing, calm and decisive. Chapter 76. Su Lin, everyone thought carefully. This may indeed be a very suitable name for a baby. I hope she can be brave and decisive, tenacious, strong and fearless like a warrior, and can always do whatever she wants without restraint. There is no such heavy wish. I thought the mayor would give her a name like the Light of Hope. Santa discussed with Chi Bai in a low voice. He actually wanted to name the baby this way. Su Guangxi or something. This is also what most people think. After all, this is the first baby born in the Doomsday. She represents hope. Everyone selectively ignores Fu Jingchuan, the father. Generally speaking, when a child is born, he is named after either the father or the mother, or other elders. He also takes the father's surname. But, forget about the surname Fu. Dad only looks like a human this month, so it's good to take the surname Su. It's not surprising that Su Xiaoran would give the naming right to the mayor, but I didn't expect the mayor to give such a name. Hope, the mayor probably thinks it's too heavy. Chi Bai tilted his head slightly, glanced at Xiao Jia with a smile, and then shrugged at Saner. Too heavy, isn't it? Saner thought it was okay, and this was everyone's good expectation for her. Su Lin is just a newborn baby. Chi Bai shook his head. Why impose something that even adults can't do on a child? Hope and the future should be left to adults like them. As long as the child grows up healthy and safe, that's enough. Wow, host, you are so cultured. I thought you would give it a name like Su Xueshua. The system looked at Xiao Jia with admiration, just like the host gave the town and the name it. Is there? Xiao Jia looked down at the system's eyes, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yes, look at the word Lin, awe-inspiring, majestic. When naming, it usually carries the meaning of prestige and power. Is that so? Xiao Jia nodded. It seems to be a good word. Of course, she didn't think as much as the townspeople imagined. Just looking at the falling snow, entering winter in advance, Su Dong, Su Shui, and Su Bing didn't seem to sound very good. I heard Zhao Fei complain before that her parents named her too casually Zhao Xiaohong. So, in order to prevent the child from changing her name again in the future, Xiao Jia gave her such a name. It's not very common, and it sounds okay. The third-generation sister handed the baby's photo to Xiao Jia, and quickly ran back to tell Su Xiaoran this good name. Xiao Jia took the photo. Wow, Su Lin is so cute. A newborn baby can open his eyes? The system jumped on Xiao Jia's shoulder, and said curiously. Should we say that he is worthy of being the child of the heroine and the hero? Born with a halo. I just don't know what script Sulin will get. Let me see it. Let me see it too. Santa rushed over like a monkey, poking his head. Wow, Sulin is so cute. He made the same exclamation as the system. Aren't newborn babies said to be wrinkled and red like monkeys? It's Sulin's expression. Why is he so serious? Looks so familiar? Santa glanced at Xiao Jia and fell silent. Sulin is not serious at all, he just has a dead face. This expression is too much like the mayor. Although they don't look alike at all, this kid has picked the advantages of Su Shaoran and Fu Jingchuan, but his expression is really like the mayor. Xiao San. Stop talking over there, come and help. A town resident shouted loudly. Didn't you see so many vampires outside? Even if they have superpowers, they can't stand it. These humans have just got their superpowers, and most of them are not used to it. Except for Feng Yuanao and Shintong, who are cheating. Xiao Jia took a look and went up with 2 knives. She said she wanted to make some extra money, and she really came to make some extra money. The strength of the vampires is not low, basically around level 2. A vampire is worth 100 crystal cores. There are tens of thousands of vampires here. If you don't kill them, you're a fool. The team composed of survivors and monsters fought hard against the attack of the vampires. Xiao Jia joined the battle and greatly reduced their pressure. Although Xiao Jia has no superpowers, her strength is indeed strong. The 2 butcher knives were used by Xiao Jia as meat grinders, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Undead. Xiao Jia killed vampires faster than Julian, just chopping them up. It was as if she had practiced it millions of times, so familiar with it that she had formed a muscle reaction. 1 knife cut off the head, and 1 knife pierced the heart. The decapitated head fell at the moment of piercing the heart, and the sharp blade slashed at the head of another vampire again. This series of smooth and fluid movements were completed in just a moment. Seeing a large number of vampires being killed by humans and other monsters, the vampire leader finally couldn't sit still. Soon, under the command of the vampire leader, the vampires began to form teams to act, and they began to consciously isolate the townspeople. The system traveled through the vampires with difficulty, digging crystal cores everywhere. Because it was a block of iron, the vampires did not do anything to the system. There was also a reason that the system was too weak. But the other townspeople were miserable. Like Xiao Jia, Yulian, Shan's a silver-haired zombie, and Luo Yun, they were particularly targeted. Xiao Jia noticed that Yulian seemed to have a hard time dealing with these vampires. Theoretically, Yulian's strength was at level 6, and the vampire leader's strength was only level 5. There is no possibility that Julian can't beat him, unless these vampires have special means to target blood clans. Just as this thought flashed through Xiao Jia's mind, she suddenly felt a weight on her back. It turned out that a 4th-level vampire suddenly pounced on her back. The gray-white vampire opened its ferocious bloody mouth and was about to bite Xiao Jia's neck viciously. 4 vampires rushed over from the left and right at the same time and grabbed Xiao Jia's limbs, binding her tightly. Xiao Jia frowned slightly and knocked her head heavily to the right. The strong skull immediately knocked the opposite vampire dizzy. At the same time, she also heard the sound of bones cracking. I don't know if it was her own or the opposite vampires. The vampire relaxed a little, and Xiao Jia immediately beheaded it with a knife. The teeth of the vampire behind him pierced through Xiao Jia's flesh and blood, which was cold and had a strange feeling. Not like a human, nor like a ghost. The vampire keenly sensed something was wrong. This ghost was not a ghost at all. His originally gray skin actually began to turn green and blue little by little. The system was very surprised to see this scene. The host's flesh and blood would actually poison this vampire? He turned his back to Xiao Jia, and Xiao Jia couldn't see anything, so Xiao Jia was still concentrating on killing vampires. The vampire on the left had been killed by Xiao Jia, and it was easier to kill the rest. Soon, this area was killed out of the vacuum zone by Xiao Jia again. At this moment, Xiao Jia's figure had already appeared near the ghost village. Other townspeople were also dispersed to varying degrees. Xiao Jia raised his eyes and saw the red-clothed female ghost leaning against the window in the attic. Her face was covered by messy long hair, making it impossible to see clearly. This is Ghost Village, the territory of this red-clothed ghost. Even the vampire leader dare not offend easily. After all, he only has a way to target the Blood Clan, not to easily deal with all monsters. The strength of this red-clothed ghost is at least level 5 or above. Next to the red-clothed ghost, Xiao Jia saw the ghosts that appeared in the town before. Although they helped Su Shaoran, they have no intention of helping other humans now. The ghosts in Ghost Village just watched coldly. Xiao Jia felt that compared with the previous goblin nest, These ghosts in Ghost Village are actually quite suitable to be neighbors. It's just that it's a bit inconvenient for the townspeople to kill monsters. The vampire left a huge wound on Xiaojia's back, and Xiaojia frowned. Can 2 holes this big be stitched up? She didn't know. But the vampire who bit her neck just now was really chopped into pulp by her. How many crystal cores can this vampire provide after his death? And how many crystal cores will she need to repair her body? Xiaojia was really a little angry, although it was not obvious from her expression. It's just that Xiaojia's speed of killing vampires became more and more fierce. Julian. Suddenly, a worried cry reached Xiaojia's ears. Xiaojia looked up. In the shadowy woods, Julian seemed to be knocked to the ground by the vampire leader, and his expression looked very painful. That vampire seems to be poisoned. The system passed by Xiaojia with a few crystal cores in its mouth and said calmly, "Could it be stealing the host's meat? The vampire leader over there has already grabbed Julian's heart." Xiaojia was helpless. "I thought I could rest easy after hiring Julian as an employee, but I didn't expect Julian to be so useless." Her expression became even colder. If he was so useless, she might as well dig out the crystal core and exchange it for the Doomsday strongest town blind box. That being said, Xiaojia also thought so in her heart, but she still had to save Julian. The butcher knife flew out and blocked the attack of the vampire leader very accurately. He raised his head angrily and looked in the direction of Xiaojia, but the next second, Xiaojia appeared in front of him, staring straight into his eyes. The vampire leader was startled by Xiaojia's speed, and a very brief flash of fear flashed in his eyes. Xiaojia caught his fear. He was so useless, he shouldn't be the mastermind. Judging from the vampire's behavior, Xiaojia was sure that they had a huge conspiracy against the Blood Clan. However, what did this have to do with her? Xiaojia didn't care whether the one who gave her the crystal core was a Blood Clan or a vampire. Crystal cores were not high or low. Maybe the energy contained in the Blood Clan's crystal core was even higher. She certainly wouldn't run to remind Alistair and tell him that the vampires had a conspiracy, and they wanted to kill him. Xiaojia couldn't do such a thing. The struggle between vampires and Blood Clans had nothing to do with her, a former human. Besides, vampires also need to drink blood. Even their thirst for blood is stronger than that of Blood Clans, but they are a little poorer. When she thought of this, Xiaojia's eyes became more scrutinizing. I wonder how many crystal cores this vampire can squeeze out. The vampire leader was a little scared by Xiaojia's look, and he couldn't help but relax his hand controlling Julian, which immediately gave Julian an opportunity to take advantage of. A blue flame suddenly rushed from his right side. Xiaojia quickly dodged, and the vampire leader was hit. But unfortunately, the flame did not leave any traces on his body. Xiaojia heard a sound of inhalation. It was Wei. Looking at Julian again, even though he was poisoned by an unknown poison, his eyes still looked at the direction where Wei was hiding with deep affection and tenderness. Why does it feel like the mayor can fight with anyone? The gossip king on the other side saw this scene and muttered softly. Even though she was surrounded by a group of vampires, she struggled to take photos and record them on the battlefield with various tricky postures. Is the knife that the mayor has been using a magic weapon? The other townspeople were also very curious. Xiaojia always carried a butcher knife with him, and it seemed that he had been using the same knife from beginning to end. When the vampire leader saw Julian disappear, he suddenly became furious. He suddenly turned his head to look at Xiaojia, and his killing intent was immediately revealed. The vampire leader's claw blade swung at Xiaojia, but was blocked by a blind box with blood drops. His claw blade did not take Xiaojia's head, but took away the packaging box of the blood-blind box. Xiaojia gently let go, and blood immediately splashed on the vampire leader's body. For vampires, a very strange and sweet smell of blood immediately spread. All the low-level vampires stopped their actions at the same time, turned their heads, and stared at the vampire leader covered in blood. Beautiful, Xiaojia said calmly with a blank expression and a flat voice. Wow, host, you are lucky. You got the hidden version directly. 10 directions of blood. The vampire leader licked his lips, and his eyes gradually became deeper as he looked at Xiaojia. Let's go! A hoarse and gloomy voice came out of the vampire leader's mouth. This was the first time he spoke. In an instant, the vampires who were still fighting with the townspeople immediately began to retreat. Of the tens of thousands of vampires, only half of them left Xiaojia town alive. Host, it seems that you have succeeded in selling. The system's little claws slapped on Xiaojia's shoes and said. Xiaojia nodded. Finally, Alistair was not the only vampire who bought the blood-blind box. She put away the knife and walked out of the woods. Come on, everyone, Eggplant. The Gossip King squatted on the tree for some reason, holding a camera and smiling at the townspeople who came out of the woods one after another and supported each other. After the battle, of course, you have to take pictures to commemorate it. Everyone was injured, light or heavy, and looked embarrassed, but relaxed. This was the first time that everyone fought side by side in the true sense, and they won a great victory. If they hadn't killed so many vampires, the vampire leader wouldn't have evacuated decisively. Sanner and the girl in the floral skirt raised their scissor hands with a smile, and Shintong and the others had a relaxed smile on their faces. Even Xie Jinghan and Fu Jingchuan, who always liked to frown and have a cold face, had a faint smile on their faces. The little goblin lay on Yuji's back, the ghosts floated in the air, Julian followed behind Wei, and there were also silver-haired zombies, Luo Yun. The camera clicked and froze everyone on a small piece of paper, including Xiao Jia with a cold face, and the system with a fart face. Chapter 77. Mayor. Fu Jingchuan suddenly called Xiao Jia. He was always calm and self-sustaining, but suddenly he looked a little nervous. "What's the matter?" Xiao Jia said coldly. The vampire army retreated, leaving only corpses on the ground. It would take a lot of time to clean up these corpses. Several townspeople in the town have turned on the online game life device, including Shen Tongfeng, Yuan Yao, and Xie Jinghan. Because this device is turned on, the vampires killed have the killers displayed. So the townspeople don't need to argue about the ownership of the vampire crystal core. The top three who killed the most vampires are Xiao Jia, silver-haired zombie, and Luo Yun. Julian didn't kill many because he was poisoned by the vampires. He was also very unlucky. But I have to say that the 100 million spent on this online game life device is really worth it. It is so useful. Of course, even if the killing of these vampire corpses has an owner, there are always some thieves who like to fish in troubled waters and steal other people's crystal cores. For example, the dog sneaky system over there. Su Lin's photo. Fu Jingchuan hesitated to speak. He wanted to see what his child looked like. Xiao Jia glanced at him, didn't say anything, just handed the photo to Fu Jingchuan. "Thank you, Mayor, Xiao Ran and Su Lin's matter, please trouble you." After speaking, Fu Jingchuan handed 5 third-level crystal cores to Xiao Jia. This was the first time Fu Jingchuan used honorifics to Xiao Jia. He was quite complicated. "Give it to Xiao Ran." Xiao Jia confiscated it. Except for the confinement nanny, everything else was the treatment that Su Xiaoran should have as a town employee. Lin's photo? We want to see it too. Several townspeople who were not seriously injured came over with smiles on their shoulders and asked curiously. Fu Jingchuan handed them the photo generously. The little ball was wrapped in a white swaddling cloth, pink and tender, and clenched his fist seriously. "Wow, this child is so cute, isn't he?" Other survivors also came over. Su Lin had just been born, and it was not convenient for so many people to visit. Just look at the photo. "Host, I picked up a lot of crystal cores. Does your senior system have pills that can quickly restore the body of pregnant women?" Xiao Jia asked. She suddenly thought of this question. According to the customs of this world, pregnant women have to stay in confinement after giving birth. Xiao Jia doesn't have so much time to restore Su Xiran's body, and the development of the town really cannot do without her. After all, where can you find such an easy-to-use, obedient, and good-natured employee with a halo? Almost all the townspeople have superpowers, and soon the survivors outside will also have superpowers. With superpowers, strength will be improved, which means a steady supply of crystal cores. I believe that it will not be long before the town will enter a benign operation and begin to develop rapidly. In fact, there are already signs of this now. Xiao Jia needs Su Xiaoran. The remaining heroines and heroes are all quite adventurous, and will not be willing to stay in the town to take care of the town. Restoring pills? Of course there are. I will ask the senior system later. The system thought about it and nodded. The senior system must be eager to sell more to them, and the senior system and the host of the senior system can make a profit from the difference. "Yeah. It's okay if you have it, Sister Mayor." When Xiao Jia was still discussing with the system the new business of living blind boxes and planting and breeding blind boxes, Chen Bing, a little kid with glasses, waved to Xiao Jia vigorously. Seeing Chen Bing, Xiao Jia slowly raised her eyelids. Chen Bing seemed to be a good management talent. I heard that Su Qianqian had always wanted to win her over to her, and then compete with Fu Jingchuan. This was what the Gossip King secretly gossiped with her. The relationship between Fu Jingchuan and Su Qianqian was also very complicated. "Sister Mayor, this is for you." Mimi took out 2 scabbards from the backpack on her back. The scabbards were simple and generous, and it could be seen that the material was very good. Thank you for saving us before. We didn't have much ability. We made this together. The material is also a monster we killed ourselves, very solid. Chen Bing and Mimi really didn't have much money, but they still owed Beich and Base a lot of crystal cores. The two scabbards were decided after a long discussion, because Xiao Jia's most commonly used weapon is the knife, and she has never had a scabbard. Thank you. Xiao Jia nodded slightly, took the two scabbards and tried them. It's quite suitable. This belt can be tied to the body. Mimi gestured to Xiao Jia and explained. Yes. Xiao Jia liked this gift very much. Occasionally, when she put away the knife would scratch her clothes, and then they would be scrapped. She didn't have many sets of clothes. It must be said that for the creatures wearing clothes in the Doomsday, the clothes are the most easily damaged in the Doomsday. By the way, Chen Bing, are you interested in working in the town? Xiao Jia looked at Chen Bing and asked. Although Chen Bing is the heroine in the youth pain and abuse novel, she is not the kind of love-brain person who has no brains. The only love-brain person in the town is Julian, a non-human. On the contrary, Chen Bing is very smart, has good grades, strong learning ability, and excellent leadership. The abuse point of her plot may mainly be that she and Xia Yin become half-siblings. Maybe there will be some mistresses taking over, the life of the original wife, etc. That's the most. Xia Yin is also a very good person. No matter Chen Bing or him, they did not choose to abandon their companions even in the most dangerous times, and were even willing to sacrifice themselves. Xiao Jia wanted to recruit these two people into the town. In the town, the aura of the two abused protagonists is enough. Chen Bing looked up unexpectedly. Chen Bing knew how terrible the competitiveness was when applying for employees in the town at that time. Su Qianqian, who was looking at Su Lin's photo, suddenly turned back to look at Xiao Jia, who looked calm and expressionless. Facing Xiao Jia's invitation, Chen Bing hesitated. Erzui, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and agree. Mimi shook Chen Bing's arm frantically. It must be right to follow the mayor's sister. However, Chen Bing had his own concerns. Their group now lived in Beich and Base, but they usually went on missions with Shintong and Captain Cat Claw. They were not formal members of Captain Cat Claw's team, but they were also non-staff members. Both Captain Cat Claw and Shintong helped them a lot. The most important point is that they are saving money to treat Xia Yin and Zhu Ran's injuries. Working for the mayor is very stable, and the treatment is also very good. Food and accommodation are provided, there is a fixed share of blind boxes every month, and there is also a salary. But there are not many crystal cores. It takes a lot of crystal cores to treat Xia Yin and Zhu Ran. Whether it is following Shintong or Su Qianqian, it is a little dangerous, but the benefits are also high. It's okay, if you change your mind, come to me at any time. Xiao Jia was not angry because of Chen Bing's silent rejection. She has the right to choose. Not everyone likes to stay in the town. She understands. Thank you for your gifts. Xiao Jia is going back to open blind boxes, and the town has to expand its territory. Calling Coco, Xiao Jia returned to the Lord's mansion with the system. Wei has moved out of the Lord's mansion, and now there are only her and the system in the town. The snow continued to fall. Within a day, the temperature had dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius, and it was still dropping. This was fatal to humans. At this rate, no one knew what the final temperature would be. Maybe it was only minus 50, or maybe it would drop to minus 100, or even lower. In the Lord's mansion, the living room was filled with blind boxes that had already arrived. The most valuable of these was the blind box for managing life. There were 10 in total. Xiao Jia was going to recruit a few more employees after all of them were opened. The last time, the number of employees was still too small. Fortunately, Xiao Jia still had the information of the eliminated employees, so he could just pick out the appropriate ones and notify them. Open the blind box. Xiao Jia handed a blind box for managing life to Cuckoo, and also gave a blind box to the system, and took one for himself. Okay. Cuckoo nodded obediently, and whatever the mayor said was true. After hanging out with the ghosts and the goblins for a day, Cuckoo's name for Xiao Jia had changed from sister to mayor. No wonder people say that children are a blank piece of paper, and whatever you draw on it will be what it looks like. There is a money bag on the blind box for managing life, and a house is drawn inside. Xiao Jia calmly opened the blind box, and performed very stably. Daily rental house with wall hanging, with 50 rooms very broken, very rotten, very bad. The recommended selling price is 1 crystal core. As expected. Normal operation. Xiao Jia calmly put down the blind box, and opened a new one again. The guest house of the last century. With 20 rooms, shabby but still clean, the recommended selling price is 3 crystal cores. After opening 2 blind boxes in a row, Xiao Jia was silent. Although she had expected it, Xiao Jia was also very. She looked at the system, and the system silently hid the blind box behind her. Under Xiao Jia's gaze, the system reluctantly took out the blind box. School hotel, with 30 rooms, neat, but not necessarily clean, poor lighting, recommended selling price is 5 crystal cores. Host, mine? Should be better than yours, right? The system whispered. Xiao Jia said nothing, just silently opened the blind box. To be honest, although Xiao Jia knew that her luck was not good, she never gave up on blind boxes. She also opened a hidden version. This is the charm of the blind box. Strictly speaking, it is the gambler's mentality that is at work. These accommodation buildings are very rubbish, but they are surprisingly suitable for the current town. Not everyone can afford to live in a house with dozens, hundreds, or thousands of crystal cores. Most of them are ordinary people. Moreover, the more crystal cores the survivors have, the more they will open blind boxes, and it is easy to spend all the crystal cores in their pockets. These accommodation places are just a backup for them. Xiao Jia and the system comforted themselves in this way. Mayor King, Coco is done. Coco looked at Xiao Jia, who was emitting a chill, cautiously, and did not dare to speak loudly, for fear of angering Xiao Jia. Coco did not open a hidden version, but this does not mean that the blind box she opened was not good. Capsule hotel, with 100 beds, clean, tidy, soundproof, with complete water and electricity, the recommended rental price is 5 crystal cores. Youth hostel, 10 rooms, 100 beds, clean and tidy, mixed with good and bad people, with complete water, electricity and gas, the recommended rental price is 4 crystal cores. Small courtyard B&B, 7 rooms, beautiful environment, complete facilities, recommended rental prices are 50, 100, 300 crystal cores. Apartment hotel, 50 rooms, clean and tidy, complete facilities, recommended rental price is 100 crystal cores. The system looked at it, and the blind box opened by Xiao Jia, and then looked at the blind box opened by Cuckoo. Host, I don't accept it. Renatong can't be unlucky all his life. Let's open 2 more. Xiao Jia didn't say anything. Xiao Jia just kept opening blind boxes with blind boxes. Finally, one person unified the 2, with expressionless faces and chins propped up, quietly looking at the buildings they opened. Except for the 4 surprises opened by Coco, the remaining blind boxes opened by Xiao Jia and the system were either small shabby daily rental houses or goose houses of the last century. The best one was a capsule hotel. Although what we opened was not very good, these buildings are very suitable for the current savings of survivors. The system forced its face. It can be seen that the system is still very unconvinced. As an outstanding graduate of the intermediate system class, how could its luck be so bad? You open the rest. Xiao Jia sat quietly on the sofa and handed the rest of the planting and breeding blind boxes to Coco. The survivors who operated the blind boxes were really too expensive to consume. If they had the crystal core, they might as well rent a house directly. She and the system opened the 10 blind boxes. But if the 2 of them were still not good at the remaining blind boxes, it would not be appropriate. Just like the soil in the blind box of farming, the difference between the ordinary white soil of level 1 and the black soil of level 5 is huge. Xiao Jia doesn't want to open a piece of white. Okay, Mayor King. Kuka sat in the blind box pile and began to open the blind box diligently. Xiao Jia turned on the TV in the living room and started watching TV. The TV in the Lord's mansion is different from the TV in other rooms. It can connect to channels in different planes. The most special one is the Lord God channel. This channel will broadcast various news and gossip about the Lord God system. The news of the competition of the strongest Doomsday town in which Xiao Jia participated will be broadcast regularly. This function has just been opened, and no other creatures except the host and the system can see it. As soon as the Lord God channel was opened, it happened to be broadcasting the Silver Moon town, which ranked first in the strongest Doomsday town rankings. The system reporter is now outside the city wall of Inwe town. Let the audience follow. This is not a town, it's a city, right? Xiao Jia looked at the tall and magnificent city wall on TV, silent and silent. Comparing people with others will make you angry. Chapter 78. Although Xiao Jia and the system were a little jealous and envious of other people's towns, they still watched the images on the channel very seriously. One person and Tong were very serious, sitting upright on the sofa. Poor Coco, who was small, sat on the carpet on the wooden floor, diligently opening the blind box. Speaking of which, Coco's luck was really good. The soil tools, seeds, plants, etc. that were opened were almost the best. Unfortunately, this planting blind box was the most ordinary blind box, just like the level 1 weapon blind box. Except for the hidden version, there was nothing special about the others. Just thinking about it, a bright light suddenly appeared in the blind box in Coco's hand, and Xiao Jia and the system looked at it at the same time. "Mayor, what is this?" Coco asked curiously, holding a mini tractor. Automatic harvesting tractor, applicable to ordinary crops no matter what kind of crops. This tractor can harvest them perfectly. The strength of the heroine of the group pet article is so terrifying. The system couldn't help but sigh, and got a hidden tool so quickly. Good stuff. Xiao Jia replied concisely. It is indeed a good thing. Wow! Hearing Xiao Jia say this, Coco immediately exclaimed, "Let Tang Baba cook you something delicious later." Tang Baba is a monster, a very kind old lady who is a great cook, especially good at stewing soup, so she is called Tang Baba. Xiao Jia retracted his gaze and said calmly. When Coco heard that Tang Baba was asked to cook something for her eyes lit up, and she opened the blind box more vigorously. A few days ago, when the employees started work, Tang Baba cooked a meal for everyone. Coco almost ate all the delicious dishes. Coco will definitely work hard. Coco clenched her fists and cheered herself up loudly. Children are full of energy. Xiao Jia continued to watch TV. When she saw the moat of the 7th Red King town, she suddenly had an idea. There were large tracts of land outside his moat, which were full of crops. Xiao Jia always felt that the commercial area of the town was not big enough. Now she thinks that she can change the direction of the town gate. This gate near the highway was changed to a side door, and the commercial area was relocated to another place. Now the commercial area was changed to a planting area, near the river and the residential area. As long as the road is planned, some blind box vending machines can be placed here. There are fewer and fewer survivors coming out of Jummu City, so there is no need to focus on Jummu City alone. After Su Xiaoran recovers, this matter can be put on the agenda. Xiao Jia thought for a moment, and quickly made a decision. When the time comes, the river will be widened, and animal husbandry and fisheries will be followed up, and it will be done in one step. She only needs to make a request, and the employees below will be responsible for helping her solve it. Xiao Jia feels that she needs to recruit more construction talents and management talents. I don't know if there are ant monsters or bee monsters. I feel that they will be good at construction. Especially bee monsters. Xiao Jia likes neatness. Su Xiaoran has just almost decorated the town, and Xiao Jia thinks that it is better not to bother her for the time being. Let's change someone else. After deciding on the next plan, Xiao Jia prepared to find a suitable employee. Coco's blind box has been opened almost. Xiao Jia took a look and found that there are more than 10 hidden models. In addition to the automatic harvesting tractor just now, there are also automatic fish feeders, fruit trees, super powerful soil turning machines, sprinkler flying cars, automatic stroking machines. It seems that something has come in. Xiao Jia and the system took a quick look, and Coco's luck is indeed very good. After the mole spirit comes back, you can start farming. Now take the fishery farming things to the clam monster. Coco also opened a Moonlight Pearl Oyster, which is a hidden model. Moonlight Pearl Oyster. Place it under the moonlight. It will automatically absorb the energy of the moonlight, and when it accumulates to a certain level, it will produce a random level of Moonlight Pearl. Moonlight Pearls can be exchanged for points. Ordinary Moonlight Pearls are worth 10,000 points, and perfect level ones are worth 1 million points. It's still quite valuable. As a hidden item from an ordinary level 1 blind box, it is already very powerful. This blind box only costs a few points to purchase. As long as an ordinary level Moonlight Pearl is born, the investment will be recovered instantly. Xiao Jia packed up the fishery breeding things and handed them to the clam monster. By the way, he told her about the plan to widen the river. Really, Mayor? The clam monster looked at Xiao Jia with great surprise. She actually wanted to make a suggestion to Xiao Jia. Well, I may need your help at that time. As for the area behind, I plan to change it into fields, orchards, and pastures. Xiao Jia pointed to the clam monster. There would definitely not be too many people here at that time, which was just what the clam monster thought. Okay, thank you, Mayor. The clam monster smiled lightly, and there seemed to be thousands of stars shining in her eyes. It seems that she really likes to be alone. By the way, do you know any monsters who are good at building and layout? Xiao Jia asked. I want to rearrange the town. Xiao Ren has to stay in confinement after childbirth, and someone has to take over her job. Arrange the town? The clam monster shook her head. She didn't have many friends, and she knew even fewer monsters. But if you want to widen the river, I know a monster who can help. Then please contact him. Xiao Jia nodded. It would be better if there was a monster who could quickly widen the river. The monster the clam monster mentioned was the Gale beaver family living in the Giant Wood River. The river in Xiaojia town was a branch of the Giant Wood River. So the news of the clam monster had just been sent out through the beaver's fish, and soon the Gale beaver family arrived outside the river in the town. Just at this time, the mole monster also returned to the town with his grandmother on his back. The amiable grandmother mentioned by the mole monster was actually a fierce-looking old woman. Are you Ardewa's boss? The mole monster Dewa carefully put the old woman on the ground, and the old woman looked up and down at Xiaojia. Yeah. Xiaojia nodded, expressionless. Our Dewa is an honest monster. Don't bully our Dewa. The old woman looked at Xiaojia fiercely, and said to her. She knew that the humans outside were afraid of monsters, especially these young people, who shouted and killed monsters like Dewa. No. This old woman is not a simple person, as she can raise a monster so well and be so filial. At least she must have a strong ability to accept things. Take your grandmother to live in the cabin over there first, and start working after the town is rearranged in 2 days. Xiaojia found the key to the cabin and gave it to Dewa. Su Xiaoran was not available, and she couldn't find a replacement for a while, so she had to go first. Thank you, Mayor. Dewa took the key from Xiaojia naively, and the key in his palm suddenly became super mini, just like a doll's toy. Take a rest for 2 days. Xiaojia nodded to the old woman, said hello and left. This made the old woman embarrassed. She was so polite, but she was still aggressive. Don't worry, Grandma. Our mayor is a good person, although she looks cold and fierce. The townspeople nearby saw that the old lady was a little embarrassed and explained to her with a smile. Is that so? The old lady said dryly. She lives alone in the countryside. If she doesn't have a strong personality, how can she survive? Meow. A cat's cry suddenly came from the backpack behind the old lady. She immediately looked nervous and looked around. It's okay, Grandma. The town does not prohibit keeping pets or livestock. But monsters have to pay overnight fees. Shintong passed by and explained to the old lady with a smile. Hearing Shintong's words, the old lady's eyes suddenly lit up. So the buffaloes, chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, sheep, all of them that she hid outside can be brought in. Life in the countryside is not peaceful, so this time, Dewa and his grandmother specially brought all their belongings out. If some things could not be brought, the old woman would really leave her hometown. The water in her well is sweet and clear, and she can't bear to leave. Xiaojia was about to issue an announcement to inform the townspeople that the town was going to be renovated, and suddenly saw Mimi sitting on a bench by the roadside. She was holding a tablet, and playing a single-player game in it. It is a single-player business game. She decorated it very beautifully, and it also perfectly met all the game requirements. Mimi, you have played all the decoration and business games on the market. The little glasses on the side explained. Xiaojia stood by and watched, and looked at the system. It seems that a suitable person has been found to replace Su Xiaoran. Mimi. Xiaojia's voice suddenly rang in the ears of Mimi and others, and they quickly turned off the tablet, and subconsciously hid it. Sister Mayor. As soon as she finished hiding, Mimi felt something was wrong. It was wrong. She was not in school, and the mayor was not a teacher. Mimi, have you considered making some extra money? Xiaojia asked. Mimi looked at Xiaojia in surprise, and nodded quickly. I consider it. Come with me. Xiaojia took Mimi and the others to the manor. The other children stayed in the garden to make snowmen, and Mimi followed her into the house. It's like this. Xiaojia calmly told Mimi what happened, and also stated her requirements. No problem, leave it to me. When Mimi heard that she was asked to do what she was best at, she immediately patted her chest and promised. Isn't it just decorating the town? What's so difficult about it? Although Mimi is only a high school student, she has a lot of time and money to improve her hobbies because of her good family background. Garden architecture, interior decoration, and so on. Although it's just a hobby, because of Mimi's inherent heroine aura, her ability is really good. Xiaojia opened temporary permissions to Mimi, and also gave her some points to decorate the town and buy some flowers and plants. Mimi took a few pieces of paper from the table and first understood all the buildings and decorations, so that she had a general idea. After understanding, she started decorating. This is just a decoration game. She did it easily. Xiaojia opened the town panel and prepared to expand the town's territory. Except for the direction of Guizhuang, there are no monster nests in other directions of the town, and the monsters nearby have been almost cleared. Every morning at 6 o'clock, some new zombies will be refreshed just like in the game. Speaking of which, it seems that no new zombies appeared today. Is it because the weather is too cold? The town now has about 150 acres of land. Xiao Jia thought about it for a long time. Because she had to farm and raise livestock, she finally decided to temporarily expand the town to 3,000 acres. In fact, it is not that big. If the Doomsday Strongest Town blind box is opened later, it is estimated that it will have to be expanded again. If there is a mine or a river, it will not be enough. Of the 3,000 acres of land, Xiao Jia estimated that half of it would be used for farming and raising livestock, half of the remaining half would be residential, and the last 1/4 would be commercial. Xiao Jia spent 5 million credits to build the enclosures and walls of these lands. The more land she encloses, the more credits she will spend. Xiao Jia calculated the credits she had, and there were about 40 million left. Enough. Because the supernatural blind box was put on the shelves, the town was almost able to break even, and it could make a little more money. For such a large area, the daily maintenance costs would cost a lot of money. It was already very good for the town to break even. After everything in the town was done, Xiao Jia was going to go to the human base in the outside city to see if she could develop some new customers. Bring the survivors outside into the town. Speaking of which, she seemed to have forgotten something. Xiao Jia was silent. Cuckoo seemed to have said before that there were survivors from other cities who wanted to come to her to buy blind boxes. I wonder if those survivors have left. Xiao Jia asked the system to ask. Little did she know that those survivors were also very anxious. Everything was fine when they came out, but who knew that the temperature would drop so much before they left? I don't know what the situation is like at home now. This Mayor Xiao Jia still hasn't seen them. Seeing those superpowers and backpack blind boxes, they wanted to take them back immediately, but they still didn't bring enough crystal cores when they came out. But fortunately, they finally waited for Xiao Jia's summons. Little Goblin and Yuji just came to find Xiao Jia. Looking at Little Goblin and Yuji standing behind Xiao Jia, the survivor suddenly felt a huge sense of oppression. When they killed a vampire just now, they were quite brutal. There was still blood left by the vampire on Yuji's face. She looked at them straight, which was really scary. You want to buy superpower blind boxes, right? Xiao Jia asked. Yes, we need superpower blind boxes, backpack blind boxes, weapons and equipment blind boxes. The woman in the lead nodded, hoping to get a better price. Chapter 79. How much do you want? Xiao Jia asked. The profit of blind boxes is very high, 100% profit. Even if the price is lowered, Xiao Jia will not lose money, and most of the time to save money will be reduced a little. If there is no competition, Xiao Jia may not be as black-hearted as he is now. We want 10,000 supernatural blind boxes. The leading woman changed her words immediately after she finished speaking. 10,000 supernatural blind boxes may not be enough. After all, the validity of this blind box is only 7 days. It is difficult to go far now. If there was no little sister in their base, who saved a demon king, they would never have been able to arrive in Juma City so smoothly. Even the news of this blind box was told to the sister by the Ghost King. No, we want 50,000. As long as you can afford it, it doesn't matter whether it is 10,000, 100,000, or 1 million. In the pavilion, Xiao Jia looked indifferent and changed his posture while sitting on the chair brought by the little goblin. I don't know when the goblin carved the chair, which is exactly the same as the dragon chair in the TV series. The system looked at it for several times, and didn't expect the goblin to have this skill. Although Xiao Jia was sitting, and the group of survivors opposite were standing, they felt a sense of fear in front of Xiao Jia. If you want enough, we can deliver it to your door. The system, which was still looking at the goblin, had a bad premonition after hearing Xiao Jia's words. Even Yuji's hair stood on end. This matter should have nothing to do with it, right? It's impossible that it has nothing to do with Yuji. It takes 1,000 days to raise troops, and only 1 day to use them. Now is the time for Yuji to play a role. Really? The outside survivors looked at Xiao Jia in surprise. I didn't expect that Mayor Xiao Jia, who looked cold, was actually so easy to talk to. Little did they know that in the face of huge interests, Xiao Jia was not only easy to talk to, but also could greet people with a smile. Fill out the form with the specific amount you want, and we will arrange door-to-door delivery later. Remember to prepare the crystal core. If the goods arrive, but the crystal core does not arrive. Xiao Jia handed them a form that recorded all the blind boxes for survivors in the town, and she didn't finish her words. but everyone understood the unfinished meaning. If they want to get something for nothing, then the next time they arrive at their base, it will not be the system and Yuji, but Xiao Jia himself. Or Xiao Jia himself who is cheating. Don't you have the card and waste pill blind boxes? The survivors took the form, and the blind boxes in the town were basically all on it, except for a few. That's a blind box exclusively for townspeople. In addition to the waste pill and card blind box, there are also some blind boxes that are limited to races, such as the Baby Goes Food blind box. Specially for special races, humans cannot buy it. If there is a suitable blind box later, Xiao Jia will also make it exclusively for humans. Neither is biased. Can't we buy it? Xiao Jia did not answer the survivor's question, which was nonsense. The waste pill blind box did not lose its market due to the emergence of the superpower and card apprentice blind boxes. On the contrary, it became somewhat popular because humans had enough crystal cores. After all, whether it is the superpower blind box or the card apprentice blind box, these two blind boxes are limited in time. If a normal pill can be opened in the waste pill blind box, whether it is the gathering spirit pill or the marrow cleansing pill or the body refining pill, it is a real enhancement of strength. It will never become ineffective due to the passage of time. Someone had previously prescribed a waste pill of the marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, you will be as light as a swallow and walk as fast as flying. These are legendary elixirs, and everyone can see their effects. The vampire army retreated, and a lot of waste pill blind boxes were sold out at once. Then if we rent a house in the town, the leading woman was thoughtful. All they needed was the identity of a town resident. After renting a house and having the identity of a town resident, they could rent the house cheaply to other people in the town. For the large teams in the town, there are not enough houses to live in. The purchase of waste pills is limited. Xiao Jia said concisely. Ah. Then wouldn't it be enough to find scalpers? As soon as this idea came up in their minds, they heard Xiao Jia say, crack down on scalpers. Everyone is responsible for cracking down on scalpers. Okay. It seems that there is not much room for loopholes in this town. At present, the waste pill blind box should be the strongest blind box in Jejia town. Don't look at it as inconspicuous, expensive, and not cost-effective, but once the hidden version is opened, it is definitely a shotgun for a cannon. Tier zombies with bare hands. The superpower has a time limit, and no one knows whether the next powerful blind box can be opened. The good things and hidden versions in the hands of those blind box merchants are very expensive and can't be consumed at all. These survivors can purchase waste pill blind boxes from the townspeople, but it is absolutely impossible to purchase the number of blind boxes they want. The townspeople in the town themselves purchase waste pill blind boxes from other townspeople after they have crystal cores. This also feeds a lot of townspeople who have no fighting power. There was no way to buy the waste pill blind box and the card apprentice blind box, so these survivors could only fill in the number of blind boxes they needed honestly. They wanted quite a lot of blind boxes. 50,000 supernatural blind boxes, that's 50 million. Do these survivors have so many crystal cores? Xiao Jia and the system looked at each other. The total price of the blind boxes these survivors wanted was about 100 million. Where did they get so many crystal cores? The consumption ability of the townspeople in the town was not so strong, and it all depended on Xiao Jia to make extra money. And there was the passionate contribution of Wei Yi. Thinking of Wei Yi, Xiao Jia had a rough idea in his mind. For the survivors, 100 million crystal cores is a very large sum of money. But for some powerful monsters, it was a piece of cake. Julian casually offered a 5th level crystal core. This price? The leading woman looked at Xiao Jia, ready to start bargaining. The total is 89,315,200, round off, 89,300,000. Xiao Jia put away the form and said calmly. She was doing an exclusive deal, and if she wanted a good price, she had to see if there was a second person selling blind boxes. Even if there was a second player participating in the competition, that player might not be bound to the blind box system. The level and class of the puppy system were still quite high. We bought so many blind boxes, almost 100 million, and only exempted more than 10,000. Hearing 89 million, a survivor immediately said dissatisfiedly. With so many crystal cores, can the survivors of this town earn so many crystal cores? Then not exempt? Xiao Jia supported her chin and said indifferently. It is indeed a nearly 100 million yuan order, a lot, she can earn half. But to be honest, if it is not such a large volume, Xiao Jia will not give up any points. She lacks points. The 10 billion yuan of the strongest town in the Doomsday, it is still unknown where it will come from. The competition has been going on for nearly a month. If there is no quick money, the gap between her and other contestants will only get bigger and bigger. If you want to be a good person, you must have the strength. Strictly speaking, Xiao Jia is now unable to protect herself. She can only be a black-hearted businessman. Be strict with others and lenient with yourself. This is Xiao Jia's creed. In fact, in the final analysis, this group of survivors is not valuable enough. If it were Shintong, or Feng Yuanao Wei, and the others today, the result might be different. You can give some even if there is no discount. Okay. Xiao Jia's expression did not seem to be joking. The leading woman knew that there was no room for bargaining. More than 10,000 points, used to buy food blind boxes, are enough for many people to have a full meal. Besides, Xiao Jia can provide door-to-door delivery service, which is good. Okay, I will deliver the goods to your base after they are ready. How do you pay then? Pay with the 5th level crystal core. The leading woman subconsciously lowered her voice. The crystal core is now under strict protection in the base. Okay, do you want the crystal core, or the crystal core card for the remaining change? Xiao Jia nodded in agreement very readily. Crystal core card, is it the one they are using outside? Yes. Xiao Jia nodded. The crystal core card has been put into use, and has been promoted well. The automatic crystal core deposit and withdrawal machine can freely deposit and withdraw crystal cores. Xiao Jia will try not to touch the crystal cores inside. Can we have one of that thing for our base? Very convenient. System Jade Goblin glanced at the survivor who was talking at the same time. This is not a question of whether to give or not. It is a question of whether their base trusts or not. Not everyone is willing to trust Xiao Jia. The townspeople of the town have seen it with their own eyes, because they get along with each other day and night. Moreover, a machine costs 10 million. Without huge benefits, Xiao Jia can't waste so many crystal cores in a base thousands of miles away. Xiao Jia did not answer the survivor's question, but just wrote a list to the leading survivor. They are still very formal. After finishing the business, this group of foreign survivors left Jiejie town. They left without any regrets. Jiejie town is very good and prosperous. It is very suitable for human life. In contrast, their base is broken and rotten. There are many things to do, intrigue every day, and monster attacks are often there. But they still have to go back. After all, it is their home and their families are there. There are still many people waiting for them to go back. After the group of survivors left, Xiao Jia turned to look at Yu Ji and the system. One pig and one system were about to sneak away, with obscene movements. Ahem. Xiao Jia coughed lightly, and Yu Ji and the system trembled and immediately stood still with their heads drooped. You two are responsible for this delivery. Host, I have no objection to letting Yu Ji go, but I am the system. I am responsible for assisting your work. Delivery is something that other systems have never done. The system looked at Xiao Jia aggressively, arguing with reason, trying to struggle again. It's okay, let's start with you. Delivering goods is also a job for you to assist me. Xiao Jia answered ruthlessly. It's not that Xiao Jia is exploiting the system, it's just that the system is too easy to use. Jia Yuji also tried to argue that it was okay to be a mount, but it was said to be a mount. How come it has become a cargo carrier now? There's a big difference between a horse and a mule. However, Xiao Jia looked over, and both the system and Yuji became obedient. Okay, I deliver the goods. Whoa. It's better than being beaten. My king, I can go too. Compared to the reluctance of the system and Yuji, the little goblin seemed much more active, and raised his hand enthusiastically, and said to Xiao Jia, You don't have to. Xiao Jia refused. The little goblin was more obedient, and there might be other jobs assigned to it at that time. Then when do we set off? System Yuji and the rejected goblin were all depressed. When the goods arrive, you can ask Yuji to go out together. By the way, has the pill for Su Xiron's recovery arrived? It has arrived. Senior System found a black market express to deliver it to me. System took out the pill box that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Xiao Jia. Jia, this is for you. Yuji also handed a small bag to Xiao Jia with a dejected look. Xiao Jia opened it and took a look. It was crystal cores. There were crystal cores from level 3 to level 4. There was only one level 4, but there were 7 or 8 level 3. This is what Xiaolu and I gave you. After saying that, Yuji turned and left. Its back looked very miserable. A closer look revealed that Yuji's, but was bitten several times, all of which were vampire teeth marks. It's quite pitiful. However, Xiao Jia did not change his mind, because he brought Yuji back to use her as a tool pig. Yuji has been in the town for so long, but she has never played any role. Apart from good luck and fighting ability, her aura seems to be non-existent. Xiao Jia asked the system to take it out this time to see if it can stimulate the special features of Yuji. The focus is on the plot and the protagonist of Yuji. Let's go! Xiao Jia took the pill and prepared to go see Su Xiaoran. By the way, he also had to give bonuses to the medical staff who came to help before. Without Su Xiaoran, she had to do many things herself. Xiao Jia really needed a few managers to take care of the internal affairs. Open the town panel and find the event record of Su Xiaoran's production on the event column. Town employee Su Xiaoran gave birth safely with the help of Xiaowani, Gu Chunsheng, you see. The first human baby in Jiejia town was born. Mayor Xiao Jia named the human baby Su Lin. After finding the names of the townspeople who helped with the birth, Xiao Jia checked and found that they had all opened their cards, so she sent a bonus to their bound cards. She also notified them. After doing all this, Xiao Jia went to find Su Xiaoran with gifts. I hope her body can get better soon. The living room on the first floor of Su Xiaoran's apartment was full of people at this moment. There was her ex-husband Fu Jingchuan, her cheap sister Su Qianqian, her childhood brother Gu Xingya, her cheap ex-brother Fu Beichuan, her good sister Shen Tongwei, her friend Xie Jinghan Qibai, and the gossip king who came to watch the fun. Among a group of relatives and friends, the gossip king was as steady as a mountain, and she said that she came to show Su Xiaoran the photos of their heroic battles. When Xiao Jia came, she saw such a weird scene. The ex-husband and childhood sweetheart sat face to face. The cheap sister and the cheap ex-brother also sat face to face. Shentong and Wei were caring about Su Xiaoran. Xie Jinghan, Qi Bai, and Sanner sat on the sofa, looking so weak and helpless. Mayor. The moment Sanner saw Xiao Jia, it was like seeing a life-saving straw. Chapter 80. In a meeting? Xiao Jia looked at everyone in confusion, and put some fresh fruits in the kitchen sink. Before coming, she heard others say that they would bring fruits and nutritional supplements to see Su Xiaoran. This should be the custom of this world. So she brought some fruits. Mayor, you are here. Sanner excitedly stepped forward. He was really fed up with this weird Shura field. Only Wang Banlon could be as steady as an old dog, and even participated in it with interest. Mayor. Seeing Xiao Jia coming, others also greeted her. Mayor, what did you bring? Sanner looked at what Xiao Jia brought with curiosity. It was a bag of rare fruits. I bought it from a blind box merchant. I don't know what it is. These are all fruits that do not exist in Xiao Jia's memory. They should not exist in her world. Of course, these fruits are just incidental. The real gift is the pill that restores the body. Sanner looked at the fruits Xiao Jia brought. The packaging looked ordinary, but they were all expensive fruits. Those blind box merchants sold them at a high price. I don't know how much the mayor spent, and whether he was cheated. Of course, he would not be cheated, but those merchants would not give Xiao Jia an advantage. As a businessman, Xiao Jia is also like this. You guys chat. I go up to see Xiaoran and Su Lin. Xiao Jia nodded slightly to everyone and walked up to the second floor of the apartment. The dozens of apartments opened by Su Xiaoran are very good in terms of decoration and layout. The first floor is a high-ceilinged large living room, kitchen, bathroom and storage room. There is also a bathroom and a large room on the second floor, with a construction area of about 50 square meters. When Xiao Jia came up, Wei was teasing Su Lin. The little ball looked very cute. Jia Jia, Lin could open his eyes now. Wei looked up and said to Xiao Jia with a smile. Really? Xiao Jia didn't care much and handed the box in her hand to Su Xiaoran. Su Xiaoran's face was rosy, and she didn't look weak and pale like a normal person after childbirth. She looked very healthy. Gift? What is this? Su Xiaoran took it and asked in confusion. It's for restoring the body, the same as what you took before. Mayor, this is too expensive. Su Xiaoran was at a loss for words. She knew the value of the pill she took. It's okay, recover as soon as possible and start working. Xiao Jia's tone was a little tough. I ate it. Yes. Su Xiaoran hurriedly swallowed the pill, and the moment it entered her mouth, the pill turned into a warm current flowing to her limbs. She felt warm and comfortable. Jia Jia, what pill did Xiaoran take? Wei asked curiously. Before, it was a painless fertility pill, and now it's a bodybuilding pill to restore the body. If you want to have a baby, I'd buy it for you. Xiao Jia said calmly, and Yulian, who was standing outside the balcony blowing snow, immediately cast a dangerous look. The blood clan cannot have children. Xiao Jia wants Wei to find another one, killing people and destroying their hearts, that's all. Xiao Jia's eyes were calm, and he glanced at Yulian from the corner of his eyes, met his gaze, and raised his eyebrows slightly. So what? Okay. What made Yulian saddest was that Wei actually agreed. He looked at Wei in disbelief, with a hint of fragility on his face. There was a faint light of water in his scarlet eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The clear glass seemed to separate them into two worlds. Julian and Wei were originally two worlds. One was a vampire with a long lifespan close to immortality, and the other was a human with a short lifespan. Wei seemed not to see Julian, and continued to act coquettishly to Xiao Jia. If I have a child, Xiao Jia can't be partial. No. Xiao Jia shook her head. Of course she wouldn't. One was a capable general, and the other was a billionaire donor. Gossip King Wang Banlon turned his head and looked at the balcony. There was no figure of Julian on the balcony except Luo Shui. Wei. Shintong looked at Wei worriedly and gently put her hand on hers. She could see that Wei didn't dislike Julian. Although he didn't love her as deeply as Julian, he didn't really have no feelings. Well, we leave first. Qi Bai winked at Xie Jinghan, who coughed lightly and immediately stood up to say goodbye. It was obvious that the women were going to have a private chat, and it would be impolite for them to stay any longer. Gu Xingye was always considerate and thoughtful, and he had already stood up before Xie Jinghan and the others did. Xiaoran, we leave first, you have a good rest. He didn't say any extra nonsense. The mayor had already made very thoughtful arrangements. Besides, Xiaoran didn't like to rely on others now. Although Fu Jingchuan didn't want to leave, he only looked at Su Lin once, and didn't even hug her. But, forget it, there will be time later. Want to have a drink? Sanner, who was good friends with his brother, put his arm around Fu Jingchuan's shoulders and asked with a smile. He felt that Fu Jingchuan needed alcohol now. Besides, these women have private space, and they, the men, should have it too. When they entered Juma's city before, a group of survivors robbed a tobacco and alcohol warehouse, and a wine stand appeared in the town behind. Yeah. Fu Jingchuan nodded coldly and glanced at Gu Xingye. Gu Xingye did not refuse. He and Fu Jingchuan did have something to say. All the men left, and only the women were left in the room, and Su Qianqian did not leave. She was thick-skinned, and was a person who could do great things. What do you think of Wei? Su Xiaoran also sat up and asked with concern. Among the friends, except for her complicated feelings, Wei had emotional problems. Wei was silent, and spoke slowly after a long time. We are not suitable for each other. She did have some feelings for Julian, but not much, at least not as deep as Julian. When she was in the vampire manor, Julian was the only one around her. Apart from sucking blood and not letting her leave the manor, Julian did not do anything else to her. The feelings of the vampires are very abnormal, especially for love. Compared to those vampires, even some humans, Julian is already very normal. Handsome, rich, powerful, loyal. From a realistic point of view, I think you can agree to Julian. Su Qianqian leaned on the armrest with her hands folded and said to Wei. If she was Wei, she would definitely agree. Love is not that important. I think so too. He is handsome, obedient, and has no second thoughts. Wang Banlon nodded. She is more superficial. What do you think? Shintong asked softly. What Wei thinks, she actually doesn't know. If you like him, stay together. If you don't like him, just kick him out. Xiao Jia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up and glanced at Wei. Is this okay? Wei looked up at Xiao Jia blankly. She had been in the vampire manor since she was very young. Although the vampires have a deformed attitude towards feelings, they are unexpectedly pure and dedicated. Wei is inevitably affected. She also has the same attitude towards feelings in her heart. Why not? Xiao Jia asked back. If you are worried that you will be harassed after breaking up because you can't beat Julian, then try to make yourself stronger. Su Xiaoran and Su Qianqian, who were standing aside, became thoughtful when they heard Xiao Jia's words. You can talk to Julian, I'm leaving, Xiao Jia said, and her figure disappeared in the room. It seems that things like feelings are very troublesome. Xiao Jia doesn't know if she has experienced it. She can only give suggestions that she thinks are more appropriate. She is a little busy. A red event appeared on the town bulletin board, and Xiao Jia had to solve it. Xiao Jia, who was used to solving conflicts in the town, forgot one thing, that is, Shan Zhe was already in the town, and she didn't need to do anything. But when Xiao Jia saw Shan Zhe, she had already appeared on the scene. She stood outside the crowd, looking at the conflicting people on both sides and Shan Zhe in the middle. It was Feng Yuanyao, and a group of new survivors whom he didn't know. The leading men had arrogant red hair, handsome looks, white t-shirt and black pants, and a careless smile on his face. He wore a simple outfit in a fashionable way. Fighting is prohibited in the town. Violators will be fined or killed directly. Shanza looked to the left and then to the right, and said to the people on both sides unconfidently, "Hey Tigress, get out of here quickly, our brother Long must teach this dead woman a lesson today." A man behind the red-haired young man pointed at Shanza and shouted loudly. The young man called Brother Long didn't say a word, his hands in his pockets, and the black earrings on his ear bones flashed a dazzling light. "Brother Long, you look like a street gangster from somewhere." Wang Banlan couldn't help but complain. Xiao Jiao looked at Wang Banlan, who suddenly appeared beside him in surprise. How could she be so fast? It was a bit unbelievable. Unique skills. Wang Banlan blinked, can't say. Xiao Jiao nodded, didn't care about it, and continued to watch the development of things. Insulting town employees fine. 10,000. Shanza hesitated for a while, and finally opened the tiger's mouth, asking for 10,000. She wanted to buy a few waste pill blind boxes, but her salary had not been paid yet. As an employee who maintains the order of the town, Shanza has the right to impose fines. Half of the fine will be handed over to the town, and she can keep the rest for herself. Shanza, who was a little short of money, chose to open the tiger's mouth, and the survivor also ran into the gun. 10,000, you black town. The man widened his eyes and blurted out. What nonsense are you talking about? The town regulations are posted outside. Who can you blame if you don't read them when you come in? The townspeople are happy to see this group of outside survivors arguing with Feng Yuanao and the others, but if they say bad things about the town, they will not be able to sit still. If you just find them 10,000 yuan casually, what else can you say if it's not a black town? I think your town has developed like this. The man continued to mutter, and the red-haired young man had no intention of stopping him, and even started to flirt with the beauty behind him. Wang Banlan's camera started to take pictures again. This new dragon has a lot of girlfriends. But Feng Yuanao is not bad either. The two sides are evenly matched. Why waste your words on him? Julian, who exuded a murderous aura, suddenly appeared and suddenly grabbed the arrogant man's neck, with a strong murderous look in his eyes. The pressure from the powerful blood clan members instantly dissipated, bringing a terrifying sense of oppression to the surrounding humans and monsters. Either pay or die. He looked at the red-haired young man coldly, with a hint of threat in his tone. Julian, who had suffered a setback at Wei, vented his anger directly on the group of survivors. But he still remembered the agreement with Xiao Jia, and did not kill the man. If it were somewhere else, not to mention this man, all those who were in his group would have to die. The red-haired young man, who was originally lazy, immediately became serious the moment Julian appeared. He could feel the threat brought by Julian. This man is very strong, very strong. Julian. Xiao Jia called Julian's name, and Julian looked at Xiao Jia, with murderous intent in his eyes, that almost turned into substance. These vampires have top-notch looks and personalities. Facing such a strong killing intent, Xiao Jia did not show any emotional changes. It's over, she said. Just deal with those few foreign survivors. The other townspeople are innocent. These people are the source of her precious points. Julian did not speak, but slowly restrained his killing intent. In this town, there is only one person who can make Julian obedient. Xiao Jia is half of it. Because of the constraints of the contract, and a hint of hidden fear. The red-haired young man frowned and looked up and down at Xiao Jia. A woman who looks ordinary, except that she is a little tall, there is nothing special about her. Her strength is not very strong, and even feels a little weak. This man actually listens to her? What is the origin of this woman? Brother Tianyu? A beautiful girl behind Long Tianyu looked at him, and kept her eyes on Xiao Jia, and pulled his clothes with some jealousy. The mayor is awesome. Wang Banlan gave Xiao Jia a thumbs up. As a member of the crowd, she was innocent. I almost got seriously injured from reading gossip again. This woman is the mayor? Long Tianyu couldn't see anything special about her. She was a very ordinary person. As Long Aoyan, the women Long Tianyu met were definitely top-notch before the end of the world in terms of appearance, family background and ability. Xiao Jia was naturally mediocre in his eyes. Not to mention Xiao Jia, there were not many people in the town that he could look up to. Feng Yuanao stood aside with her hands folded, her expression intriguing. As one of the instigators, she lost her sense of existence because of the appearance of Xiao Jia and Julian, but she was happy to see it happen. She believed that Long Tianyu would definitely fall into a big fall in the town like her. Sorry, this matter is our problem. A good man would not suffer a loss in front of him. Long Tianyu apologized decisively and presented a level 3 crystal core. Long Tianyu has made note of today's. Julian looked at him with disgust and turned away. Shanza stepped forward with a good temper to accept the crystal core and said to the others, "Be careful when you go out next time." Chapter 81. Fuck. Is this a threat? Is this a threat? A little brother behind Long Tianyu couldn't stand this and wanted to rush forward to beat Shanza. Shut up. Long Tianyu's eyes were fierce, and he turned around and said sternly, "Sorry, brother Long." The little brother was frightened by Long Tianyu's eyes and said humbly, "Is it like you before?" Chi Bai was holding a bottle of beer and sat on the barbecue stall with Fu Jingchuan, Gu Xingye and other men, teasing Feng Yuanao and Atu and others. "Finally, I know how much we were hated before." Atu touched his chin and nodded, still a little stupid. "I don't know what will happen to these fools. Their fate is coming soon. Make way." The system and Yuji, who were carrying a huge burden, stood behind Long Tianyu and others with a cynical look on their faces and said in a dead voice, "Where did the dogs and pigs come from? Isn't your town too dirty?" Long Tianyu and his group, who were used to being arrogant, did not restrain themselves because of what happened just now. A beautiful woman in high-end clothing covered her nose and looked at the system and Yuji with disgust. "Get out of here." A survivor kicked the system directly, and the system was caught off guard and kicked. He wanted to kick Yuji, but unfortunately Yuji was too heavy. "Oh no! You are finished. You have offended our deputy mayor." The townspeople on the side saw this scene and immediately said to Long Tianyu and his group with gloating, "The deputy mayor will remember the grudge." They are finished. The system and Yuji looked at Long Tianyu and his group deeply. They remembered this grudge. The delivery was imminent, and the system and Yuji had no time to deal with them. The system silently leaked a pool of oil on the beautiful woman's shoes, and Yuji directly knocked away the survivor who kicked the system. Humph. A pig and a dog shook their heads proudly, carrying their bags and leaving the town. "I will deal with them after they come back. I am talking to you too. One is a phoenix, one is a dragon, and one offended 90% of the residents of the town." The person who offended 90% of the residents of the town ate ice cream and waved to them with a smile on his face. "I am not talented, it is me." A man who directly offended the deputy mayor and the mayor's henchman. "No, it is a piglet. It is also very powerful." Wang Banlon and the girl in the floral skirt were arm in arm, and said happily to Long Tianyu and the others, "From yesterday to now, although it is still snowing, the temperature has basically remained at about -50 to 60 degrees Celsius, and most of the townspeople can still go out. I just don't know if the temperature will continue to drop later." The stove of the barbecue stall was steaming and exuding an alluring aroma. The townspeople who were lucky enough to activate the snow-related supernatural power cleared the snow for the town for free, and the roads in the commercial and residential areas were walkable. Long Tianyu and his friends stood in the middle of the road. It was still snowing heavily, and the white snow fell on their heads and shoulders, which was inexplicably pitiful. Long Outian, neither Long Outian nor Tian. But he deserved it. He offended the deputy mayor, the second strongest in the town, Yulian, the third strongest, Shanza, and the most sinister, lustful and lucky piglet Yuji in the town. Especially the deputy mayor and Yuji. The deputy mayor was bad in public, and Yuji was bad in secret. Don't be fooled by Yuji's innocent, good-tempered and easy-to-bully appearance. In fact, this guy is good at fighting and has a black heart. Let alone anything else, who can withstand a wild boar charge? Two black-hearted people get together, and if they add the more powerful Julian and Shanza, how can they live in the future? So miserable. Hiss, it's so cold. Wang Banlon rubbed his arms, and called the owner of the barbecue stall over there. "Boss, give me 200 skewers too." "Okay." The owner of the barbecue stall smiled so hard that his teeth were visible. "This business is so good. Big brother, do you want 2 skewers? He greeted Long Tianyu and others enthusiastically. Such a big show, his stall was full of people watching the show and eating barbecue, occupying the best position. Xiao Jia did not prohibit the residents in the town from setting up stalls to do business, and the survivors from outside were also prohibited, but they had to be in a fixed area and keep clean. They didn't make much money, and they had to spend it in the town in the end. Let alone anything else, as long as Xiao Jia issues a notice to open up the sale of houses, there will definitely be a large group of townspeople willing to pay for it, and start to save money by eating frugally. The people in this world have an obsession with land and houses. Long Tianyu and others only felt that the barbecue stall owner's enthusiastic invitation was mocking them. "Tianyu? Long Tianyu's childhood sweetheart looked at him worriedly, and Long Tianyu smiled at her to comfort her. It's okay, let's go. Brother will take you to rent a house. Long Tianyu shook his head. He still had some feelings for this childhood sweetheart who grew up with him, and his attitude towards her was not the same as towards others. Yeah. The childhood sweetheart nodded obediently, and followed Long Tianyu closely, causing the faces of several women around him to be extremely bad. Xiao Jia hadn't walked far yet, and under the guidance of a kind-hearted old lady, they successfully caught up with Xiao Jia, who was about to leave. Looking at their backs as they left, Wang Banlan sighed with true feelings. Our town is going to be lively. There will definitely be a lot of melons to eat in the future. The beef skewers are ready. Who's coming first? As soon as he finished speaking, the owner of the barbecue stall brought a plate of barbecue that had just been taken out of the grill. Mine. Give it to me. The people who were still sighing were immediately attracted by the barbecue. What Long Outhian and what outsiders, these barbecues are more delicious. Mayor Xiao Jia, we want to rent a house. Long Tianyu and others not far away have already found Xiao Jia, and Long Tianyu said politely to Xiao Jia. As the male protagonist of Long Outhian's harem novel, Long Tianyu's appearance is definitely good-looking. It can be said that Xiao Jia has never met a protagonist who is not good-looking, and even the supporting roles are good-looking. Well, there are still single-family houses available for rent, 5,000 crystal cores per set. Xiao Jia nodded and answered expressionlessly. There are not many single-family houses left, and all the self-built rental houses have been rented out. After having superpowers, the survivors can make money much faster. For single people who make up the majority of the town, single-family houses are a good choice. Very popular. Or if you have more crystal cores, you can choose to rent a B&B courtyard for a long time. Although the B&B courtyard is a business, it can also be rented out as a rental house. The B&B courtyard has 7 rooms, priced at 50, 100 and 300 respectively. If all are rented out, it will cost 22,500 per month. In fact, it is more cost-effective than living in a duplex apartment. Speaking of which, she has to open some more landlady blind boxes. The residential buildings in the town can no longer satisfy the residents of the town. Xiao Jia had opened a few before, but there were no good things, let alone hidden models. The duplex single apartment where Su Shaoran lives now was opened by Xiao Jia before. She has to arrange a new staff building for the employees, close to the commercial area, so that it will be convenient for employees to go to work. It just so happens that the big order of the survivors of Baiquanchuan this time has a lot of profit, so she can buy more landlady blind boxes. The prices of the landlady blind box and the business life living blind box are very different. One is 2,500,000 and the other is 500,000. However, the buildings opened by these two blind boxes are also different. For example, the buildings opened by the business life living blind box have automatic cleaning functions, and you can also directly spend points to purchase the things needed in the hotel. Disposable toothbrushes, toothpaste, bath towels, snacks, drinks, etc. Guests living in it can also order set meals. More upscale hotels will have dedicated restaurants. Of course, those wall-mounted daily rental rooms definitely don't have this kind of service. Xiao Jia was thinking about how many blind boxes to buy, and her attention was not on Long Tianyu and the others, which made Long Tianyu a little unhappy. As the protagonist of Long Outhian, he was the center of attention wherever he went, and everyone's eyes would be focused on him. Xiao Jia's attitude made him very unhappy. This feeling of being ignored made Long Tianyu unhappy, and aroused a bit of competitive spirit. He must win this woman, even if she looks a little ordinary. He made a huge sacrifice. Have you thought about it? Xiao Jia asked coldly. She still had things to do. We want that B&B courtyard. Here are 100,000 crystal cores. For 3 months, no need to change. Long Tianyu generously took out a small bag of third-level crystal cores and handed it to Xiao Jia, secretly expecting Xiao Jia to smile at him. These crystal cores are still very valuable if they are placed outside. Yeah. Xiao Jia took it calmly and accepted it without any hesitation, without any change in her expression. With the only 100 million crystal cores in front of her, Xiao Jia couldn't say that she didn't care about Long Tianyu's crystal cores, but it really couldn't arouse any emotional fluctuations in her. Count it as 8 townspeople's quota for you. You can discuss the allocation of quotas among yourselves, follow me. Xiao Jia turned around, opened the town map to find the location of the B&B courtyard, and placed an order for 200 landlady blind boxes. These 200 landlady blind boxes are as expensive as one business blind box. Blind Box Mall is really good at earning points. However, it is impossible not to buy and operate blind boxes. If you want to become the strongest town, every aspect of the town must be perfect. Get in the car. Xiao Jia took them to a farm tricycle in the parking lot, and said to the group. Long Tianyu looked at the farm tricycle in front of him in disbelief. Let him sit on this? When did Long Tianyu go out without being sent by a luxury car? Now let him sit on this broken tricycle. The expressions of the people behind him were also different. Some were disgusted, and some were disgusted. However, a few, such as Long Tianyu's little childhood sweetheart and others, may be more acceptable to the harem. If you don't want to go, you can choose to walk. Xiao Jia said mercilessly. Can't you use the car next to us? A younger brother pointed to the luxury convertible sports car next to him and asked. No matter how they find it, they have to use this car to take them, which is more in line with their status, right? Someone else's. Xiao Jia knew whose car it was at a glance. There were so many cars in the parking lot, and only this agricultural tricycle was Xiao Jia's car. For some reason, the cars Xiao Jia drove were all tool type. Either agricultural tricycles, trucks, or wheelbarrows, tractor forklifts, etc. Maybe this is more in line with her temperament? Practical. Whose is it? I'd buy it. Long Tianyu would never want to ride that broken tricycle, but Xiao Jia's simple 4 words made Long Tianyu shut up. Feng Yuanyas. Hearing Xiao Jia's answer, Long Tianyu stopped talking immediately. Feng Yuanyas, it would be strange if that 4 women would sell it to him. Get on the bus or walk, choose one. Xiao Jia didn't have time to waste with them, so she asked for the last time. Tianyu, let's get on the bus. Xiao Qimei pulled Long Tianyu's clothes, giving him a way out. In the end, the group had to get on the tricycle reluctantly. The tricycle was not enough to sit, and some people had to walk. Xiao Jia didn't care. There were 8 townspeople, and she was willing to bring more people. The tricycle had no shed, and the group of people were almost frozen silly, with snow all over their bodies. The location of the BNB courtyard was rearranged next to a forest garden, a bit remote, but the scenery was beautiful. Even though it is winter now, some flowers are still in full bloom. Mimi really thought about how to decorate the town, and spent a lot of effort. When Xiao Jia took Long Tianyu and others over, Mimi was leading her classmates and several aunts and uncles working on the construction site to divide the land. Everyone was wearing thick clothes. To be precise, the future areas of the town were divided with ropes and wooden signs. Although there are stone slabs to distinguish the areas, it is always good to record them in advance. She also arranged a place for the town residents and survivors to set up stalls and sell goods. Surrounded by several giant trees, it must be very comfortable in summer. Her decoration style is somewhat similar to Su Qianqian, and Xiao Jia is considering making her Su Xiron's deputy. If the 2 of them are neutralized, the town's environmental score will definitely rise. I just don't know if Mimi is willing. Sister Mayor. Seeing Xiao Jia, Mimi waved to Xiao Jia happily, and the others behind her also greeted Xiao Jia one after another. Mr. Mayor. Hello, Mayor's sister. Mayor's sister, look, how is our decoration? The little girl with a high ponytail looked at Xiao Jia with joy and expectation, hoping to get Xiao Jia's praise. Very beautiful. Xiao Jia did not disappoint them and nodded. Although there was no expression on her face, Mimi and the others were still very happy. After all, Xiao Jia was not the kind of person who would hide her emotions. If it was beautiful, and if it was not beautiful, she would also point it out directly. It's here, the key is for you. This place is quite far from the commercial area, residential area or hotel area. Without a car, they would have to walk their legs off. Jiajia town is now 3,000 acres in size. I suggest you buy a vehicle blind box. Xiao Jia left after leaving this sentence. She had to deal with it for some time. Another red event appeared on the town panel, and this time it was really serious. The Morton bloodline from Heike City and the Bloodline Royal Investigation Team from Greystone Castle seem to be investigating the death of the Morton bloodline in Gujio City. The person who comes is not friendly, Mayor Xiao Jia. Please be careful. Chapter 82. Xiao Jia knew exactly how those vampires in Morton died, and she killed one herself. Back in the Lord's mansion, Xiao Jia sat on the sofa and thought quietly. The main God Systems Doomsday Strongest Town competition channel on the TV screen was broadcasting the latest news. Yuehua Town, which ranked 11th in the competition, was destroyed by a 7th-level monster passing by the Doomsday world. This month's efforts were instantly wiped out. Not only that, the mayor of Yuehua Town was killed and completely withdrew from the competition. This news seemed to foreshadow something. Xiao Jia had a bug in the main god, but she was not truly immortal. Without points to maintain, the dimensionality reduction attack of super high-level monsters, or the system collapse and expulsion, would make Xiao Jia die in the true sense. It is difficult to make her die in the true sense, but it is not impossible. The vampires of the Morton family, and the royal investigation team of the vampires. Any member of the Moonstone Blood clan in Juma City is at level 6, and Alistair is at level 8 or above, so the exact strength is unknown. The strength of Morton and the Blood clan royal investigation team is not expected to be much different. Xiao Jia estimates that they should be around level 7, and level 8 is also possible, but unlikely. Higher levels are not realistic. Alistair is a Blood clan prince, and sending a Blood clan stronger than him would be a slap in his face. However, even if there is no level 8, facing such a luxurious lineup, this time, Xiao Jia is really in trouble. However, perhaps because he is already dead, Xiao Jia does not feel any fear or worry. Rank 7 vampires. How many points can a rank 7 crystal core exchange for? She calculated. Rank 5 is 100 million, rank 6 is 100 billion, and rank 7 is 1 trillion. So many points. Forget it, rank 7 vampires. She can only think about it. She can see if there are any rank 5 or rank 6 vampires in the vampire investigation team that can be found. Xiao Jia will be very satisfied if she can kill a rank 6 vampire. Xiao Jia opened the blind box mall and checked the activation price of the level 2 blood blind box. Xiao Jia already had an idea of how to deal with the vampires in the vampire investigation team. It's just a little difficult to operate. It's not a big problem. Xiao Jia calmly flipped through the blind box mall and watched the news on TV. This time, the reporter was changed, who seemed to be the system host, a very lively girl with colorful hair. Come, let's focus on Yuehua Town, the focus of today's news. This is the ruins of Yuehua Town. The dark gray in front of the reporter is the mayor of Yuehua Town. Let's interview her about her current feelings. Listening to the colorful reporter on TV, Xiao Jia raised her eyes and glanced at him. It was a bit hellish. By the way, I have to send a notice to the townspeople to let them be careful recently. The arrival of the Blood clan must be accompanied by a large number of vampires, zombies, banshees, skeletons, and other monsters. Speaking of those vampires last time, Xiao Jia paused while shopping. She seemed to have discovered something. Let's calculate the relationship between the Blood clan and Jejia Town. The Royal Blood clan and its investigation team are equivalent to her, and the town employees. The Morton family is equivalent to the townspeople group in the town. If a member of the townspeople group died outside the town, would she specifically send the system or town staff such as Shanzi Yulian to investigate? The answer is no. If the dead were Shintan Feng and Yuan Yao, she might want to know the cause of their death. If the dead were the patriarch of the Morton family, then Xiao Jia felt that it was more likely that the Royal Blood clan would send an investigation team to investigate this death. And the word given in the town event column was seems, that is, investigating this matter is not the real reason. So, it seems that the Blood clan investigation team is not here for the truth of the death of the Morton Blood clan. Or, investigating the cause of death of the Morton Blood clan is simply a cover, and investigating this matter by the way. Xiao Jia can only think of one possibility for the real purpose of the Blood clan. Vampire riot. It is very strange that a 5th level vampire can control and poison Yulian, a 6th level vampire. It seems that this matter is more serious than she thought. There is a big conspiracy. Xiao Jia didn't care about this. Whether it was a fight between two blood-sucking monsters, whether the Blood clan won or the vampire won, it had no effect on her. Unless both sides died, her blood blind box would be smashed in her hands. In this case, it was hard to say how strong the Blood clan was. It would be another bloody storm. However, the death of the Morton Blood clan was not difficult to solve. As long as she could manage the relationship between the upper and lower levels, there was a high probability that nothing would happen. At least the Royal Blood clan would not be involved. Her enemy would only be the Morton family. Xiao Jia opened the blind box mall and took a look. The activation price of the level 2 blood blind box was 10 million, and the purchase price was 500 points. The hidden version is a blood called Bai blood. Xiao Jia activated it. The activation price of the level 3 blood blind box is 100 million, and Xiao Jia has no points. She calculated that when the system and Yuji collect the payment, she will still have a bonus of 80 million points. Looking at the blind box that had just been activated, Xiao Jia had a blank expression. Even if she became a corpse, she could not avoid the worldly affairs. However, In order not to end up like the unlucky contestant in the news, Xiao Jia felt that it was necessary to spin this point. This world is a huge world of worldly affairs. Compared with the points for opening a cheat, these are nothing. Opening a cheat that can deal with level 8 and level 9 monsters, Xiao Jia felt that she would not be able to open it even if she counted all the points in the town. Yulian. Xiao Jia called Yulian's name outside the courtyard, and Yulian, who was full of murderous aura, appeared in the snow within a few breaths. Yulian looked at Xiao Jia indifferently, with impatience written all over his face. However, no matter how impatient he was, he had to help Xiao Jia. Send a message to Alistair. The town has newly received a second-level blood blind box, and the hidden version is by blood. Xiao Jia didn't care about Julian's indifference, as long as he could do something. Got it. After throwing these 3 words, Julian disappeared in the middle of the courtyard. In the Blood Clan castle of Juma City, Alistair had not received the news of the arrival of the Blood Clan investigation team, but Xiao Jia had already received it in advance using the town event column. And he had already started to plan ahead. Julian? Looking at his eldest son who appeared in the study, Alistair was a little surprised and raised his eyebrows. I heard that you were rejected by that human. Alistair's source of information was still very timely. He received the news that Julian was rejected immediately. It seems that there is an informant of Alistair in the town. Julian didn't want to answer this question. This was a matter between him and Wei. The mayor said that the town has newly received a second-level blood blind box, and the hidden version is by blood. How much do you want? Julian asked expressionlessly. This indifferent look is somewhat similar to Xiao Jia. Even his old father couldn't get a good look from him for the lovelorn vampire. 100,000. Having learned from the last lesson, Alistair has learned his lesson. If he buys more at one time, wouldn't it be more likely to open the hidden one? Alistair was unwilling to admit that he was unlucky. The great prince of the vampire clan also had to save face. He sat in the dark red armchair by the window, the sun shining on him. That impeccable face was shining, faintly exuding a sense of divinity. It's really a bit ironic that the blood race with original sin can be connected with divinity. Julian, that child is not suitable for you, you will be hurt. The old father persuaded earnestly. If it was the only one before, Alistair might not give such advice. But the only one now is different with a backer. Xiao Jia's face appeared in Alistair's mind, and a smile flashed in his eyes. And regret? It's a pity that it's not his person. Julian stood in front of Alistair silently, without answering, with a cold breath all over his body. Alistair propped up his chin and sighed. He was too stubborn. Or maybe all the vampires were like this. Once they made up their minds, they would never let go. Looking at Julian like this, Alistair couldn't help but feel distressed and angry at him for not fighting back. Tell Xiao Jia that I will visit her in a few days. Let's go! Alistair waved his hand. He didn't want to see Julian again in the short term. Julian didn't move, still standing upright. Anything else? Give me money. Julian stretched out his hand, and his words almost made Alistair laugh. Go to the vault and get it yourself. It's a good thing that he couldn't catch up with Wei. Julian turned around and left, not knowing what his old father was thinking. He didn't look away, and came all the way to the vault of the vampire castle. He opened the vault, and took a bag of treasure from it without hesitation. A rough estimate is that it is worth about 400 to 500 million points. This is really a good son of his father. I have to say that Julian is very smart, and knows how to please Xiao Jia. To some extent. Although this description is a bit inappropriate, Xiao Jia is a bit like a reliable elder sister, or a mother, who can provide a backup for Wei. If you want to pursue Wei, it is impossible to pass Xiao Jia. In the matter of pursuing Wei, Xiao Jia can definitely play a decisive role. As soon as Julian left, a team of vampires in black robes entered the Moonstone Castle. The monsters in the castle felt the terrifying murderous intent and trembled. Even some low-level vampires in the castle could not resist the pressure from the high-level vampires and felt fear. It seems that Xiao Jia's guess was not wrong at all. After returning to the town, Julian handed the bag of treasure to Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia looked at the treasure in the bag that obviously did not match the account, and was a little confused. What is this? Blind box money? Julian said coldly. He has money, it doesn't matter. Julian's implication was that Alistair was very rich, and could cheat as much as he could. A blind box of 1,000 crystal cores was too cheap, it should be sold to him for 1 million. Xiao Jia did not speak. A blind box of 1 million would be available sooner or later. Not to mention 1 million, even blind boxes of 10 million or 100 million would be available. This is just the beginning. Okay, go ahead. Xiao Jia accepted the treasures and prepared to see if there was any suitable blind box that could be activated again. Julian did not move. He was very tall and blocked Xiao Jia's sight. Anything else? Xiao Jia looked up and asked. Why does Wei not like me? After struggling for a long time, Julian finally asked his question. This question touched Xiao Jia's blind spot. She didn't know why Wei didn't like Julian, nor did she know why Julian liked Wei, let alone why these people and monsters had feelings for each other. She has the right to dislike you. For the sake of these hundreds of millions, Xiao Jia patiently answered Julian's question. I know, but I want to know why Wei doesn't like me. Julian sat in front of Xiao Jia, lowered his head, and looked fragile, looking so pitiful. Don't say it, there will really be many people who will fall for Julian's tricks. The saying that appearance is justice is definitely not empty talk. Maybe I'm annoyed by you, Xiao Jia said sincerely. She is a little annoyed by Julian now. I give you a suggestion, go ask Su Qianqian or Wang Banlan. Xiao Jia is a little busy now, so she recommended two people to Julian. These two realists see this problem most clearly, while Shintong and Su Shaoran are a bit idealistic. Okay. Since it is Xiao Jia's suggestion, Julian will listen to it to some extent. Su Qianqian is often not in the town, but Wang Banlan's whereabouts are easiest to find. She is usually where the town is lively. At this moment, Wang Banlan is riding furiously in the town. She finally found out the grudge between Feng Yuanniao and Long Tianyu, which is actually very simple. Feng Yuanniao saved a woman who had previously committed a crime against Long Tianyu. Not only did she save the woman, she also robbed Long Tianyu's things. It is said that this happened before the end of the world. Originally, the two groups were not in the same city, and they were able to get along peacefully with the mediation of a middleman. As a result, the Doomsday brought the two together in Juma City. The enemies were particularly jealous of each other when they met, and the town would definitely be very lively next time. Wang Banlan didn't find out what was robbed. She was analyzing it when suddenly a shadow enveloped her. She raised her head and bumped into a pair of scarlet eyes. Hi! Wang Banlan forced a stiff smile and greeted Julian. She shouldn't have offended this big evil star, right? Hello. Julian nodded to Wang Banlan. I have a question. Xiao Jia said it's more appropriate to ask you. Julian sat in front of Wang Banlan and said politely. He. Wang Banlan smiled awkwardly. What question was it? Even the mayor couldn't answer it. Because of Julian's appearance, all the townspeople around him quietly ran away. Even the owner of the barbecue stall disappeared, fearing that they would hear something they shouldn't hear. I want to know why Wei doesn't like me. Even scared of me. It seems that Julian is still very clear about Wei's attitude towards him. Chapter 83. If you ask this question, then Wang Banlan has a lot to say. Looking at the millions of romance novels she has read, there is no emotional problem that she can't solve. If you want to ask this, then I have to say that you have definitely found the right person. Do you know what a vampire like you is called in the literary world of our human world? Julian shook his head blankly. He didn't know. Yandere. Yandere? Yes, a black and loyal dog. A Yandere pervert, domineering and forcing love, chasing his wife to the crematorium. Handsome and rich, but not human. This is very popular in the literary world. Wang Banlan said firmly. Then, why doesn't Wei like him? But then again, this is the most popular in the literary world. In reality, normal people would call the police if they met someone like you. Of course, there are no police now, which is equivalent to asking the mayor for help if you meet you in a small town. Obviously, Wei should be a normal person. I guess Wei is still willing to pay attention to you now, thanks to your usefulness to the mayor. Wang Banlan really sees the problem very clearly, and saw the problem at once. Julian sat upright in the chair, his eyes full of confusion. Do you know Su Shaoran and Fu Jingchuan? Wang Banlan made an analogy and asked. I have heard of them. He heard Wei say that Wei often scolded Fu Jingchuan. You and Wei are equivalent to Su Shaoran and Fu Jingchuan in our eyes. The biggest difference is that Julian is much better than Fu Jingchuan. That's why she advised Wei to accept Julian. With Julian around, Wei's strength could be improved much faster. Julian was shocked. How could he be the same as such a scum? Human trafficking, imprisonment, coercion, blood drawing, tracking, physical abuse. What is the difference between you and Fu Jingchuan? The biggest obstacle between you and Wei is that Wei is a human and you are not. Wang Banlan hit the nail on the head. I am not referring to the difference in bloodline, but in thought and spirit. The way Wei thinks about things is human, and the way you think about things is that of the vampires. This is the biggest problem. For humans, all your actions are illegal and criminal. Unless you are Pua, who would fall in love with a criminal. Thinking about it this way, Wei is really pitiful. Switch your position and think from Wei's perspective. Wang Banlon said earnestly. Change your perspective? Julian began to think seriously. If he was imprisoned and forced by Wei, he thought it was pretty good. I'm not talking about swapping your identities with Wei. Imagine if you were imprisoned by me, I would be drooling over you every day. Hey, I'm just making an analogy. Wang Banlon immediately crossed her hands in front of her chest and looked at Julian, who was emitting murderous intent. Now you know what Wei is thinking, right? Yeah. Julian nodded. He seemed to have really done something wrong. He couldn't stand being imprisoned by the woman in front of him, just the verbal description. It was too disgusting. If you and Wei liked each other, then imprisonment would be part of your play, but you didn't like each other. Wang Banlon smiled and didn't finish. That would be a crime. She guessed that Wei's love for Julian was completely influenced by the environment, coupled with the suppression and belittlement of the people around her. Wei said that she didn't know what she was thinking, and she really didn't know what she was thinking. If you want to pursue Wei, then make yourself a human being first, I mean in terms of thoughts. And don't learn from Fu Jingchuan and the new guy. They are all scumbags. Then who should I learn from? Julian asked sincerely without any shame. This. Wang Banlon was stumped by this question. Are there any good men in their town? Fu Jingchuan and Long Tian, you are two scumbags. Xie Jinghan is too cold, Qi Bai is too smart, Saner. This seems to be a good choice. This guy is very likable, and has a good personality. It feels like the type that Wei would like. It's just from Julian to Saner. Wang Banlon imagined that from a cold, rich, melancholy and good-looking super handsome guy to a funny and sunny boy next door, and a friend of women, this change is a bit too big. Not good. Why don't you observe Gu Xingye? Wang Banlon searched for a long time, and finally found a suitable candidate among the men in the town. She didn't have much contact with Gu Xingye, but those who had contact with him had a high opinion of him. Gentle, polite, honest and reliable. Okay, I understand. Julian nodded solemnly, and thanked Wang Banlon. A gem was placed on the table, and Wang Banlon's eyes were about to fall out of her eyes. Wang Banlon, who had turned on the online game life device, directly received a notice message. Congratulations on receiving the thank you gift from the Vampire Marquis Julian, a Crescent Moon Gem Amber worth 2 million first-level crystal cores. Xiao Jia, the mayor of Jijia Town, can buy this amber, and you may be able to sell it to her. What the hell, I'm rich. Wang Banlon looked at Amber, and then at Julian, repeatedly, and said sincerely, next time if there are any emotional problems, I promise to tell you everything I know. Okay. If it's useful, he will come again next time. Julian got up and left, and Wang Banlon held the gem excitedly. So many crystal cores, she would be the only one. She is willing. She is just a simple realistic woman who is dazzled by money. But soon, the cold wind mixed with snow made Wang Banlon sober instantly. No, I have to inform the only one, let her be prepared, don't let the only one be cheated. Wang Banlon grabbed Amber, and hurried to find the only one. The only one, and the others should not have left the town yet. Xiao Jia in the Lord's mansion didn't know that Wang Banlon had given Julian such a reliable idea. To be honest, Julian was very smart, and knew how to use money to buy the people around the only one. If Julian can understand the meaning of Wang Banlon's idea, he may be able to impress Wei in the future. Wei has lived in the vampire manor since she was a child, and was sold by her father. She is a child who lacks love, and her personality is somewhat similar to that of the vampires. Before she met Xiao Jia, she also wanted to go to another vampire, Lorraine Castile. In short, Wei is not so. Like a normal human. When she was in the vampire manor, Wei's emotional support was partly on Julian, and relatively speaking, Julian could give her some emotional feedback. But after meeting Xiao Jia, Wei has transferred all of her feelings to Xiao Jia, and she also has good friends like Shintong and Su Shaoran. However, it is obvious that Xiao Jia does not have the time and energy to give the only emotional feedback. Therefore, Julian still has a little chance, but only a little. Xiao Jia, who is the only emotional support, is now purchasing blind boxes. 200 landlady blind boxes have been bought, and she is checking whether there are any suitable blind boxes in the mall that can be activated. Some miscellaneous items, such as ordinary wine, cigarettes, cosmetics, game console blind boxes. Xiao Jia has activated new blind boxes of this kind. It cost her nearly 2 million points. She added an automatic deposit and withdrawal crystal core machine and 3 new blind box vending machines to the town. This costs 40 million. The new blind box vending machine has better functions and can automatically replenish the blind boxes in the blind box machine. Xiao Jia is considering whether to save the points to buy the normal version of the primary card player card blind box. The activation price of the normal version of the card disciple blind box is only 1 billion, and the purchase price of a blind box is 5,000 points. The activation points of the supernatural blind box are only 100 million, but Xiao Jia has not considered activating it for the time being. In fact, the 7-day supernatural blind box is more suitable for these survivors. When the time is up, the combination of supernatural powers can be changed at any time. But the normal version of the supernatural blind box is fixed after use. Moreover, the normal version of the supernatural blind box seems to conflict with the card disciple. Since she can farm, maybe she can buy some special plants, or special animal husbandry and fishery blind boxes. Xiao Jia searched for related keywords, and many blind boxes popped up to choose from. Dungeon plants, adventurer mounts, cultivation of immortal flying swords, sci-fi plants, food story world plants, one debate ocean. There are many choices. Maybe we should upgrade the town's soil and water sources first. The plants and animals in these advanced blind boxes need a higher level environment to grow and cultivate. There are also special blind boxes for soil, which can produce spiritual soil and fairy soil. But the price is very expensive. The same is true for water sources, which are too expensive. Xiao Jia can only choose one of the hundreds of millions of crystal core points. Potion? Xiao Jia's eyes suddenly saw a planting potion blind box. If there is a planting potion, there should be a potion that can be used by creatures. She searched again and found many types of blind boxes. There are 3 potion blind boxes that are quite suitable for the townspeople. Adventurer potion blind box, and wizard potion blind box, and a game potion blind box. The activation prices of the 3 types are 500 million, 10 billion, and 500 million respectively. Xiao Jia's points are still a little short. Moreover, this type of potion blind box can also be used by Xiao Jia's corpse. Although she is a corpse, her corpse is real, and she can use the body refining and physical attribute enhancing potions. Xiao Jia thought about it, and quickly decided to buy a blind box of game potions, which was just right for the online game life opening device. The activation price is 500 million, and the purchase price is 500 points. The ordinary potions opened by this blind box are the small red bottles and small blue bottles that often appear in the mouths of the townspeople, and there are also some potions that can temporarily improve physical attributes. The hidden version is naturally the permanent version that can improve attributes. Xiao Jia can use it. At 500 million, Xiao Jia is not sure how many points these treasures brought by Julian can be sold for. Selling it to the mall would cost about 400 million. The price on the black market might be higher, but Xiao Jia didn't know how much higher it was. This would have to wait until the system came back to be determined. Only the system could go to the black market. Xiao Jia sent a message to the system, but the system's answer was not very good. There were some problems on the road. The number of vampires was a bit too many, exceeding the number of zombies. The number was a bit unexpected. It was not known whether it and Yuji were wanted by these vampires. The vampires kept chasing them. It was not known whether the base in Baiquanchuan was still there when they arrived at Baiquanchuan. Xiao Jia thought about it. The town has now stabilized, with Julian in the town and her trading relationship with Alistair. For a while, the Blood Clan investigation team should not come to trouble the town. Xiao Jia planned to go to Baiquanchuan in person, then let the system sell these treasures on the black market. But before that, Xiao Jia had to make all the arrangements. The only person who could make decisions for her in the town was the system. Xiao Jia looked through the list of people in the town and decided to let the goblin and Shanza come after comprehensive consideration. The goblin was not strong enough, but his brain was quite flexible, and he could even be said to be very smart. It and Yuji were together, and they were like-minded. Xiao Jia had arranged these two before, thinking that their personalities and strengths would complement each other, but she didn't expect that. The townspeople and survivors in the town were unlucky to meet them. The differences between humans and monsters were actually very obvious, and the most important thing was the 3 views. As for humans, Xiao Jia didn't have any particularly suitable partners. Su Xiaoran was in confinement after childbirth, Shintong and others were not her employees, and Mimi was too young. Forget it, I'd better trouble Su Xiaoran. Xiao Jia found the little goblin and Shanza, and took them to find Su Xiaoran. Aunt Zhao, the confinement nanny, was stewing soup for her. Su Xiaoran had gained several pounds under Aunt Zhao's care in the past few days, and Su Lin was also fat. Xiao Jia explained the situation to Su Xiaoran, and Su Lin, who was standing by, listened very seriously with his eyes wide open. That's it, the affairs of the town are handed over to you, and you can discuss anything you want. Xiao Jia said to Su Xiaoran and the little goblin. Okay, Mayor, you can go with peace of mind. Su Xiaoran was full of confidence, and was determined to set a good example for the newly born little Su Lin. The townspeople in the town all say that women are weak but strong when they become mothers. However, Xiao Jia feels that although Su Xiaoran looks delicate and weak, she is actually a very tough person. She is just more introverted most of the time. She has lived under the care of her stepmother and bad father since she was a child, and she also has a cheap sister who likes to find faults, and later, she has a bad husband like Fu Jingchuan. How could Su Xiaoran be really weak? Xiao Jia doesn't think any of the women in the town are weak. I don't know why there is such a saying. I believe you can do it. Xiao Jia looked down at the little goblin and gave him full trust. Yeah. The little goblin was full of confidence and was bound to make some achievements when the king was away. It will definitely impress the king. After arranging the affairs of the town, Xiao Jia reluctantly spent points to teleport to the system and Yuji. She came at the right time. Chapter 84. When Xiao Jia came, the system and Yuji happened to encounter a group of vampire families. Yes, vampire families. These vampires actually began to imitate the Blood Clan and began to establish families. They created a large number of different species and infected them to become vampires, which triggered this vampire wave. Looking at the densely packed vampires in the dark woods, Xiao Jia did not rush to help the system and Yuji, but instead issued a notice to the townspeople. The vampire wave is coming, and a large number of vampires have appeared in both the city and the wild, and most of them act in the form of families. According to observation, these vampires are no longer afraid of sunlight as before. Please be careful when going out. The townspeople also felt this, and the number of vampires increased significantly when they went out to kill monsters. Although there are not as many as zombies, vampires used to only move in fixed areas, but now vampires may appear anywhere. The notice issued by Xiao Jia further confirmed this. Vampire wave. Why do I feel like there's a big conspiracy here? Saturn covered his face and squatted on the tree. He is now a sinister assassin. The announcement released by Xiao Jia reminded him of when Su Lin was born a few days ago. At that time, those vampires were very abnormal. If this is really a game, I guess we have received at least an announcement for a large-scale event-side quest. Sander had just finished complaining when he actually received an announcement asking him whether he would accept the quest Blood Clan Rebellion. Fuck. Is this true? Sander immediately chose to accept without any hesitation. However, if you choose to accept this task, you have to pay 1,000 crystal cores, which is a bit outrageous. Sander still has some private money, which is exactly 1,000 crystal cores. The rest was used by him to draw blind boxes. Large-scale event task. Blood Clan Rebellion. Task content, waiting to be opened. Task reward, unknown. The more people participate in the task, the better the reward quality will be. All the townspeople who opened the Game Life device received it. There are nearly 1,000 townspeople, and the cost of participating in the task alone has raised nearly 1 million. Xiao Jia also received it, but she chose to refuse. The townspeople of the mayor can take sides, but she can't. No matter which side, they are her good customers. Moreover, it is not appropriate to compete with the townspeople for rewards. As the owner of the online Game Life device, Xiao Jia knows very well where the reward for this task comes from. It is the task participation fee paid by these participants, as well as the device usage fee paid before and later. A portion of these fees is used to purchase suitable prizes. The more people participate, the better the quality of the final reward will be. The device will arrange all matters by itself. I have to say that Xiao Jia's 100 million is very worthwhile. After publishing the announcement, Xiao Jia didn't care about this matter anymore, and let the townspeople deal with it themselves. She had to help the system and Yuji. The system over there was already starting to curse. Undead? Xiao Jia joined the battle with a knife, and the vampires spotted her at once. The leading vampire narrowed his eyes, and looked at Xiao Jia, and it seemed that he knew Xiao Jia. Are you the mayor of Jiajia town? The vampire on 4 paws looked Xiao Jia up and down, but didn't see anything special about Xiao Jia. Did the vampire in front of him know her? Xiao Jia was puzzled. Her reputation shouldn't be so widespread, right? This is because Xiao Jia underestimated the speed of information spread among monsters, which is much faster than that of humans. Many humans knew about her town from monsters. In particular, there was a 6th level vampire Julian working as a clerk in Xiaojia's town. For these vampires, he was an object that needed to be monitored. The system thought that they were on the vampire hunting order to some extent, which was not wrong. Well, do you want to buy blind boxes? Xiaojia nodded, admitted her identity, and asked back. Blind boxes? These vampires seemed to have heard a big joke and laughed sharply. Only the weak will need your blind box. Our vampire clan will become the greatest existence in this world. The vampires spoke loudly, with mockery and enthusiasm in their eyes. They will definitely trample the Blood Clan under their feet. Xiaojia, who stood on the side of the Blood Clan, is also destined to become a stepping stone on their way to the top. Don't you want the Blood Blind Box? The highest level Blood Blind Box has a chance to open the divine blood. Xiaojia didn't care about the ridicule of these vampires, and said to them calmly, now there are level 1 and level 2 blood blind boxes, and the hidden models are 10 Directions blood and 100 Evils blood. The laughter of the vampires stopped abruptly in Xiaojia's words, looking very funny. They who feed on blood know the value of blood in Xiaojia's mouth very well, which is full of temptation for them. They knew the magic of the blind box sold by Xiaojia. Perhaps Xiaojia used this blood blind box to make Yulian of the Moonstone family work for her. However, they had just finished mocking Xiaojia. This is it. Xiaojia took out 2 blind boxes from her backpack. Her calm voice was full of bewitching meaning. The vampires were silent for a long time, and Xiaojia looked at them calmly. What? Blood blind box? How to sell it? The vampire leader pretended to be indifferent and asked, it's okay, I can kill her after buying the blind box. The vampire leader, who was tempted by the hidden blood, didn't realize the conflict in his words. He was going to kill Xiaojia, so why buy a blind box? Level 1 blood blind box is 100 points, and level 2 blood blind box is 1000 points. Xiaojia raised a finger. Half a minute later, the ferocious vampires lined up in front of Xiaojia's agricultural tricycle. Come on, those who want to buy blind boxes line up here. The system stood on Yuji with a loudspeaker and began to maintain order. You beat me the hardest just now, so line up last. Before the system finished speaking, the loudspeaker in its hand was taken away by Xiaojia, and Xiaojia stared at it with death. Where should it appear now? I'm going to the system black market now. The system took the bag of treasure from Xiaojia's hand and immediately disappeared in front of Xiaojia. The vampires who bought the blind boxes sat casually on the grass and opened the blind boxes. Regardless of race, the appearance of opening a blind box is the same. Those who get good things are overjoyed, and those who get bad things are full of regrets, and they try to comfort themselves that it is just their bad luck for a while, and the next blind box will definitely get something better. I got it! Xiaojia collected crystal cores and handed out blind boxes at the same time, making a lot of money. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected surprise when I went out. Suddenly, a vampire screamed in surprise. The tempting aroma of Shifang blood emanated from her hands, and the originally calm atmosphere of the vampire group instantly became subtle. The competition within the vampires is quite fierce, and they don't value family affection like the Blood Clan. After all, it is too easy to transform a vampire. Xiaojia glanced at the vampires, who were writhing and trying to snatch Shifang blood, and lowered her head to continue sorting out the blind boxes in her backpack. She didn't bring many blood blind boxes this time, so she had to buy a batch of goods. Other vampires should also pay for the blood blind box. She'd better transform this tricycle into a mobile tricycle stall. Xiaojia started looking for suitable wood in the woods. Those vampires killed each other, and blood flowed like a river. Xiaojia lived a peaceful life here, and started to do carpentry work. Not only the 10 Directions blood, but also the vampires opened the 100 Evils blood. They fought even harder. When Xiaojia came back with Yuji holding the wood, there was only one vampire left in the whole forest. It was the vampire who opened the 10 Directions blood. She was bathed in blood, and the corpses of vampires who had lost their blood were all around her. This guy is a ruthless person. Xiaojia once asked a vampire who came to the town to buy a blood blind box whether a vampire would absorb the blood of its own kind. The answer is yes. However, vampires have very little blood, and absorbing the blood of their own kind is like a human drinking the rancid water in the sewer. No vampire would do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, for vampires, eating the blood of their own kind is a very serious crime. Seeing Xiaojia coming back, the vampire showed Xiaojia a bloody smile, exuding a strong breath. White ground and red blood, very strange. She just broke through. Mayor. Yuji heard this title and glanced at the vampire, who looked very thin. It instantly understood the intention of the vampire. After killing so many of her own kind, she is likely to be hunted down by vampires, and she wants to hide in the town. Mayor, I want to rent a house in Jiejia town. Should it be possible? The vampire staggered towards Xiaojia. She looked frail, and her bones seemed to break easily. But if you underestimate her because of her appearance, you will definitely suffer a great loss. There are special people in the town to receive you. Xiaojia is outside now. How could it be possible? I will pay double the price, and all the remaining crystal cores will be used to buy level 2 blood blind boxes. She held the crystal core that she had just taken out of her own body and poured it on Xiaojia's tricycle. A lot of crystal cores. There are more and more fugitives in Jiejia town. A reign, plus this vampire. Single house 2702, just pay the rent normally next month. The extra double this month will be used as her overtime expenses. Xiaojia carried the key to the townhouse with her. She took out a key from a bunch of keys that were already few and handed it to the vampire. Thank you, Mayor. The vampire chuckled and took the key with his blood-stained hands. You're welcome. Do you want a level 2 blood blind box? Xiaojia asked calmly. Yes. The vampire nodded, and Xiaojia counted out more than 300 level 2 blood blind boxes and handed them to her. After taking the blood blind box, the vampire left swayingly. Xiaojia looked at her back as she left, and suddenly said, You have a good body. With such long hands and feet, and such a thin body, she can still burst out such a strong fighting power. It's completely different from her. Xiaojia's body looks strong, but it's actually very fragile. However, Xiaojia also said this, and then continued to transform the tricycle. After spending some time turning the tricycle into a mobile blind box doll, Xiaojia tied a Jiejia blind box store flag on Yuji and set off on the tricycle. The hybrid tricycle drove at a good speed, and with Yuji leading the way, the road was unusually smooth. Except for the vampires that popped out from time to time, these vampires were either killed by Xiaojia and Yuji, or tempted by the blood blind box. However, there were only a few vampires like the one just now. Although there was a robbery, it was not a complete annihilation. There was also a vampire family that wanted to rob Xiaojia, but in the end it all became Xiaojia's points. Yuji walked in front of the tricycle, chewing the blood and flesh of the vampire, and spitting on the ground. Xiaojia, this is too disgusting. Xiaojia, and Xiaojia's tricycle are all covered with vampire blood. Yuji's special aura also attracted a lot of vampires, which was the conclusion Xiaojia came to after observation. Eating Yuji should have some special effect. Those vampire leaders and family patriarchs always attack Yuji. Because of the rampant vampires, no little monsters were encountered on the road. These little monsters actually liked to buy blind boxes. One person and one pig came to a stream, and the stream water was clear. Xiaojia was going to wash the car, himself and Yuji, and then go to Guqiuan River. Otherwise, the two of them looked like a murderer who escaped from somewhere, and a cannibal pig she raised to destroy corpses. Yuji's fierce appearance was actually very obvious, and with the blood on her body, it would definitely give adults nightmares for a month. Xiaojia took off her clothes and soaked herself in the cold stream to wash off the blood on her body. The stream had begun to freeze, but it was not completely frozen. Xiaojia estimated that there were monsters living in this stream, so there was such a scene. Jiejia, you have so many wounds on your body. Yuji lay in the stream, looking at Xiaojia's exposed sutured wounds, with an innocent tone. Well, there is no money to repair it. Xiaojia had many suture marks on her body, arms, neck, stomach, all with sutures. She lied with open eyes. It's not that there is no money to repair it, it's just that she is reluctant to spend money to repair it. Xiaojia was brushing Yuji's body with a big brush. The temperature of dozens of degrees below zero was nothing to Xiaojia and Yuji. Looking at the heavy snow in the sky and the almost invisible sun, Xiaojia suspected that this weird temperature might be caused by vampires. To facilitate their activities. Sunlight still has some influence on vampires. How many crystal cores do you need? Xiaolu and I have them. Yuji asked, thinking that the rope on Jiejia was ugly. Xiujia was about to answer, when some strange noises suddenly came from the woods opposite. Chapter 85. Yuji, who was originally chatting with Xiaojia, suddenly became alert, and her innocent eyes became a little fierce and ferocious. It's a human. Xiaojia looked in the direction of the woods, and patted Yuji to signal it to be calm. It was because it was a human that Yuji had such an attitude. However, it is normal for someone to go out to search in this weather. Who would have thought that it would snow heavily in spring, and the temperature would even drop to more than 50 degrees below zero? For humans who were not prepared at all, it was undoubtedly a huge disaster. Soon, several survivors with backpacks appeared in the sight of Xiaojia and Yuji, and the survivors on the opposite side obviously saw Xiaojia and the other two. Hiss, isn't she cold? Looking at Xiaojia in shorts and a vest, the survivors wrapped in heavy down jackets and cotton coats felt cold for Xiaojia. No, look at her. A survivor looked at Xiaojia vigilantly. The sutures on Xiaojia's body were not something humans could have. In the wilderness, a person with obvious stitches on his body, carrying a pig weighing several hundred kilograms. Is that blood on the car? Another survivor pointed to the tricycle behind Xiaojia, and Yuji with a trembling hand. Xiaojia had not had time to watch the tricycle. Many horror thriller scenes flashed through the minds of several survivors, and they could not help but take 2 steps back. They did not dare to turn around and run, but only dared to step back step by step, fearing that if they ran back, the man and the pig on the opposite side would attack them. However, Xiaojia and Yuji had no intention of chasing them. She stepped barefoot in the stream and watched the survivors leave. Not chasing? Why? Xiaojia asked back, continuing to brush the blood off Yuji's body, and there was still a car to brush later. Besides, these survivors will come back later. There are quite a few vampires in this forest, and they just bought a lot of blind boxes from Xiaojia. Now they may be hiding in the dark and sucking the blood from the blind boxes. It was less than 3 minutes later. Xiaojia was brushing the tricycle, and several shrill screams were heard in the forest. Then, several panicked figures ran out of the forest again, followed by several vampires. The vampire's face and chest were covered with blood, fresh blood from the blind box just now. Seeing Xiaojia by the stream, the vampire slowly retreated in awe, and did not choose to move forward. The survivors looked at Xiaojia in doubt, and then looked at the vampire who left. Hello? One of the survivors stepped forward with courage and asked cautiously in a low voice. Hello. Xiaojia nodded at them. Although his attitude was cold, he also responded. You blind box store? The survivor was about to say something when his eyes suddenly saw the car that Xiaojia was brushing. Blind box store? What's wrong? Her companion also stepped forward with courage and asked in a low voice. Look! She lowered her voice and motioned them to look at the sign of Xiaojia's tricycle. Blind box door, she seemed to have heard the survivors of the Dawn base mention it. The survivors of the Dawn base learned from a demon king that a special town that specializes in selling blind boxes and allows humans to live appeared in Juma City. A variety of magical items can be opened from the blind box. Some are for food, some are for elixirs, and even some are for supernatural space. For this reason, the Dawn base also sent a death squad to Juma City to investigate the specific situation. 2 days ago, I heard that they came back empty-handed. But the woman in front of him, thinking of the previous rumors, a wonderful guess emerged in the survivor's mind. Are you going to the Dawn base? She asked. Selling blind boxes? Yeah. Xiaojia was concentrating on cleaning the tricycle. Hearing the woman's question, he nodded casually. This rumor turned out to be true. The woman's originally fearful attitude suddenly became flattering, and she quickly stepped forward. Boss, let me do it. I used to specialize in door-to-door cleaning, and I guarantee that your car will be cleaned thoroughly. This sudden change shocked her companions at once, and Xiaojia was puzzled by her attitude. Xiaojia, she wants to buy a blind box, but she's afraid you won't sell it to her. Yuji saw the woman's thoughts at a glance, and said to Xiaojia, You want to buy a blind box? Xiaojia heard Yuji's words, and asked the woman directly. Can I? The woman's eyes flashed with excitement, and she asked carefully. Yes. The blind box is for all creatures. I will sell it if there is a crystal core. Xiaojia explained to the woman seriously. Then, how many crystal cores does that supernatural blind box have? The woman ignored Xiaojia's words that the blind box is for all creatures, and was immersed in the joy of awakening her supernatural power. The woman's companions widened their eyes when they heard the 2 supernatural powers. 7-day limited time supernatural blind box, lasting 7 days. 1,000 first level crystal cores. 1 second level crystal core equals 100 first level crystal cores. Xiaojia replied, his mind still on cleaning the tricycle. Oh, how can you do this kind of work? Let us do it. Several survivors seemed to have suddenly come to their senses, and stepped forward to grab the brush in Xiaojia's hand. But they failed to grab it. The brush did not move in Xiaojia's hand. Yuji pushed these survivors away with a bad look. Just talk, why grab things? Yuji's eyes are very smart, and they look very strange in the eyes of these survivors. For most humans, truly intelligent animals are very scary. You can buy crystal cores directly. Xiao Jia does not need the courtesy of these survivors. When the town was just established, many survivors wanted to eat Xiao Jia's soft rice, but none of them succeeded. Xiao Jia's attitude and cruelty scared off many people, and the little goblin, and Yuji also secretly dealt with many people. Well, our crystal cores are all in the base. The survivors looked at Xiao Jia very embarrassedly, and the meaning was very obvious. However, if you want to go to the Dawn base from here, you have to pass through our base. Our base is the Hope base, the base commander is Tai Yifeng, and the current population is 7,558 people. The woman tried hard to make Xiao Jia remember the information of their base. If she came to Gequanchuan again next time, there might be a chance to trade. Okay. Xiao Jia nodded in agreement. The blind box was meant to be sold. Coming out of the water, Xiao Jia took out a change of clothes from his backpack, which was a simple sweatshirt and sweatpants. It looks very cold. Let's go! Xiao Jia wiped the water stains on the seat, and motioned for several people to lead the way. Please come this way. Under the guidance of these survivors, Xiao Jia successfully arrived at the Hope base. This is a joint reconstruction of several old communities. According to the survivors who brought Xiao Jia here, the Dawn base was rebuilt from the best school in Gequanchuan. The situation in Gequanchuan is slightly better than that in Juma City. So many survivor bases can be built in this city. However, Xiao Jia has not explored many places in Juma City now, and he is not clear about the specific situation in the inner city. Xiaoqi, who did you bring back? That pig. Did you bring it back for them to eat? Such a big pig, how long will it take to eat? This is Boss Xiao Jia. Xiaoqi is the survivor who first discovered Xiao Jia's identity. She quickly interrupted the words of the base guard. From Juma City, a merchant selling blind boxes. Magical blind boxes, supernatural blind boxes, and space blind boxes. She emphasized, fearing that the guard would say something nonsense to anger Xiao Jia and Yuji. There is no space blind box. It is a special load-bearing backpack blind box. Xiao Jia corrected Xiaoqi's words. Space is space. Special load-bearing backpack is a special load-bearing backpack. They are different. Space must not be sold so cheaply. Okay, it's a special load-bearing backpack blind box. Go and call Sister Yifeng. Remember to bring the crystal core. Xiaoqi quickly winked at the guard, and the few survivors who came back with her directly took the guard away on the left and right, and asked them to find Tai Yifeng. You don't know, those vampires saw her just now. As they walked, several survivors whispered to the guard. Boss Xiao Jia, please? No, I be outside. Xiao Jia shook her head, parked the tricycle on the open space on the road outside the community, and began to arrange her mobile cart. The flag on Yuji was raised by Xiao Jia again, Jia blind box store. The neon sign on the tricycle lit up, and Xiao Jia stood in front of the tricycle with a blank expression and raised the loudspeaker to play the long-recorded hawking sound. Blind box. Selling blind box. Selling 7-day supernatural blind box. Weapon blind box. Equipment blind box. The hawking sound without any emotional ups and downs unexpectedly brainwashed the children in the gate and looked at Xiao Jia curiously. Xiao Jia took out the blind boxes from her backpack and placed them one by one on the wooden shelf she had just made. I casually opened a snack blind box and a food blind box, which was a combination of mutton offal soup and steamed buns. The snowy and icy weather was paired with the steaming milky white mutton offal soup, which was unexpectedly suitable. The snack blind box contained potato chips. Xiao Jia glanced at the children who were trying hard not to drool, stepped forward and put the paper bag of potato chips inside the gate. The guard at the door and Xiaoqi were the people closest to the mutton offal soup, and they couldn't help but start to swallow their saliva. It smells so good. Boss, I go back to get the crystal core, wait for me. You must leave me a supernatural blind box. Xiaoqi struggled for a while, then said to Xiao Jia and ran quickly into the community. Hey, ask my mom to bring our crystal cores. The guards cannot leave their posts without permission, and one of the young women in charge of the guard shouted loudly to Xiaoqi who had already run away. Xiao Jia leaned against the car, quietly waiting for guests to come. The snow in the sky was falling, landing on Xiao Jia's hair and shoulders, and even her eyelashes were frosted. The weather was too cold. Sister, how many crystal cores are there in this blind box of potato chips? The children inside the gate had already received the potato chips Xiao Jia gave them, and a child who looked older asked Xiao Jia bravely. One first-level crystal core. Xiao Jia reached out and turned the price list of the blind box over so that they could see it more clearly. Wow! There are also blind boxes of desserts. My sister always says she wants to eat cake. My grandfather also said he wants to eat some bananas. Do you kids know what a blind box is? Don't spend money recklessly. The guard subconsciously taught him a lesson, and then realized that it was not good to say this in front of Xiao Jia. That boss, I didn't mean that. It's okay. Xiao Jia shook his head and didn't take it to heart. Don't underestimate us. Of course we know what a blind box is. It's just drawing cards. The children looked at the guards with contempt. Don't think they don't know anything because they are children. Sister, I want a fruit blind box. A child carefully took out 2 crystal cores from his down jacket. These crystal cores were earned by their hard work. After the apocalypse, the situation in each city is different, and the degree of acceptance of crystal cores as a substitute for currency is of course different. Guquanchuan has a higher degree of acceptance and application of crystal cores, probably because the monsters in this city are relatively less brutal than those in Jumu City and Guju City. Pick one. Xiao Jia took down the shelf on the tricycle with one hand, and it was full of blind boxes. Wow! So many blind boxes. The children gathered around and exclaimed. The child who paid the crystal core frowned and observed the blind boxes very carefully. I want this. She took a fruit blind box from the shelf, and the other children gathered around. Boss won? The guard handed Xiao Jia a cigarette and asked. Thank you. Xiao Jia shook her head. If she smoked, she would not be able to spit out the smoke she inhaled. It's not that she didn't smoke, but she couldn't smoke. In my impression, she seemed to know a lot about this old-fashioned cigarette. Maybe she liked smoking before, or maybe the people around her liked smoking. Boss, are there many monsters in Jumu City? What's the situation? The guard chatted with Xiao Jia casually, and when he saw the startled voices of the children, he couldn't help but smile. Many. Vampire active period. Xiao Jia nodded. Vampire active period? The guard looked at Xiao Jia in confusion, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Well, there was a conflict between the Blood Clan and vampires, and the vampires rioted. Xiao Jia said a shocking explosive news calmly. What? The guard looked at Xiao Jia in astonishment, and the cigarette in her mouth fell to the ground. She squatted down and picked it up and patted the dust on it. Is this true? A strange female voice came from the base, with a serious tone. Sister Feng. Seeing the person coming, the guard immediately said respectfully. Really? Xiao Jia turned around and saw a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, with mottled white hair and a very serious look. Sister, let's talk about this later, the supernatural blind box. The survivor on the side hurriedly pulled Tai Feng's clothes and reminded her. Chapter 86. The superpower blind box won't run away. Tai Feng frowned. Then the news won't run away either, sister, dear sister. The superpower blind box is more important. Several young and lively survivors said to Tai Feng pitifully, mainly because they are more concerned about the superpower blind box. Superpower. The legendary superpower. With superpower, they can defeat any monster. Tai Feng sighed helplessly, and turned to look at Xiao Jia. Boss Xiao Jia? Yes. On behalf of the Hope Base, I want to buy a batch of blind boxes from you, and hope to achieve long-term cooperation. Tai Feng said to Xiao Jia solemnly. The magic of the blind box does not need to be tested again, just look at the durians opened by the children over there. The things in the blind box seem to come out of thin air, and in fact, it is indeed the case. As the head of the Hope Base, Tai Feng knows that some ordinary survivors don't know the inside story. For example, Xiao Jia and her blind box, and Jia Jia Town. If Xiao Jia doesn't come, she has already made plans to send someone to Jumu City. No discount. Xiao Jia replied expressionlessly. Tai Feng looked at Xiao Jia's serious tone. His expression was a little subtle. Maybe the people from Shuguang Base bargained with her when they went there before. Ah. No discount? Really no discount at all? We will buy a lot of blind boxes. A young man looked at Xiao Jia expectantly, wanting to bargain with Xiao Jia. No discount. Shuguang bought more than 8,000. Xiao Jia said coldly. This 8,000. Is there a 10,000 added to the end? A survivor asked tentatively. Yeah. Xiao Jia nodded. Damn it, how come Dawn Base has so many crystal cores? The young man cursed inwardly. They agreed to develop together, but they secretly got so many crystal cores. This is really too uncomfortable. Tai Feng, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. The situation of Dawn Base is different from that of their Hope Base. Hope Base really can't be as generous as Dawn Base, and their crystal core reserves are only about 5 million. This is the limit of what they can save by living frugally. What blind box do you want? We want 5,000 supernatural blind boxes. Tai Yifeng answered without hesitation. We have to improve our strength first, and only after we improve our strength can we have more crystal cores. As for other food, water, clothes, etc., it doesn't matter if they suffer a little. Where to put it? Just put it in that car. Tai Yifeng waved his hand, and the truck that had been waiting at the gate of the community immediately reversed out. Xiao Jia counted out 5,000 supernatural blind boxes, and placed them neatly on the carriage. Mayor Xiao Jia, when will you come to Guquanchuan next time? Tai Yifeng looked at the blind boxes, and couldn't help but smile. With these blind boxes, they are no longer at the mercy of those monsters. Before Xiao Jia came, the population of the Hope Base was more than the current 7,000. Not sure. Xiao Jia shook her head. Her base was in Jimu City, and she couldn't come to Guquanchuan often. She also had to develop other cities, such as Gujiu City and Tianrun City, which were relatively close to Juma City. She hasn't fully developed Juma City yet. Then, can you leave a contact number? Before Tai Yifeng could say anything, Xiao on the side suddenly pulled Tai Yifeng's clothes. Sister Yifeng, teleportation array. It's written like this in the novel. If there is a teleportation array, wouldn't it be much more convenient? Teleportation array? Xiao Jia and Tai Yifeng were both stunned. Xiao Jia hadn't thought of this thing yet. These humans are indeed smarter than her. If there is a teleportation array, it will be much more convenient to communicate with the survivors of these cities in the future, and it will be much more convenient for them to come to Jiajia town to buy blind boxes. But the teleportation array is a bit expensive. It can be said to be very expensive. It's the same price as the strongest town in the Doomsday, and it costs 10 billion just to activate it. There is also a chance to open a teleportation array in the blind box of the Doomsday town, but the probability is definitely completely different from the teleportation array blind box. And the maintenance of the teleportation array is also very expensive. There is a teleportation array, but it hasn't been opened yet. Xiao Jia replied. Why not? Asked a silly survivor. It's expensive. Xiao Jia said succinctly. Ah, what a simple reason. Everyone was silent, but they seemed to have misunderstood something. Xiao Jia said it was expensive because she had no money, but the survivors of the Hope Base thought that the teleportation array was too expensive and it was not worth it for them. Indeed, they were just a small base. The Dawn Base had a population of 70,000 to 80,000. They spent 80 million crystal cores at once, and they only had 5 million. Alas, it's not comparable. Tai Yifeng heard Xiao Jia's answer and thought about something. I don't know what he was thinking about. After the base bought the blind box, it was the survivors' turn. Hearing that such a rare thing happened outside the base, the survivors put on their thickest clothes and came outside to watch the excitement. A large group of people surrounded Xiao Jia's blind box stall, and it was crowded. However, there were many people watching, but few people buying. More survivors were still watching what others opened. From time to time, there were bursts of exclamations in the crowd, and it was very lively. Wow! The survivors gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and one of the survivors squatted on the side of the road. One of the survivors exclaimed tremblingly. Wow, what? Just opened a broken knife. The survivor who was opening the blind box looked up and rolled his eyes at him, saying that he had no eyesight. Wow, that! The survivor who exclaimed looked at the road dully, with a stiff expression pointing to the opposite side. Across the road, a vampire family suddenly appeared. Most vampires have slender limbs and thin and slender bodies, like monsters in the Valley of Terror. They are not human, and even more terrifying. At this moment, they are lifeless, but their eyes are unusually bright, and they contain an extremely strong greedy emotion. Wow! Instantly, the survivors scattered, and the brave ones all hid behind Xiao Jia and Yu Ji, afraid but wanting to see. Are you Xiao Jia? The mayor of Jiajia town? A merchant who sells blood-blind boxes? The vampire's voice is low and magnetic. Ignoring his appearance, people will be intoxicated by it, which is very confusing. Yeah, Xiao Jia replied calmly. The survivors of the Hope Base looked at Xiao Jia, then at the vampire opposite, and suddenly had a bad premonition. No way, Boss Xiao Jia's customers also have these vampires? These vampires are already strong enough, and with Boss Xiao Jia's blind box, wouldn't it be even stronger? This life will be unbearable. However, they only dared to think about this in their hearts, and didn't dare to say it out loud. How many do you want? Xiao Jia turned the sign on the tricycle, and the price of the blood-blind box for vampires was on the back. 500 level 2 blood-blind boxes. Xiao Jia glanced at them. This vampire family is quite rich. 500,000 crystal cores. I know you have crystal core cards here. Please help me change the rest into crystal core cards. A level 4 crystal core was placed on Xiao Jia's cart by the leading vampire. The survivors behind Xiao Jia were both excited and scared to observe the vampire safely at such a close distance. Are these vampires too ugly? They don't look like those in literary works at all. Not all cities have vampires stationed there. These survivors have only vaguely heard of the existence of vampires, but have never actually seen them. Do you want a bound card or an anonymous card? Xiao Jia took out the ATM crystal core machine from her backpack. This was what she had just bought. It was just right to use it now. Anonymous card. The vampire grinned at Xiao Jia. His teeth were quite white. Xiao Jia nodded, responded, and began to operate the machine. Anonymous crystal core cards can be used to make payments to each other, but safety is not guaranteed. For crystal core cards, whether they are bound or anonymous, she carries some with her. In order to be responsible to customers, Xiao Jia still reminded her. There is such black technology. The survivor looked at Xiao Jia's operation in shock, and then handed a transparent crystal core card to the vampire leader. The bearer crystal core card is transparent in watercolor, while the bound crystal core card is black and transparent, and the material is quite special. Sheng Hui 500,000 crystal cores. I'm looking for you 500,000 crystal cores. Xiao Jia handed the huge sack containing the blind box to the vampire leader. He looked at the ugly sack, and was silent for a moment. If you carry this thing, you will be laughed to death by other vampires, right? Give me 5 more backpack blind boxes. The vampire was silent for a while, and then said to Xiao Jia, I have a backpack blind box that has been opened here, which may be more suitable for you, but the price will be more expensive. Backpack blind boxes are more suitable for humans. Relatively speaking, the body shape of vampires is not so suitable for being blinded. Xiao Jia opened the seat of the tricycle, and took out a bag of backpacks that had been opened from it. This was what she bought from the blind box merchants and some survivors before she left the town. There were all kinds of weird little bags, not suitable for humans, but unexpectedly suitable for these non-human creatures. Seeing these backpacks, the vampire leader thought about it, and decided to buy the finished products. There was money, no other way. Xiao Jia really made a lot of money along the way. After returning, she can definitely activate the potion blind box. From beginning to end, after the transaction was over, the vampires did not do anything extreme to the survivors. At most their eyes were a little exposed. The naked look at the food. Looking at the backs of the vampires leaving, a survivor couldn't help but speak. With the blood blind box, will these vampires stop attacking us? This question is a bit naive. If vampires don't want to kill humans, they can completely not kill. Sustainable development. However, countless humans still died at the hands of vampires. They attack humans mainly because of the desire to kill in their hearts. Just like some humans killing small animals, vampires attack humans not only to satisfy their appetite, but also to satisfy their own psychological desires. What's more, even if vampires stop killing humans, can humans give up attacking vampires? It's hard to say. No one answered the survivor's question, but just looked at Xiao Jia with admiration. Boss Xiao Jia is really amazing. Have you bought almost everything? Xiao Jia asked. She was ready to go to the Dawn base. Hey boss, are you leaving now? The survivors looked at Xiao Jia reluctantly. These blind boxes are really amazing. If the boss sells blind boxes in their base every day, then they are still afraid of those monsters? Yeah. Xiao Jia began to clean up the shelves and put them back on the tricycle. Let's go. Wait a minute, boss Xiao Jia, we will go to the Dawn base with you. Tai Yifeng suddenly said to Xiao Jia. Yeah. Xiao Jia didn't care. A jeep drove out of the Hope base and stopped next to Xiao Jia's tricycle, which made Xiao Jia's tricycle look rustic. However, when Xiao Jia rode a tricycle to compare with a jeep, people would still see Xiao Jia at first sight. The Dawn base was not far from the Hope base, and Xiao Jia and the people from the Hope base arrived at the Dawn base soon. Since the people of Shuguang base sent out the team, they have been looking forward to their return day and night. The most important thing is to bring back the blind box. The magic of the blind box has been witnessed by the people of Shuguang base through the Demon King of Guquanchuan. What Shuguang base did not expect was that it was Xiao Jia who arrived at Shuguang base first. The mayor of Jiejia town. Or came with those people from Hope base, When the base chief of Shuang Base heard that Xiao Jia, the mayor of Jijia town, was here, he came out to greet Xiao Jia with a smile as bright as a flower. However, his smile disappeared without a trace when he saw Tai Yifeng next to Xiao Jia. The middle-aged man in his 40s, with sparse hair, forced himself to show a forced and stiff smile. "Long time no see, Captain Li." Tai Yifeng smiled and greeted Li Mingwei. "Long time no see." Li Mingwei really wanted to miss Tai Yifeng next to Xiao Jia, but it was hard to miss such a big man standing there. Originally, he wanted to use Xiao Jia's blind box to gather all the human strength of Guquanchuan. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jia would go to the Hope Base first, which completely ruined his original plan. But he couldn't blame Xiao Jia, because it was his freedom to sell things to anyone. "The goods you want are a total of 89.3 million crystal cores. How do you pay?" Xiao Jia unloaded the bag on Yuji, turned to look at Li Mingwei, and asked. "Payment by crystal core, please wait." Li Mingwei has sent someone to get the crystal core. The 5th level crystal core was strictly protected by the base, and there were more than a dozen people guarding it every day. Xiao Jia didn't see the crystal core, and he didn't give them the blind box. Xiao Jia's principle is to pay for the goods, and the most important thing is that this order is a bit large. Soon, the safe containing the 5th level crystal core was brought over. Only Li Mingwei knew the password of this safe. However, before the safe was put down, it flew into the air. There are robbers. Chapter 87. Seeing the safe flying, Xiao Jia's eyes instantly became dangerous. When the survivors of the Shuang Base saw the safe flying, everyone panicked. They thought a lot. What if Mayor Xiao Jia thought that this was an accident they deliberately created, and thought that there was no crystal core in the safe? What if Mayor Xiao Jia thought that the crystal core had not been obtained yet, and it was none of her business, and canceled the transaction? What if? I swear to God, this was really not arranged by them. Chase it. When Li Mingwei saw the safe flying, he wanted to die. That's 100 million crystal cores, because the exchange standard in Chiojia town is like this. The Shuang Base also calculates it this way. Li Mingwei was the first to rush up, and wanted to bring the safe back. Xiao Jia glanced at Yuji, and Yuji nodded. It suddenly rushed into the crowd, and its nose arched up a survivor, and flew with the safe. This unexpected scene shocked the survivors. However, the moment the survivor flew up, the safe fell. Seeing that the safe was about to hit someone, in the horrified eyes of the crowd, Xiao Jia stabbed the knife in the air, and the knife directly turned and was pressed to the ground by Xiao Jia. The moment it landed, Xiao Jia turned his wrist, and the safe with a high safety factor opened directly. The huge crystal core was placed in a velvet box, and Xiao Jia opened it. "Sheng Hui 89.3 million, I will take a 5th level crystal core from you. How do you pay the change?" Xiao Jia closed the lid, and put the crystal core into her backpack. She turned her head, and looked at Li Mingwei. Jia, you are so handsome. Yuji's idea is the idea of all the survivors present. So handsome. I wish they could be so powerful in the future. How can I pay?" Li Mingwei stared at Xiao Jia's series of operations in astonishment. A human being could be so strong. However, as a base leader, he still has some basic qualities. You can directly find crystal cores, or you can pay with crystal core cards. Crystal core cards have binding cards and bearer cards. Xiao Jia had a blank expression on his face, casually carried his backpack with one hand, and patiently explained the difference to Li Mingwei. You have to bind the crystal core card. Even if you spend more than 80 million, the remaining crystal cores are more than 10 million, which is not a small amount. At the beginning, a 4th level crystal core was enough to trigger a zombie tide, not to mention more than 10 million crystal cores. Besides, the crystal cores they bought are enough for them to use for a long time. So relatively speaking, it is more suitable for them to bind the crystal core card. Okay. Xiao Jia once again took out the automatic deposit and withdrawal machine and the card swiping machine. Like Tai Yifeng, Li Mingwei immediately became interested when he saw the two machines Xiao Jia took out. It's not greed, but it would be very convenient to have such a machine. Mayor Xiao Jia, this machine. Is it for sale? Li Mingwei asked tentatively. 10,100,000. Xiao Jia pointed to the automatic deposit and withdrawal machine and the card swiping machine and said honestly, 1 card for 1 crystal core. To be honest, this price is not expensive. The automatic deposit and withdrawal machine combined with the bound crystal core card is really useful for survivors. Humans cannot use crystal cores to cultivate, but monsters can. Humans or human bases that carry or hold a large number of crystal cores are very dangerous, and the bases are often harassed by waves of monsters. If it weren't for the guns in their base, they would have died in the zombie tide. Xiao Jia operated the machine skillfully and deducted the number of crystal cores traded. Thank you for your patronage, I'm leaving. After doing all this, Xiao Jia put on her backpack and rode on the tricycle to leave. She glanced at Yuji, who immediately picked up the monster it was stepping on and followed Xiao Jia. Mayor Xiao Jia, please wait. Seeing that Xiao Jia was about to leave, Li Mingwei and Tai Yifeng immediately spoke out to stop him. Anything else? Xiao Jia turned around in confusion and asked. The machine that stores crystal cores, and the machine that swipes cards. Please give us one, and we need 10 machines for swiping cards. Li Mingwei said immediately. 100,000 of each of the bound card and the bearer card. Okay. Xiao Jia nodded. She didn't make any money from selling these 3 things. It didn't matter whether she made money or not. The main thing was to sell the things. Pay the way, and you can make more money in the future. It's still 500,000 short. Xiao Jia took out the card machine, swiped all the remaining crystal cores, and then stretched out her hand to Li Mingwei. Tai Yifeng also wanted to buy, but their base didn't have so many crystal cores yet, so they could only wait and see. But now they have the supernatural blind box, so it won't take too long. Please wait. Li Mingwei immediately asked his subordinates to get the crystal core. When he got the crystal core, the machines and cards also arrived. After the payment and the goods were settled, Xiao Jia was ready to leave. I send someone again next month. Xiao Jia rode on the tricycle, and Yuji followed behind her, bringing the bandit monster with her. The tricycle drove out of the Dawn base, and just passed by a man and a woman. Xiao Jia glanced at the two of them, and knew instantly. A cheerful and sunny little sweet girl, and a gloomy and domineering man. Another female protagonist, and a guy who was not sure if he was the male protagonist. The strong demonic aura, and the unrestrained terrifying aura emanating from the man immediately made Xiao Jia and Yuji understand his identity. The demon king of Gequanchuan. Jingqi looked at Xiao Jia calmly, separating Lu Nanji from them, with a silent warning in his eyes. Sister Yifeng, why are you here? Lu Nanji was very happy to see Tai Yifeng and the others, and waved to them vigorously with a bright smile on her face. She felt very alive. Xiao Jia couldn't help but close her eyes. It was a bit uncomfortable for a corpse like her to be close to such a warm human being like a little son. The mayor of Jiejia town is here. The girl next to Tai Yifeng explained to Lu Nanji, and looked at Xiao Jia and gestured. Facing Lu Nanji's curious eyes, Xiao Jia nodded to her, and continued to prepare to leave. The banded monster held by Yuji lowered his head silently, not daring to let Lu Nanji on the opposite side see his face. Xiao Jia's eyes turned around the 3 people, the little sun heroine, the domineering monster king hero, and a plot monster that seemed to be a villain or cannon fodder. Lu Nanji was very curious about Xiao Jia, but Xiao Jia left too quickly. Xiao Jia left after the transaction. Jingqi noticed Lu Nanji's little disappointment, and looked down at Lu Nanji. His affectionate eyes seemed to only accommodate her. If you want to go to Jiejia town, I take you there. Can I? Lu Nanji's eyes lit up, her face was full of joy, and she threw herself into Jingqi's arms. Jingqi took advantage of the situation and hugged her lovingly. Achi, you're so nice. This looks like a pair of sweet lovers running towards each other, completely different from the protagonists in Jiejia town, whose emotional relationships are extremely complicated. However, when Tai Yifeng and Xiaoqi saw this scene, a trace of strangeness flashed in their eyes. Jiejia, who was leaving, was examining the banded monster. What's your name? She asked. The banded monster turned his head, with a human face, and sneered disdainfully. Paw. Yuji gave him a slap without any courtesy, shameless. Jiejia is asking you a question. Yuji's force was so strong that she directly knocked off the disguise of the banded monster, revealing a handsome face that was a demon and infuriating. He is as handsome as Julian Alistair. He seems to be a little bit handsome, but he is just too handsome, and he has no temperament at all. The 2 small red moles, under the slightly red eyes, looked particularly gorgeous, charming and seductive. Yuji looked at the robber monster in shock, looked at him, and there was still a red mark of its hoof on his face, and then he looked at his hoof. First, he felt that he had hit too hard. Have you considered applying for a job in my town? Facing such a demonic face, Xiao Jia did not react at all and continued to ask coldly. The robber monster looked at Xiao Jia in disbelief. She actually asked him this? A proper job, a contract, food and lodging, basic salary and commission, and a monthly welfare blind box. Xiao Jia was attracted by the ability of this banded monster, which can disguise and is fast. If Xiao Jia hadn't used a little trick just now, Yuji would definitely not be able to stop him. This guy should be a monster with wind attributes. It's very suitable to be a courier in a small town. It doesn't matter what moral qualities this guy has, as long as he signs a contract, he has to work hard for her. What for? Xiao Jia continued to ask. The bandit monster had a complicated look, and he didn't know what to say for a moment when he met Xiao Jia's calm eyes. You won't kill me. In fact, what he wanted to ask more was, does she have no intentions towards him, just like the dead pig next to him with saliva dripping? No kill. Xiao Jia shook his head. A third-level monster, killing it would only give 10,000 points too weak. Do you want to do it? This was the third time Xiao Jia asked, and if she didn't agree, forget it. If he wasn't a monster that might be an important plot, Xiao Jia wouldn't have invited him. Ling Yu's expression became more complicated. As a mixed-blooded demon, Xiao Jia was the first creature he met that didn't react to him. It wasn't that she didn't react at all. Xiao Jia also wanted him, and wanted him to work for her. Let's go! Ling Yu didn't answer for a long time. Xiao Jia accepted his refusal and called Yuji, who suddenly became a little shy. I don't know what happened recently. The people and monsters she wanted to invite were not interested. Qin Bing refused, and the monster also refused. Is the treatment too bad? Xiao Jia began to reflect. Yes, everyone who works out wants to make money. Should she improve the benefits? For example, employees can get 20% off for buying blind boxes for their own use. The basic salary should be increased, and the employee dormitory building should also be built. Here, although Yuji is very lustful, she still listens to Xiao Jia's words. As soon as Xiao Jia opened her mouth, she immediately woke up from Ling Yu's beauty and followed Xiao Jia's footsteps. When Ling Yu reacted, Xiao Jia's figure was no longer in front of her. Xiao Jia, who left, was still thinking about the issue of employee treatment. She turned to Yuji. Yuji, do you think the treatment of employees in the town is a bit too bad? Xiao Jia, who had been rejected twice in a row, was a little suspicious. Is it? I think it's pretty good. As a non-staff employee, Yuji felt that Xiao Jia's treatment was very good, and she was free and easy to talk to. Is it because there are no 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? When I was in the slaughterhouse before, I heard those humans talking about this. It seems that when humans look for jobs, they want to find jobs with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and there are 7 social insurances and 2 housing funds. Xiao Jia fell into deep thought. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Is there such a thing? Host, what are you talking about? 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Xiao Jia answered casually. Do you want to buy it? The system looked at Xiao Jia unexpectedly. Why did the host think of buying this thing? Is it really there? Xiao Jia and Yuji were surprised. There is such a thing? Yes, it is the inspiration from humans, basically the same. Host retirement pension insurance, host physical medical insurance, mission work injury insurance, mission failure insurance, and a world provident fund. However, this is generally purchased by middle-level hosts. People like the host are not eligible to buy it. It's not worth buying it. It's not this, it's employee benefits. Xiao Jia shook her head. It's useless for her to have these insurances. Xiao Jia was just rejected by a male monster. Yuji explained. The system was shocked. What? Xiao Jia wanted him to come to the town to apply for a job, but he didn't want to. Yuji was a little breathless when she spoke. So that's how it is. How much have the things sold? Xiao Jia asked. The system gestured a number, 410 million competition points. Xiao Jia calculated, including the 100 million from the Dawn base, and the 5 million from the Hope base. She now has a total of more than 528,320,000 points. Including the rent, the sale of blind boxes, various machines, and those hotels, the town's daily net profit is around 100,000, which is already very good. After all, town maintenance also requires a lot of points. After 500 million points arrived, Xiao Jia directly activated the game potion blind box. The purchase price of this potion is 500 points each. Xiao Jia bought herself 1,000 blind boxes. She has a certain understanding of her luck. Blind boxes and luck are really mysterious. Even if she asks the protagonists to help her open them, she may not get what Xiao Jia wants. After activating the potion blind box, Xiao Jia also sent a town announcement to inform the townspeople. New game potion blind box in the town. The hidden version is a permanent attribute enhancement potion. The The price is 1,000 points each, and it will be officially launched tomorrow. A town announcement directly woke the townspeople up from their sleep. What the hell? Game potion blind box? Oh my god, what good stuff did the mayor bring back for them again? The townspeople's eyes were shining in the dark night. These days are really getting more and more hopeful. Chapter 88. The appearance of the game potion blind box is a very ordinary potion bottle. Xiao Jia, the system, and Yuji squatted on the roadside to observe the potion blind box on the ground. The tricycle was placed next to it. Host, what do you think we can get? I don't know either. Although she said she didn't know, Xiao Jia actually had an idea in her mind. With her luck, how about letting Yuji open it? Obviously, the system also knows Xiao Jia and its luck very well. One person and one unified turned to look at Yuji at the same time, and Xiao Jia's expressionless face actually revealed a hint of expectation. Then let me try. Yuji was not sure about her luck, but she thought she should be better than Xiao Jia and the puppy, right? As it turned out, the three of them had bad luck today. One person, one pig and one unified looked at the 10 small red bottles opened by Yuji in silence, and tacitly did not speak. Let's go back and talk about it. After a long time, Xiao Jia stood up. The feng shui here was not favorable for her. Xiao Jia also learned a lot from the residents of the town, especially the metaphysics of opening blind boxes. Every time a blind box was opened, in the words of the townspeople, one was more superstitious than the other, and they wanted to use all the metaphysics knowledge they knew in their lives. Bathing and fasting, praying before opening, worshipping heaven and earth. Some people even secretly built a shrine to Xiao Jia. It's no wonder that Xiao Jia couldn't get good things. I think so too. Yuji, who had opened 10 lowest level items, was very guilty now. How could her luck suddenly become so bad? This proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone, so Xiao Jia rode a tricycle back to the town in a hurry, carrying the blind box. When Xiao Jia and System Yuji returned to the town was thriving and bustling. First, it was the superpowers, then the backpacks, and now the potion blind boxes. The enthusiasm of the town residents was fully mobilized. In the town, Xiao Jia could clearly feel that there were many more unfamiliar survivors. She opened the town panel and took a look. The population of the townspeople had reached the upper limit of the town, and all the houses were full. Even the hotels and daily rental houses were full of survivors. The floating population of the town plus the townspeople had reached 5,000. Right now, there are more than 5,000 people in the town. When she was away, there were more than 10,000 people at the peak. What happened in the few days when she was away? The system looked at the new commercial area and the central square of the town, and its eyes suddenly turned into the shape of a crystal core. So many crystal cores. The host will soon win the first place in the competition. It has staked all its points. Please beg the system to bet on the host to win. Xiao Jia and the system entered the town from the original gate. This area has been transformed into a planting area and livestock area. Now there are fewer townspeople and survivors walking this way, and they usually enter the town from the river. So Xiao Jia and the system did not attract the attention of the townspeople and survivors when they returned to the town. There were too many people, many of whom were new, so no one paid attention to them. Host. Xiao Jia. In the crowd, the system and Yuji saw a familiar face at a glance, with that unusually eye-catching red hair. It's true that enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Do they still remember the grudge against this guy? What's wrong? Xiao Jia, we have something to deal with. Yuji immediately turned to look at Xiao Jia, her narrow eyes flashing with malice, and said to her, Host, I want to go too. The system can remember grudges. It has come up with 18,000 ways to deal with that red-haired spirit. Although I don't know what the system and Yuji are going to deal with, Xiao Jia still let them go. A pig and a dog rushed into the crowd aggressively. Xiao Jia found an empty bench and sat down, watching the system and Yuji quietly. She was away for a few days, and the town changed a lot. It was no longer a makeshift team like before. It looked very formal. She took a look at her ranking in the competition, which was quite high, making it into the top 200 with a score of 5,194 points. Steady progress. Xiao Jia was quite satisfied with this ranking. Of course, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Xiao Jia was thinking about the future development of the town, when the voice of the little goblin came from the side. King! The little goblin looked at Xiao Jia excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Ah, here comes Shilu. Until now, Xiao Jia didn't know the little goblin's name, so he just followed Yuji and called. Well done, she said to the little goblin. The little goblin looked at Xiao Jia in surprise. It actually got the praise from the king. This was something it had never experienced before in the goblin's nest. The eyes of the goblin clan have always been turbid and full of calculations and shrewdness, but at this moment, the eyes of the little goblin are unusually clear and pure, just like the stars in the sky. My king, am I really doing a good job? The little goblin couldn't help asking again, hoping to get a definite answer. Really? Xiao Jia patted the little goblin's head and nodded. Su Xiaoran and Mimi all did a good job. Let Xiao Jia do it herself. Not to say that the work will be worse than this, but it will take a lot of time. The number of employees in the town is so small that it is not enough for the town to operate normally. Moreover, so many strange survivors poured in at once, including many monsters. It can be seen that when Xiao Jia was away, the three of them really spent a lot of effort. After getting a definite answer from Xiao Jia, the little goblin's eyes widened slightly and stared at her without a single mistake. For the little goblin, Xiao Jia is really the only one in the world, the best, the wisest, the greatest, and the most powerful king. All its affirmation and all its giving come from Xiao Jia. Sister Mayor, you're back? Just as the little goblin was about to speak, he was interrupted by an excited shout. It was Mimi. Xiao Jia's attention was drawn to it, and the little goblin was a little disappointed. Come to the Lord's mansion later. Xiao Jia stood up and said to the little goblin. She didn't look back, so she didn't see the little goblin's eyes. Sister Mayor, you're finally back. Mimi rushed over excitedly, and Xiao Jia caught her. Sister Mayor, how is my arrangement? Very good. Xiao Jia nodded and gave full affirmation. It was indeed well arranged. The planting area and breeding area in the back, the mole spirit and clam monsters have already started working, and the townspeople have also brought back a lot of seeds from outside. The various areas of the town are well organized, which makes people with obsessive-compulsive disorder feel comfortable, and the scenery is also very beautiful. The human residential area is warm and bright, with vigorous vitality, combining the styles of Jiangnan after rain and Neon City. The residence of the dead is gloomy and mysterious, shrouded in fog, and after nightfall, there will be faint fluorescence. The monsters are arranged in the forest, with huge trees towering into the sky, full of fantasy flowers and vines. There are also rivers for water monsters, and specially developed hostel hotel areas. The styles are different. The crystal cores and plants left by Xiao Jia are not enough to decorate the town like this. Mimi specially sought the help of the monsters in the town, and dug a large number of special plants from various places in Juma City to decorate the town. A reward for you. Xiao Jia took out a dozen blind boxes of game potions from her backpack and handed them to Mimi. Anyway, she couldn't get anything good. Mimi looked at the gift Xiao Jia handed over with surprise. The potion blind box was snapped up as soon as it was released. They couldn't buy it at all. I didn't expect the mayor's sister to give them so many at once. Mayor's sister, can I share it with others? Mimi looked up at Xiao Jia while holding the game potion blind box and asked. She wanted to share it with the residents, who helped her decorate the town, including monsters and humans. It's yours. You can arrange it however you want. I approve some blind boxes for you later. You can arrange it yourself. Are you interested in being hired as an employee of the town? Xiao Jia asked. Mimi is a very capable human being. If possible, Xiao Jia hopes that she can become a part of the town. Yes, yes. Mimi nodded quickly. She was very willing. Qin Bing was responsible for curing Xia Yin and Zhu Ran, and she had a lot of problems to think about. Mimi was different. Her mind was a little brighter than Qin Bing. Then Mayor's sister, can I ask for a little bit of benefits after becoming a town employee? Mimi squeezed to Xiao Jia's side and asked coquettishly. What benefits? Just cure Xia Yin and Zhu Ran's injuries. Xia Yin and Zhu Ran's injuries have always been the biggest stone in their hearts. They became like this in order to save everyone. Okay. Xiao Jia nodded and made another request. Bring Qin Bing here. I promise to complete the mission. Mimi saluted Xiao Jia playfully. There were so many good things today. Mom and Dad were found. Xia Yin and Zhu Ran's injuries were getting better, and she also found a job. The new survivors in the town were rescued from Juma City by Shintan Feng Yuan Yao, Xie Jinghan, and Fu Jingchuan. Thanks to the impact of the large-scale mission of the Blood Clan Rebellion, the monsters in Juma City were in chaos, and the townspeople were able to seize the opportunity to rescue these people from Juma City. At the same time, they also contacted some survivor bases in Juma City and had some exchanges. I believe that more and more townspeople will reunite with their families in the future. Xiao Jia signed a contract with Mimi. After signing, Mimi immediately went to find Chen Bing to persuade her to join the town, become an employee, and work for the mayor. As for Xiao Jia, she rode her tricycle back to the Lord's mansion. The blind box I bought before has to be opened. There are no houses to rent in the town now. When passing by the blind box store in the commercial district, Xiao Jia picked up Coco and Yin Yin, who were running errands with their short legs. Sister Mayor? Suddenly being lifted into the air, Coco and Yin Yin's legs were in the air and kept struggling. I thought it was another survivor who wanted to play with the children. But when I turned around, it turned out to be Xiao Jia who came back. Seeing Coco and Yin Yin being taken away, the survivors around were about to call for help, but they heard them call the mayor's sister. Is this person the mayor of Jiajia town? Xiao Jia nodded at them and left with Coco and Yin Yin. When passing by the commercial and leisure area, she saw a very handsome stranger vampire with purple hair and golden eyes. She should be a high-level vampire with a smile on her face. Julian stood in front of her with an unhappy look on his face, and he looked very helpless. Lorraine Castile. This name came to Xiao Jia's mind. Before, Wei said that he was a vampire who was very friendly to humans. It seems that Wei succeeded in delivering the letter. Xiao Jia retracted his gaze, and Lorraine inadvertently prepared to look at Xiao Jia, who had already left, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Hey, is that your mayor? Lorraine supported his chin and gestured in the direction where Xiao Jia left. Yeah, Julian responded coldly. Pack up your manner, I plan to live here for a while. Lorraine said to Julian with a smile, and his tone was so matter-of-fact. Julian frowned, not because Lorraine was going to live in his manor, but because Lorraine was a very reliable and caring elder to most vampires of his generation. Whenever there is danger, she will always stand in front of them and protect their safety, even if they are not children of the Castile family. However, let's not investigate how these dangers came. Julian was suspicious of Lorraine's purpose of staying in Giantwood City. Recently, there has been a problem with the vampires, and even the royal castle has been alarmed. Of course, I have to stay and see the excitement. Lorraine was honest, and did not hide her purpose. Julian knew about the vampire riot, and he also knew that there was something wrong with these vampires. But he did not expect that it would alarm the royal castle, so this matter would be a bit serious. Julian's expression instantly became serious. If there is really a problem with the vampires, wouldn't Wei be in danger? Lorraine. Hey, Xiao Wei is an independent person, just like you and me. Don't always think about arranging what she should do. She will choose it herself. Lorraine saw Julian's thoughts at a glance, and the smiling expression on her face did not change at all. She knew that Julian wanted to send Wei to her castle to avoid the danger this time, but if Julian really did it, there would be no possibility for him and Wei. Whether it's right or wrong, it's her choice. That's not how you chase a girl. If I were Wei's mother, I would never marry her to you. Lorraine watched Julian grow up, so she would naturally choose to stand on Julian's side. Although she also liked Wei, Wei was a human, not a vampire. Julian remained silent, and didn't speak for a long time before speaking. I know, thank you, Lorraine. Aunt? Good boy. Lorraine patted Julian's head, biting the straw of the specially customized blood drink and letting Julian lead the way, with a strange light flashing in her golden eyes. She might have to live in Giantwood City for a while. The vampire riot is very tricky. Chapter 89. Xiao Jia, who returned to the Lord's mansion, was ready to start opening blind boxes, including potion blind boxes and landlady blind boxes. Keek's luck was much better than Shintong's, probably because of the different auras. Shintong's luck was average at ordinary times, but it always worked at critical moments. But Kiki was different. In her daily life, she could immediately open good things with just a little effort. When she saw Xiao Jia asking her to open the blind box, the expression on Keek's face changed. Children couldn't hide things, and Xiao Jia saw it at a glance. What's wrong? Xiao Jia asked. Sister Mayor. Kiki grabbed the corner of her clothes, hesitating and not knowing how to speak. Xiao Jia opened the town panel and found Tang Kiki, who was paying attention to the townspeople with a red heart. Some major events that happened to the townspeople would be recorded in the town event column, but they would generally not be displayed in the town event column, and the townspeople's panel would need to be open to see them. The town event column still took into account the privacy of the townspeople, and would only record them briefly. Tang Kiki was bullied and threatened by townspeople Lu Yanfeng, Yuan Shui, Lu XX, and Lu XX. Someone bullied you? Xiao Jia asked affirmatively. Lu Yanfeng. She had an impression of him as the leader of a team in the town, and he usually had a good relationship with Fu Jingchuan. It was said that he was also a CEO before the end of the world. Kiki looked up in shock. How did the mayor know that? Can she read minds? They threatened you with your brother? Help them open blind boxes? Xiao Jia asked again. It was not hard to think of this because that was what she did. Yeah. Kiki hung her head, and her voice was already a little tearful. Those bad guys said that if they didn't help them open the blind box, they would never give my brother food again, and my brother would feel very uncomfortable if he couldn't eat. They also secretly fought with Yin. One of the bad guys even stole Keek's crystal core. Did they give your brother food? Xiao Jia looked at Yin. There was no doubt that zombies could eat anything. Tang Keek's brother was just an ordinary zombie, not as strong as the silver-haired zombie. Yin nodded quietly, and it didn't dare to tell Kiki about this. Next time something like this happens, if I'm not here, you can find Su Shaoran, Shintong, Wei, Xie Jinghan, the little goblin. All of them are fine. Feng Yuan now is also okay, you should know them all. The more people there are in a town, the higher the scum content. Xiao Jia has never cared about the disputes between humans and monsters. She allows the existence of scum, and competition is the driving force. As a black-hearted mayor, she doesn't care about the lives of those townspeople. But Kiki is different. She is an employee of the town, and Xiao Jia's subordinate. As a result, these humans bully Kiki because she is a child and knows nothing. They are not bullying Kiki. They think that she is the mayor, and is easy to fool. Xiao Jia's face is very calm. Open these blind boxes, and I will change your residence later. I will ask Xiaolu to bring you some snacks and fruits to eat. After opening, watch TV here and don't go anywhere. Do you understand? I know. Kiki nodded obediently. It's right to listen to the mayor's sister. Xiao Jia resharpened the knife in the yard before leaving the Lord's mansion. The location of the Lord's mansion is quite remote, which was Xiao Jia's special request. Lu Yanfeng and his team are now in the commercial leisure area. It will take Xiao Jia a while to get there, and the tricycle is not fast. Keek's brother can't stay in the town, but Xiao Jia has already thought of a suitable place for him. Before that, she needs to get rid of this group of people. Strictly speaking, these people did not violate the town's regulations. But who made Xiao Jia unhappy? This town has never been a human town. It belongs to her, Xiao Jia alone. She is the existence that cannot be violated here. In the leisure area of the town, Lu Yanfeng and his team are sitting at a table complacently, surrounded by survivors who compliment them. As the boss of the Shanha Club, Lu Yanfeng is naturally calmer, not as arrogant as his younger brothers, but also quite flamboyant. Boss Lu, your luck is too good. You just opened a third-level thunder power, and now you have opened a black water power with super attack power. A survivor looked at Lu Yanfeng with envy and kept praising him. I think this time, Boss Lu must be the first to open the hidden version of the potion blind box. Lu Yanfeng smiled and did not respond to the survivor. His face was calm, but there was a secret smugness in his eyes. It was his mother who first discovered the matter of Tang Kiki, and only he and his mother knew about it until now. The rest of the people did not know the secret of Tang Kiki, but they only knew that Lu Yanfeng had been very lucky recently. As for the other people under his command bullying Kiki, it was purely because they were too bad and bullied everyone, stepping on the lowest line of the town rules. It was just a coincidence. That's right, don't you see who our boss is? Lu Yanfeng's younger brother proudly puffed up his chest. Their boss is so awesome, and they, as younger brothers, should be proud of it. That's right, those people with the surname Xie and the surname Long, who can compare with our boss? That's right, Boss Lu is the most powerful survivor in our town. The survivors around him did not experience the initial period of the town, and they kept praising Lu Yanfeng. In their opinion, Lu Yanfeng, who was blessed by the god of luck, was the strongest in this town. It was also because Captain Shintong, Feng Yuan Yao, Cat Claw, and Xie Jinghan were not in the town recently. Feng Yuan Yao was busy robbing treasures everywhere, and Shintong and others were busy rescuing survivors. These people were obviously rescued by Shintong and others, but they did not remember Shintong and others' kindness at all, but instead praised Lu Yanfeng and his group in various ways. They were probably bullying the good and fearing the evil. I heard that the first person in the town is here. A two's half-smiley voice came from behind them. A large group of people followed behind Feng Yuanyao, and they looked at Lu Yanfeng leisurely. This guy? Not as good as that scumbag Long Tianyu. Not to mention Shintong and Xie Jinghan, Fu Jingchuan might not be able to beat them, right? There is a saying that goes, when the tiger is away, the monkey will be the king. The man with glasses pushed his glasses and said with a smile. What do you mean? When Lu Yanfeng's younger brother heard what they said, he immediately became unhappy and pointed his weapon at Feng Yuanyao. This is a naked provocation. It means that your boss is a monkey who makes people laugh. Captain Cat's Claw propped up his chin and laughed sarcastically. Oh, you're back. Feng Yuanyao waved to Captain Cat's Claw and said hello. Today is a really good day. Everyone is here. In fact, everyone heard that the mayor who had been away for many days was back, so they came back specially. During the time when Xiao Jia was away, a lot of things happened in Juma City, and they were also curious about the situation in the city outside. Lu Yanfeng was also very lucky, just in time. It's so lively. Saner and his friends just came back from Juma City. In order to transfer the survivors in the Juma City base these days, they basically lived in Juma City. They just came back today. Wang Banlon squatted on a tree and quickly recorded the scene in front of her. She had a hunch that something big would happen today. She didn't know if the mayor would come. Their mayor was still riding a tricycle on the way. There was no way. The tricycle was too slow. Xiao Jia hasn't changed to a new car yet, and it will probably take some time to reach the commercial and leisure area. Why? Do you want to break the rules of the town? Saner folded his hands and stared at the younger brother Lu Yanfeng, who was pointing a weapon at them. Although they didn't break the rules of the town, they did a lot of things that were close to the rules. During the time when Xiao Jia was away, Shintong and the others were not in the town either. Lu Yanfeng and the others were indeed too arrogant. They even had the idea of occupying the town. Of course, it was not so blatant to rob directly, but to sideline Xiao Jia. For example, he gradually inserted his own people into the town employees, so that she could not understand the situation of the town, and be a deaf and blind mayor who could not manage anything. He was really ready to do it. And he had already started trying to bribe the town staff. Xiao Jia had also handed over the affairs of the town to other survivors, so what was the use of Su Shaoran? It would be better to replace them with his people. Or him. Xiao Jia didn't know this yet, because she hadn't had time to look at the town's event column. Of course, they didn't succeed in bribing them. The rules of the town are shit. Under the stimulation of everyone's eyes, Lu Yanfeng's little brother spoke out his inner thoughts without thinking. The scene was silent for a while, and no one spoke at all. His voice echoed in the leisure area, and Feng Yuanyou's face was very strange. So you still have this idea. Lu Yanfeng, this guy, is really brave. She had never had such an idea. Xiao Jia didn't care much about the affairs of the town, but was there one thing in the town that could be hidden from her eyes? She let Xiao Jia deal with it like this last time. Lu Yanfeng's face was gloomy, and he looked at the little brother just now, as if he was looking at a dead person. Lu Yanfeng must be furious to have his inner thoughts exposed in front of everyone. Lu Yanfeng was exposed so early, and he was not prepared. Although Lu Yanfeng does have some ability, his supernatural power is indeed ranked among the best in the town. At least in the top 5. That's why he has the confidence, and his subordinates dare, to say such things. But, the residents in the town are not only humans, but also monsters. Let alone Julian, it's a bit of a bully to pull him out. Even if the mole spirits, who farm the land are pulled out, they can fight back and forth with Lu Yanfeng and the others. Beep beep. When the parties were confronting each other, the sound of a car engine suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. It was Xiao Jia riding a tricycle. Why are you all here? Xiao Jia looked at them strangely. Why are they all here together? Oh no, Long Tianyu is not here. I don't know where he was led by the system and Yu Mayor. Seeing Xiao Jia coming, Lu Yanfeng immediately had a bad premonition. Shintong and the others greeted Xiao Jia one after another. I haven't seen him for several days. Mayor. Feng Yuanyao glanced at Lu Yanfeng and spoke with the intention of causing chaos. Someone wants to usurp the throne and take your position. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yanfeng's younger brother hurriedly spoke with a guilty conscience. If this matter cannot be resolved today, he will definitely die today, not to mention others. Even his boss will not let him go. Having followed Lu Yanfeng for so long, he also knows Lu Yanfeng's character very well. Among the people present, Lu Yanfeng is probably the one who wants to kill him the most. Usurp the throne? Usurp my position? Xiao Jia spoke in a strange tone. This guy is quite ambitious. Mayor, take care of him quickly. Saner said gloatingly. Chi Bai glared at him. Even if the mayor wanted to take care of him, he had to have a reason. This can only be done privately at most. This guy is not wrong on the surface. The one who said this is Lu Yanfeng's younger brother, not Lu Yanfeng himself, so it is not his problem at all. It was just a casual remark by one of my subordinates. It didn't violate the laws of the town. I failed to discipline my subordinates well. Sorry, Mayor. Lu Yifeng spoke calmly. Just like Shibai thought, he had not violated the town's rules. Who could do anything to him? If Xiao Jia attacked him in public, wouldn't that be a slap in her own face? She had promised solemnly that as long as they stayed in the townspeople would not be in any danger. At worst, he would not leave the town. As long as he could survive this period. Is there no one who can deal with Lu Yanfeng? Of course there is. As the mayor of Jijia town, Xiao Jia has the final right of interpretation. Moreover, the town's rules only protect the townspeople. So if he is not Lu Yanfeng, right? Xiao Jia glanced at the man in front of her and asked. In case of any false charges. It's the mayor. Lu Yanfeng looked at Xiao Jia's calm expression, and was unsure of Xiao Jia's thoughts. Maybe nothing happened, she would just let it go? Feng Yuanao was so arrogant at the beginning, but nothing happened, right? Lu Yanfeng thought with luck. Yeah. Xiao Jia nodded, it was him. She stretched out her hand to Lu Yanfeng, and seemed to take something away from him in the puzzled eyes of the crowd. A ray of light flew out from Lu Yanfeng, and landed in Xiao Jia's hand. Other people's questions were soon answered. Human survivor Lu Yanfeng deprived of his status as a resident of Jijia town. Everyone was shocked, and Lu Yanfeng's eyes were bloodshot. In addition to shock, he was more afraid and panicked. Having lost his status as a resident of Jijia town, there was only one way left for him. Xiao Jia's expression did not change at all, and he deprived the survivors in the event column of their status as townspeople one by one, just like the King of Hell called out their names. Lu Yanfeng's brothers, who originally thought they could escape, were all shocked. Even Lu Yanfeng's mother couldn't escape. Why do you deprive me of my status as a town resident? This is not in compliance with the town's regulations. Chapter 90. Hearing Lu Yanfeng's words, Xiao Jia suddenly laughed. Rules? She made the rules, so why should she abide by them? Mayor Xiao Jia, there is no order without rules. Are you going to take the lead in breaking this rule? If that's the case, then why do we need to abide by the rules? There was a hint of threat in Lu Yanfeng's words. At this point, he had no other choice. Before the apocalypse, Lu Yanfeng was the director of the sales department of a company. The performance of the team he managed was quite good, and his methods were also quite good. His words were very poisonous. Since Xiao Jia took the lead in breaking the rules of the town, could others not abide by them? Even if he was going to die today, it would definitely put a thorn in the hearts of the people in the town. Mayor, although this town was built by you, all of us have contributed to its development. If a town wants to develop, it cannot be separated from us people. This town is not your town alone. Lu Yanfeng spoke loudly, and the faces of some onlookers on the side also changed. His words accurately hit the inner thoughts of some people. Lu Yanfeng was right. This town was not her Xiao Jia's town alone. Why should they follow the rules, and she doesn't? The development of this town can't be separated from them. Without them, who will buy blind boxes, who will pay rent, who will consume? Quite a few people were instigated by Lu Yanfeng, but they were not stupid enough to go against Xiao Jia until now, but secretly kept this matter in mind. Did you make a mistake? Adu spoke meaningfully. These guys take themselves too seriously. Lu Yanfeng's words made Shintong and the others silent for a while. It must be said that this guy's words are very confusing. But the facts are not what he said. Humans may have contributed to this town, but this contribution is not negligible, but it is definitely not a large proportion. Shintong is the only one. The vast majority of the remaining people rely on Xiao Jia to get their current life. They got the supply and demand relationship wrong. It's not that Xiao Jia can't do without them, but that they can't do without Xiao Jia. The development of the town has nothing to do with us. Don't involve us. We take money to do things. Feng Yuan now immediately cut off her relationship with Lu Yifeng on the opposite side. Who wants to be the tail of the chicken when they can be the head of the phoenix? The problem is that they don't have the strength to beat Xiao Jia at all. All their strength comes from Xiao Jia. Why go against the thigh? Lu Yifeng didn't have much contact with Feng Yuan now. When he heard her words, he immediately turned his head and looked at Feng Yuanyao. Why did he feel that Feng Yuanyao's face was so familiar? There was no doubt that Feng Yuanyao was very beautiful. Unlike her overbearing and arrogant style, she had a face that was very easy to bully. The style was somewhat similar to Wei, but the difference was that Wei was more resilient. Feng Yuanyao's face looked very weak and vulnerable at first glance. It's just that her aura was too strong, and it was easy for people to ignore this fact. You are? Lu Yifeng narrowed his eyes, and finally remembered how this face was familiar. Lin Yanwei. She was an intern under him before. Didn't she die of alcohol allergy? Feng Yuanyao, who did not inherently know his memory, did not remember who Lu Yanfeng was. If she knew, Lu Yanfeng's fate would be terrible. Lu Yanfeng frowned slightly, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by a deep female voice. You talk too much nonsense. A huge black shadow fell from the sky and hit Lu Yanfeng heavily. With a crisp sound of broken bones, Lu Yanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Xiao Jia's knife, which had been drawn out, suddenly had no target to hit. She thought for a moment and put the knife back. It was Yu Ji. Yu Ji was the only monster of this tonnage in the town. But Yu Ji could speak? Xiao Jia was a little surprised. What happened in such a short time? How dare you disobey the king? The little goblin jumped off Yu Ji's body, hit Lu Yanfeng on the head with a cane, and asked loudly with his hands on his waist. This was probably the loudest and most stubborn time the little goblin had ever spoken. It was also the most angry time. Yu Ji, you can actually speak. Saner looked at Yu Ji in shock. Yu Ji raised her head and looked down at him, snorting, making a fuss. There are so many talking animals and monsters in the town. Xiao Jia glanced at the red-haired Long Tianyu, who was gritting his teeth in the distance. He believed that Yu Ji's ability to speak had a lot to do with him. Long Tianyu noticed Xiao Jia's gaze, and the expression on his face immediately changed, exuding charm, like a peacock spreading its tail. As Long Outyan, he is handsome. But he is not handsome enough to make Xiao Jia think he is handsome. Feeling like being entangled by something dirty, Xiao Jia turned his head away indifferently. My king, leave them to me. The little goblin turned his head and looked at Xiao Jia, saying expectantly, solving Xiao Jia's troubles is what it feels most proud of. And if the king comes to kill people, I'm afraid these humans will have a problem with the king in their hearts. The little goblin knows very well how much Xiao Jia has devoted to this town. Before becoming a resident of the town, it has been secretly observing Jiajia town for a long time. Lu Yanfeng stared at Xiao Jia, and the lightning power of the third-level thunder ability instantly covered his whole body. Yu Ji, who was originally pressing on him, was suddenly electrocuted and jumped away. Even though Yu Ji reacted quickly and moved flexibly, its originally white skin suddenly turned black and gray miserable. The third-level thunder ability is indeed not weak, otherwise there would not be so many survivors surrounding Lu Yanfeng to flatter him. With the support of the lightning power, Lu Yanfeng stood up shakily. Because his spine was broken by Yu Ji, his posture was extremely distorted and his face was even more hideous and terrifying. Xiao Jia. His voice was hoarse and rough, as if there were stones rubbing against each other in his throat. The whole person was as terrifying as a demon crawling out of hell. Go to hell. The bursting power of thunder and lightning suddenly hit Xiao Jia, with a violent force that tried to destroy everything. The onlookers looked at this sudden scene in amazement. Wang Banlon on the tree had moved her position and jumped onto the big umbrella between Xiao Jia and Lu Yanfeng. Because she was too close, her hair was blown up. No need. Xiao Jia seemed to have not seen Lu Yanfeng's actions, nor heard his anger, as if he did not exist at all. Such indifference made Lu Yanfeng feel even more angry. He regarded Xiao Jia as an opponent, but Xiao Jia did not take him seriously at all. Xiao Jia shook her head at the little goblin. She would solve this matter. Even if these people had opinions about her, so what? Who dared to say a word? There were so many people who wanted to kill her. The butcher knife flew out, and blood splashed 3 feet. Lu Yanfeng's unfinished words would never be spoken again. The lightning power that had just been emitted disappeared in an instant, before it touched the corner of Xiao Jia's clothes. Unfortunately, his great strategy ended before it even began. Blood splashed on Yu Ji's body, making her look extremely terrifying. Others retreated. All the remaining people will be driven out of the town and permanently blacklisted. Xiao Jia put away the knife and looked around. The survivors who met her gaze couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look directly at her. There were many human monsters who had the same idea as Lu Yanfeng, and the power in Xiao Jia's hands was too attractive. However, with Lu Yanfeng's example in front of them, I believe these humans will be honest and obedient for a while. When leaving, Xiao Jia glanced at Su Qianqian, who had been staying out of the matter. Just one glance, Su Qianqian immediately understood what Xiao Jia meant. These people don't think about leaving this area alive. Xiao Jia wanted the townspeople and survivors to fear her from all sides and feel fear of her. But why did she insist on her dealing with these survivors outside? Su Qianqian was a little puzzled. This was of course because Xiao Jia also wanted to pull her into the town camp and become an employee of the town. From the incident with Lu Yanfeng, it can be seen that the town actually still has a lot of shortcomings. At this stage, all the management-type employees in the town are more or less too gentle, and sometimes being too good-tempered is not good. Xiao Jia needs an employee like Su Qianqian, who is ruthless and ambitious. Little Goblin and Yu Ji are also such ruthless people, but Little Goblin is too loyal, and sometimes can't jump out of Xiao Jia's position to see the problem, and Yu Ji is too playful, so neither is suitable. Su Qianqian is different. Although Su Qianqian looks gentle, she is actually very vicious. Fu Jingchuan has not been able to completely break away from her until now. Xiao Jia has taken a fancy to Su Qianqian. There is no one in the town who is more suitable than her to handle these things. The glasses-wearing gentleman next to Xie Jinghan is also okay, but Xiao Jia estimates that she should not be able to pry him out. Qi Bai lost his name, leaving only the nickname of a gentleman with glasses. However, there are several men of his style in the town. There is one next to Feng Yuanyao, and Lu Yanfeng is also of a similar type. No wonder Xiao Jia can't tell them apart. Because Qi Bai came first, Xiao Jia's impression is that he is the gentleman with glasses number 1, and the one next to Feng Yuanyao is number 2. If there are other similar styles in the future, the same can be said. By the way, if you want to cancel the lease, find Xiaolu. Xiao Jia turned and left. Su Qianqian was puzzled, but she still obeyed her ideas. After all, the fate of the last disobedient person was already there. After hearing Xiao Jia's last words, the survivors and townspeople looked at each other in bewilderment. Didn't you just say you didn't dare to live in such a town? A survivor urged the townspeople around him, asking if they should consider leaving and vacating the place for him to move in. Did I say that? No. You heard wrong. The townspeople laughed and pretended nothing happened. Is he crazy? He just talked about the house he had snatched with great difficulty. Although some townspeople cursed Xiao Jia in their mouths and hearts, they would not do so if they were asked to leave the town. Xiao Jia is domineering and has the final say, but she really protects when something goes wrong. No matter what trouble she causes, she can handle it, and the cost is only a few thousand or a few hundred crystal cores every month. Only people with unclear minds would want to overthrow the mayor. I hope the mayor will live forever, dominate the world, and become the king. He will always be the mayor of Jejia town. Zhao Fei, a girl with twin ponytails and red hands, put her hands together and looked at the direction where Xiao Jia left with sparkling eyes. The mayor is so handsome. It's really safe to follow such a person. She will follow Mayor Xiao Jia forever. Flatterer Zhao Xiong. Seeing Zhao Fei's worthless appearance, several people who followed Zhao Fei from Gujiu City to Juma City couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Then you go. Zhao Fei put his hands on his waist and retorted unceremoniously. He got the advantage and still acted cute. Be careful, I will complain to the mayor. Long live the mayor. When several people heard this, they immediately raised their arms and shouted loudly. The other onlookers didn't know why, but they also shouted along. The little goblin stared at them. Did these humans want to steal the position of the most loyal subordinate of its king? The silver-haired zombie passed by with his sister, and there was also a child zombie beside him. The little boy had a long braid and looked like a naughty child who was arrogant and domineering. Judging from his appearance, his strength should not be bad. Hey, Xiaoyin, come to my house for dinner tonight. Wang Banlan, who had not yet climbed down from the big umbrella, saw the silver-haired zombie with sharp eyes and immediately invited him warmly. Everyone just came back. There must be a lot of stories about him. Why did he die? The silver-haired zombie stopped and glanced at the corpse on the ground that had not been cleaned up yet, and asked, "Let the mayor kill him." Wang Banlan carefully put away her camera. It was Precious, her good baby. Oh! The silver-haired zombie nodded. His expression was very calm. Xiaoyin, you don't seem surprised at all. Wang Banlan glanced at the silver-haired zombie suspiciously. Xiaoyin seemed to know something. Isn't it normal for her to kill people? The silver-haired zombie asked back. Yes. Wang Banlan nodded heavily. Indeed, it was quite normal for the mayor to kill people. This was not the first time. But she was still very curious. Why did the mayor kill Lu Yanfeng? Just because of that sentence? This was not like the mayor's style. I know. The younger sister zombie looked around and whispered behind the silver-haired zombie. He had people feed human flesh to Coco's brother and has been secretly threatening Coco. His mother always scolded Coco secretly and stole Coco's crystal core. And he seemed to want Coco to be with him forever. The onlookers who were listening with their ears perked up were completely stunned. No, what did they hear? Is this still a human being? How old is Kiki? Scum. Beast. Worse than a beast. Bah! Why didn't you say anything? Shintong frowned slightly. If the silver-haired sister had told them about these things earlier, Kiki would definitely not have suffered so much harm. Why should you say it? The younger sister zombie looked at Shintong strangely. It was none of her business. Chapter 91. Shintong was choked by the words of the zombie sister, but it seemed to be true. Before the mayor came, they were still the relationship between prey and hunter. It was reasonable for the zombie sister not to remind them. It was just that Shintong felt a little uncomfortable when she heard the zombie sister say that. She thought they were already friends. At least, they had a good relationship with silver hair. As the real daughter in the old true and false daughter story, Shintong's character has certain flaws. Of course, the other main and supporting characters are not much better, and their flaws are much bigger than Shintong. For example, Shintong is sometimes inappropriate and virtuous, and sometimes likes to show herself. Su Xiaoran would fall into the indecision of a love triangle, and would be soft-hearted to Fu Jingchuan from time to time, but would quickly sober up. The only one who sometimes showed a very similar Yandra attribute to Julian was Feng Yuanya's excessive arrogance and domineering. A lot. People are never perfect. Even the protagonists are the same. This makes it more real. They are no longer puppets trapped in the plot by rules and regulations. Everyone is trying to improve or hide the shortcomings of their own character. Sister, you just said that Lu Yanfeng is feeding human flesh to Keek's brother. Wang Banlon felt a little weird in front of her, and immediately interrupted and asked. Yeah. The sister zombie nodded. She saw it. Where did his human flesh come from? Wang Banlon looked strange. There was only one possibility. Lu Yanfeng has been hunting humans to control Keek's brother. Zombies only like to eat fresh meat, and human flesh will never be kept for a long time. The townspeople and survivors usually go out together in groups. Even if they are injured or dead, their companions will help transport the bodies back, or burn them on the spot. Or the bodies can be used to lure zombies or vampires. No one will be so direct to cheap zombies, and put them in the wild for a buffet. If he can do such a thing as feeding zombies with human flesh, it is not surprising that he kills people specifically to control Coco. Xie Jinghan said coldly. He really deserves to die, ugh. I don't know who said it, and spit on Lu Yanfeng's body. Lu Yanfeng's incident is a reminder to the townspeople and survivors of the town that not everyone is kind. Especially in the current environment, the content of scum is even higher, and the moral bottom line is lower. It is not uncommon to encounter robbery in the wild. If there is a Lu Yanfeng, there must be more Lu Yanfeng in the town. The probability of bad people and scum surviving is higher than that of good people. The peaceful scene in the town made many people subconsciously ignore this possibility. In addition, a large-scale faction mission has now appeared, and everyone's position is unclear. I am afraid that the relationship between the residents of the town will become very dangerous in the future. Everyone fell into deep thought. Lu Yanfeng's death was not worth mentioning, but the meaning of his death was more important. Lu Yanfeng's body was just placed on the ground, and no one moved it. The naughty child brought back by the silver-haired zombie looked around, and suddenly picked up one of his legs and dragged him away. The speed was so fast that the pigtail behind his back swung, and he ran out of the town in a flash. Only a lonely head was left. Shower, why does that kid look so familiar? Sander stroked his chin and stared at the back of the naughty kid thoughtfully. He really felt so familiar. The one from Jumo University. Chibai took off his glasses and wiped the blood spots on them, then put them on slowly. The blood spots were splashed because the child zombie dragged Lu Yanfeng's body too fast, and there were many victims around. This dead kid is still as naughty as before, making people want to kill him. Chibai looked at the direction where the child zombie left. He had a smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes, as if he was calculating something again. Sander distanced himself from Chibai. Every time Shower smiled like this, it was definitely not a good thing. However, when he was at Juma University before, Shower was indeed beaten badly by that dead kid. Brother, I treat you to grilled fish tonight. Sander put his arm around Xie Jing'an's younger brother Xie Yuni's shoulder, and asked with a smile. The agricultural and breeding areas of the town have begun to grow and reproduce steadily, and occasionally they can produce some adult fish to sell to the townspeople for consumption. Third brother, are you out of crystal cores again? Xie Yuni looked at Sander helplessly. After staying with Xie Jinghan and the others for so long, he also understood the personalities of these brothers. Chibai is a miser, Sander spends money without counting, Lao Si has a bad temper, and is addicted to blind boxes recently. Xiao Wu is a simple-minded person, and is often borrowed by Sander and Lao Si for crystal cores, so he often has no crystal cores on him. Hee, you still understand me, brother? Saner shamelessly started to eat the younger ones. Others eat the older ones, but he has been an orphan since he was a child, and has no older ones to eat, so he reluctantly eats the older brother. Yun-E has a good temper. Don't go, let's all go to my house tonight. Wang Banlon suddenly appeared, and the two sisters hugged Seiyuni and Saner on the left and right. I tell you, don't try to get any information from me this time. Saner looked at Wang Banlon warily. Last time when they had dinner, he accidentally revealed the matter of shower to Wang Banlon, and was beaten by Xiao. It was so miserable. I swear, I will never ask. Wang Banlon raised 3 fingers and promised. Then you go and invite the mayor. Compared with the little gossip about Saner and the others, Wang Banlon was more curious about what happened when the mayor went out, and what the situation was like in the city outside. Hey! Wang Banlon's companion shouted at her dissatisfiedly. The mayor had just killed Lu Yanfeng, and Lu Yanfeng had brought so much trouble to the town. She should be worried now. How could I trouble the mayor again? Xiao Jia didn't know whether it was troublesome or not, but she was in a good mood now. Back in the Lord's mansion, Kiki and Yin had already opened all the blind boxes. The landlady blind box, and the game potion blind box. Her luck was really good. She opened a 50-story single apartment in the landlady blind box, with 6 rooms on each floor. Hidden version. It was similar to the one Su Shaoran was living in now. In other words, Xiao Jia got 300 houses from this blind box alone. This was simply an explosion of luck. Including the game potion blind box, Kiki also opened 3 hidden versions in it, which were to increase strength, speed, and physique. Each bottle of potion can increase 5 attribute points. Xiao Jia's physique is terribly weak. His speed is okay, his strength is also good, but his physique is the worst. These blind boxes opened by Coco are very suitable for Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia took a look at the buildings opened by Coco. In addition to the single apartment, there is also an old-fashioned residence on the 7th floor without an elevator, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, 140 square meters, and no public area. The remaining 98 landlady blind boxes include villas and multi-story residential apartments. Xiao Jia roughly estimated that if all these houses were rented out, they could bring her at least 2 million or 3 million in income every month. This is just a rough estimate. However, Xiao Jia plans to use that apartment as a staff room, which is just right. There is no need to replace it later. At most, the number of apartments on each floor of this apartment, or the number of floors of the apartment, will be increased to expand the capacity. Xiao Jia placed the apartment building at the original location of the staff housing, close to the commercial district. A 50-story building suddenly appeared and immediately attracted the attention of the townspeople and survivors. When everyone saw the staff building hanging in front of the apartment building, they were tired of saying the word envy. A group of people leaned on the French windows on the first floor of the apartment and looked at the exquisite decoration inside, and couldn't help but shed tears of jealousy. The treatment for working for the mayor is too good. Saner's whole face was pressed against the glass window, and he was almost deformed by the people behind him. Envy, too much envy. Some employees in the commercial district heard the whispers of the townspeople and became curious about the staff building. But because they still had to work, they could only wait until after get off work to see it. Xiao Jia asked Kiki to choose the floor and room she wanted to live in, and she would choose some friendly neighbors for her. For example, Su Shaoran, Mimi and others. Xiao Jia asked Mimi to install the remaining houses. She was very talented and could stack these houses or find suitable places to place them. The employees placed in the apartment building were basically humans or humanoid monsters. Some monster employees really couldn't live in the apartment building. Just like the ghost clan monsters and hamster spirits. Xiao Jia settled the landlady blind box and handed it all over to Mimi. After that, she had to deal with Brother Kik's affairs. She had to go to Juma City to find the big red flower zombie. Brother Kiki, who had already started eating meat, couldn't stay in the town anymore. The big red flower zombie was a good guide zombie. Let it lead Brother Kiki to become a qualified zombie and improve his strength as soon as possible. At present, Brother Kiki was locked up in a building in Juma City by Lu Yanfeng and others. It should be his former residence. Because of Coco, Xiao Jia could easily locate him. Before leaving the town, Xiao Jia went to find Su Shaoran, who was now officially working. Although she hadn't finished her confinement, she was in great shape. Su Lin was also growing very healthy and strong, but she was a little too quiet every day. And I always felt that Lin seemed to understand what we were saying. Su Shaoran confided to Xiao Jia in distress that this child seemed to be a little too smart, and it was said that extreme intelligence would lead to harm. Lin Lin was so talented and smart, and as a mother, she was really worried. Su Lin, who was lying in the cradle holding a bottle of milk, turned his head to look at Su Xiaoran when he heard her words, and met Xiao Jia's eyes. Xiao Jia blinked expressionlessly. This doesn't seem to be precocious. Like rebirth. Su Lin is indeed quite suitable for this theme, a cowardly mother, a scumbag father, and a cheap aunt who loves to make trouble. Xiao Jia saw a hint of complexity and curiosity in Su Lin's expression. She is still a child, and can't control her expression very well. It's okay, even if you really die, you can still save it. Xiao Jia patted Su Xiaoran's shoulder to comfort her. Su Xiaoran choked for a while, and then couldn't help laughing. She knew that this was the promise and support given to her by the mayor. Xiao Jia, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have died, and Lin Lin would have no way to be born. Su Xiaoran raised her head and thanked Xiao Jia solemnly. It's okay. Xiao Jia shook her head. Suddenly, the balcony door was opened, and a cold wind immediately rushed in. It was more than 50 degrees below zero outside. There was not much snow in the town, but the heavy snow outside had blocked the road. If the townspeople and survivors did not have superpowers, they would have had a hard time in this sudden winter. Xiao Jia and Su Xiaoran turned their heads at the same time. It was the system. Host, I'm back. The system held its head high, like a general who had won a battle. I'm back, is Su Lin reborn? Xiao Jia asked. Let me see. The system scratched its claws and poked its head at the cradle, meeting Su Lin's eyes. Host. This is not rebirth. The system's tone was complicated. Not reborn? Xiao Jia asked doubtfully. She is born so smart. She is smarter than ordinary geniuses when she is born. When she grows up, she will become a super invincible genius, a genius among geniuses. The system's tone became more complicated, using several adjectives in a row. It really wants to bind such a good host embryo. However, Xiao Jia is the best. After it, and the host leave this world, it will introduce Su Lin to other good hosts. The protagonist? Xiao Jia asked. No, it is a super invincible world-destroying villain. A question mark slowly appeared above Xiao Jia's head, and he hesitated to speak. Didn't Su Xiaoran and Fu Jingchuan take the copy of the sadistic wife and domineering boss? Can such an ancient modern story still have a plot of destroying the world? So Lin Lin's situation is very special. The system nodded and changed the way it addressed Su Lin. She should have taken this script, but now it seems to have changed. I check what's going on. According to the information given by the Lord God, Lin Lin may be the heroine of a story about supernatural cultivation, sci-fi, apocalypse, no CP, powerful heroine, harem development, and upgrading. A cool story. In the future. The system read a long string of sentences at once, and almost couldn't breathe. So complicated? Xiao Jia glanced at Su Lin, who was drinking milk from a bottle, and it seemed that she was no different from other children. Host, normal newborn babies can't drink milk from a bottle by themselves, and they can also swing the bottle to play. They won't look at them with that kind of complicated eyes. Will they? Xiao Jia thought all children would be like this. Your high-tech world is like that, but this is an ordinary technological world. Children in the host's previous world were basically technological children, with too many additives, and it was not uncommon for any magical things to happen. But someone like Su Lin, even if placed in the host's previous world, would definitely be a rare talent among the dragons and phoenixes among humans. That is the legendary super invincible villain. Chapter 92. Is that so? Xiao Jia nodded and glanced at Su Lin again. Su Lin was staring at her at this moment, not knowing what he was thinking. Nice to meet you, Su Lin. Xiao Jia stood up and said to Su Lin. Mayor, Lin Lin is so young, how could it be possible? Su Xiaoran smiled, and then was surprised to find that Su Lin actually responded to Xiao Jia's words. Don't treat her like a baby. By the way, see if you want to move with Su Lin later. I bought a new staff building. The environment should be better than here. Relatively speaking, the staff building is not as complicated as the building where Su Xiaoran lives now. At that time, it will be equipped with cleaning guards and other personnel, which is more suitable for her and Su Lin. Okay, I take Lin Lin to move later. Su Xiaoran nodded. Since Xiao Jia said so, she would naturally do it. Xiao Jia put the gifts he brought on the table too, one for Su Xiaoran and one for Su Lin. Let's go! Xiao Jia picked up the system that was still communicating with Su Lin and prepared to say goodbye. Su Xiaoran was about to refuse the latest blind box of medicine that appeared in her bag. However, Xiao Jia did not give her a chance to refuse, and told her very bluntly that one of them was for Su Lin. Su Xiaoran was not qualified to refuse for her, although Su Lin was still a baby. Here is the key to the new house. Xiao Jia put the key on the table. Su Xiaoran picked up Su Lin and waved to Xiao Jia. Su Lin let Su Xiaoran fiddle with it with a cold face. Although this is a possible super invincible world-destroying villain, or a supernatural immortality science fiction Doomsday, without CP female strong harem development upgrade. A cool heroine. But this future big shot with a lot of prefixes is still a mother's baby. Unlike those male and female protagonists, who are shy to show intimacy with their families, Su Lin loves Su Xiaoran very much. That's why Su Xiaoran only suspected that Su Lin could understand her, but not sure. Su Lin has been trying to act like a normal baby, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. After saying goodbye to Su Xiaoran and Su Lin, Xiao Jia took the system out. The location where the big red flower zombies are active recently is in the Jumu City Forest Park area. The two of them first went to find the locked-up brother Kiki. It's quite pitiful, being locked in a dark and narrow basement. When Xiao Jia and the system found him, because of the stimulation of human flesh, this guy actually rushed directly towards Xiao Jia. Then he was beaten by Xiao Jia with 2 punches, and then he was completely honest and followed Xiao Jia obediently. The location of Jumu City Forest Park is relatively central. When Xiao Jia and the other 2 came, they encountered many monsters along the way. There are also survivors. The number of survivors in Jumu City is actually more than Xiao Jia imagined, including human bases and lone rangers. The sudden drop in temperature forced these humans to go out to explore, otherwise they would starve to death or freeze to death in their homes. Of course, there are more monsters of all kinds. In Jumu City, Xiao Jia encountered 2 monsters that may be limited to winter, the snow monster and the frost monster. A special monster composed of snow and frost. The snow monster is a humanoid monster like a snowman, and the frost monster is a variety of beasts carved out of frost. But there are not many of them, and they only move in the central area of Jumu City. And no matter what creatures they encounter, whether human or monster, they will make a loud roar to call their companions and start attacking living targets. No wonder they can't get out of Giantwood City. The system watched several ghosts work together to tear apart a 4th-level frost monster, and said with gloating, "The monsters in the center of Giantwood City are the strongest. It would be strange if they could get out from here as a starting point." Xiao Jia tried the strength of these monsters that only appear in extremely cold weather. Under the same level, they are stronger than ordinary zombies and vampires. It is worthy of being a seasonal limit. She put the crystal core in her pocket and continued to walk towards the city forest park. The pile of red ornaments on the big red flower zombie are still easy to find in the forest park covered by ice and snow. Xiao Jia stood on a giant 1,000-year-old tree in the center of the forest park and found the big red flower zombie at once. Pretty. Beautiful? The big red flower zombie looked at Xiao Jia, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and tilted his head in confusion. But she became very happy immediately. Xiao Jia was the only friend of the big red flower zombie, so she was of course very happy when her friend came to see her. But unfortunately, Xiao Jia didn't come to see her specifically. If it weren't for Brother Keek's incident, Xiao Jia probably wouldn't have thought of coming to see the big red flower zombie. "I brought you a little brother." Xiao Jia took Brother Kiki out from behind and placed him in front of the big red flower zombie. "Little brother?" "Yes, please help take care of him for a while, and teach him how to be a zombie." Xiao Jia thought for a while and added, "Try not to eat people. Coco probably won't be able to accept it. A gift for you. You need to have the right attitude to ask someone to do something." Xiao Jia brought a potion blind box, which is suitable for both humans and monsters. The system explained the purpose and usage of this potion blind box to the big red flower zombie, and the big red flower zombie gladly accepted it. In her opinion, she and Xiao Jia don't need to share anything. She is willing to give Xiao Jia everything she has, and she won't refuse anything Xiao Jia gives her. The big red flower zombie really likes Xiao Jia, and I don't know why. When Xiao Jia left, she handed Brother Coco to the big red flower zombie, and told her to go to Jia Jia Town for help if anything happened. The big red flower zombie knew Jia Jia Town, and some middle and high-level monsters occasionally discussed the town. Beautiful. Beautiful. Powerful. The big red flower zombie's cloudy eyes lit up for a moment, and he looked at Xiao Jia and said happily, "You are also amazing." Xiao Jia touched the head of the big red flower zombie, and left with the system to return to the town. The appearance of the extreme cold limited monster must be told to the residents of the town. Back in the town, 2 housekeepers from the Blood Clan Castle and Blood Clan Manor were already waiting for Xiao Jia. One was an old acquaintance, Alistair's zombie housekeeper Will, and the other was Lorraine Castiel's banshee housekeeper Mei Luor. Both came to Xiao Jia to buy blood blind boxes. Because the demand was too high, Will and Mei Luor came directly to Xiao Jia. Recently, a group of unexpected people came to Alistair's Blood Clan Castle, and the demand for blood, especially hidden blood, was particularly high. "Hello, Mayor Xiao Jia, the prince sent me to purchase a level 2 blood blind box. Of course, it would be better if there was a higher level blood blind box," Wire said to Xiao Jia politely. "You too?" Xiao Jia looked at Mei Luor on the other side and asked. "Yeah." Mei Luor was a cold and beautiful woman with a great figure, but unfortunately, she exuded an aura that kept people away from her. Her personality was the same as her appearance. She was very frugal with words. This was completely opposite to the personality of Lorraine, whom she followed, and it was also completely opposite to her name. "What's the budget?" Xiao Jia nodded and continued to ask expressionlessly. Wire raised a finger and spoke calmly. 100 billion. After dealing with Xiao Jia and the employees in the town several times, Wire was already familiar with the town's exchange rate. The premise is a higher level blood blind box. The prince hopes to have some decent blood blind boxes. If there are, his purchase funds will be raised higher. Xiao Jia silently counted on his fingers. A 5th level crystal core is 100 million, a 6th level crystal core is 10 billion, and 100 billion is 10 6th level crystal cores. Same as him, Mei Luor said succinctly. A higher level blood blind box, the activation price of a 3rd level blood blind box is 100 million, a 4th level is 10 billion, and a 5th level is 1 trillion. With a budget of 100 billion, Xiao Jia opened a 4th level blind box at most. Add a 7th level crystal core, a 5th level blood blind box, and the hidden version is pure demon blood, life elf blood. Although the blood race is the descendant of God, they live in hell most of the time, where demons are everywhere. However, the gap between demons is also very large, especially pure demons. That is a level of existence with the blood race, one of the masters of hell. For beings of the level of vampires and pure-blooded demons, blood is very precious. There should be few vampires who can drink pure-blooded demon blood. The remaining hidden models are also very rare, which can be said to be full of temptation for vampires. "Will, give it to her." Alistair's cold voice suddenly sounded. He hadn't tasted pure-blooded demon blood for a long time. 100 billion purchase funds. Xiao Jia took out a computer from her backpack. Reset to 0. Then she started to calculate. Her brain was a little insufficient. The 7th level crystal core was given to Xiao Jia by Alistair, and it was not included in the purchase funds. Deducting the activation funds, Xiao Jia theoretically still has 89.9 billion left. If Xiao Jia earns half of 100 billion, he can still spend 39.9 billion. The Doomsday Town blind box is settled. A 5th level blood blind box is sold for 1 million, and 100 billion is 10,000. Mei Luor said coldly. "I want it too." "Yes." Xiao Jia nodded. "I sent it to the Blood Clan Castle and..." She looked at Mei Luor. Julian's manor. Mei Luor was still very frugal with words. "Sheng Hui." Xiao Jia stretched out her hand, and Wire and Mei Luor handed over the property of equal value to Xiao Jia at the same time. The system that had been waiting on the side quickly picked up the 7th level crystal core and disappeared. It was going to the system black market. It must sell a lot of crystal cores of this level. After placing the purchase order, Wire and Mei Luor stood up and said goodbye at the same time. After sending the two away, Xiao Jia sat in the Lord's mansion waiting for the system to come back. She hadn't drunk the attribute potion that was prescribed before, and before drinking it, she had to deal with various affairs in the town. After entering the system black market, the system on the other side instantly felt the tense atmosphere in the system black market. What happened? The system pulled a familiar Tongzi and asked in a low voice. "I heard that something big happened above, and the Lord God has started to investigate strictly. I guess this is the last black market in the near future." This Tongzi is also very righteous, and quietly told the system what he had found out. Investigate strictly. The system's data was immediately confused. It has done a lot of illegal things behind the Lord God's back. It has come to this black market frequently. The Lord God will not recycle and destroy it. What should I do? Tongzi wanted to cry. May you wish me the best. I don't know if the Lord God has found out about my opening a backdoor for our host last time. Alas. The other Tongzi sighed. It couldn't protect itself either. After Qiao Jia finished dealing with the affairs of the town and arranged the personnel in various places, he turned around and saw the system returning with a heavy heart. What's wrong? Another master said that the Lord God has started a strict investigation. The system said worriedly. Strict investigation? Qiao Jia thought about it. It seemed that she had been backdoored by other masters and hosts. Would this be discovered? What will happen if it is discovered? For the host, it should be fined or something. The system will look at the severity of the matter. If it is minor, the host can just pay the fine. If it is serious, the host may be destroyed. It's okay, don't be afraid, I will redeem you. Qiao Jia didn't think that smuggling an old-fashioned blind box vending machine and a town gate was a particularly serious matter. She believed that there would be a strict investigation, and it would definitely not be because of her. So Qiao Jia was not very worried. Having just made a big profit, Qiao Jia was mentally prepared. It seems that she has to save some points to pay the fine. She glanced at the system and saw that there might be a ransom. The 7th level crystal core was exchanged for 100 trillion. Qiao Jia now has more points than ever before. She activated the blood blind box to level 5 as soon as possible, and then bought 20,000 level 5 blood blind boxes. By the way, she activated the strongest Doomsday Town blind box, and bought 10,000 Doomsday strongest town blind boxes. After buying these, Qiao Jia still had nearly 180 billion points left. There were too many points. I didn't know how to spend them. I talk about it later. Qiao Jia was ready to take the medicine. After explaining the next thing to the system, she went back to her room. The system looked at Qiao Jia and hesitated to speak. After all, it didn't call Qiao Jia. Maybe it won't be found on it, and the host? When Qiao Jia woke up again, it was already the 49th day of the game. The effect of the attribute potion was too strong, and Qiao Jia, who had turned into a corpse, found it difficult to digest and receive this power. That's why it took so long. When Qiao Jia woke up, the system was not around. She opened the town panel and took a look. During the time she was in a strong sleep, the town was still running normally. She even made a lot of extra money. The first thing she did when she had money was to spend it. Qiao Jia opened the blind box mall to see if there was anything she could buy. However, the moment she opened the blind box mall, Qiao Jia was stunned, and then a question mark slowly appeared above her head. Did she see it wrong? Why did the activation and purchase prices of the mall blind boxes all change? Where are her points? Chapter 93. With hundreds of billions of points, Qiao Jia's points balance has directly become zero. Not only that, even the activation price of the blind box in the blind box mall has changed. For example, the supernatural blind box that originally only required 10 billion points has now become 1/7 level crystal core. Not only has the price increased many times, but the activation difficulty has also increased. 1/7 level crystal core and 100 billion points are completely different difficulties. Qiao Jia suddenly felt a headache. Combined with the system's previous statement that the main god was cracking down, she roughly knew what was going on. But in theory, according to what the system had told her before, the backdoor she and the system had secretly opened and the bugs they had exploited should not have caused such serious consequences. Qiao Jia wanted to find the system to ask clearly, but the system also disappeared. It was probably escorted back by the main god it mentioned. This is a bit troublesome. But now the more important thing is that Qiao Jia needs to get a sum of points to replenish the blind boxes for the town. During the time she was away, the blind boxes in the town have been almost sold out. It is out of stock now. Fortunately, the level 5 blood blind boxes for Alistair and Lorraine have been delivered, and the Doomsday strongest town blind box was activated before, and 10,000 goods were quickly received. Qiao Jia opened the town panel to check the current situation of the town, mainly the points that the town can still use, and the number of blind boxes in the warehouse. At the same time, Qiao Jia turned on the TV in the living room to see what happened. There should be news reports on this kind of thing. Recently, the Black Extreme Lord God, together with A001, B001, and other senior systems, conducted a strict review of this Doomsday Strongest Town competition. After this strict investigation, the Lord of Black Extreme discovered that many systems cheated and opened backdoors in the Doomsday Strongest Town competition in order to earn points, and win the gambling handicap privately opened by the A002 advanced system, including but not limited to tampering with mall data, illegally smuggling materials, creating loopholes and bugs. The reporter here severely condemns the A002 advanced system. A total of 127 systems were captured in this operation, including the A002 Advanced System and the blind box A333 Intermediate System. The above captured systems will be destroyed, and the competition hosts who participated in this violation and knew about it will take back all the illegal data and materials. The competition hosts who participated but did not know about it will only be fined. Those who do not have enough points to pay the fine will have their illegal data and materials recovered and deducted. At the same time, new systems will be distributed to the hosts who lost their systems. Please wait patiently. The above is all the content of this news. Xiao Jia looked at the handcuffed and leg-cuffed puppy squatting at the back with his head down in the news video and fell silent. This little dog is quite bold. He actually dared to tamper with the data of the blind box mall in conjunction with the system above. No wonder the blind boxes in the blind box mall are so easy to activate, and the purchase price is not expensive. It turns out that her blind box mall has had its data tampered with. No wonder the scores of the top dozens of contestants are so high. The proportion of mall data tampered by these contestants should be higher than hers. Now looking at the ranking of the competition, Xiao Jia directly made it into the top 20, and the previous top 10 dropped directly to after 500. Dear host Xiao Jia, due to the violation of the intermediate system of blind box A333, Lord Heiji will assign you a new system within 24 hours. Please wait patiently. The reason why it takes so long is that Xiao Jia is a bit popular. The advanced and intermediate systems in the main god space have been fighting for Xiao Jia, the host. I want to ask, can I redeem my previous system? Xiao Jia was checking the warehouse panel of the town and asked without raising his head. Ah? The system that came to notify Xiao Jia was a little confused. Does this host still want the previous system? No. Xiao Jia frowned slightly as he looked at the warehouse panel. Bad news. The previous purchase of the strongest town in the Doomsday blind box was recycled to offset the fine. Good news, there are 3 left. Even the operating funds in the town have been deducted. At present, the town's funds are only 4,684 first-level crystal cores just received from the commercial district. This is really... Finally, it has returned to the poor time before. Xiao Jia had a headache. 4,684 crystal cores were not enough to buy any goods. And now the goods have to be of fixed grade. For example, food blind boxes and water blind boxes need 1 grade crystal cores. For higher grade blind boxes such as weapon blind boxes, 2 grade crystal cores are needed. Not to mention the blood blind boxes needed by the vampires. However, after a strict investigation, a redemption interface appeared in the system mall. Crystal cores of different grades can be exchanged, both forward and reverse. It's just that the price is different. 1 2-grade crystal core can be exchanged for 101 grade crystal cores, but 110 1-grade crystal cores can be exchanged for 1 2-grade crystal core. The Lord God will charge a handling fee. It seems that the system black market has been banned. Her profit will be reduced by 10%. It should be calculated like this, right? Host Xiao Jia, do you want to pay a ransom for the blind box A333 intermediate system? Yes. Xiao Jia nodded and changed the channel on the TV. Although the system was hiding the data tampering from her, Xiao Jia was very receptive to such things. If it weren't for the system, she probably wouldn't have been able to develop so fast. She also made a lot of money when the system secretly exploited bugs through the back door. There is no need to be both a boss and a loser. Everything is for the ultimate goal. How much ransom do you have to pay? Xiao Jia asked. If it's too high, she really can't do anything about it. If it's not too high, she can think of a way. Please wait, I go and consult the Lord God of Black Extreme. The system that spoke disappeared for about half an hour before giving Xiao Jia an accurate answer. The Lord of Black Extreme said that he needed a 7th order crystal core. A 7th order crystal core? This is a very embarrassing number. If it was a 6th order crystal core, Xiao Jia would probably agree without hesitation. Let Julian go out and kill one, it's easier. But a 7th order crystal core? This is a certain difficulty. The 7th order crystal core that Xiao Jia got before was an investment made by Alistair for the advanced blood blind box, not really for Xiao Jia. He couldn't give Xiao Jia another 7th order crystal core for no reason. They are just ordinary trading relationships. However, a 7th order crystal core is difficult for Xiao Jia, but it is not too difficult. It depends on how much Xiao Jia loves the system. Xiao Jia was silent. If she had a 7th level crystal core, she might as well use it to activate the supernatural blind box, or the card blind box. But if she doesn't redeem it, the little dog on TV looks a little pitiful. This guy is really useful, working hard and listening to her no matter what. Xiao Jia hesitated. Redeem it, give me some time. After a while, Xiao Jia replied calmly. Okay, at most 1 month. Except for the Mastermind A002 advanced system, other systems actually have a chance of not being destroyed as long as their hosts are willing to pay. Blind Box A333 intermediate system has met a good host. The host who came to inform Xiao Jia sighed. Then as long as you save enough ransom and pay in the Blind Box Mall interface, the Blind Box A333 intermediate system will be sent back. When A333 is not here, the non-intelligent hosting system will temporarily take over its work. But you don't need to worry. Although it is a non-intelligent hosting system, it can do everything that the Blind Box A333 system can do. Except for some illegal and irregular things that the Blind Box A333 system is willing to do. Well, thank you for your trouble. Xiao Jia nodded. Then I bid farewell to the host Xiao Jia, and hope to see you next time. Xiao Jia can meet the system again unless something like today happens again, or Xiao Jia successfully wins the first place in the competition and goes to the main god space. This can also be regarded as its good wishes for Xiao Jia, a very humane host. After the system left, Xiao Jia was ready to go out. The town had too few crystal cores and points. If she didn't go out to earn some crystal cores, she wouldn't be able to pay her salary this month. Poverty is like a shadow. Xiao Jia had only lived a few days of prosperity before she returned to this kind of life. Picking up the umbrella by the door, Xiao Jia went out. Hey Mayor, where is the puppy deputy mayor? I haven't seen it these days. Sanner and his friends were sitting in the leisure area in the ice and snow, and they saw Xiao Jia driving dangerously at a glance. During the time when Xiao Jia was sleeping because of the potion, the temperature in the outside world had dropped to about -70 degrees. Most of the townspeople and survivors could no longer go out for exploration activities. The cheap daily rental wall-mounted houses in the town were crowded with people every day. He was caught for cheating. Xiao Jia rode a tricycle with an umbrella and answered calmly. What the hell? Caught for cheating? No, why would the deputy mayor cheat? Sanner was stunned when he heard what Xiao Jia said. No wonder he hadn't seen the deputy mayor in the past few days. It's complicated. Let's go! Xiao Jia was going out to kill monsters and earn crystal cores. He waved to them and left. Wang Banlon on the tree suddenly jumped over. She was hanging upside down on the tree, looking at the direction where Xiao Jia left with burning eyes. Her intuition told her that there must be big news here. Xie Jinghan and Sanner, who were left behind, looked at each other. What on earth was this about cheating? Just now the mayor said that the deputy mayor was arrested. Is she in a hurry to go out and save the deputy mayor now? Sanner's eyes widened. They had to help. Do you think anyone here can catch the deputy mayor? Chi Bai glanced at Sanner, pushed his glasses, and analyzed slowly. Let alone humans, even if it's a monster, when has she ever been afraid? Then, Sanner was puzzled. What did Shower mean by this? The one who caught the deputy mayor may have the same source as these blind boxes. Chi Bai lowered his eyebrows, playing with the blind box in his hand with his bony hands, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I guess she should be in short supply of crystal cores now. Chi Bai and the others made many guesses about the origin of the blind box, but no one had a definite answer. From the fact that the deputy mayor was arrested, it seems that we can get a glimpse of the truth behind these mysteries. Insufficient crystal cores? Sanner nodded, thinking. Sanner and the system are like-minded, and they can play together. In the town, there are not many humans who play well with the system. Sanner is one, and Wang Banlon is also one. As soon as Xiao Jia left, he ran into a level 3 frost monster, a subspecies of dinosaur. The winter-limited monster that only existed in Juma City finally came to the town. This should have been a happy thing for the townspeople if there was no large-scale task of the Blood Clan Rebellion. There were few survivors in the town. In addition to the temperature, a large part of it was related to the task of the Blood Clan Rebellion. There were 2 camps in the Blood Clan Rebellion, one for vampires and one for Blood Clans. Because of Julian, many townspeople wanted to stand on the side of the Blood Clan. However, the Blood Clan simply looked down on these weak and humble humans. Except for a few townspeople like Shintong who were worthy of their attention, many of the remaining townspeople stood on the side of the vampires. There is really no choice. Some townspeople still don't give up, and they will work for the vampires for free even if they are not accepted by the vampires. Vampires. As long as you can become a vampire, you will have the strength of level 4 at the beginning, and you will live longer, and your appearance will also be able to make a qualitative leap. And if you can join the vampire family, you will have a clan leader of at least level 8 as your backer. Such temptation is too great. Shintong and other protagonists and supporting roles are in a good situation with the vampires because of their relationship with Wei and Luolin. The main battlefield of the Blood Clan Rebellion was demarcated in Juma City, and the originally chaotic Juma City has become even more terrifying. The Baichen base and several nearby bases have taken in human survivors who escaped from Juma City, which has exceeded the limit. Even some weak monsters have escaped from Juma City, some settled in the town, and some simply left the area of Juma City. Now, if you don't have the strength of level 4 or above, don't enter Juma City easily. Xiao Jia just stood at the back door of the town and looked at Juma City, as if she could smell the strong smell of blood. Invisible gunpowder filled the sky above Juma City, and the murderous intent and violent aura filled the air. Xiao Jia was still considering how to raise the system's ransom, but now it seemed that it was not difficult. Vampires. Blood Clan. Who would she bet on? There was no doubt about it. It was always easier to add icing on the cake than to send charcoal in the snow. Originally, Xiao Jia was not going to participate in the dispute between the Blood Clan and the vampires, but this was a different time. The more intense and longer the war between the Blood Clan and the vampires, the more beneficial it was for her, and the more money she could make. War has always been the most expensive, but also the easiest way to make money. She is now at the end of her rope. What can't she do? Xiao Jia never had such a moral bottom line. There were only two choices, whether it was beneficial to her or not. Xiao Jia defeated the frost beast in front of him with one sword, took away its crystal core, and then went towards Juma City without looking back. Chapter 94. Entering Juma City again, Xiao Jia could clearly feel that the atmosphere of Juma City had changed. From the moment he entered Juma City, all kinds of corpses began to appear on the road. There were human, spirit, zombie. But the most were vampire corpses, everywhere. The faint smell of blood and the smell of rotting corpses permeated this city famous for its green plants. With the nourishment of these corpses, the plants in Juma City seemed to grow more luxuriantly. The buildings were covered with dark vines and covered with frost and snow, and unknown flowers broke through the ice and grew from those corpses. Xiao Jia half crouched and picked a gorgeous flower. The rhizome was pinched off, and bright red juice flowed out of the broken end, like blood, emitting a fishy smell, which was difficult to remove once it was stained. Juma City is now like a huge meat grinder, and the creatures that come in can basically not get out. Heh. Xiao Jia was observing the unknown flowers on the ground, and suddenly a strange sound came from behind her. She turned around and saw a vampire with a distorted shape. He was completely different from the vampires that Xiao Jia had met before, and could still maintain their human form. He was more like a beast. He was on all fours, with overly slender limbs, no hair on his body, and his mouth was split to the roots behind his ears. His teeth were densely packed and sharp, like a shark. If he was bitten by it, this neck would probably be gone. A 4th level vampire. The strength of these vampires is rising too fast. Xiao Jia took out a 5th level blood blind box from her backpack, which she had ordered when Weir and Meilur came to order before. I wanted to give it to Julian, but it is obvious that it has a more appropriate use now. Xiao Jia stared at the vampire opposite and opened the blood blind box. A special smell immediately emanated from the blood blind box. Xiao Jia didn't feel anything when he smelled it, but to the vampire's sense of smell, this smell was unexpectedly sweet. Xiao Jia unscrewed the crystal bottle containing blood, and poured it on the ground expressionlessly at the moment when the vampire rushed over. The blood condensed into blood beads, and the vampire fell in front of Xiao Jia and licked the blood on the ground greedily. The breath emanating from it was becoming stronger inch by inch. The blood Xiao Jia opened was the blood of a 5th level human mutant. It was considered a good quality in the 5th level blood blind box, and it was extremely attractive to vampires. Xiao Jia looked down at the vampire from a high position. After the vampire licked the blood on the ground, the greed in his eyes still did not dissipate. But the moment he touched Xiao Jia's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. Want it? Another blood blind box appeared in Xiao Jia's hand. The vampire was self-taught, and he was obedient and rubbed Xiao Jia's hand like a puppy. It was so obedient. Xiao Jia threw the blind box in his hand to the vampire, and it caught it in a panic as if it were a treasure. If you want it, bring the crystal core in exchange. Xiao Jia turned and left. 2 level 5 blood blind boxes, worth 1 million crystal cores. Now 1 level 4 crystal core can enter these 2 level 5 blind boxes. Crystal core? The vampire tilted his head and turned his head 180 degrees. Crystal core in exchange for this? its eyes suddenly lit up. Its brain capacity is not large, but Xiao Jia's words are still understandable. Continue to go deeper into Juma's city. The deeper you go, the more corpses you will see in Juma's city. Fortunately, it is winter instead of summer, otherwise it is hard to say what the current situation of Juma's city is. Probably it is stinking, instead of the faint smell like now. Xiao Jia is killing monsters and strolling around. Countless monsters died under Xiao Jia's butcher knife. When she had accumulated 104th level crystal cores, Xiao Jia found a store at random, dug up the snow outside the store, and went in to rest. The temperature was too low. Although she could not feel the cold, her body would gradually become stiff due to the surrounding temperature. 104th level crystal cores were enough for Xiao Jia to stock the town. The originally empty warehouse was soon filled with blind boxes of various colors. Xiao Jia spent all the crystal cores she had just earned. There might be such a situation in the future. Just in case, it is better to pile more blind boxes in the warehouse. She has to build all the warehouses in the storage area. Those warehouses are definitely not enough for storage. Mimi has taken all kinds of situations into consideration. She has arranged the storage area early. Xiao Jia lit a pot of fire in the store to warm up her body that was frozen stiff. It is really difficult to kill monsters in this weather. No wonder the town has a high customer price recently and lacks customer flow. Unfortunately, Xiao Jia cannot change the weather. She can only wait quietly for this cold wave to pass. I hope not too many people will die. There are still so many cities that she has not plundered yet. After his body was almost recovered, Xiao Jia went out to kill monsters. After drinking those bottles of permanent attribute potions, Xiao Jia's strength improved a lot. Although he still didn't exceed level 4, his endurance time was longer than before, and he was more resistant than before. When Xiao Jia returned to the town, there were few people in the town. The heavy snow that continued all night made it almost impossible to tell whether it was day or night, and the wide road was full of snow. Mayor. Sitting alone in the leisure area, Wang Banlan, wearing a light red leather armor, waved to Xiao Jia vigorously. What's wrong? Xiao Jia parked the car in the parking lot and walked over. Nothing, I just heard what you said just now. The deputy mayor was arrested. Wang Banlan scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. This was the first time Wang Banlan showed such an expression. Usually she looked heartless. The world is big, and watching the excitement is the most important. Then, will it cost a lot of money to redeem the deputy mayor? Wang Banlan asked. Not bad, a 7th level crystal core. Xiao Jia answered truthfully. 7th level crystal core? Wang Banlan couldn't react for a moment, and silently calculated in her mind. After calculating in 3 seconds, Wang Banlan was horrified. 1 trillion crystal cores? Almost. If it's not a 7th level crystal core, you have to add 10%. Xiao Jia nodded. Wang Banlan hesitated, her eyes full of confusion. Or, let's choose a new deputy mayor. She said. 1 trillion plus 10%? This is too expensive. Their town only has a few crystal cores from the monthly turnover, and they can't afford the ransom at all. Of course, Wang Banlan was joking. Knowing that she needed to pay such a large ransom, Wang Banlan suddenly became worried. Originally, she thought the ransom might be 180 million, and everyone could get it together. At worst, she could sell some of the only exclusive information to Julian, and she would definitely be able to raise the ransom. But 1 trillion. Deputy Mayor, it's not that I, Wang Banlan, don't want to help, it's really that I can't help. Wang Banlan silently made a cross on her chest, and she would pray for her in her heart. Then I'm fine. Wang Banlan originally wanted to get Xiao Jia the crystal cores she had recently accumulated waiting for buying a house. Anyway, she would redeem the deputy mayor first. Unexpectedly, the ransom was so expensive, the deputy mayor was still killed. Having worked diligently for half of her life, Wang Banlan still wanted to save money to buy a house even though it had become the Doomsday era. For an ordinary person like her, who was ordinary in appearance, family background, temperament and knowledge, this was the only dream she had in her life. Yeah. Xiao Jia continued to nod. She probably understood the purpose of Wang Banlan's original intention to find her. However, Xiao Jia was not going to rely on anyone to help her raise the ransom. The crystal cores earned in the town, even if combined with the savings of the townspeople, were just a drop in the bucket. She had her own plan. Xiao Jia's chosen target was the mastermind behind the vampires in Juma's city. I believe someone will come to find her soon. If not, then she can only knock on their door. Xiao Jia sat in the snow in a thin singlet and casual pants. There was no shelter on all sides, which made people feel cold just by looking at her. All the employees in the business district were wrapped in thick clothes, and there were braziers burning in the shops. Although it was still cold, it was better to have something than nothing. At least you didn't have to blow the cold wind outside. The difference was really big. Xiao Jia, who was sitting under the umbrella, was not idle. She opened the town panel to check the situation of the town. Did anything happen during her absence? Most of the events on the event column were trivial matters, with only one. Zombies seemed to be lurking near the town. They left quickly. A very short and simple event, but the meaning behind it. If Xiao Jia's brain hadn't been frozen, these zombies should be related to Luo Yun and Fu Yu, right? There was only one kind of zombie in Juma City, which was basically related to the Blood Clan. If it was the Blood Clan, there was no need to be so sneaky. The event column would also be very straightforward, saying that it was related to the Blood Clan. But now there was no explanation on the event column, and the zombies left quickly again. That can only prove that these zombies are outsiders. Luo Yun said before that he offended a 1,000-year-old zombie, who was an emperor. It's really a case of one thing after another. But the emperor should be very rich, right? Xiao Jia has no idea about this. Her intuition tells her that this emperor zombie should be very rich. What she lacks most now is money. But now she still has to deal with a group of black-robed people who appeared at the entrance of the town. The two baits that Xiao Jia threw finally took the bait, faster than she thought. Have these vampires been spying on the town? Xiao Jia didn't know. The black-robed men saw Xiao Jia and walked straight towards her. Mayor Xiao Jia. A hoarse voice that was obviously disguised sounded, and he sat opposite Xiao Jia. Other black-robed men stood behind this guy, staring at Xiao Jia. Compared with other vampires, the black-robed men in front of him looked like normal vampires. At least from the physical point of view. It's me, Xiao Jia replied calmly. Since you have taken the initiative to release goodwill, I won't beat around the bush. The black-robed man laughed softly. We need more of the blood you gave to that vampire, specifically for us vampires. In the future, the glory of vampires will also be yours. The black-robed man painted a big pie for Xiao Jia and coaxed her. But how could such a low-level coaxing technique fool Xiao Jia? Level 7 Crystal Core. Xiao Jia was unmoved and said indifferently. If she was really willing to support the vampires' plan would really succeed. However, how could Xiao Jia do such a loss-making business? She is a businessman. And a businessman with a purpose. What? The black-robed man was stunned for a moment. He thought Xiao Jia took the initiative to show goodwill, and stood on the side of the vampires. Since she stood on the side of the vampires, how could it be considered a crystal core? Naturally, the blood could no longer be sold to the Blood Clan. How can you fight the Blood Clan to this extent with your brain? Xiao Jia asked, sincerely puzzled. For one level 7 crystal core, I will give you 1 million level 5 blood blind boxes. This is the normal price. Xiao Jia makes a lot of money. You don't have it? Xiao Jia was puzzled. It shouldn't be. The black-robed man remained silent. It's not that he didn't have it, but he thought he could get it for free, but he had to pay for it. The gap is a bit big. You are at war with the Blood Clan, right? Xiao Jia forced a barely visible smile. Yes. Sign this contract. During the war between vampires and Blood Clans, I will sell all the blood blind boxes to you at 60% of the original price. But as a price, I want 50% of all the spoils you get from the war with the Blood Clan. And the cost of buying the blind box must be paid with a high-level crystal core. The wealth of the Blood Clan is unquestionable, and they can easily take out a 7th-level crystal core. In fact, this is a gamble. Xiao Jia sells the blood blind box to these vampires at the purchase price. But Xiao Jia wants half of their war profits. Regardless of whether the vampire wins or loses, Xiao Jia will not lose too badly, at most he will earn less. A question mark slowly appeared on the black-robed man's head. Why didn't he get any money in vain, and he had to give away so much? Wait a minute. The black-robed man hurriedly stopped Xiao Jia from continuing to speak. Preparation, he has to sort it out. He has to sort it out. Use 50% of the spoils of war with the vampires in exchange for 60% of the original price to buy blood blind boxes. The manpower is provided by them vampires. The battle is fought by them vampires. And the blind boxes also require them to continue to spend crystal cores to buy. No matter how you look at it, this human is not losing out. The black-robed man frowned. How could he agree to such a deal? Original price. 1 level 4 crystal core for 1 level 5 blood blind box. Level 6 blood blind box. Original price. 1 level 5 crystal core. Level 7 blood blind box. Original price. 1 level 6 crystal core. Do you have so many crystal cores to buy blood blind boxes? A blood blind box appeared in Xiao Jia's palm, and he pushed it in the direction of the vampires. You have always been at a disadvantage in the war with the Blood Clan, right? How much spoils have you obtained? The strength of vampires will not exceed level 8 at most. What can they use to fight against the Blood Clan? Xiao Jia asked expressionlessly. Chapter 95. Listening to Xiao Jia's words, the black-robed man fell silent. The vampire tribe has been planning for so long, it is impossible to say that they don't have any trump cards. Just as Xiao Jia said, the vampire tribe, whose strength has never exceeded the 5th level in the past, finally cultivated an 8th level vampire beast. However, how can this be compared with the Blood Clan's tens of thousands of years of foundation? This Blood Clan rebellion is troublesome and difficult to deal with, but it will eventually end with the victory of the Blood Clan. If it is really that dangerous, the townspeople of the town can also participate. The only advantage of the Blood Clan and the vampires is that the enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. When the Blood Clan finds out their trump cards, the end that awaits them will be very tragic. As for the Blood Clan, the foundation of the Blood Clan will not be shaken at all. The death of some low-level and high-level Blood Clans is nothing to most Blood Clans. However, it will be different if Xiao Jia joins. Xiao Jia's blood blind box is like a cheat for vampires. Who can resist the temptation of cheating? Only if there are enough blood blind boxes invested to improve the strength of vampires. This war will eventually go to an unknown direction. My goal is the wealth of the Blood Clan. What is your goal? Xiao Jia leaned back in the chair, folded his hands, and looked at the black-robed man in front of him, and asked. Their goal, of course, is to trample the Blood Clan under their feet. The black-robed man suddenly understood. Yes, they don't need the wealth of the Blood Clan at all. For the Vampire Clan, it is enough to defeat the Blood Clan. For this, they can do whatever it takes. So, Xiao Jia turned the contract around and pushed it to the black-robed man opposite, speaking softly. Sign? It must be said that Xiao Jia is very good at persuading people, and he was moved by her words. I need to discuss it with others. His brain is not very good, so he needs to discuss it with a smart vampire. Otherwise, he will be fooled by this undead. Some undead merchants are very smart, and they can cheat people out of their homes and count money for them on the spot. Yeah. Xiao Jia nodded. She believed that these vampires would agree. At most, she would take a step back, and Xiao Jia estimated that the vampires would let her supply a batch of blood blind boxes first. They had to capture a Blood Clan stronghold before they could have money to buy more blood blind boxes. This was within Xiao Jia's expectations. We need you to supply us with a batch of blood blind boxes for free. Xiao Jia was still thinking, and the black-robed man had already contacted her and said to her, Okay. Xiao Jia nodded. It was expected. Although it was free, she could accept it. Of course, she didn't have points now, but she could ask the Lord God for a loan. With the number of blood blind boxes the vampire wanted, she'd probably had to take out a mortgage. The interest rate on the Lord God's side was usury, and he was as black-hearted as her. I want 1 million level 5 blood blind boxes. 1 million level 5 blood blind boxes. The purchase price is 500 billion. Okay. Xiao Jia continued to nod. She agreed too quickly, making the black-robed man wonder if he said too little. He did say too little, and he opened his mouth too little. 1 million level 5 blood blind boxes seemed a lot, but after conversion, the purchase price of 500 billion was not as much as the system's ransom. 0.57th level crystal cores. Doesn't that seem like too little? If they can really defeat a Blood Clan, even a small one, Xiao Jia can get back the money he paid. I said it's free. The black-robed man suspected that Xiao Jia didn't hear clearly, and said quickly. I know. Xiao Jia's ears were fine, and he could hear clearly. The black-robed man was sure that he had said less. Sign it. Xiao Jia put a golden pen in front of him. Facing Xiao Jia's cold eyes, the black-robed man had no doubt that if he changed his words now, Xiao Jia would beat him to death. Don't worry. For the benefit of the vampires, the black-robed man continued to change his words under Xiao Jia's pressure. And the purchase price of the blood blind box later, the price has to be reduced again. The black-robed man exuded a powerful aura and crushed Xiao Jia directly. The sage said that he had no other advantages except that he could fight, so he should make good use of his advantages. However, Xiao Jia on the other side was not moved at all, and instead looked the black-robed man up and down. Are you interested in being hired as an employee in our town? Xiao Jia asked. This guy is good at fighting, but his brain is not very useful, so he is suitable. The black-robed man was full of question marks. Do you think it is appropriate for you to ask this? Why not? Xiao Jia asked back. This is a reasonable and legal business behavior. I am a vampire clan. Are you the leader? Xiao Jia interrupted the black-robed man and continued to ask. No. The black-robed man shook his head honestly. If it is not, then working for anyone is not working. What I can give you, the vampire clan can never give you. Better treatment than Julian. This vampire is stronger than Julian, estimated to be above level 7. If she can get him into the town, her competition score should be much higher. Although many contestants' rankings have dropped now, it won't be long before their competition scores will catch up quickly. She must take advantage of this opportunity and seize the time to widen the gap between herself and other contestants. The man in black robe was silent and changed the subject with difficulty. Just tell me whether you agree to lower the price. What to do? What this undead said seems to make sense. He can still suppress the vampire in this town. I don't agree. Xiao Jia refused. The profit of 60% of the price was not high. If you think it's inappropriate, you can refuse. The most taboo in doing business is to push for more. Xiao Jia stared at the man in black robe, making him uncomfortable. Okay, if you don't want to lower the price, then don't lower it. It's best to lower it, but it's okay not to lower it. The black-robed man picked up the golden pen, and at the moment of writing, several names appeared on the contract. These names are the current leaders and rulers of the vampire clan. The black-robed man in front of Xiao Jia is just one of them, and is only responsible for the Juma City area. Being sent to keep an eye on Alistair, his status is definitely not low. Seeing the contract completed, Xiao Jia put it away with satisfaction. 1 million level 5 blood blind box, arriving tomorrow. She has to ask the Lord God for a loan. 0.5 level 7 crystal core, within a month, she has to pay back 1 level 7 crystal core. After the extension, it becomes 2, and after another extension, it becomes 4, doubling. Each extension period is 7 days. Xiao Jia was also under a lot of pressure. Then I take my leave. The deal was done, and the black-robed people said goodbye and left and returned to the bunker. The dark bunker is the lair of the Juma City vampires. Back at the lair, the black-robed people took off their disguises. Unexpectedly, these vampires were not ugly, but surprisingly handsome and beautiful. Just like the Blood Clan. Looking at the handsome face in the mirror, the black-robed vampire Shueisha, who had previously made a deal with Xiao Jia, stroked his delicate face with satisfaction and intoxication. Shueisha is a handsome young man, and every part of his face seems to be carefully carved out, extremely delicate. He always likes to appreciate his beauty, so there are many mirrors in the dark bunker. Shueisha was admiring, and the scene in the mirror suddenly changed. Sage. Shueisha's expression became respectful, and he bowed to the figure in the mirror, and his voice was still a little childish. Obviously, he had disguised himself when he was trading with Xiao Jia just now. How? A hoarse female voice came from the mirror and asked. Xiao Jia should not really side with us, she is still neutral. Facing the vampire sage, Shueisha was not as brainless as when facing Xiao Jia, and became much more serious. Her position doesn't matter as long as she supports this war, and hopes that this war will continue. The vampire sage is also a child who looks young, even younger than Mimi and the others, with a very ordinary appearance, the kind of ordinary that you can't find in the crowd. But her eyebrows carry a maturity that is completely different from her appearance. The more she invests in this war, the more she can't get out of it. The more benefits she gets, the more she can't give it up. Sooner or later, she will side with us. The sage analyzed calmly. During this time, you should keep an eye on that town and send people to sneak in. Yes, sage. Shueisha replied respectfully, hesitated for a moment, and still told Xiao Jia about his invitation to join. Just now Xiao Jia invited me to become an employee of Jijia town, saying that the treatment would be better than Julian. As a vampire marquis, Julian also registered with the vampires, especially since he is still an employee of the town. Promise her. The sage said without hesitation. Is there anyone in Jijia town who can receive news from the town more easily than the town employees? Really agree? Shueisha was a little reluctant. In the bunker, he was the king who had the final say. But he didn't know what the situation would be like when he went to Jijia town. That dark bunker. Let Mingwei take charge of it from now on. As the sage finished speaking, a tall, long-haired lady walked out of the darkness. Mingwei hooked her curly hair with her fingers and smiled provocatively at Shueisha. The biggest difference between the Blood Clan and these vampires is probably the skin color. The skin of these vampires is a very strange blue-gray color, But this does not diminish their beauty at all. Xuesha was silent, and the image in the mirror disappeared. He pounced on Mingwei without hesitation and started fighting with Mingwei. He knew that Mingwei, the bitch, had been staring at his position. Even if he didn't say it this time, Mingwei would tell the sage. "Pack your luggage, Lord Xuesha." Mingwei spat out a mouthful of blood. She was seriously injured. She stood up by holding the wall, smiled charmingly at Xuesha, and waved at him. Only the incompetent and furious Xuesha was left. In the town, Qiao Jia also welcomed a new interviewer. Another one who came to seek refuge. "You want to interview?" Qiao Jia had just borrowed points from the Lord God and entered a batch of 5-level blood-blind boxes, and a ghost appeared in the snow. She was a super beauty with fair skin and beautiful appearance. "I am Luo Qishuang. I have met Master Qiao Jia." The beauty bowed to Qiao Jia delicately, with a bit of loneliness and coldness between her eyebrows. Her voice was like the cry of an oriole, melodious and graceful. "What's the matter?" Qiao Jia asked. "I heard that there is a giant tree city." "Qishuang?" A voice interrupted Luo Qishuang's ancient words. Qiao Jia had a blank expression on her face. She didn't understand. "Fuyu?" Luo Qishuang turned around, overjoyed. She didn't expect to see an old friend here. "Qishuang, why are you here?" Fuyu's face showed a trace of worry. During the time in Jijia town, Fuyu's body has recovered a lot. Gui is not as weak as before, and has become much more capable. He is dressed in coarse linen clothes, and always has a gentle and tolerant smile on his face, just like a head of a family. Luo Yun and Fuyu are both practical people. Luo Yun is like a stable boulder, and Fuyu is a tenacious weed. The couple is already preparing to open a clinic in the town. "Fuyu." Luo Qishuang pounced on Fuyu and hugged her. Since you and Luo Yun left, the ancient temple has been disturbed again and again by the zombies under the Dog Emperor. Everyone has no choice but to find a way out. The General Yufeng under the Dog Emperor saw that I was beautiful, so he wanted to kidnap me to be his concubine. The General Yufeng is vulgar and ugly, and he already has 18 wives. Woo woo woo. Luo Qishuang covered her face and cried, which made Fuyu feel distressed. It's okay. Fuyu hugged Luo Qishuang and comforted her softly. Qiao Jia passed by calmly with a blank expression and materials again and again. "I asked my husband to rent a room for you in the town, and you can settle down first. You can take these crystal cores first." It can be seen that Fuyu and Luo Qishuang have a good relationship. The two ghosts should have known each other for a long time. "Luo Yun is here too?" Luo Qishuang paused while crying, raised her head, and looked at Fuyu with tears in her eyes. "Yes." Fuyu nodded, and wiped the tears from the corners of Luo Qishuang's eyes with a handkerchief. "My husband took me out of there. We have settled down in the town now. It's nice here. Qishuang, you will definitely like it here too. Mayor, are there any vacant houses in the town for rent?" Qiao Jia passed by again, and was asked by Fuyu. The weather was too cold. Human employees in the town could easily freeze to death when working outside. Qiao Jia, the mayor, had nothing to do, so he did more work. "Let me see." Qiao Jia opened the town panel and shook his head. "No more. Houses in the town are easy to rent, especially now that the townspeople have superpowers and don't lack crystal cores. Not to mention rental houses, even daily rental youth hostels are full. Everything in the town is full except for the staff rooms. Luo Qishuang is not an employee of the town, so Qiao Jia definitely can't let her live in the staff room." Qiao Jia felt that this ghost was a bit strange. "How about Qishuang, you live with me first, and then move out when there is a vacant house in the town?" Fuyu thought for a moment and asked, "Is this convenient?" Luo Qishuang hesitated, but did not refuse. Qiao Jia passed by again and again, glancing at Luo Qishuang several times. Chapter 96. Qiao Jia would not interfere in the lives of the residents of the town. So she just looked at the things between Fuyu and Luo Qishuang with curiosity, and then went to do her own things. She was still very busy. Because of the revision of the blind box mall, all the tampered data were restored to normal. Although the purchase price of the blind box is not much different, the activation price is very different. The lowest price has increased tenfold. Qiao Jia is still a headache. I hope the vampires can start attacking the Blood family as soon as possible. She has been thinking about the treasure in Alistair Castle for a long time. Qiao Jia moved the wood to the planting area and prepared to do some carpentry work with the mole spirit and the mole spirit's grandmother, Grandma Lin. Just as she was about to start working, a figure appeared at the back door of the town, which was the original gate. Mayor Qiao Jia. Shueisha appeared in front of Xiao Jia with wounds all over his body, with a trace of grievance and anger in his eyes. Who are you? Xiao Jia looked at the young boy in front of her in confusion. She didn't seem to know him. Ahem, I'm Shueisha. Shueisha was a little embarrassed, coughed lightly, and his voice was clear and crisp. From the outside, Shueisha was a beautiful boy of 17 or 18 years old, and his appearance was very deceptive. The town of Xiaojia really gathered a bunch of people and monsters, with extremely contrasting appearances and hearts. Ah, the black robe just now. Xiaojia remembered his name. Does what you said before still count? Shueisha's eyes were wandering and he asked. Before? Xiaojia didn't remember very well what happened before. It's about the town employees. Shueisha was anxious all of a sudden. He had been kicked out of the position of the vampire leader of Juma City. If he couldn't enter Jijia town, he would have to go back and listen to Mingwei and work under her. It would be better to let him die. Fortunately, Xiaojia just had a bad memory, not a person who didn't keep his word. It counts? Xiaojia nodded affirmatively. Employee benefits include food and accommodation, a fixed number of blind boxes, and monthly salary crystal cores. If you want to exchange all of them for blind boxes, you can. Many people live in the town's employee dormitories. Attacking colleagues is prohibited. The vampire who came to the town before obeyed the town's regulations very well. According to Wang Banlin's observation of this vampire, compared to humans, this vampire seems to prefer to suck the blood of the same kind, and will also attack low-level vampires who are alone. When she first came to the town, she was only at the 3rd level. In just over half a month, her strength has skyrocketed to almost the 5th level. In Saturn's words, this vampire seems to have set a KPI for himself. Every day when he opens his eyes, he goes out to hunt vampires and blood clans, and comes back to sleep. If there is a crystal core, buy a blood blind box. Every day, it is the same schedule, stable and regular. Your job is the same as Yulian and Shanza, responsible for the safety inside and outside the town, and deal with creatures that they can't deal with. Hearing Xiao Jia mention Yulian, Shueisha's ears suddenly stood up. Well, okay then. When Shueisha heard that the task assigned to him by Xiao Jia was more advanced than Yulian, the corners of his mouth curled up, but he still pretended to be mature. He was only a teenager when he was transformed. Perhaps because of the failed transformation, his mind has always remained in the teenage period and has not made any progress. As the saying goes, if you talk about the devil, he will appear. Xiao Jia and Shueisha just talked about Yulian, and saw Yulian quietly following Wei Yi and coming back from outside. Shueisha's eyes turned back and forth between Wei Yi and Yulian, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Yulian couldn't help frowning when he saw Shueisha, the vampire. He had no opinion on vampires. To a certain extent, blood clans and vampires were the same kind of creatures. However, although Yulian didn't know the whole story about the recent chaos caused by vampires, he also had a general understanding. A vampire with strength above his. It was obvious that this vampire was related to the recent chaos. Yulian's eyes fell on Xiao Jia. The mayor really dared to take in any monster into the town. Xiao Jia. Wei Yi waved happily at Xiao Jia. She was always happy to see Xiao Jia. A bright smile appeared on Wei's face, and his eyes were sincere and eager. Wei. Xiao Jia nodded slightly, and Wei rushed over and hugged Xiao Jia's arm. Xiao Jia, let me tell you. Mayor, who are these two? Shueisha interrupted Wei and asked, pretending to be ignorant. Yulian looked at him with a hint of disgust in his eyes. What are you pretending for? How could they not know each other's identity? Wei Yulian. This is Shueisha, a new employee in the town. He is a vampire. Stay away from him. Xiao Jia briefly introduced both parties, and the last sentence was said to Wei. Why do you want to stay away from me? Shueisha was about to get close to Wei, but Xiao Jia immediately upset him. Human you vampire. Xiao Jia glanced at Shueisha. Is there any need to say this? Sign this contract and go to work. Xiao Jia waved to Shueisha, indicating that he could leave. Xiaolu, take him to the staff dormitory and arrange a room for him. Xiao Jia knew that Shueisha was willing to join the town for some purpose, but she didn't care. Everyone and every monster in the town had something to ask for, and it was enough for her to be useful and do a good job. Nothing else mattered. What did you want to say just now? Xiao Jia asked as she worked with Wei. Julian followed the two silently, helping quietly with the work. I was just about to say. By the way, when you were away, Jia, a very interesting girl came to the town. But she is not from Jumu City, but from Guquanchuan. She asked me to tell her that she wanted to ask when the teleportation array could be opened. The survivors of Guquanchuan really want to come to Juma City. Wei conveyed the request of her new friend Lu Nanji. If possible, she also hoped that the teleportation array could be opened in the town. Teleportation array. Xiao Jia did not answer Wei's question immediately. She probably knew who the very interesting girl Wei was talking about was. The Little Sun heroine and the Monster King hero in Guquanchuan. Speaking of which, there was a male supporting role before. Do you need a lot of crystal cores? Wei noticed the change in Xiao Jia's expression and asked carefully. How many crystal cores I will pay? Julian's simple 6 words were really full of security. Too reliable. You don't have it. Xiao Jia shook his head. After the price increase, the price of the teleportation array blind box was even higher, a little too high. A 9th level crystal core. Xiao Jia estimated that Julian might not have a 9th level crystal core on hand, but Alistair might have one. How much? I go to the castle to get it. After Julian finished speaking, he immediately received the staring eyes of the 3 people and 1 demon present. This kid is so arrogant. Grandma Lin muttered in a low voice, and he is still a parasite, which is not good. Julian said to take it, that is to take it, openly, and not feeling embarrassed at all. He was very calm. His father had lived for so long and accumulated countless treasures, which could not be spent at all. Whether it could be spent or not is debatable. With Alistair's degree of indulgence in the new interest of opening blind boxes, it is really hard to say whether it could be spent or not. But the accumulated treasures are countless, which is a definite fact. 1 9th level crystal core. Xiao Jia raised a finger. She didn't feel embarrassed at all about Bai Qian's matter. I find a way myself. But Xiao Jia still rejected Yulian's kindness. On the one hand, it was because of Wei. If she accepted Yulian's crystal core, Wei would owe Yulian even more. At present, Xiao Jia would not let Wei sacrifice so much. On the other hand, the town is not suitable for opening a teleportation array now. It will be chaotic. At least Su Qianqian must be lured to her. This is a talent. If possible, Xiao Jia also wants to lure the sisters Shintongqi by Xingyue and the glasses man under Feng Yuanyao. Oh, and Long Tanyu's childhood sweetheart, and a group of concubines. They are all talented people. Very suitable for internal affairs, to expand her territory. Wei, I want to ask you a favor. Thinking of this, Xiao Jia turned to look at Wei. She felt that this matter could be planned. Jia, just say it. You can go and contact Long Tanyu. Xiao Jia was stared at by Julian before she finished speaking. She glanced at Julian, sparks flew. The women around him. She continued. Hearing Xiao Jia's exact meaning, Julian retracted his gaze. Wei was favored by this guy, and it was not known whether it was lucky or unlucky. Jia, what are you going to do? I want to poach people, she said frankly. A puzzled look appeared on Wei's face. Poaching? Jia? The town is short of people. Xiao Jia looked down at Wei and held her hands. She was in great need of such management talents. If we talk about who in the town has the ability to get close to Long Tanyu's women, it must be Wei and Kiki. Kiki is too young to handle this matter, so Wei is the only one left. Other people are likely to arouse Long Tanyu's vigilance. As for Wei, in Long Tanyu's eyes, Wei is also marked by Yulian, so he will look down on Wei. Long Tanyu is also quite interesting. He is hostile to the strong and despises the weak. For him, the difference between the strong and the weak lies in the force. Feng Yuanyao and Shintong are strong, and Su Sharan Wei is a weak. These two are still weak people belonging to a strong person. Everyone in the town can see who is in control of the initiative between Wei and Yulian, but he still subconsciously looks down on Wei. Please, Wei. Okay. Wei felt Xiao Jia's need and nodded vigorously. I will definitely complete the task. She promised. Yulian frowned, with a hint of doubt and confusion in his eyes. Xiao Jia was clearly using Wei. Why was Wei so willing to listen to Xiao Jia? Yulian felt that he needed to find Wang Banlon again to understand Wei's inner thoughts. After dealing with Long Tanyu, Xiao Jia was about to start with Su Qianqian. It was easy to get her to join her. Support Fu Jingchuan. When Fu Jingchuan became strong, he would naturally suppress Su Qianqian and let their relationship return to what it was before. Now Su Qianqian asked her to continue to be the woman behind Fu Jingchuan. She would never be willing. The taste of power is wonderful, and those who have enjoyed it will not be willing to return to ordinary. Although Xiao Jia could not let Su Qianqian be the mayor, she still had a lot of room for promotion. The future of Jejia Town should be greater than that of Beichen Base, right? Beichen Base has not changed its name yet, In fact, it is because the fight between Fu Jingchuan and Su Qianqian has not ended. When Beichen Base changes its name, the winner between these two people will be decided. These people come one by one, and they will be defeated one by one. After Su Qianqian comes here, she will form a think tank and bring all the people and monsters she likes to the town. Villains, like Su Qianqian, have many conspiracies and tricks. In the past, they lost mainly because of the halo, and the fact that good cannot prevail over evil. But now, the villains and protagonists are on her side, and she is both good and evil, so how can she lose? It's just that these people cost money to raise, and they are not as easy to fool as Su Shaoran and others. Xiao Jia's burden has unknowingly become heavier. But now the most important thing is to open the blind box. Xiao Jia did not forget that he still has 3 blind boxes of the strongest Doomsday town. The purchase price of this kind of high-end blind box has increased a lot. Fortunately, the increase is all Xiao Jia's own use. The high-end blind boxes for the town residents are discounted low-end versions, and there is no price change. Kiki has not worked in the town recently because the weather is too cold. Su Shaoran asked her to go with Yin to read the water meter and electricity meter. Many survivors in the town have lived for a full month, and it is time to collect water and electricity bills. When Xiao Jia found Kiki and Yin, a family was trying to use delicious food to lure Kiki and Yin to pay less water and electricity bills. Kiki and Yin were drooling, but they still refused them righteously. No. My brother said that we can't lie to others. Slurp. Kiki and Yin must do their duty every shift. Kiki swallowed hard. This family's cooking skills are really good. The family used to run a restaurant. It smelled really good. The male owner wanted to continue to persuade him, and the female owner next to him pulled his clothes desperately. Mayor. Mayor. The female owner reminded her in a whisper. She was now on edge. Mayor. The male owner turned around stiffly, and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Try to bribe the town staff, and go to Yuji to pay the fine yourself. Xiao Jia said coldly. The town lacked internal affairs personnel. Yuji and Xiaolu were often pulled up by Xiao Jia. Even the only non-staff member Shen Tong was often asked to do things by Xiao Jia. There was too much shortage of people. Yes. The couple did not dare to disobey, and Nono agreed. Xiao Jia took Kuka and Yin away. Sister Mayor, are we going to open the blind box again? Kuka asked in a low voice, trying to catch up with Xiao Jia with her short legs. Yeah. Xiao Jia glanced at the 2 little guys behind her, stopped, picked them up one by one, and let them sit on her arms. Wow. So high. Chapter 97. Bringing Kiki and Yin back to the Lord's mansion, the 3 strongest Doomsday Town blind boxes were placed on the table in the living room. Xiao Jia put them both on the sofa and looked at the blind boxes. From the perspective of cost performance, it is most cost-effective to let Tang Kiki open these blind boxes. But Xiao Jia looked at the blind boxes on the table in silence. 10 seconds later, Xiao Jia became even more silent when she saw the street lamp she opened. Sure enough, she shouldn't have opened the blind box. Half of the 6th level crystal core was gone. And the things opened by Tang Kiki and Tang Yin next to them were very good, which were countless times better than those opened by Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia was silent and a little autistic. Kiki opened a Doomsday recycling store, which looked shabby from the outside, but the space inside was still very large. Doomsday recycling store, a magical store with 4 old-fashioned robot clerks and 2 security robots. You can recycle all kinds of materials, even wood and stone, but please don't expect the recycling price. This Doomsday recycling store is quite interesting. Xiao Jia carefully checked the description of the Doomsday recycling store. This store is just like all recycling stores, buying low and selling high. However, the purchase targets are the residents of the Doomsday, but the sales targets are not. Xiao Jia is not sure about the specific transaction targets. There is also a building in the Doomsday Town blind box that can be used with this recycling store, called the Item Synthesis Factory. A large number of low-level items can be synthesized into high-level items. For example, 2 tetanus sickles can be combined into a sharp sickle, just like this. However, there are too many things that can be opened from the architectural decoration resources in the strongest town in the Doomsday. Even if Tang Kiki and the others were there, Xiao Jia might not be able to open it. As for Yin, it was a lake called Freshwater Lake with rich fishery resources. It is just right to put it in the breeding area. You 2 will work in this store in the future. Xiao Jia placed the Doomsday recycling store in a block in the commercial district and said to Kiki and Yin, all the location blocks in the town are square, which is super comfortable for obsessive-compulsive disorder. The Doomsday recycling store also needs a large warehouse, and Xiao Jia plans to build one later. Sister Mayor, what should we do? Kiki asked naively. You two are managers. Xiao Jia arranged Kiki and Yin Yin in the recycling store, just not planning to let them do anything. You do whatever the manager does. So Xiao Jia said to Kiki and Yin Yin. The staff in the Doomsday recycling store is already fully staffed, and they don't need to do anything at all. Kiki, what does the manager have to do? Yin Yin poked Kiki and asked in a low voice. I don't know either. Kiki didn't dare to let Xiao Jia know that they didn't know anything, so she answered Yin Yin in the same whisper. I'm going out. You two can watch cartoons here. There are blind boxes in the kitchen. Open them when you're hungry. Xiao Jia stood up. Although she couldn't eat, there were always all kinds of blind boxes of food in the kitchen for emergencies. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Xiao Jia took the wood and tools that had been processed long ago and went to the Doomsday recycling store to build a warehouse. Because of the temperature, there were not many people in the town, so the sudden appearance of the store did not attract the attention of the residents. Xiao Jia also forgot to issue a town announcement. It was when she finished processing the framework of the warehouse that Fu Jingchuan and his group came back from outside and discussed the sudden appearance of the Doomsday recycling store, which reminded Xiao Jia of this matter. The Doomsday recycling store has landed, and all residents and survivors are welcome to visit. She casually issued a simple town announcement. Fu Jingchuan keenly discovered Xiao Jia, who was staying behind the recycling store, but he did not go to disturb Xiao Jia. This guy is more or less self-aware, and many people in the town hate him. Especially the earliest human survivors, who witnessed the scene at the beginning. Fu Jingchuan led his men into the Doomsday recycling store, and the robot responsible for reception immediately came up to greet them. Because it is a recycling store, are these robots so broken? A townsman whispered. This customer, you are so rude. The old robot turned around, and an angry expression appeared on its display screen. How could it say that in front of others? Wow. Sorry. Fu Jingchuan's men didn't expect that this robot actually had a certain amount of intelligence, and they apologized quickly. Humph. The old robot turned its head away proudly, and continued to introduce the situation of the recycling store to these customers. There are a total of 4 robot clerks, and 2 security robots in the recycling store. They all have different shapes, and their own personalities. Like the 2 security robots, one looks like a young man full of vigor, and the other looks like an old man lying down in his twilight years. All the materials sold by customers can be directly exchanged for crystal cores, or for recycling points. The arrogant robot introduced. What is the use of recycling points? Compared to ordinary crystal cores, Fu Jingchuan needs some special items more. The use of recycling points has not yet been opened. Please wait for good news. The arrogant robot answered in a serious manner, without any intention of clearing their doubts. Xiao Jia stood at the door and looked around the recycling store. The decoration style of the store was quite in line with the end of the world. It was old and a little tattered, and it felt gray. The smell was also very special, a smell emitted from a room that had been sealed for a long time. The store was large, with many cardboard boxes stacked up, which looked messy, but in fact there was order in the chaos. After Xiao Jia's announcement was issued, Coco and Yin Yin, who were dressed like a dumpling, excitedly rode children's bicycles all the way from the Lord's mansion to the recycling store. Xiao Jia was standing in the corner, and they didn't notice Xiao Jia. Tang Kiki? Fu Jingchuan had a cold face, and his eyes were full of surprise. Why did these 2 little things come here? Hello, Uncle Fu. Kiki was a polite and good child. Although she didn't like Fu Jingchuan, she still greeted him. Why call him uncle? Our boss is the most outstanding young talent in the town. Fu Jingchuan's men complained unsatisfiedly. Kiki and Yin Yin looked at Fu Jingchuan strangely. He is the father of Lin Lin's sister. Isn't he an uncle? The mother of the girl they call Lin Lin is Aunt Ran Ran. Brother Fu. Even though she was very confused, Kiki was a considerate and good child. She quickly greeted Fu Jingchuan again. Kiki. Suddenly, Su Xiaoran and Shintong walked in from outside. After giving birth to the child, Su Xiaoran became more gentle, with long black hair like seaweed and smiling eyes. But gentleness does not mean weakness. Su Xiaoran has the means to manage the town in an orderly manner. Why did you run out on your own in such a cold day? Shintong picked up Kiki and asked. Compared with Su Xiaoran's gentleness, Shintong's aura is much more fierce, with neat short hair, generous and bright. Auntie Ran Ran, Auntie Tong Tong, Mayor's sister. Kiki suddenly fell into deep thought, and the faces of Fu Jingchuan and his younger brothers beside her turned green. For no reason, the eldest brother was made 1 generation lower. The couple, one is an aunt and the other is a brother. The mayor's aunt said that Dian and I will be the managers of this store in the future. Whatever the manager does, Dian and I will do. Kiki realized the problem of the title and decisively changed her words, saying what Xiao Jia had said to them before. Our Kiki has become a manager? That's amazing. Su Xiaoran leaned down slightly, poked Kiki's little face, and praised with a smile. Auntie Ranran, Auntie Tong Tong, what does a manager do? Kiki asked curiously. After hearing Kiki's question, Su Xiaoran and Shintong looked at each other and smiled. I'm afraid that the mayor let Kiki and Dian be managers just to find a position for them. It seems that this recycling store does not need human or monster employees at all, and can run itself. The manager just sits in the office and handles the problems that these employees can't handle. Shintong thought for a while, and explained to Kiki. Okay. We will definitely complete the task well. Kiki patted his chest proudly and promised. Then, where is the manager's office? Dian stood on tiptoe and looked around. Next to the employee lounge. Xiao Jia's voice suddenly sounded, and she pointed to the room with a tattered sign hanging in the corner and said, Mayor. Everyone greeted Xiao Jia when they saw her. Auntie Mayor. You can decorate the manager's office freely, and you can decorate it in any way you want. You can also use the recycled things here at will. Xiao Jia nodded at them, and then said to Kiki. Xiao Jia would not care even if she decorated the manager's office as an amusement park. Really? Kiki blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiao Jia expectantly. Auntie Mayor is so nice. Really? Xiao Jia nodded affirmatively and patted Kiki's head. She turned and walked behind the cash register of the store. The robot did not stop her. She was the mayor and the owner of this store. This store still uses the simplest and most ancient bookkeeping method, but because no transaction has been completed, there is no record yet. Xiao Jia can also check the status of the Doomsday recycling store from the town panel bar. Oh, this recycling store is really... Sanor, who was lame, walked in from outside and looked at this shabby recycling store and couldn't say a word of praise. It's really old-fashioned. Santa praised with a stiff face. What's wrong with your leg? Shintong looked at Sanor's limping leg with amusement and asked. Old Five insisted on learning how to drive a tricycle like the mayor, but he fell into a ditch because he didn't learn the skill well enough. Santa was very sad and angry. He was the only one who sprained his foot among the 10 people on the tricycle. The injury was not serious, and it was a waste to use potions, so Sanor simply rested at home to recover. I go out to fight monsters in 2 days. Hey, shout I, are these things recycled? Sanor asked a tracked robot passing by, shaking a pile of equipment and weapons that had become scrap in his hand. Sure, please follow me, guest. This tracked robot seemed to have a better temper than the arrogant robot that had just received Fu Jingchuan and others. The tracked robot led Sanor to the trading counter and placed all his trading items on an old-fashioned balanced scale. There are obviously dozens or hundreds of kilograms of goods, but why do they feel so light on the scale? The tracked robot brought out a plate of weights and took out the smallest one, which was exactly even. Guest, the recycling price of the goods you brought is 100 first-level crystal cores, or you can exchange it for 1 recycling point. But the use of recycling points has not yet been opened, and the opening time is unknown. Which one do you want to choose? The tracked robot asked respectfully. Recycling points. Sanor scratched his head. 100 crystal cores were not enough for them to go out for a meal. Although he didn't know what the recycling points were for, it was right to exchange them. He believed that the mayor would definitely be able to open this recycling point function. He has confidence in the mayor. However, can such scraps be sold at a high price? He only brought a small part of it. It seems that the ordinary townspeople in the town have another stable channel to earn crystal cores. Sanor just looked at it. In the recycling category of the recycling store, even stones and weeds are recycled. Although the price is very low, it can be recycled after all. The most important thing is that according to the recycling rules hanging on the wall, the recycling of these waste products has price fluctuations. Sometimes it is high and sometimes it is low. The difference is slight, but it gives some ordinary townspeople engaged in the recycling industry a small profit margin. The money is not much, but it is enough for them to live, and it will not be robbed by some black-hearted second-hand dealers. The mayor is really amazing and great. He even thought about the survival problems of those ordinary townspeople. Sanor looked at Xiao Jia's back with admiration, and made up a lot of things in his mind. Xiao Jia checked the whereabouts of the materials just recycled. They have not been sent out yet, but these scraps have found suitable trading targets. It is a wasteland doomsday world, a real wasteland, a barren land with no grass. The profit of selling junk to them is also very low, and the way is to accumulate a little to make a lot. When this kind of usable junk is accumulated to a certain amount, it will be sent to the wasteland world to save the express delivery fee. Xiao Jia suddenly seemed to know the source of the discounted blind box products he bought before. That's good. Maybe the town can produce blind boxes by itself in the future. Xiao Jia turned off the town panel, left the Doomsday recycling store, and passed by a group of residents who hurried to the town. She had to start arranging things to win over Su Qianqian, and she had to find someone to help with this. To be precise, it was a monster. There was a good object to promote the plan in the town, and Xiao Jia came downstairs of the staff building. What? You want me to find a human to help? Shueisha slammed the table, asking for food help. Where would his vampire face be? Chapter 98. If you can't do it, I go find Julian. Xiao Jia said expressionlessly. Although the trick of provoking someone is simple, it is really useful. Shueisha knew that this was Xiao Jia's provocation, and Xiao Jia also knew that Shueisha knew it, but would Shueisha admit that he was worse than Julian, a vampire? Impossible. So, Xiao Jia's simple words really worked. For the damn desire to win that could overwhelm the vampires. What should I do? Shueisha curled up in the sofa, squinting his eyes comfortably, like a cat. He originally had an extremely delicate and beautiful boy appearance. It's very simple. Give him some resources on the grounds of making trouble for Julian or anyone else. And then? Shueisha continued to ask. Nothing else. You don't need to worry about the rest. You can play a little more freely. Xiao Jia stood up. This was all she needed Shueisha to do. Relatively speaking, he was the most suitable one. A strange monster, or a vampire related to the recent mission, and also extremely hostile to Julian. Very suitable, very reasonable. Xiao Jia believed that Fu Jingchuan would take the bait. Shueisha stared at Xiao Jia's back as he left, his eyes deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. As the former head of the dark bunker, he was not a fool. Since Xiao Jia said that he would be a little free to play, he would not be polite. Fu Jingchuan, who was returning to Beichin Base, suddenly had an inexplicable feeling, which was hard to describe, but he just had such a feeling. He was one of the leaders of Beichin Base, so he naturally lived in Beichin Base. Although he also has the identity of a resident of Jijia Town, both Fu Jingchuan and Su Qianqian are the kind of people who are very good at winning people's hearts. There is a very strange charm in the two of them. Obviously, many people know the immoral entanglement of Fu Jingchuan, Su Shaoran and Su Qianqian, and know that the two have done a lot of bad things. But they are still attracted to Fu Jingchuan and Su Qianqian. They can win some people to work for them willingly. Some people think this is personal charm, but Xiao Jia prefers to call it a halo. It is not given by the world consciousness and the plot, but they are born and cultivated. This is the way of the world. Is Xiao Jia a good person? But there are many people and monsters who are willing to follow her. Shueisha went out to implement Xiao Jia's plan, and Xiao Jia continued to work. While she was working, she looked at the only childhood sweetheart, who was very natural with Long Tianyu. Wei didn't look threatening at all. Long Tianyu glanced at Yulian, who had been following Wei, and pretended not to see Wei. Just pretend she didn't exist. The mayor was working hard to build a warehouse, and the townspeople were singing and dancing and enjoying hot pot and barbecue food. It was snowing heavily. What a harmonious scene. Until an invitation letter sent by a bat broke the harmony. It was an invitation letter from the vampire castle, signed by Alistair. It only invited Xiao Jia to the castle to attend the vampire banquet tonight, and nothing else was mentioned. Xiao Jia stared at the invitation letter in his hand with a blank expression, and the visitor was not friendly. Are there other non-vampires invited? Xiao Jia looked up at the bat that sent the invitation and asked. There are also Lord Demon Sexia, Lord Ghost King Jin Wusheng, Lord Necromancer Augustine, Lord Styx Lord Shueisha. The bat answered respectfully. Undoubtedly, in the list of Blood Clan invitations, Xiao Jia is the weakest and the most mysterious. What is the Blood Clan going to do? Let them choose sides. Mayor, can you take me with you? Wang Banlon climbed up to the roof of the warehouse with difficulty, and said to Xiao Jia in the heavy snow. Her ability has just expired. Xiao Jia knew that Wang Banlon was keen on collecting and watching all kinds of gossip and excitement, but she didn't expect it to this extent. Mayor, I swear, I go with you and do whatever you say. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. And I won't bring any camera or photography tools this time. Wang Banlan just wanted to watch the fun and witness this grand scene, and didn't want to cause trouble for the mayor and the town. If the mayor didn't want to take her, she wouldn't bother him. Please, mayor, for such a grand scene, you have to have a few servants around you, right? Wang Banlan put her hands together and looked at Xiao Jia pleadingly. After hearing Wang Banlan's words, the people who were still eating hot pot immediately pricked up their ears. A few servants, there are so many places they want to go to. Such a grand scene is really rare, just as Wang Banlan said. Xiao Jia didn't agree immediately. This blood clan banquet was obviously a Hongyan banquet, and it would be troublesome to bring these humans. Mayor, actually, I also know how to make a personal maid. Shintong looked at Xiao Jia a little embarrassedly. She also wanted to go. It was rare for Shintong to say such an imprecise thing. Not only Shintong, but even Xie Jinghan coughed lightly to show his presence. He could actually be a bodyguard. Mayor. Julian appeared in front of Xiao Jia in a loose black robe. His clothes looked simple, but in fact, they were embroidered with extremely complicated and gorgeous patterns with silver silk threads. A slight movement was like the stars in the night sky. His collar was slightly open, and a sapphire necklace hung on his pale and slender neck, which matched his handsome and melancholy appearance. Xiao Jia stared at the sapphire necklace, which was so valuable. I should have known not to reject Julian last time. The blood clan is really too rich. Let's go together. Julian extended his hand to Xiao Jia, and a dark car driven by 18 undead horses, the Bone Gale, appeared in the sky, low-key and luxurious. He invited Xiao Jia, but his eyes fell on Wei. Obviously Julian, who also received the invitation, was not at ease with Wei staying in the town alone. He suspected that the Morton family would do something unfavorable to the town at the banquet tonight. At that time, if Wei stayed in the town, it would be very dangerous. Julian hoped to bring Wei with him, but after Wang Banlan's friendly teaching, he had learned to achieve his goals in a roundabout way. However, Julian's heart was known to everyone. He was not interested in the wine at all. Wei frowned slightly when he saw Julian's actions. She was not angry because of Julian's behavior, but because of the deep meaning behind it. Why did Julian want to take her to the banquet? It must be because the town was in danger. The town was in danger. Jia was also unsafe. She bit her lower lip gently. Did the blood clans who came to Jumu City recently target Jia? Jia, I want to go with you. Wei hesitated for a moment, then said decisively. If she stayed with Jia, Julian would definitely protect Jia. In any case, Julian was a marquis of the blood clan, and his status was not low. Hearing Wei's words, a hint of complexity flashed in Julian's eyes. Wei was willing to go with him, not because of him, but because of Chujia. Chujia glanced at Julian's expression, and had a rough idea in her mind. She thought for a moment, and agreed to take Wei with her. Mayor. Wang Banlan and Sanner, two lively guys, looked at Chujia eagerly, with a pitiful look. So, 10 minutes later, Xiao Jia's servants were freshly formed, the head personal maid Shintong, the maids Wang Banlan, Bai Yu, Bai Xing and Mao Zhua, the male servant Sanner Qi by A2, the bodyguards Feng Yuan Yao, Xie Jinghan and Fu Jingchuan, and a group of up to 27 servants. They also selected Xiao Jia's male companion tonight, Ling Yu, who had just arrived in the town. Ling Yu was the bandit monster that Xiao Jia met at the Shuguang base, when he was in Dequanchuan. He was so handsome that the gods and the people were angry. He was picked up by Xie Jinghan. He was seriously injured, and was pulled to take over before he recovered. Because he looked better, a little more handsome than Julian, he gloriously won the position of Xiao Jia's male companion. As the saying goes, it is better to lose the battle than the person. Those monsters must have a big show, of course. If the banquet does not need a male companion, he will be responsible for taking care of Xiao Jia's mount QG. Mayor, you are the mayor of Jia town. We will never lose to those monsters. Wang Banlan clenched his fists and cheered Xiao Jia on. Su Xiaoran and Su Qianqian on the side were also drafted, and they worked frantically with others to make the dress Xiao Jia would wear tonight. The best equipment from the blind box of town residents' equipment, a red and black mage dress, was reprocessed. Shintong was responsible for repairing and decorating Xiao Jia's body under Su Lin's command. There were quite a lot of broken places on her body. Yes, Shintong was under Su Lin's command, this baby who was not even a full month old. Don't say it, Su Lin really has perfect genetics and surpasses Su Xiran's aesthetics, fully utilizing all of Xiao Jia's advantages. A 2 and Captain Cat's Claw arranged Xiao Jia's hairstyle, and everyone was busy. Xiao Jia, the person involved, sat calmly on the chair and let them do whatever they wanted. Wang Banlan and Sanner insisted on dressing Xiao Jia up so that she could shock the vampires and monsters as soon as they met. Hearing that Xiao Jia was going to attend the vampire banquet, the only 2 vampires in the town came. Xuesha gave Xiao Jia a blood necklace. The coagulated blood on the necklace came from the vampire prince Adelaide. It was very provocative. The other vampire was the one who killed his own kind that Xiao Jia met in Guquanchuan. She gave Xiao Jia a jade hairpin, which was crystal clear and contained powerful energy. This is definitely not an ordinary item. Xiao Jia was a little helpless. In fact, she was going to wear sweatpants and short-sleeved shirts, and at most a hoodie to make it look less cold. However, the residents insisted on doing this, so Xiao Jia let them go. After all, they all meant well. 3 hours later, a large group of servants, carrying a lot of luggage, followed the undead horse carriage and headed for the Moonstone family Blood Clan Castle. Before the group reached the Blood Clan Castle sphere of influence, they had already seen a large number of monsters gathered around the Blood Clan Castle. There were monsters who came to watch the fun, and there were also monsters who came to fish in troubled waters, but the most were vampires. When the vampires in the dark bunker noticed the necklace Xiao Jia was wearing, they all avoided and dared not approach. The monsters who were watching began to discuss. They knew the Blood Clan on the Nether Beast carriage in front, but they had no impression of who was on the undead horse. Look, the carriage following behind is full of humans. Isn't it the one outside? A monster whispered. Which one outside? The monster from outside was very confused, as it had just come out of the countryside. It's the Blind Box Town. You don't even know this? In the monster's word of mouth, Jiajia Town has changed from Jiajia Town to Blind Box Town. Blind Box Town? Isn't that town called Jar Town? Another monster asked in shock. This is even more outrageous. No way, I heard it was called Blackheart Town or Profligate Merchant Town, and it was said by the residents of that town, and I guarantee that the source of the news is legitimate. Another monster interrupted the conversation of his companions with a solemn oath. I didn't say that. Hearing the conversation of the monsters outside, Wang Banlan raised 3 fingers and swore again. Although she loves gossip and watching the fun, she won't do such a tasteless thing. Sanner next door also swore that he would never talk about the mayor outside like this. Don't worry, the mayor will definitely not doubt you. Shintong smiled. She thought she knew the mayor well. Wang Banlan's character is obvious to all, and she is indeed very tight-lipped. Xiao Jia and Ling Yu, who were sitting in the carriage of the undead horse, were face to face. Facing such a beauty as Ling Yu, Xiao Jia only cared about one question. How have you considered the previous things? Xiao Jia asked while adjusting the situation of the town. If I come to your town to apply for a job, what do I need to do? Ling Yu asked a little nervously, but if you look closely, there is still a little shyness in his eyes. Delivering express. Xiao Jia said coldly. What? Ling Yu was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have heard it wrong. Delivery, courier, escort of goods. Can you understand? Xiao Jia closed the town panel, looked at Ling Yu calmly, and asked again. Ling Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. His eyes were very beautiful, slightly raised, and red with a hint of reluctance. At this moment, his eyes were full of confusion. Deliver? He? Yes. Xiao Jia nodded affirmatively. What? This guy has only this one advantage, otherwise what else can he do? Don't you have other positions? Ling Yu didn't want to deliver the courier. He stared at Xiao Jia straight, frowned slightly, with a sense of broken fragility that made me feel pity. No. Xiao Jia shook his head, and said in one breath. Can't I sell blind boxes, or be responsible for other things? Ling Yu looked at Xiao Jia with resentment. Delivering the courier, just delivering the courier. No, your talent is most suitable for delivering couriers. Xiao Jia continued to affirm. She only wanted to find a suitable courier. Mayor, it's almost time. Ling Yu was about to speak when Xie Jingen's cold voice came from outside the car. The car had already entered the range of the Blood Clan Castle. Chapter 99. The Moonstone Castle is very lively tonight, with bright lights and countless rare treasures placed on the dining table for the guests to enjoy. However, although it is lively, it does not seem noisy, and the vampires who come and go are unusually quiet. The humans who came with Xiao Jia were shocked to see the vampire castle in front of them. They simply could not describe their feelings at this moment in words. The Moonstone Castle stands on the top of a giant tree, always shrouded in mist, and never seen in front of people. It is also thanks to Xiao Jia that they can come here to broaden their horizons today. Although these people are the protagonists also need time to grow. They are not yet at the point where they can be on equal footing with the vampires. 12 moonless obsidian spires pierce the cloud shrouded in black mist, and the scarlet rubies inlaid on the top of the towers burn like demon eyes in the eternal night. Those rubies are indeed demon eyes, and they are the trophies hunted by Alistair to celebrate the birth of his offspring. Each spire represents a descendant of Alistair Moonstone, and there are exactly 12 including Avril, who just married into the Moonstone family. The main building of the castle is built of bone-eroding marble, with thorny patterns of mithril flowing on the surface, and solidified plasma seeping out of each gully. Every place here reveals a dark and ominous atmosphere. Shintong and the others felt uncomfortable after entering. Under the guidance of the zombie butler Will, Xiao Jia walked through the lobby. The floor tiles of the bone corridor were paved with the skulls of the 1,000-year-old dead in hell, and the empty eye sockets were jumping with blue phosphorescent fire. Looking out from the corridor, a blood-colored ancient tree stood in the center of the atrium, with its roots entangled with the uncorrupted sacrificial corpses, and the petals turned into pus and blood as soon as they fell to the ground. Under the tree was a black jade fountain. The fountain was not flowing with clear water, but sticky living blood, occasionally with struggling human faces. This is Miss Alice's work. Seeing Xiao Jia and the others' eyes fixed on the courtyard, Will explained with a smile. Xiao Jia nodded. She remembered the Gothic bloodchild. When they passed through the corridor and past the castle hall, they glimpsed Alistair's throne through the prison stone door that had never been closed. The throne was carved from a whole piece of blood marrow jade, and the handrails were 2 intertwined undead bone dragons, with dragon eyes inlaid with different colored gold gems. Not to mention Shintong and the others, Xiao Jia immediately felt a terrifying pressure at a glance. It is reasonable to suspect that Alistair did this on purpose. Because of Xiao Jia, Shintong and the other servants were also fortunate to enter the extremely luxurious banquet hall. The banquet hall was in the middle of the castle garden, and was built from a giant 1,000-year-old pine. The cost is so high that even if all the assets of Chijia town were sold, they would not be able to afford it. Maybe not even a fraction of it would be enough. The servants looked at the banquet hall with envy, and the delicacies that were obviously worth a lot of money in the banquet hall, and they wanted to rob it. They were really jealous. But they did not say what they thought in their hearts, and they would not cause trouble for Chiojia in such an occasion. However, Chiojia herself was more jealous than them. She also wanted to rob. And she was already planning. When the vampire army attacked the Blood Clan castle, she must pack up the entire castle and take it away. While thinking, Chiojia calmly took out the packing bag, and her movements were so fast and agile that there was a residual image. Xiao Jia learned this from the aunts and grandmothers in the town. Tips for packing for banquets. For this occasion, Xiao Jia also bought a mini handbag with the largest load capacity from the town backpacker. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. Jia, I help you too. Wei saw Xiao Jia's action and immediately came to Xiao Jia's side to help. For the guests participating in this banquet, these things on the table are just decorations. But it's different for poor people like Xiao Jia. Pack them all up and take them back to sell for money. She is very poor now. Because it is too valuable, Xiao Jia thinks that she can redeem the system after leaving Moonstone Castle today. Yulian followed behind Wei, looking at her with doting eyes. He also helped her and Xiao Jia. Alice and the Moonstone vampire stood in the corner of the banquet, looking at Yulian, who looked like a human, with a complicated face. Although today is a banquet held by the Moonstone family, they are not the protagonists today, and they are not even qualified to participate in it. Is he mentally ill? Samuel is the third son of the Moonstone family, and he speaks more directly. These vampires look down on Xiao Jia and Wei Yi's behavior, and they are disgusted with it. It's bad enough that they embarrassed themselves, but they even brought Brother Yulian with them. What's more annoying is that Brother Yulian actually looks so indifferent. The Moonstone descendants are so disappointed with Yulian. Since he met Wei Yi, he seems to have been infected by humans and has become completely different from himself. But for some reason, my father seems to have a special liking for the mayor of that small town, and is happy to see what happens between Brother Yulian and Wei Yi. Xiao Jia noticed the gazes of the vampires, and she turned her head to meet them. The moment they met Xiao Jia's gaze, several vampires suddenly felt like they were facing Alistair. That necklace. Alice was suddenly shocked. What was that necklace about? It's the prince's blood. Avria was a cold beauty with extremely elegant and graceful manners, just like Jasmine. She recognized the source of the blood necklace on Xiao Jia's neck at a glance. Well, it's Xiao Lai's blood. Prince Lorraine appeared beside several Moonstone descendants at some point, and waved to Xiao Jia, Yulian, and the other two with a smile. Lord Lorraine. Several Moonstone descendants greeted Lorraine respectfully, with a bit of intimacy in their eyes. Is it Prince Aladli? Alice was shocked. Aladli was the one with the worst temper among the 7 blood princes. He was also the strongest. At this moment, his blood appeared in the hands of an undead. This was absolutely a great shame. But Prince Aladli did not make any move. Could this undead have any connection with Prince Aladli? He had a fight with a vampire last time, and almost lost. It should be that time that his blood was taken away. Lorraine's outfit today was carefully selected, which made her look handsome. Vampire? The Moonstone Blood clan did not quite understand. According to the temper of the prince, if he took action, one of the two sides must die, right? Lorraine smiled without saying anything, and turned his head to look at the moon outside the window. The power of love is really great. It can support creatures immersed in love to cross the racial barriers. Sometimes Lorraine also feels that love is like a virus, which will spread to all the vampires around him. Julian fell, and Aladli also fell. Who will be the next one? Maybe it will be her, maybe Alistair, or the newly born majesty in the royal castle. It is really exciting. Thinking of this, Lorraine walked to Xiao Jia and the other two. Lord Lorraine. Aunt Lorraine. The first one was the only one, and the second one was naturally Julian. The calliope fruit over there is the most valuable. Lorraine looked at Xiao Jia with a smile and kindly reminded her. The calliope fruit had just been served on the table, and Xiao Jia glanced at it, and her figure immediately disappeared from the spot. After a moment, Xiao Jia came back again, with a barely visible smile on his face. Another monster who also stared at the calliope fruit looked at the empty crystal cup in disbelief. Shouldn't there be a calliope fruit here? Where did it go? Xiao Jia put the calliope fruit into his backpack, and the system's ransom was there. Lord Xiao Jia, Lord Lorraine, the prince invites you. Xiao Jia was still preparing to continue fighting, when suddenly Will and Meilur appeared beside them. Alistair invites you? Xiao Jia's eyes swept around the banquet hall, and there were indeed few high-level monsters in the banquet hall. The few that were there, like Lorraine, were led away by the men sent by Alistair. Xiao Jia nodded, and left with Lorraine and Will. It seems that the next part is the highlight. Xiao Jia left with Will, and the only one who was still diligently continuing Xiao Jia's work of packing and taking away. Not just for Xiao Jia. Shentong and the others followed Xiao Jia and his servants, so they definitely didn't have the qualifications to sit at the table. There were also Zhu Xiaoran and others who hadn't come yet. The only hope was to share the joy of this moment with their friends. This banquet hosted by Alistair was definitely a great opportunity for a low-level corpse like Xiao Jia to improve her strength. Xiao Jia's strength was only level 4, and she was just a low-level corpse to the high-level monsters of level 8 and level 9 present. If it weren't for the blind box, her strength wouldn't have qualified her to sit at the table. Amid the curious or malicious gazes of many powerful people in the study, she sat calmly in her seat. Hey vampire, what on earth do you want us to do? The Ghost King Jin Wuxing sat on the sofa, his posture wild, his feet on the coffee table in front of him. Jin Wuxing was said to be a rebellious general in ancient times, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. He killed countless people during his lifetime, and his anger was too strong. After his death, he was directly promoted to the Ghost King on the spot, causing trouble for the people. The point is, this guy is a woman. Disguised as a man and rebelling, what a tough guy. Hearing the name of vampire, several blood clans in the study frowned unconsciously, and looked at Jin Wuxing with disgust. This study is called a study, but it is more like a library, with countless books. Xiao Jia casually opened a book that recorded the analysis of a dark forbidden spell. There were not many monsters invited to the study, and there were only more than 20 members of the blood clan. There was no human. A ruin appeared at the intersection of Jumu City and Yudu. Alistair did not beat around the bush, nor did he mind Jin Wuxing's impoliteness, and said directly. Xiao Jia continued to look through the dark forbidden spells. Humans might be interested in ruins, but she had no idea. Times are moving forward. Ruins sound very old. What good things can they have? The owner of this relic should be the Moonlight Priest, the demigod Livian. When she died, at least 8 top-grade magic veins and a supreme god of Law Tower were buried with her. Snap. Before Alistair finished speaking, Xiao Jia snapped the book shut. A hint of heat appeared in her eyes, which had always been calm. Where is it? She said it briefly. The eyes of the high-level monsters present all fell on Xiao Jia. You do look like you are short of money. Jin Wuxing looked Xiao Jia up and down, smiling. All the monsters present were 1,000-year-old monsters. Except for the supreme god of Law Tower, They didn't care about anything else. The God of Law Tower is not something you can get just by having money. To put it in a more ethereal way, it depends on fate. Xiao Jia is the opposite of them. She also lacks the supreme God of Law Tower. But as long as she is given enough crystal cores, she can have not only one supreme God of Law Tower, but also 10 or 100. Thanks to the blood-blind box, Xiao Jia could not participate in this kind of scene. This relic is now in the hands of those guys in Yudu. This is also the purpose of Alistair looking for them. Alistair is very powerful, there is no doubt about it, but the monsters in Yudu are equally powerful, and Yudu. Chueshua, the Lord of the Sticks, tapped the table lightly, frowning slightly. Xiao Jia quietly opened the town panel and began to query the information of Yudu. Yudu is a very special city, and the monsters in Yudu are special. The monsters in Juma City and Guquanchuan or Gujia City, which Xiao Jia had visited before, are all normal monsters. Zombies, vampires, goblins. Although monsters themselves are abnormal, compared with the monsters in Yudu, the monsters in Juma City are still normal. The monsters in Yudu can be described in 4 simple words, using the language of humans in this world. Indescribable. Evil creatures. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call them this. The evil creatures there are extremely twisted and terrifying, and it is difficult to kill them, or they cannot be killed at all. And they cannot communicate at all. Even many monsters, who are also monsters, are unwilling to set foot in Yudu. That place is too strange. Alistair fought with 1,000 Faces Nightmare in Yudu for this relic, and Alistair had only one thought about this battle. Difficult. It is countless times more difficult than the vampire riot. Yudu is too close to Juma City, and the evil creatures there are showing signs of invading Juma City. Juma City is the territory of the Moonstone family, and Alistair can't let them be so arrogant. This is also one of the purposes for inviting Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia's blind box is magical, and it may have some unexpected effects. Xiao Jia, who has already found the information of Yudu, is searching for a blind box that can restrain the evil creatures in Yudu in the blind box mall. However, looking at the 10th level crystal core required on the blind box, Xiao Jia decisively closed the mall. The 10th level crystal core cannot be replaced by a lower level crystal core. To deal with the evil creatures in Yudu, you still have to rely on yourself. Join hands to deal with the evil creatures in Yudu. A cold light flashed in Alistair's silver-gray eyes, and the killing intent was revealed. This is Alistair's ultimate goal, and then the monsters in Juma City will compete with each other. Chapter 100. Alistair's proposal was not agreed by all the monsters present. They were all big guys. Some monsters did not think they could not deal with the evil creatures in Yudu, and some simply did not like Alistair. A group of high-level monsters quarreled fiercely. However, the monsters who agreed with Alistair accounted for the majority. Xiao Jia sat in the corner, and did not express any opinions from beginning to end. She was reading Alistair's collection of books. The study was not a banquet hall, and the things could be packed and taken away. This was not packing, but stealing. Alistair would kill them. Xiao Jia did not have so many points to fight Alistair now. If you ask me, just go to their nest and kill them all now. Jean Wuxing's tone was fierce, which was indeed in line with her character. I won't stop you. Alistair picked up the cup on the table and took a sip. Xiao Jia looked up and saw Alistair smiled at her, with a look that Xiao Jia couldn't understand at all. The Ghost King who killed Augustine was also invited to the banquet. He and Jean Wuxing were mortal enemies. But no one knew why. This was also a hot-tempered ghost. Go if you have the ability. When you die, your territory will be mine. He grinned and laughed arrogantly. Really, Hantinia? Jean Wuxing looked at him with contempt. This guy didn't deserve it. Aren't you called Xiao Wuming? Mingyi Chueshua looked up at the Ghost King, who was furious because Jean Wuxing had exposed his real name, and asked, Jean Wuxing, you want to die, right? Hantinia was about to explode. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. The devil Seshia smiled, and stood up to mediate. This was someone else's territory after all. What do you know about harmony bringing wealth, you foreign ghost? Get lost. However, Hantinia didn't appreciate Seshia's kindness at all and cursed at her. What do you think? Seeing that the two ghosts were about to fight in his territory, Alistair seemed not worried at all and asked Xiao Jia's opinion. Fortunately, I didn't name Su Lin Dashua at the beginning. Xiao Jia answered honestly. Otherwise, when Su Lin grew up with the name Su Dashua, he would probably hunt her across time and space, right? Alistair looked at Xiao Jia and blinked slowly. Was he asking this question? Names are really important to people. Xiao Jia turned her head to meet Alistair's gaze and nodded. Really? Alistair, who had never been troubled by his name, was a little Versailles. He was a high-level demon in hell from the moment he was born. His name was given to him by the world, so he certainly didn't think that having a bad name would have a big impact. If your name is Black Egg Moonstone, Xiao Jia hypothesized. I understand. Alistair had never thought of this possibility. If he really had this name, he would probably die. The expressions of the vampires on the side were very subtle, and they immediately sympathized with Han Tiniu. Oh no, it was Xiao Wuming. Jin Wuxing and Xiao Wuming didn't fight in the end. The two ghosts were ready to fight, but were stopped by an old lady holding a whisk. The old lady looked smiling and amiable, but she was definitely a tough character. It can be seen from the fear of Jin Wuxing and Xiao Wuming that the two ghosts are afraid of her. Prince of the Blood Clan, I agree with your suggestion. The old lady stood up slowly, looking very rich. First, get rid of the monsters in Yudu, and then we can compete internally. You all stop arguing. The tomb of the demigod has appeared in the world, and it is not only our Juma city that is eyeing it. The old lady said to the monsters in the study in a gentle voice. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. Why bother to argue? Xiao Jia raised her eyes, and met the old lady's smiling eyes. Okay, master, whatever you say is what it is. When facing this old lady, Jin Wuxing deliberately restrained his bad temper. To be honest, she also noticed it. When she quarreled with Han Tiniu, except for the hell ghost who came out and said a few words, the rest of the foreign monsters were just watching the fun. I'm afraid they have reached a consensus long ago. In this case, why let a group of outsiders laugh at us? It is obvious that Jin Wuxing is willing to take a step back and let the old lady take the lead. Xiao Wuming did not say anything either. He naturally understood what Jin Wuxing saw clearly. These monsters said they would cooperate, but they had already divided into 3 factions. One faction was led by Alistair, and the other was led by the old lady. The remaining Xiao Jia seemed to be standing out of the matter. Except for the vampires, the other monsters present did not take Xiao Jia seriously. Jin Wuxing, Xiao Wuming and other ghosts put forward the old lady who as the leader. In a few words, the old lady who decided the time to go to Yudu with Alistair. Yudu is indeed an evil place. The old lady who remained calm. It was good to have these ghosts as a scapegoat. Alistair lived a long life, and so did Mrs. Hu. They could become old and shrewd just by their lifespans. Xiao Jia, who had only lived for more than 20 years, was like a child among these monsters. Xiao Jia? Alistair had not forgotten Xiao Jia and asked her opinion. Okay. Xiao Jia did not object, as they were all earning points. I wonder if the monsters in Yuda need blind boxes, and are there any suitable blind boxes for them? Emotional blind boxes? Evil blind boxes? Xiao Jia stood up, and was still thinking about this question when he left the study. Mayor Xiao Jia, please stay. Just after walking a few steps, Xiao Jia was suddenly stopped by a vampire. What's the matter? Mayor Xiao Jia, I'm Vina Morton. Vina Morton wore a dark slim dress, and stepped up to Xiao Jia step by step in high heels. When we were in Gujia City, my useless sisters and brothers thanked Mayor Xiao Jia for their care. Vina Morton was very tall, almost 2 meters tall with high heels. Standing in front of Xiao Jia, she was half a head taller than her, which brought a great sense of oppression. She thanked Xiao Jia word by word. Although it was a thank you, every word was a threat. It seems that the Morton family has found out that Xiao Jia was behind the incident. That's normal. You're welcome. Xiao Jia looked at Vina Morton's iris-purple eyes, and answered calmly. Facing Xiao Jia's calm provocation, Vina Morton patted Xiao Jia's shoulder, and gave her a meaningful look. Xiao Jia glanced at her, and silently opened the town's event column. Sure enough, a monster attacked the town, but was repelled by the town's security guards Xuesha and Shanza. She looked up at the house where Vina Morton left. The news of this blood clan was a little slow. The town didn't even know that a new 8th-level vampire had recently arrived. Xiao Jia closed the event bar, and returned to the banquet hall to find Wei and the others. The banquet was still going on. With Julian's worthless elbow turning outward, Wei had gained a lot. Alice's stone vampires were all exhausted. Mayor. Seeing Xiao Jia coming back, Shintong and the others immediately perked up, and everyone saw several high-level monsters who had also left the study. Feng Yuan now instantly hid behind Shintong to avoid the sight of one of the monsters. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Go back. Xiao Jia glanced at the banquet hall and said lightly. All the valuables were taken away, and we can go back to the town. Let's go! Xiao Jia walked out of the banquet hall and said to Alistair in the garden. Yeah. Alistair nodded slightly, and the several strange vampires behind him looked at Xiao Jia with a very strange look. Xiao Jia didn't care and left with the servants. When they returned to the town, several Blood Clan stewards had been waiting outside for a long time. Xiao Jia recalled the looks of those Blood Clans, and they were all customers who bought blind boxes. The royal Blood Clans who were proud of their noble status were unwilling to have any contact with Xiao Jia, a businessman. In their opinion, Xiao Jia was not qualified to talk to them. To some extent, the Blood Clans of Alistair's Moonstone family and Lorraine's Castile family were both weird in the Blood Clan. Xiao Jia didn't care about their attitude, she just wanted to earn points and build a town. When they were weak, even anger would only make people feel fun. After receiving the blood blind box orders from the vampires, Xiao Jia didn't need to sell the things packed at the banquet to redeem the system. She paid the ransom directly on the mall page. Host Xiao Jia has paid the ransom, and the blind box A333 intermediate system is being released. Xiao Jia sat in the Lord's mansion watching the TV news waiting for the system to come back. The big things that the system did trigger a lot of chain reactions, especially for the contestants. The news reporter specially visited several victims who didn't want to show their faces, looking at the towns that became extremely desolate. Fortunately, she earned enough points. Can pay enough ransom. Of course, the news channel is not only about the news of the strongest town competition in the Doomsday, but also some hosts' mission experience, 100 pieces of advice for new hosts, and other channels. Host. Xiao Jia didn't wait too long. Less than 3 minutes after watching the news, the timid voice of the system sounded in the living room. Back. Xiao Jia simply responded. The system that had just been released from the Data Black prison looked at Xiao Jia's face carefully. It didn't dare to say a word now. It was really guilty for causing such a big trouble to the host. It thought it was going to be destroyed. When it learned that the host was willing to redeem it, it was not an exaggeration, it was really excited. There were few hosts willing to redeem the other systems that were captured together. Good hosts like Xiao Jia are really rare. Are you standing in the corner? Xiao Jia turned his head and looked at the system that had been squatting in the corner and asked. This pitiful look was exactly the same as when it was captured. No, no. The system quickly replied. Although it knew that the host had this personality, it was really scared that the host didn't scold it or beat it. Wang Banlon and the others heard that you were caught cheating, so they collected the crystal cores and placed them at the gate of the yard. Remember to return the crystal cores to them later. These people were also hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. They said they didn't care about the system, but in fact they were really afraid that Xiao Jia really didn't care about the system and secretly collected the crystal cores. The system's little claws clenched tightly and looked up at the ceiling. What should it do? It wanted to leak oil again. Is this the warmth of human beings that the senior system talked about? Don't feel guilty. You are very helpful. If you hadn't tampered with the data, the town would not have discovered it so quickly. Xiao Jia turned off the TV and walked towards the bedroom. When passing by the system, he said to him, Wow, the host is really the best host in the world. The system was moved beyond words and wished to build the strongest town for Xiao Jia right here. Unfortunately, it can't. By the way, host. The system, after being moved, suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called Xiao Jia. Host, when I was in the Data Black prison, the A002 Advanced System secretly sent me a message. The A002 Advanced System said that as long as you are willing to redeem it, it can help you recover your lost memories. And even if you fail in the game, it can save your life from dissipating and continue to look for opportunities to revive. The system nervously conveyed the words of this big boss system to Xiao Jia. Although it doesn't know how this big boss system bypassed the blockade of the Black Extreme Lord God to find it, the system thinks that this matter should be let the host knows. Hearing the system's words, Xiao Jia frowned slightly. When you were captured, the Lord God said that Advanced System A002 would definitely be destroyed. This also means that there is no space to redeem it. Having done such a shocking thing, Xiao Jia did not doubt the truth of Advanced System A002's words. The system did not doubt it either. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to tell Xiao Jia about this. System A002 said so. I think there should be a way. Just don't know why it chose you, the host. The system was puzzled by this. Is there anything special about the host? The hosts bound to their system include the last bloodline of the Phoenix, the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, and so on. Compared with these hosts, the host is quite ordinary. Why was System A002 so sure that she could do this? Or was it just trying it casually? Is there anything special about her lost memory? Xiao Jia tried to recall the memory she lost due to death, but she could not remember anything except the words before she died. Xiao Jia, go to hell. This is the only sentence she could remember. Even if she had the qualifications to redeem the A002 advanced system, the price she would have to pay would definitely not be small. The town still needs to develop. Compared with the huge price, Xiao Jia felt that it would be better to use it to develop the town. This deal is too bad. She refused. Oh right, host. A 002 advanced system said, as long as I tell you these 4 words, you will understand. Break the world, Dark Star. The moment she heard these 4 words, Xiao Jia's heart, which had stopped working, seemed to beat violently. What's going on? Xiao Jia opened her eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Chapter 101. Break the boundary, Dark Star. Xiao Jia couldn't remember what these 4 words meant and what they had to do with her, but no matter whether it was a physical or psychological reaction, it couldn't be faked. These 4 words were very important to her. Xiao Jia could choose to ignore the A002 advanced system. As long as she won the first place in the competition, she would naturally be able to recover her memory. The A002 advanced system must also know this. But why did it put forward such a condition? Xiao Jia frowned, her face extremely serious. The system next to her didn't even dare to breathe. It seemed to have caused trouble for the host. Is the A002 advanced system putting forward such a condition to deceive her? Or does it really know something? Why is it so sure that the Lord God of Black Extreme will agree to her request? System. Xiao Jia stopped and looked down at the system. Yes, host. Is there an internal decision for the Doomsday Strongest Town competition? With her current advantage, as long as she continues, it is impossible for her not to get the first place in the competition. Xiao Jia is still very confident about this. Ah? The system was a little confused by Xiao Jia's question. Can there be an internal decision in the competition? If there is an internal decision, what is the point of the competition? Even if there is an internal decision, a small system like it cannot know the inside story. Sorry host, I don't know. The system replied in a low voice that it really didn't know. It lowered its head. If the host system was an advanced system like A002, it would definitely not be like it. It's okay. Xiao Jia didn't expect to get an answer from the system, just asked casually. Even if the Lord of Black Extreme is willing, the price of redeeming the A002 advanced system must be very high. Is she sure she wants to pay such a high price for the 4 words of uncertainty? Host, I think if the A002 advanced system can really guarantee your resurrection, in fact. The system looked at Xiao Jia's face carefully, and said to Xiao Jia. A 002 is an advanced system, and it is also an advanced system second only to the Lord of Black Extreme and A001. It must have a lot of inside information. If the host can have the assistance of the A002 advanced system, the Doomsday Strongest Landlady competition will definitely be easily won. Although the system is also very reluctant to let Xiao Jia go, it is obvious that if Xiao Jia's system is the A002 advanced system, her future achievements will definitely be better than the A333 system bound to it. Xiao Jia did not answer the system. From a rational point of view, it is most appropriate to refuse the A002 advanced system. But Xiao Jia must admit that her mind and body do not want her to refuse. Xiao Jia stood in front of the French window, watching the heavy snow falling from the sky. In this case, then agree. System, how can I contact the Lord of Black Extreme? She asked. Xiao Jia chose to be loyal to her intuition. I will apply. The system said positively. With the A002 advanced system, the host will definitely be even more powerful. Yes. Xiao Jia nodded and handed the matter over to the system. Next, she had to take care of Yudu's affairs. The monsters in Yudu were indeed very strange. Xiao Jia was going to Yudu to see what was going on there. But before that, Xiao Jia had to sort out her current crystal cores. The royal blood clans from outside brought her 5 7th level crystal cores, half of which needed to be used for purchasing, and 1 was redeemed for the system. She currently has 1.5 7th level crystal cores at her disposal. Xiao Jia chose to activate the normal version of the primary card blind box, which costs 1 7th level crystal core. The normal version of the card blind box can be used multiple times, or even unlimitedly, which can greatly increase the strength of the card player. Of course, the price of the normal version of the card blind box is more expensive than the previous one, and Xiao Jia's purchase price is 0.5 4th level crystal cores. Ordinary townspeople can't afford it at all. Although there are superpowers now, there are also great differences between superpowers and superpowers, and there are also great differences between people who use superpowers. After the news of the new normal version of the primary card blind box was released, Xiao Jia sharpened her knife and prepared to set off for Yudu. The system is back, and her work can be lighter. The application system for meeting the Lord of Black Extreme has been submitted. The next thing to do is to wait. Yudu and Jumu City are separated by an endless mountain range, and the road to Yudu is not so easy to travel. Xiao Jia has never thought about going to Yudu, and this is also part of the reason. Now he has to go. Xiao Jia is very interested in the mineral veins in the semi-god ruins mentioned by Alistair and others. The town will be handed over to you for the time being. You should pay special attention to Su Qianqian's affairs, Xiao Jia said while putting on cold-proof equipment. The temperature outside is too low. Even if it is a corpse, you must be prepared for cold weather. She told the system about her plan for Su Qianqian. If Shueisha could complete the task ahead of time, she would let Su Qianqian start to deal with the other corners. Xiao Jia was in great need of people. Let's go! Wearing gloves and packing the blind boxes to be sold on the road, Xiao Jia set off on a tricycle. Although the appearance of this tricycle is not as good as other cars, it has been with Xiao Jia for so long and is surprisingly durable. Xiao Jia does not plan to change the car for the time being. Host, you can go out without worry. I promise to complete the task. The system promised solemnly. Well, remember to tell me if there is anything you can't solve. Xiao Jia twisted the throttle and rode away. The system waved a handkerchief behind him to say goodbye to Xiao Jia. Xiao Tong, where is Xiao Jia going? As soon as Xiao Jia left, a huge figure covered the system. It was Yu Ji and Xiao Lu. She went to Yudu. The system said honestly. There is nothing to hide. In a place like Yudu, except for Xiao Jia and Shueisha, even Yulian does not have the ability to leave alive. The system checked the information of Yudu when Xiao Jia said that he wanted to go to Yudu. That place is really weird. It is the type of mission world that all systems and hosts are most reluctant to go to. I didn't expect that this world actually exists. When hearing the name of Yudu, Yuji didn't react at first and looked confused. But then her face changed. Do you know this place? Xiaolu noticed the change in Yuji and asked immediately. A trace of fear flashed in Yuji's eyes. Obviously, she really knew Yudu. Ordinary little monsters don't have the qualifications to know Yudu. What's Yuji's situation? Yuji, are you from Yudu? The system remembered the special aura that Yuji had at the beginning. It and the host both thought that Yuji was the golden finger of the protagonist group, so she had such an aura. But now looking at Yuji's reaction, why does it feel like there is something wrong? This time, Yuji actually avoided the system's eyes, and didn't dare to answer a word. I call the host back now. The system said threateningly. Don't tell Jia. Yuji hurriedly stopped it. It didn't want people to know that it was involved with Yudu. To be precise, it didn't want people to know that it was involved with the evil things in Yudu. Even if it was also one of the evil things in Yudu. Xiao Jia, who had already left the town, didn't know that such a thing happened after she left. Xiao Jia was diligently on the road. Jumu City was still far away from Yudu. She had to cross Jumu City first, and then find the mountain range connecting Jumu City and Yudu. Xiao Jia could now cross Jumu City. There were more than one city adjacent to Yudu, and Jumu City was not the closest to Yudu. Xiao Jia planned to take a detour and visit that city. The thick snow on the road made it difficult to ride the tricycle, and if you were not careful, you would get stuck in the snow. Mayor, where are you going? Just as Xiao Jia was riding the tricycle with difficulty, a large truck passed by her. The people sitting on the truck were all residents of the town, as well as survivors from several other bases. A rough estimate is about 100 or 200 people. Go to Yudu. Xiao Jia answered calmly. Humans didn't know the situation in Yudu. They just thought Xiao Jia was going to open up the market like when he went to Guquanchuan. Many townspeople saw Lu Nanji and Jingqi coming before. They also asked Lu Nanji about Guquanchuan. Everyone was curious about the situation outside. How many humans are still alive? If other cities fall, Jammu City will become an isolated island. Mayor, can I take you for a ride? It's snowing too hard. Your car will have a hard time getting through. The driver in the car shouted to Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case, so she decisively accepted the invitation of this townsman. She put away the tricycle and sat in the co-pilot of this heavy truck. There are so many types of vehicles and brands that can be driven out of the vehicle blind box. The heavy truck of this heavy truck driver is the only one in the town. By picking up and dropping off residents and survivors, he can earn a lot of crystal cores every day. The more people gather in the town, the more ways the residents can earn money even if they don't rely on killing monsters to survive. So far, The population of the town and several nearby bases has exceeded 100,000. This number is still rising every day. Led by Shintong, the residents of the town reached a deal with some small monsters in Juma City. Every survivor who is trapped in Juma City or surrounding towns can get a certain number of crystal cores from them. Of course, this amount of crystal cores is not all from Shintong, and Su Qianqian is also involved in this plan. Su Qianqian is not a kind person. She will not be a sucker. Qiao Jia didn't know how it was done, but she knew that survivors from other cities had begun to appear in the nearby base. Most of them were survivors in some villages and towns, close to the territory of Juma City. This is almost forming an industrial chain. The number of monster residents in the town is also steadily increasing, mostly low-level monsters, and some mid-level monsters disguised as low-level monsters. Their number accounts for a large proportion, and it is about to exceed 30,000. It is estimated that when Qiao Jia returns from Yudu, the town will expand again. Some special residences must be purchased. Upgrade the quality of the residence, so that more income can be created for the town. Not only monsters, but also many residents of the town hope to have some more special residences. Among them, the residents who have awakened the card disciples are the most. The card disciples can rely on their own efforts to improve their strength and have their own upgrade channels. Of course, there are also special blind boxes for sale. Therefore, card players need some residences that can have a positive impact on improving their strength. After all, card players are not like those superpowers. The superpowers of the 7-day superpower blind box are fixed, and there is no way to upgrade them. Whether it is the superpower level or the superpower energy limit, there is no way to do it. Speaking of which, after the town has a Doomsday recycling store, the store is full every day. Things that even second-hand dealers don't want from the blind box finally have a place to recycle. After all, there is a lot of garbage in the blind box, and many of them are useless, and can only be discarded. But with the Doomsday recycling store, it is different. No matter what kind of garbage, it can be recycled. Coco has received feedback from customers, asking for more Doomsday recycling stores or counters. Sometimes, when the Doomsday recycling stores close, they can't get in line, and scalpers come out. However, before Coco could report to Qiao Jia had already left. Mayor. The driver of the heavy truck glanced at Qiao Jia, who was sitting upright in the passenger seat, and hesitated for a long time before speaking tentatively. Yes. Mayor, we want to ask a question. Yes, go ahead. Qiao Jia nodded. It's the houses in the town. Will they be sold? He saved a lot of crystal cores, and lived frugally every day just to buy a house in the town one day. Mayor Qiao Jia is much more reliable than those real estate developers. If the blood nobles come to the town to cause trouble, the security guards hired by the mayor can solve it in one go. If there is a chance to buy a house in the town, then life will really be promising. After all, this rented house is not your own, and it is not safe to live in. This is the general idea of the people in the town. Everyone still wants to have a house. If you can save crystal cores to buy a few more houses, and then rent them out, it will be really happy. Buy and sell? Qiao Jia looked at the driver in confusion. Buying and selling houses? She has not considered this issue. I won't open the house buying and selling. But I will give it to residents or survivors who have made great contributions to the town. The driver's words reminded Qiao Jia that when she came back from Yudu, she would give the only one. And Shintong. The only one is better, and Shintong's is worse. Why? Can't you make more money by selling houses? The driver was anxious instantly because he had no hope. How could he not sell the house? Because I don't need it, so I won't sell it. Qiao Jia was still patient with these ordinary humans. Why should we open the house buying and selling? Isn't it good for the house to belong to the town forever? Qiao Jia asked puzzledly. But this way the house will never belong to us, and we won't live in peace. Yes, renting a house feels different from living in your own house. Seeing Qiao Jia's good attitude, the humans in the back compartment also began to discuss. But whether you rent or buy a house, I am the owner of the town. Whether you can stay in the town is up to me, Qiao Jia said bluntly. Chapter 102. Qiao Jia almost told these humans that she could kick them out, whether they bought or rented a house. This is not a society ruled by law. Although there will be no unfinished buildings, Qiao Jia has the final say. Facing Qiao Jia, even if some survivors and townspeople wanted to persuade them, they were stopped by the people around them. They were not facing other people, but the mayor of the town. With just one sentence, the mayor could kick them out of the town. It was actually quite good now. At most, the rent would take a little longer to pay. Qiao Jia did not continue to discuss with them. The atmosphere in the car was a little quiet and awkward for a while. Fortunately, Juma City arrived soon. Juma City was also covered with heavy snow, but the heavy snow here was not like that in the wild. The monsters living in Juma City would clean up the snow. Even if they did not clean up, the battle between the Blood Clan and the vampires would melt the snow. Xiao Jia left enough crystal cores for the heavy truck driver and rode away on her tricycle. It would take her a long time to get to Yudu. Because of the deal with the vampires in Juma City would not attack Xiao Jia. She passed through Juma City safely. When passing through Juma City, Xiao Jia saw several human bases. However, these human bases are no longer inhabited by humans, and most of them have moved to the survivor base near the town. There should be few living humans in the entire Juma City. Stepping out of the scope of Juma City, Xiao Jia looked up at the mountains in the distance. After crossing that mountain range, you can reach Yudu. However, looking at the dark sky above Yudu, Xiao Jia had a bad premonition. That place might be really evil. There are probably no survivors left in Yudu. Even if there are survivors alive, there shouldn't be many. The tricycle was driving on the snow, and the closer it got to Yudu, the greater the change in the surrounding environment. What Alistair said before, that Yudu was invading Juma City, was not groundless. Yudu was not only invading Juma City, its minions were also slowly encroaching on other territories in all directions. It's just that most humans haven't realized this yet. Xiao Jia also discovered this after crossing Juma City. Alistair's worry was not unreasonable. If the monsters in Yudu were allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid Jia Town would not be able to protect itself. Xiao Jia opened the ranking list of the competition and took a look, and was a little surprised. She actually made it into the top 10? She was stuck at the 10th place. That Doomsday recycling store is really useful. When I come back from Yudu, I can buy a few more Doomsday Strongest Town blind boxes to open. One Doomsday recycling store is not enough to cope with the current customer flow. When I come back from Yudu, Xiao Jia thinks that the teleportation array can be arranged. The Doomsday Strongest Town blind box that is returned to its original price is a bit expensive, and Xiao Jia does not have the crystal core to buy it yet. Let's talk about it after I come back. The tricycle drove towards Yudu vigorously. As the distance got closer, the falling snow in the sky began to gradually disappear, replaced by a thick black gas that turned into substance. These days, Xiao Jia has been remotely communicating with the system to control the situation in the town, and the blood-killing plan is proceeding steadily. Fu Jingchuan has already started to target Su Qianqian and disintegrate her power in Beichen Town. The most obvious thing is that Beichen Base has been renamed. Fu Jingchuan renamed Beichen Base to Linchuan Base. Xiao Jia did not comment. But what surprised Xiao Jia was that Su Shaoran actually took the initiative to contact Su Qianqian. She learned Xiao Jia's plan from Wei. Su Qianqian's relationship with her was so awkward. Just because she was excluded by Beichen Base, Su Qianqian might not be willing to come to Jia Town. For Xiao Jia, Su Shaoran took the initiative to have a deep talk with Su Qianqian. When Xiao Jia arrived at the mountain tunnel, he received a message from the system that Su Qianqian had joined the town and had begun to take over some of the town's affairs. With Su Qianqian's help, Long Tianyu's childhood sweetheart began to alienate Long Tianyu. She even took the initiative to move out of the yard rented by Long Tianyu and live in a self-built house. Although he didn't know what trick Su Qianqian had used, Xiao Jia saw from the town event column that Long Tianyu was so angry about this incident that he scolded Su Qianqian every day at home. He even went to fight with Fu Jingchuan. If Fu Jingchuan hadn't been optimistic about Su Qianqian and kicked her out of Beichen Base, how could Su Qianqian have joined Xiao Jia and harmed him? It's all Fu Jingchuan's fault. Everyone knew that woman was a vicious woman, but he let the tiger go back to the mountain. The town was also very lively without Xiao Jia. The war between vampires and blood clans did not stop because of Yudu's incident. Instead, it became more intense under Xiao Jia's instigation. More and more players joined the two camps, and the number of residents in the town continued to rise. Xiao Jia bought 10,000 blind boxes of the landlady for Coco to open, and then gave them to Mimi after opening. Now the price of the landlady blind box has also increased. The purchase price of one is 0.54th level crystal cores, which is quite expensive. Not only the landlady blind box, Xiao Jia also activated the undead home blind box to upgrade the residents of the undead in the town. When she returns, she can live better. After purchasing and activating the blind box, Xiao Jia almost spent all the crystal cores in her hand. However, the town's score has risen a lot. Although it has not been promoted to the 9th place, it is very close. The tricycle stopped in front of the dark and deep tunnel. There was no light in the tunnel, as if there were terrifying monsters hidden. Through this tunnel, Xiao Jia officially stepped into the territory of Yudu. From Jiajia town to Yudu, Xiao Jia walked for many days. On the way, he passed through a human town and a gathering place for monsters, and sold a lot of blind boxes. Looking at the bottomless tunnel, Xiao Jia turned on the lights of the tricycle and turned the accelerator to drive in. Her figure was gradually swallowed by the darkness. The tunnel was unusually quiet, with only the sound of water drops falling to the ground. Xiao Jia drove calmly in the tunnel. She could feel that there was something in the tunnel, and it had a very strong malice towards her. But for some reason, they did not choose to attack Xiao Jia, which was very strange. After leaving the tunnel safely, Xiao Jia looked at the land in front of her that was emitting black air. Compared with other cities, the environment here in Yudu was very strange. Even in such cold weather, there was almost no ice and snow in Yudu. The plants were still green, and the soil was still soft. But Xiao Jia stood under a tree, and the tree looked very strange. The trunk of the tree was twisted and twisted, extremely strange, and there were many unknown patterns on the leaves, and every tree here was like this, at least as far as Xiao Jia could see. Even the weeds growing in the ground, and the stones on the roadside were like this. Xiao Jia took the knife, put the tricycle into the backpack and continued to move forward. There seemed to be no other living things in this area except plants. According to the original appearance of this world, Yudu was a 1,000-year-old capital, and almost all the buildings here were handed down from 1,000 years ago, and only a certain degree of maintenance and repair was carried out. But now, Yudu is full of weird atmosphere. Xiao Jia couldn't even find a monster. From dusk to dawn, Xiao Jia finally saw a group of buildings in front of her. Strange sounds began to appear in her ears. Like a child crying? She looked around and finally saw a crying child squatting by a well. The child had his back to Xiao Jia with his pigtails tied. In this environment and atmosphere, this child must be an evil creature from Yudu. Xiao Jia approached the child step by step with an expressionless face. The child seemed to be unable to hear Xiao Jia's footsteps, and continued to cry softly. She frowned slightly. No, this child should be human. System, help me detect the race of the child in front of me. Xiao Jia stood behind the child and contacted the system remotely. Okay, host, please wait. The system quickly checked the child in front of Xiao Jia and quickly confirmed her identity. Host, it is human, 100% pure human. The system said affirmatively. Xiao Jia already knew about Yuji's affairs. The system had told Xiao Jia before. Yuji is the evil creature of Yudu. It should be like all the evil creatures in Yudu, with almost no consciousness. However, Yuji is lucky. During the process of the evil creatures invading Yudu, it accidentally ate a protagonist. Because it ate this protagonist, it got the protagonist's broken halo, and thus gave birth to its own consciousness. The consciousness of the protagonist it ate affected Yuji. Yuji's current situation is very special. The evil creature is not an evil creature, and the monster is not a monster. It does not belong to any party. Because of the birth of its own consciousness, Yuji noticed the special situation of Yudu, and it chose to escape from Yudu. Jomu City is the closest to Yudu. During the escape, Yuji possessed a pig that had just died not long ago, and also inherited its memory. What happened afterwards was that Xiao Jia and the system met Yuji, and because of the special halo on her body, she stayed. No wonder Yuji's luck is so good. It turned out that she ate a protagonist. However, in Yudu, even Yuji, a native, is unwilling to come back. It can be seen how terrifying it is. Is the child in front of him 100% pure human? Xiao Jia looked around and finally locked onto a low house next to the well. There seemed to be something wrong with that place. She was about to go to the low house when her legs were suddenly grabbed by someone. She lowered her head and faced a face with extremely distorted features. If an ordinary person saw it, he would probably attack without caring. It was too terrifying. However, he met Xiao Jia, who had no expression on his face and didn't even blink. He even began to analyze the current situation. This face should have been caused by acquired factors. The thing that destroyed the child's face must be something in the low house. Xiao Jia picked up the child, and the child's face was blank for a moment, and then immediately became terrified. She opened and closed her mouth, but couldn't say a word, just struggling, trying to escape from Xiao Jia's hands. However, her strength was no match for Xiao Jia, so she could only let Xiao Jia grab her. Xiao Jia stood in front of the low house, and there was a heartbeat in the house. There should be someone here. She slowly stretched her hand towards the door handle. At the moment when she was about to deal with the door handle, she suddenly stopped. Is there really someone in here? Or is there really an evil thing in it? She looked up at this low house, and a name suddenly popped up in her mind. Bone and Blood House. Bone and Blood House, an infinitely extended living house. Its walls are made of interlaced bones, and the gaps are filled with dark red stale blood. The human skin on the ground is tight, and these human skins seem to be alive. When you step on them, you will hear the low howl of human dying. There are countless still beating hearts hidden in the ceiling. There are humans devoured by the Bone and Blood Room, and there are other living things. Among these hearts, one belongs to the Bone and Blood Room. Only by finding it can we kill the Bone and Blood Room. The scale of this Bone and Blood Room is not large. It should have just been born not long ago. And this child is the bait left by the Bone and Blood Room? No, that's not right. The Bone and Blood Room does not need bait. Once you step into the Bone and Blood Room's territory, it is difficult to escape from it. There should be other evil things in this place. Qiao Jia's eyes fell on other houses in this village. The Bone and Blood Room generally does not coexist with other evil things. What kind of evil creature could this child be? Suddenly, a shadow flashed in one of the houses. Qiao Jia suddenly smelled the fragrance of rice. Qiao Jia was not familiar with this evil creature and could only rely on the system. The system's knowledge base quickly gave an answer. Farmer. This evil creature is called Farmer. Farmer and his crop children. Farmer is an evil creature that has been transformed by evil creatures, and his body is made up of rice and rotten meat. The crop children are also humans modified by Farmer, with crop seeds planted in their bodies. The seeds will gradually devour the internal organs and flesh of the crop children, using their bodies as nutrients. These crop children are the most loyal minions of Farmer, and they work diligently for Farmer to cultivate and sow. And because Farmer needs more children to cultivate, the crop children will deceive other humans and make these humans become Farmer's crop children. And the final fate of these crop children is to become real crops, so Farmer needs to keep looking for more crop children. Host, the crops these children of crops will eventually turn into are good things. The system said to Qiao Jia excitedly. The crops they turn into contain very powerful energy. After taking them, they can stimulate the body's potential and maximize strength. Even if the host doesn't want to eat them, there will always be people who are willing to eat them. Selling them to other monsters will definitely make a lot of money. Bone and Blood Room, Farmer. Qiao Jia looked down at the child in his hand. This child has not been transformed into a child of crops. The farmer should have discovered that the children of crops can't attract humans at all, so he didn't completely transform her. However, the child's body has been severely damaged. Qiao Jia can't take her with him. Killing her is the best choice. Chapter 103. As if sensing Qiao Jia's killing intention, the struggling child suddenly stopped struggling. Her hands groped around and touched Qiao Jia's knife. Qiao Jia did not stop her. The child's hands were shaking, and it was obvious that she was afraid. But she still resolutely cut her throat with a knife. The warm blood sprayed on Qiao Jia's body, and the severe pain blurred the child's thoughts. It hurt so much. This is not at all like on TV. Indistinctly, she seemed to be Qiao Jia's Sai. Qiao Jia covered the child's eyes and pierced her heart with a knife. The child's mouth opened and closed, but she couldn't say a word. Qiao Jia held her and put her by the well. There seemed to be a lot of evil things in this village. The child committed suicide to prevent something. It is also possible that she was tired of such an act of helping the evil and didn't want to continue. Qiao Jia looked around and suddenly shot a flying knife towards the Bone and Blood Room opposite. The sharp flying knife penetrated the Bone and Blood Room, and blood gushed out from the gap like a tide. Instantly, the whole village became a sea of blood, almost drowning Qiao Jia. At this moment, the farmer hiding in the house suddenly attacked Qiao Jia. The farmer was very tall and strong, more than 2 meters tall. Qiao Jia was more than 1.8 meters tall, and he was much shorter than him. He held a giant sickle in his hand, and wore a tattered straw hat. His skin was dark and dry, and most of his face was covered by a towel. His eyes were glowing with a faint green light. The giant sickle slashed at Qiao Jia, and Qiao Jia took the lead with 2 knives. However, at the moment of touching the sickle, Qiao Jia frowned slightly. The power of the farmer was too strong. Should we say that he is worthy of being a farmer? The terrifying power made Qiao Jia's palm numb. If it were the human residents in the town, they would probably have become the dead souls under the knife of the farmer. After arriving in Yudu, Qiao Jia finally knew what the end of the world meant. Compared to the evil creatures in Yudu, the monsters outside were just appetizers. This is the real end of the world. I am afraid that even high-level monsters, like Alistair, would find it difficult to deal with the evil creatures in Yudu. With the speed of Yudu's expansion, it won't be long before Xiao Jia quickly put away her knife and retreated. The farmer pressed on step by step, and the sickle in her hand flashed a chilling light. Her eyes condensed, and she jumped onto the bone and blood room. The butcher knife pierced the roof, and a large amount of blood continued to gush out. The farmer's footsteps staggered. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jia jumped up and rushed towards the farmer, throwing the butcher knife in her hand left and right. The blade cut through the dirty towel on the farmer's neck, and the towel broke into two and fell to the ground, revealing the farmer's lips that were sewn together. The farmer screamed strangely, and subconsciously wanted to cover his mouth. Xiao Jia pulled out two knives from her waist, and went straight towards the farmer. The two knives crossed, and the sharp blades cut through the flesh and blood. She stood with her back to the farmer. The farmer looked shocked, and lowered his head to look at his body that was gradually falling apart. Xiao Jia put away the knife indifferently, stepped on the farmer's chest, which was cut into a triangle, and cut open his head. The green crystal core that looked like a piece of meat was emitting a faint fluorescence. Level 5 crystal core. In this world, the energy aggregates of monsters and evil creatures are all called crystal cores, and there is no other name. In Yudu, the strength of evil creatures like Farmer, who can be easily killed, is undoubtedly the lowest. Xiao Jia did not attack the bone and blood room, because it is difficult to kill this guy completely. It is a waste of time to deal with it. The dead farmer's body gradually began to turn into rice, golden rice. Farmer evolved from the children of crops, and he would naturally return to his original form after his death. Putting the crystal core into her backpack, Xiao Jia continued to explore Yudu. At the same time, she did not forget to record the situation in Yudu and transmit it back to the town. She had to inform Shintong, Su Shaoran and others about the situation in Yudu first, so that they could be prepared. Fortunately, the war between vampires and blood clans has been steadily advancing. After the dividends from the war are received, she plans to activate a few more blind boxes. Xiao Jia continued to explore the interior of Yudu, and encountered many evil creatures on the way, basically like the Bone Blood House and the Farmer, bloody and twisted. It really tests people's acceptance. Xiao Jia? When passing through a town that had become dilapidated, a strange voice suddenly came from behind. Xiao Jia turned around, and saw a guy he had seen in Alistair's castle. Xiao Jia didn't remember his specific name. Speaking of which, it seemed that it was the time agreed with Alistair and the others. What are you doing? Xiao Jia looked at the monster on the opposite side with injuries and asked in confusion. I encountered a high-level evil creature. The other party smiled bitterly. He still overestimated his strength. I didn't expect the evil creatures in Yudu to be so strong. It's okay, you are not in the same power system. Xiao Jia patted his shoulder and comforted him expressionlessly. That's true. Compared with the monsters outside, the evil creatures in Yudu are better at digging into the opponent's heart, defeating the opponent mentally, and then transforming the opponent. Coupled with their special life and reproduction mechanism, this is why the monsters in Yudu cannot be killed. After encountering a large number of evil creatures in Yudu, Xiao Jia finally knew why the child wanted to commit suicide. The child didn't know Xiao Jia's situation, and just thought she was an ordinary human. Before Xiao Jia, there were countless humans who became food or part of the evil creatures because of her. There were a lot of nightmares in the first village. This is an invisible and intangible evil creature, and it is also the most evil creature in Yudu. It will invade people's hearts, find emotional loopholes in people, amplify and stimulate negative emotions in people's hearts, make people crazy, and become prey for other evil creatures. The child was afraid that Xiao Jia would kill her, her emotions would collapse, and the nightmare would find emotional loopholes, so she chose to commit suicide. Before she and Xiao Jia, this kind of situation had happened before. There was a human being who was killed by the nightmare, and there was hope that he could save Yudu. But, after the death of that human being, Yudu completely fell into this state. The dead human being was the protagonist, who was devoured by Yuji. Yuji was a nightmare. The nightmare was the most ferocious evil creature in Yudu. They were unconscious, and had only the instinct to kill and devour. Even if they were the same evil creatures, and found emotional loopholes, they would be devoured and killed by them without hesitation. If they were not weak, they would probably become the most ferocious evil creatures in Yudu, no doubt about it. The fact that a nightmare could be transformed into the current Yuji appearance is enough to show how powerful the protagonist is. But Xiao Jia didn't know all this. She went with the injured demon king to find Alistair and the others. Alistair and the others had already arrived at the intersection of Juma City and Yudu, and the evil creatures of Yudu had been waiting for a long time at the ruins of the intersection. When Xiao Jia and the others arrived at the intersection, the two sides had already started fighting. To be honest, the situation was not very optimistic. Although Xiao Jia's expression did not change, his heart could not help but sink. Among the monsters present, only Alistair, Jean Wuxing, and the old lady, who could deal with the evil creatures of Yudu. The strength of the evil creatures sent by Yudu was also around the 8th and 9th levels, but it was obviously much stronger than these monsters. Let's retreat first, the Demon King said to Xiao Jia without hesitation. The advantage of this battle is obviously not theirs. The strength of Yudu evil creatures is much stronger than they imagined. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he can't beat Yudu's evil creatures. Stay here, and you will just be a scapegoat for those three. Xiao Jia thought for a moment, took a look at the evil creatures and monsters below, and decisively agreed with the Demon King's idea. Among so many big demons and monsters, only Alistair, Jean Wuxing, and Old Lady who are at ease, and the other monsters will probably become their scapegoats. Although Xiao Jia has a blood-blind box that is attracted to Alistair, but if it really comes to a critical moment, I'm afraid he won't care about it. Besides, there are Jean Wuxing and Old Lady who... Let's go! Xiao Jia decisively helped the Demon King up and quickly left the mountain. Alistair below seemed to have sensed something, looked up at the direction where Xiao Jia and the others left, and frowned slightly. However, there was no figure at that location. Xiao Jia ran away with the Demon King. That's nice. The Demon King was deeply moved by Xiao Jia's behavior of not abandoning him. He was seriously injured and could no longer walk freely or use magic power. After all, the Demon King was not like Xiao Jia, who had a clear understanding of his own strength and would only choose monsters that he could beat. He went wherever the monsters were strong. That's why he was so seriously injured now. Don't worry, when you return to Juma City, you can talk to me if you have anything to say. I be in Chunlei Mountain in Juma City. The Demon King accepted Xiao Jia's kindness. After all, such a good person is too rare. In fact, it was mainly because Xiao Jia was afraid that the Demon King would explode himself. Otherwise she would have dug out the Demon King's Demon Pill Crystal Core. If he was not conscious, Xiao Jia would have chosen to do so even if it cost a lot of points. It would be more difficult to deal with him if he was conscious, and he would explode. Since he couldn't take the Demon King's Crystal Core, he might as well make him owe her a favor to maximize the benefits. When she left Yudu, it was already the 67th day of the game, and she stayed in Yudu for a long time. At the same time, the employees in the town flourished under the leadership of Su Qianqian and Su Shaoran. Although Xiao Jia was not in the town, the system was still there. Xiao Jia gave the system enough authority, and it could directly order points in the blind box mall. Of course, the premise is that the points are enough. However, the system only has the authority to purchase goods, and does not have the authority to activate blind boxes. After leaving Yudu, Xiao Jia's ranking in the competition has risen to 8th place, and she is very close to 7th place. It is estimated that in 2 days, she will surpass 7th place and approach 6th place. Although her ranking has risen, she is not in a good mood. Xiao Jia is very sure that the evil things in Yudu will spread to Jiejia Town. Jiejia Town is too close to Yudu. When she first came to this world, the system had already checked the surrounding situation and confirmed that there was no unexpected danger. But now the accident of Yudu still occurred. But now is not the time to pursue this. Xiao Jia needs to rush back to Jiejia Town as soon as possible. She needs to upgrade the defense measures of Jiejia Town and continue to expand the territory of Jiejia Town. Before the evil things in Yudu invade Jummu City, she has to circle a large enough territory for Jiejia Town to prevent Jiejia Town from falling into a too passive situation at that time. The mineral vein in that ruins. It seems that I have to continue to upgrade the blood blind box to get the hidden blood to exchange with Alistair. Xiao Jia withdrew from Yudu, but not because she felt that Alistair and his men could not defeat the evil creatures in Yudu. But she didn't want to be the one who took the blame. Alistair can snatch food from the tiger's mouth. After all, he is a 1,000-year-old vampire who has lived for so many years. She is sure of this. If you want to exchange the mineral vein from Alistair, you must have goods of high enough value. Special blood is undoubtedly the best choice. With the mineral vein, even if the townspeople do not have crystal cores in their accounts, Xiao Jia can still maintain the operation of the town and continue to develop the town. Xiao Jia didn't like the feeling that the initiative was not in her hands. Xiao Jia returned to the town after sending the Demon King back to his territory. The residents of the town didn't know about Yudu. Su Qianqian and Su Shaoran kept the news secret very well. Even Mimi didn't know about it. Only a few people trusted by Xiao Jia knew about Yudu. Host, you are back. Seeing Xiao Jia coming back, the system, which had been very uneasy, immediately came to greet Xiao Jia. The town finally got on the right track, and a large amount of crystal cores were about to be deposited, but it didn't expect to encounter Yudu. The system really blamed itself. Yeah, Xiao Jia responded lightly. Compared with the anxiety of the system, Xiao Jia seemed much calmer. Even if it was the evil creatures in Yudu, they were only difficult to kill, not really unkillable. Even if there were evil creatures that were really unkillable, they would be killed until they were scared. How is the application of the Lord of Black extreme? She asked. No response yet, but I heard that the execution date of the A002 advanced system has been delayed. I have asked the senior system, and the Lord of Black extreme seems to have gone to deal with the chaos in a big world, and has not returned yet. The system answered honestly. Okay, I know. Notify Su Xiaoran and the others to have a meeting. If Shintong and Wei are also in the town, call them as well. Xiao Jia nodded and said quickly to the system. In addition to the internal employees of the town, Xiao Jia only invited Shintong Wei, Xia Jinghan and Gu Xingye. The rest of the people were not invited by Xiao Jia. Even Feng Yuanao was not there, and the remaining people were too uncertain. The meeting place was naturally in Xiao Jia's lord's mansion. The town does not have a decent office building yet, and Su Qianqian and others temporarily transformed the first floor of the staff dormitory building into an office space. Xiao Jia has not thought of this yet. Su Qianqian did think of it, but this matter still needs Xiao Jia to make the final decision. She is the mayor. Chapter 104. Mayor. Perhaps because they were thinking about Yudu, Su Xiaoran and the others came very quickly. The system described Yudu as too scary. But in fact, the real situation in Yudu is even scarier than what the system described. Sit down. The table in the living room was already filled with tea and snacks, which were specially prepared by Xiao Jia. Su Xiaoran and the others shook off the snow on their bodies under the eaves before entering the house. Do you know everything? Xiao Jia sat on the single sofa and asked. Mayor, is the situation in Yudu really that scary? Su Xiaoran worriedly. She herself was not afraid, but Lin Lin was so young. It's scarier than what the deputy mayor said. Xiao Jia said calmly, and with a slight wave of her hand, a virtual screen appeared in the air, and the evil things she encountered in Yudu appeared on the screen. When I came back, I met Alistair and his group. Except for Alistair, the Ghost King Jin Wuxing and old lady who, the rest were suppressed by the evil creatures in Yudu. Xiao Jia moved her fingers slightly, and the screens recording the information of the evil creatures flew out one by one, surrounding them. Shintong tried to reach out and took it, and she actually took it in her hand. It was a very strange feeling. With the expansion speed of Yudu, I estimate that it will reach the town in a few months. The premise is that Alistair and his group can withstand it. If the monsters in Juma City can't withstand it, the speed will only be faster. The monsters in Yudu are indeed very dangerous. You can choose to leave. Later, based on the situation in Yudu, I will issue a notice to inform all residents of the town. Xiao Jia is a very democratic person. She can expel people at will, and others can expel her at will. Although Xiao Jia said so, Shintong and the others didn't have this idea. The earth is so small, where can we go? According to the mayor, there is no place that is truly pure. The monsters in Yudu will continue to invade other places, just like invading Jummu City. Xiaoran. For a moment, everyone turned to look at Su Xiaoran. Compared with them, who were all alone, Su Xiaoran was too dangerous with a child. Su Lin was born not long ago. It will be fine as long as you stay in the town. Su Xiaoran shook her head, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. She has thought it through. There is no better place than Jiejie town. Besides, Lin may be stronger than me. Even though Su Lin was born not long ago, Su Lin is not an ordinary child at all. She grows faster than ordinary children. Su Lin can crawl now. It is estimated that it will not be long before she can go to the battlefield with a bottle in one hand and a card book in the other. The crystal cores earned by Su Xiaoran and the monthly blind box quota are all used to exchange Su Lin for the primary card apprentice blind box. Su Lin is worthy of being the heroine who transformed from a world-destroying villain. She has already started to earn crystal cores with Su Xiaoran while lying in the cradle. By opening card blind boxes and selling some unused good cards, Su Lin's card book is almost full. Hearing Su Xiaoran's words, the system recalled Su Lin's aura and prefix, and nodded in agreement. Indeed. If you want to leave, tell me in advance. Xiao Jia didn't dwell on this question too much. In addition to the matter of Yudu, I also asked you to come here for the future development of the town and the blind boxes to be opened next. I can tell you directly that you can only choose one of the special system powers that come out of the blind box. Xiao Jia leaned on the sofa, her eyes calm. Anyway, she couldn't use the blind boxes of these power systems, so it didn't matter what to activate. Mayor, can we know how many power systems there are? Xie Jinghan asked carefully. Countless. Xiao Jia calmly uttered 3 words. In addition to the card apprentice's supernatural powers that have been opened, there are immortals, ancient martial arts, warriors, Taoist priests, mages, warlocks, wizards. Spiritual power, telekinesis, chakra, martial soul, shikigami. Forgers, tailors, chefs, and other professions with special powers in the life-assisting professions. Everything is available. Xiao Jia can easily give dozens of examples of power systems and professions. Too many choices. Occasionally, there are some talented people who can activate 2 or more power systems at the same time. But I don't recommend you do that. After all, no one is sure whether they can activate 2 power systems. So choose carefully. Xiao Jia's eyes turned around the humans in the living room and reminded. Relatively speaking, monsters have stronger survival ability, and their perception of danger is also higher. So far, there is no monster in the town that Xiao Jia trusts particularly, except Xiaolu. So there will be a monster meeting later. The members are Little Green Jade Princess, Shanza, and the Mole Spirit. And about the future development of the town. Xiao Jia looked at Wei and Shintong. Wei and Shintong looked at each other, feeling a little strange. Why did Xiao Jia/Mayor look at himself like this? For members who have made great contributions to the town will give housing rewards. Coco should have opened a lot of houses recently. I remember there are villas. Wei and Shintong, you 2 can pick 1 each. Kiki and Dian have always had good luck in opening blind boxes. The town's current houses are enough to accommodate 30,000 people based on the number of rooms. They even opened a sea view hotel. The hotel is surrounded by beaches and sea. If you want to enter the hotel, you have to take a boat. It's amazing. Just by collecting rent and hotel room fees, Xiao Jia can receive at least 1 5th level crystal core every month. However, houses like villas, old houses, and large flat-floor manors actually have far fewer people living in them than the number of rooms. The residential area planned by Mimi has already been stacked with high-rise buildings, and the undead area has also begun to take shape. Xiao Jia is preparing to enclose a larger area of the town and divide it into various living areas according to the original plan. Humans, undead, aquatic monsters, flying monsters. Each living area will have a commercial center, and the entire town will be centered on Xiao Jia's Lord's mansion. Xiao Jia had already told Mimi about these, and Mimi had made preparations in advance. Or you can tell me if you have other houses you want. Xiao Jia divided the houses between Shintong and Wei, and everyone present was convinced. Their contributions to the town are obvious to all. To be honest, because of Wei's relationship with Julian, the townspeople actually took advantage of them when they were outside. Then I be polite, thank you Jia Jia. Wei raised a sweet smile and rushed over to hug Chu Jia's arm. She was really happy to be recognized by Jia Jia. Thank you, Mayor. Shintong's emotions were not as outward as Wei's, but she also smiled and thanked Chu Jia. Wei's emotions were only directed at Xiao Jia, and she didn't do that to other people. No. Xiao Jia shook her head. In fact, she should say thank you. Su Shaoran looked at Shintong and Wei with envy and encouraged herself in her heart. She also had to work hard to get a house for herself. When Linlin grows up, she can still leave something for Linlin. Next, I plan to continue to expand the town's territory. Xiaojia stretched out her hand to grab the air, and waved it again. The information page of the original floating Yudu evil creatures was all displayed, replaced by the virtual three-dimensional modeling of Juma City and surrounding cities. Mayor. Mimi's voice came from outside the door. She was called by Xiao Jia, and there were also a group of humans and monsters who were engaged in the construction of the town with Mimi. The survivors of Juma City were basically rescued, and many townspeople found their families. It was because of this that Xiao Jia did not ask Mimi and others to come before. It was not convenient to tell all the townspeople about Yudu now. However, Xiao Jia would give enough time for the townspeople who wanted to leave, and now they could participate in this topic. Mayor, we are here. Mimi led the members of the construction class into the town, and everyone behind them greeted Xiao Jia. Hello, Mayor. The town has no formal leadership team now, only Xiao Jia is the mayor. Everyone thinks that the system's deputy mayor is a joke, and they are afraid of him, but not in all. Come and take a look, we will encircle new territory next. Xiao Jia gestured to them to look at the virtual building model in the middle, which restored the situation of several surrounding cities 1-to-1. All the territories of the forces were clearly marked. Mayor, there's a problem with Ghost Village. Shintong pointed at the Ghost Village closest to the town. The ghosts in Ghost Village are powerful, and have no hostility towards the residents of the town. They even helped Xiaoran when she was giving birth. To expand new territories, it is necessary to eliminate the monsters in those territories. Isn't it too? Repaying kindness with grievances to drive away the ghosts in Ghost Village by force? Don't worry about Ghost Village, I take care of it. Xiao Jia will definitely swallow up the territory of Ghost Village. If the ghosts in Ghost Village are willing to communicate well, then Xiao Jia will naturally give them the best treatment. But if they refuse to cooperate, Xiao Jia can only use force. There are actually no large monsters around the town. The ghosts in the Ghost Village are not as strong as Alistair and others, but they are stronger than humans. Xiao Jia and Shintong are discussing the Ghost Village, and Mimi and others are also discussing which territories to encircle. According to Mimi's idea, it is best to do it in one step. What mountains, rivers, and valleys over there are all theirs. But the others in the construction class took into account the construction and labor time costs. The mayor has a blind box to build, which can save a lot of trouble. But the cost of environmental transformation is also very high. Don't worry about the cost, I take care of everything. Xiao Jia nodded to the people who were arguing fiercely, and said affirmatively. Hearing Xiao Jia's words, the people in the construction class looked at each other, and rolled up their sleeves instantly. Enclose everything here. Don't forget this side. I heard from the people in the Golden Leaf group last time, that there is a large area of wild herbs here, and the soil is fertile. Then this well can't be left behind. Well? Grandma Lin said that she used to work here, and the well in this village is so cold and sweet, and there is no shortage of water in this well during droughts. With Xiao Jia as a backer, the people in the construction class enclosed more land than Mimi. They were almost ready to enclose Jumu City, but they still had some rationality, and knew that some monsters could not be offended. Under the crazy enclosure behavior of everyone, the original 3,000-acre town suddenly expanded to 5,000 square kilometers. As big as 5 port cities. Isn't it a bit too much? A member of the construction class asked weakly. Such a large territory, of course, not only Juma City, but also parts of other surrounding cities. It can be said that it spans several major cities. I don't know how long it will take to drive. Not bad. Xiao Jia nodded. It was indeed not bad. Wait for the proceeds of the first war to arrive, and start the land-grabbing operation immediately. It shouldn't take long. You discuss how to build these territories. By the way, stay for dinner. Xiao Jia glanced at the system, and the system immediately went out to order takeout. There are takeaways in the town, after all, there are so many people. Now there are fields and farms, and everything is thriving. If there were no monsters in Yudu, it would be absolutely comfortable. Mayor, I'd like to ask our school's professors to help. A member of the architecture class raised his hand and asked. She was rescued from Jumo University by Xie Jinghan and others. The students of Jumo University, who are still alive, are all in the town and nearby. Su Qianqian looked at the territory that Xiao Jia and others had enclosed, and smiled sarcastically. What was she fighting with Fu Jingchuan for? Wasn't it all to make wedding clothes for Xiao Jia? But Fu Jingchuan would be mad to death, right? The smile on her face gradually deepened. Xiao Jia's plan to alienate her was well known to her and Fu Jingchuan. Xiao Jia also knew that they knew it, and they also knew that Xiao Jia knew it. But Fu Jingchuan wanted to drive her out of Beichen too much. No, it was no longer Beichen base now. Xiao Jia's plan was completely blatant, but Fu Jingchuan still wanted to get in. Okay. Xiao Jia nodded, and the member immediately went to find the professors of their school. When it comes to planning and building, the professors are still good at it. Their professors are real experts, not just beast experts. What do you think about setting up an official department for the town? The architecture class was still discussing over there, and Xiao Jia turned to look at Su Xiaoran and her sister. Shintong and Xie Jinghan were also there, and they avoided it on their own. After all, they had no plans to join the town, so it was better not to listen. Then what are our positions? Su Qianqian folded her hands, and looked at Xiao Jia with a worldly bad woman's expression. Department director? Xiao Jia glanced at Su Qianqian. Xiao Jia hadn't thought about the position of deputy mayor yet, so she let the system take up the position first. The official members of the town must not only be humans, monsters must also occupy some positions. But the monsters in the town. Xiao Jia didn't have any good choices for the time being. That's fine. Su Qianqian understood Xiao Jia's idea. The town would definitely have 2 deputy mayors, one human and one monster. She couldn't get the position of a human deputy mayor. Xiao Jia would definitely give it to Su Xiaoran, or at worst use some tricks to make a choice between Wei and Shintong. In her mind, the best choice for deputy mayor must be Shintong. Chapter 105. Su Xiaoran is just Xiao Jia's second choice. Shintong is very suitable to be the deputy mayor, whether in terms of character, strength, or prestige in the town. Xiao Jia is the first person, and it is not a boast. Anyone with a little ambition in the town regards Xiao Jia as their number one enemy. Long Tianyu even regards Shintong as a thorn in his side. Unfortunately, Shintong is not interested in this. Su Qianqian's eyes became deep. Shintong is worse than Su Xiaoran as the deputy mayor, right? Not as good as her. Xiao Jia glanced at Su Qianqian, slowly retracted his gaze, and his eyes fell on Shintong. Just as Su Qianqian thought, the best deputy mayor in Xiao Jia's mind is Shintong. Unfortunately, she has no intention of joining the town. If Su Qianqian can handle Shintong, Xiao Jia will definitely let her get a house before Su Xiaoran. Su Qianqian may not care about the house, but she cares about winning over Su Xiaoran. The relationship between these two sisters is indeed very delicate, unlike Shintong and Shenhui. The relationship between the two sisters of the Shen family is quite good now, and they will say hello when they meet. Xiao Jia discussed with the two sisters of the Su family and initially decided on 9 positions: finance, public security, justice, archives, intelligence, agriculture, trade, public affairs, education, health and construction planning. There are still many children in the town now, at least thousands including those in other bases, and education must keep up. The positions have been decided, and how to arrange Su Xiaoran and Su Qianqian is another problem. Su Xiaoran is actually very suitable for education, but putting her in education seems to be a bit of a waste of talent. Su Qianqian feels that every position is suitable for her. If it weren't for her obsession, she would actually be quite suitable to be the deputy mayor. She was too focused on Su Xiaoran and Fu Jingchuan, and Su Xiaoran's methods were not very good. What do you two think? Xiao Jia stared at the newly created official positions on the town panel and asked. Trade. Su Qianqian raised her hand with a smile. The town's trade volume is very large. Then Xiaoran, you will be responsible for finance. Xiao Jia nodded and said to Su Xiaoran. Huh? Su Xiaoran looked confused. She was still planning to choose agriculture or health, education, but the mayor actually assigned her finance directly. Although she did learn this. You should have learned it, right? It doesn't matter if you haven't learned it, as long as your people can do it. Xiao Jia made the final decision, and didn't give Su Xiaoran a chance to refuse. Su Qianqian glanced at Xiao Jia. As expected, she chose trade and arranged Su Xiaoran in finance. This mayor of theirs. Trade and finance are all human beings, and public security, justice, and archives, intelligence, must be monsters. The remaining few are relatively unimportant, and can be assigned to humans or monsters. Xiao Jia is also thinking about which monster to assign to the positions of public security, justice, and archives, intelligence. The person who deserves her most trust in the town must be Xiaolu. The second is Shanze. But both Xiaolu and Shanze are not strong enough. They are loyal but not strong enough. Xuesha is strong, but he must return to the vampire clan, not to mention Julian. If he agrees, Alistair will not agree. Becoming a town employee is different from becoming a town official. The remaining silver-haired zombies, vampires that devour their own kind. These two are very useful, and not too much of a burden, but unfortunately they are not obedient, and have no interest in these things. Grandma Lin, the grandmother of the mole spirit, can be arranged in the position of farming. Grandma Lin is one of the few people in the town who treats humans and monsters equally, and can do practical things with corresponding abilities. She is good at farming, raising chickens and fish, and is the best choice. Forget it, let's solve the matter of Guizhuang first, and then talk about it after swallowing up the land of Guizhuang. Xiao Jia filled in the names of Su Xiaoran and Su Qianqian in the corresponding positions on the panel, and gave them certain permissions. At this time, Xiao Jia opened certain permissions, and Su Xiaoran and Su Qianqian got a glimpse of the town's blind box. But even if they knew, it didn't matter, the blind box system belonged to Xiao Jia, and the initiative was still in Xiao Jia's hands. Xiao Jia also paid a ransom to the system, and the system wanted to unbind her, but it had to get Xiao Jia's consent. Your subordinates will be directly assigned by me. If you want someone in particular, You can tell the deputy mayor and get its consent. Tell the system, and the system will screen the person's family background, character and style. Finance, trade and public security are the most important. However, there is no big problem with systematic monitoring. Most problems can be prevented by setting some restrictions on the panel in advance. For example, corruption, bribery, favoritism, nepotism, forming a clan. The functions of the town panel are really great and very smart. It is much easier to use than people. It should be it that really monitors and manages the town. Even with so many officials, the town still cannot escape Xiao Jia's control. If someone wants to be like Lu Yanfeng before, this possibility will never happen. As expected, she still wanted Shintong. Xiao Jia's eyes fell on Shintong, not only Shintong, but also Long Tianyu's childhood sweetheart, and a group of beauties, Feng Yuanya's men with glasses, and a two, Xie Jing'an's Chibai. They are all townspeople. Why can't she use them? She had a blank expression on her face, and exuded a cold aura that kept strangers away. Okay, I got it. Su Qianqian nodded in agreement with a smile. After leaving Fu Jingchuan, it must be said that Su Qianqian's hostility was not so heavy. Then I leave first, Mayor. After saying that, Su Qianqian also glanced at Su Shaoran. Yeah. Su Qianqian left, and the system said back the takeaway. The group of children in the architecture class and the old professors were still arguing. They were arguing until their faces were red, and no one was willing to give in. Click. Click. The system started to crack electronic melon seeds again, and asked Xiao Jia if he wanted some. It's quite fun to see these people quarreling, both verbally and physically. Several old professors were so angry that they kept shouting that they wanted to take quick-acting heart pills just to make those kids back down. However, this can't threaten their students at all. As their students, they know their bodies very well. At least they can live another 50 years. I tell you, no matter how much you say, you can't put a tunnel here. A professor shouted hoarsely. Why not, Professor? I tell you that there are only colleagues today, no master and apprentice. It should be put here the tunnel. The little stubborn donkey brought by the stubborn donkey also refused to admit defeat, and shouted louder than the professor. Mayor, what do you think? Neither of them was willing to give in, so they immediately turned to look at Xiao Jia and asked loudly. I think I should go to the ghosts in Ghost Village to discuss letting them move. Xiao Jia didn't want to get involved in their quarrel. It was very troublesome. Whether to let them go or not, you can ask the deputy mayor. Xiao Jia waved at them, left the system there, and turned to leave. The system looked at the master and apprentice in front of it, who were staring at it with burning eyes, and suddenly had the urge to run away. Well, how about we start from the reality? The system laughed awkwardly twice. Xiao Jia had already left, and they would definitely not let the system run again. The group surrounded the pitiful puppy, and they had to make it give a positive answer. Xiao Jia left the Lord's mansion, and she immediately went to Ghost Village. She was not lying when she said she was going to Ghost Village to find the red-clothed ghost. For this kind of monster that can communicate rationally and is still strong, Xiao Jia generally does not take coercive measures. She glanced at the pre-circled areas on the map. These areas definitely cannot be cleared with points. Many areas have monsters of at least level 5. If the system function is used, the point spent will be really terrible. There is no need to waste these points. Let the residents and survivors of the town go, and use blind boxes as bait rewards to let these people take the initiative to clean up the area. Xiao Jia estimated that the main force to clean up the area this time will be the monsters in the town, and humans have joined the war between the Blood Clan and vampires. Shueisha is quite good at brainwashing. Since he joined the town, he has fooled many people into joining the vampire camp. Although the vampire camp is not as rich and powerful as the Blood Clan camp, they are more friendly and generous than the Blood Clan. And you can also get a Follow the Dragon merit. Why not do it? Ghost Village is very close to Jijia town, but because the town is still quite large now, it took Xiao Jia a long time to get to Ghost Village. Ghost Village is very desolate, and you can see the crows perched on the roof from a distance. Recently, the residents of the town are busy with the Blood Clan chaos, and few people come to Ghost Village. Xiao Jia stood in front of the door of Ghost Village and knocked on the door. The red-clothed ghost sitting by the window of the embroidered building and combing his hair heard the knock on the door and paused. An old man with a hunched back came to open the door for Xiao Jia. He looked very strange and lowered his head to prevent Xiao Jia from seeing his face, fearing that Xiao Jia would see it. Thank you. I'm here to visit the owner of Ghost Village. Xiao Jia politely thanked the doorman. Miss, just go directly to the embroidery building. The doorman moved slowly and paused as he closed the door of the ghost village. The ghost village is very large. If it had not been abandoned, it would probably be a beautiful garden described in novels, with a different view at every step. But now, Xiao Jia caught a glimpse of the obvious burn marks on the buildings. There must have been a big fire here. There are no ghosts in the ghost village, probably because it is daytime now. Xiao Jia quickly found the embroidery building of the ghost village under the guidance of the system map. It is a very delicate, but extremely depressing two-story building. The windows of the small building are very small, and even half of the face of the red-clothed ghost can't be seen. There are no stairs in this small building. If you want to go to the second floor, you must use the power of a moving ladder. This was a piece of cake for Xiao Jia. Although the first floor was 3 or 4 meters high, she could still jump to the second floor very easily. The entrance to the second floor was also very narrow. There was only one ghost in red on the second floor of the embroidery building, no other ghosts. The lights in the embroidery building were dim, and there was an old and decayed atmosphere everywhere, just like a ghost sitting in front of a mirror. She was very thin. She was thin and pale, with a slender waist. The ghost wore a bright red wedding dress, and her hair was messy, and seemed to have traces of burning. "Hello, I am Xiao Jia, the mayor of Jijia town." "Hello, slave. I am Wanyang, Tao Wanyang." Wanyang's voice was very light, floating and without a single landing point. She didn't look at all like the terrible appearance described by humans. Those Wanyangs described by humans were cruel, vicious and cannibalistic. Wanyang. Xiao Jia nodded and greeted Wanyang, and continued. Jijia town is preparing to expand, and Guizhuang is right on one of the necessary roads. You want to rob our home? Hearing Xiao Jia's words, Wanyang, who was sitting quietly on the stool, became horrified, and even her hair began to wave at will. No, this is called demolition. Xiao Jia corrected. This word was also learned from humans. I will give you some compensation, such as crystal cores or blind boxes, either is fine. Xiao Jia explained. But Wanyang didn't listen. She only heard that Xiao Jia wanted to rob their home. This is their last place to stay. Why? Why? Why do all of you do this to me? Wanyang went crazy in an instant, and the originally quiet Guizhuang suddenly caught fire. Screams and screams came one after another, and the crackling sound of burning wood was endless. A pair of long red nails had already reached out to Xiao Jia, and they were extremely sharp. Xiao Jia immediately drew out her knife to block Wanyang's attack. She didn't understand why Wanyang suddenly went crazy. However, from the ghost's solemn return to the fire that year, the servants outside, including Wanyang's relatives, cursed at the top of their lungs, and Xiao Jia pieced together the truth of Wanyang's death. It was Wanyang who burned down the mansion. At the same time, she also killed everyone in the mansion. Because her father wanted to marry her to his superior, who was over 50 years old as a concubine, and his children were much older than Wanyang, and Wanyang was only 15. So Wanyang planned all this, and with the help of the doorman Lao Sun, her father's concubine Chui, and Wanyang's 2 personal maids, she successfully burned down the mansion. She also burned all her relatives and the so-called future husband to death. Evil creature, evil creature. If I had known this would happen, I should have strangled you to death when you were born. Tao Wanyang, you are an unfilial daughter. How dare you kill your father, mother, and husband? Ah! Big sister, why are you so bad? That brother-in-law Zhao, the county magistrate, is not a good match for you except that he is a little older. Outside the window came endless shrill curses and howling, and the resentment emanating from Wanyang became more and more intense. Host, this Wanyang has a villain aura, which is even more powerful than the villain aura of Su Qianqian. The system detected the strong fluctuation of the aura on Wanyang, which is too special. The heavier the resentment of Wanyang, the bigger her aura. Wanyang has never shown such deep resentment before, so the system has not detected Wanyang's villain aura. Are you coming to the town to apply for a job? Xiao Jia suddenly asked. Chapter 106. Wanyang was stunned and froze in place. No, this guy didn't respect her a bit. Should she attack or not? This undead seemed to have both malicious and harmless intentions. Are you interested? Xiao Jia asked again. After Su Qianqian's adjustment, the treatment of the town's employees was much better. There are many vacant positions in the town, and you can all apply for them. Apply? Wanyang hesitated for a long time before digesting the meaning of Xiao Jia's words. Her face was hidden under her messy hair, and her cat-like round eyes suddenly widened. Just come to the town to work. From what you said, you should have learned a lot. The town is still short of manpower. Other ghosts in the ghost village can also come if they have professional skills. Food and accommodation are provided. Currently, it is an 8-hour work system. The general salary composition is a base salary plus commission plus bonus. A fixed amount of blind boxes will be issued every month. Xiao Jia invited sincerely. Wan Yang didn't know how the tense situation between the two sides turned into a recruitment site, and she was still a little confused. However, this did not affect Xiao Jia's successful recruitment of the entire ghost village half an hour later. Xiao Jia was good at finding the weaknesses of the target object on the one hand, and Wan Yang's character on the other hand. Wan Yang's character can be seen from the fact that she sent the ghost to help Su shower and give birth. She is not a bad person. It is also common sense that Xiao Jia can recruit them. The doorman, old Sun Xiao Jia, was arranged to the Ministry of Public Security to continue his work as a doorman. The ghost went to the Ministry of Health, and An Shui went to the Ministry of Public Affairs. As for Wan Yang, the ghost, she chose to go to the town's trade department. According to her, this has always been her dream. All of them are ancient ghosts, Tao Wan Yang, Luo Qishuang, and Fu Yu, but the personalities of these three ghosts are quite different. Luo Qishuang gave Xiao Jia a feeling that she was somewhat similar to Su Qianqian, and should be a very shrewd and good at disguise. Tao Wan Yang looked introverted and shy, and was still a child, but she was the kind of person who quietly did things that shocked everyone. As for Fu Yu's personality was very tough and down to earth. The ghost village was recruited by Xiao Jia, and she quickly included the territory of the ghost village into the territory of the town. When the town residents who went out came back, they were surprised to find that the town gate, which had always been unguarded, had a skinny and ugly old man ghost today. Hey, old security guard? Are you a new employee in the town? Why does this old man look familiar? The townsman who said this of course hid far away, and did not dare to approach Lao Sun to hear him. Who would have thought that Lao Sun had very good hearing, and suddenly turned back to give the townsman a death stare? Ghost, ghost, ghost. This time, a townsman finally knew who this old man was. The townsman was a little too shocked and pointed at Lao Sun, and stuttered for a long time without being able to say a complete sentence. I know he is a ghost. The stuttering townsman's companion looked at him speechlessly. Is it necessary to specifically explain that this security guard is a ghost? Ghost village, ghost village. The stuttering townsman lowered his voice, screamed and hit his companion's shoulder a few times. The ghost village opposite the town. The mayor actually took the ghosts of the ghost village into the town. Is this the mayor's basic exercise? The stammering townsman's companion was not very surprised. Just as he said, this was Xiao Jia's basic exercise. What are the ghosts in the ghost village? The employees in our town now include an 8th level vampire, a 6th level blood clan, and a beautiful mixed blood charmer who was caught by the mayor to deliver express delivery. There is also a tiger spirit, a zombie king. The stammering townsman's companion took a careful inventory. Compared with these monsters, what are the ghosts in the ghost village? In comparison, the ghosts in the ghost village seem very ordinary. The vampires and blood clans are now beaten to death outside, but the mayor can still let them live in peace in the town. And he can also let them work for him at the same time. Isn't this even more amazing? That's right. The stammering townsman scratched his head. It seemed so. But he was still surprised. Who made the mayor do big things quietly every time? But I think there should be some big moves in the town recently. The stuttering townsman's companion touched his chin and thought seriously. The ghost village is so close to the town, and the mayor didn't take any action before, but today the ghosts of the ghost village suddenly appeared in the town, which means something must be wrong. The mayor is elusive every day, so he doesn't have time to play with the ghosts of the ghost village. In fact, it is just as the townsman guessed. Come to the notice board. A townsman shouted loudly, and the returning humans and monsters immediately surrounded him. Look at this one. The town is going to recruit new employees again. And this time, the number is super large. A townsman jumped up and down excitedly. She was rejected last time, but she had inquired, and her ranking was still very high. As long as she worked harder in this recruitment, she would definitely have a stable job. Compared to that, this one is more important, right? There were crowds of people in front of the notice board, and a town resident read out the content of the notice aloud. Due to the development needs of the town, Mayor Xiao Jia decided to expand the town's territory and build multiple living areas for different races. A large number of cleaners are now being recruited to go out and clean zombies, vampires, and other monsters. If you are interested, please go to the town's small square to sign up tomorrow. Cleaners can exchange for the following rewards. Marrow cleansing pills. Marrow cleansing pills? A sea of exclamations broke out in the crowd. It was actually marrow cleansing pills. The town should have only opened 2 marrow cleansing pills so far. Xiao Jia has always limited the purchase of the waste pill blind box as a benefit for the town's residents, and they cannot buy too many. The effect of the marrow cleansing pill is only stronger than the permanent attribute potion opened in the potion blind box, and it is unknown how many times stronger it is. There has always been a rumor in the town that if you successfully cleanse your marrow, you will be qualified to cultivate immortality. No one knows who spread this news, but the townspeople believe it. So, the sales of the waste pill blind box have remained high until now. Xiao Jia took out a marrow cleansing pill as a reward, which would definitely drive most humans and monsters crazy. As for the origin of this marrow cleansing pill, we have to go back to an hour ago, when Xiao Jia handed the ghosts of Ghost Village to Su Shaoran for arrangement. And he personally arranged Tao Wenyang as a deputy in the Archives Intelligence Department, responsible for the archives part. The Archives Department needs to do more than just archives. Personnel are also classified here. Although Tao Wenyang wants to go to the Trade Department, Xiao Jia thought about it seriously. Tao Wenyang is means, but not personality. She is a little too kind, and can be used as a gun by Su Qianqian. It is not appropriate to arrange her in the Trade Department. Let her go to the Archives Department to gain experience first. After all, she has a good eye for people. The ghosts who stay with her are all good. As for the staff of the Trade Department, Xiao Jia plans to throw the little goblin and Yu Ji in first. Sometimes in terms of means, Su Qianqian may not be more cruel than these two monsters. Especially Yu Ji came from Yudu. No other creature knows about this except Xiao Jia's system Yu Ji. Xiao Jia plans to throw Su Qianqian and Yu Ji into the Trade Department. It doesn't matter what conspiracy there is, just let her generate income. Xiao Jia was not going to intervene in the interview for the time being. With the system, she only needed to confirm it at the end. Besides Xiao Jia, the town now had a few people in charge, so it was much easier for Xiao Jia to go out. She was going to go to Real County. Real County was the main battlefield between vampires and blood clans. The blood clans here were soft persimmons. Of course, they were only soft persimmons compared to blood clan princes such as Alistair Lorraine. The strongest blood clan in Real County was just a duke. His strength was around level 8. So the vampires specially picked such a place. Shen Tong, Xie Jinghan, Captain Cat Claw, Xing Yue's sisters, Wang Banlan, Xiao Baitu Zhao Fei, who were familiar to Xiao Jia, were all transported to Real County. The two sides fought fiercely. However, the more fiercely they fought, the more Xiao Jia would earn. She was happy to see it happen. The town was about to expand, and she needed a lot of points. Xiao Jia didn't care about the casualties in the town. This war was fueled by her, but the decision to join this war was made by these humans themselves. Xiao Jia was about to go to the Real County, but before she left, the Demon King she had saved before sent a thank you gift. The Demon King was still recovering from his injuries, and the thank you gift was sent by his men. It was indeed a thank you gift that was particularly suitable for Xiao Jia. It was also very suitable for undead monsters. A 10,000-year-old Styx willow tree. It was so huge that it covered the sky and hid the sun. This tree was specially exchanged by the Demon King for the Lord of the Styx, Chueshue. It was particularly suitable for Xiao Jia to recuperate. Xiao Jia looked at the Styx willow tree stored in the Qianquan bag and fell into deep thought. From the perspective of cost-effectiveness, it is definitely more appropriate to put the Styx willow in the living area of death. At present, the rent in the living area of death is the highest in the whole town. Because Xiao Jia opened the blind box of the Home of the Dead, the homes of the dead opened all have special effects. The rent naturally rose with the tide, and the dead were happy to accept it. For this reason, humans and other monsters protested and demanded better residences instead of the ordinary residences now. The living area of death is the large area where all the ghosts of the dead live, and a small part has been built now. The construction progress of the living area of death is relatively fast, and Xiao Jia is ready to open other types of home blind boxes. For example, the blind box of the water house of aquatic monsters can open the hidden version of the Dragon Palace, and the blind box of the feather house can open the hidden version of the Sky City. Cost-effectiveness is cost-effectiveness, and from a personal point of view, Xiao Jia believes that this tree can bring her a huge increase in strength. Lord Xiao Jia. The bearded middle-aged monster bowed to Xiao Jia. Lord Xiao Jia, King Lingjun has prepared other gifts for you. The middle-aged monster waved his hand, and the little monsters behind him immediately brought up other gifts of thanks. Among them was a 1,000-year-old Styx willow. 10,000-year-old willows are rare, but 1,000-year-old willows are not so rare. Xiao Jia took a quick look. The thank you gift set by King Ling Jun, not counting the Styx Willow, and some other property was probably worth an 8th level crystal core. There's nothing good in the town, take it and play with it. Xiao Jia casually threw a backpack to the middle-aged monster, which was full of blind boxes, stuffed in a mess. Next, he had to deal with these big monsters, like the Demon King and Ghost King, and Xiao Jia felt it necessary to activate some high-level blind boxes. Otherwise, when exchanging interests with them, there was no way to take out items of equal value. Immortal Cultivation Pill blind boxes, Magic Weapon blind boxes, or Advanced Potion blind boxes, Mount blind boxes, etc. After receiving the thank you gift from the Demon King, Xiao Jia's Lord's Mansion was originally going to be moved, so that she could give more space to plant the Styx Willow. This 10,000-year-old Styx Willow would not have enough land to plant without 10 acres. Xiao Jia's Lord's Mansion can be placed on its trunk without any problem. Speaking of which, her Lord's Mansion has not been upgraded for a long time. Because the current Lord's Mansion is quite sufficient, Xiao Jia has never thought about upgrading it. When she has free time and points, she must upgrade the Lord's Mansion. After all, the level and quality of the Lord's Mansion also account for a large proportion in the competition. After handing over the other 1,000-year-old willow tree to the members of the construction class, Xiao Jia asked the system to sell the property that should be sold. She asked the Mole Spirit and Grandma Lin to see if the remaining rare spiritual plants could be grown. If they can be grown and reproduced, that would be the best. If not, it's okay, just sell them when the time comes. The thank you gift set by the Demon King also included a pair of butcher knives made of Tianing stone. It can be seen that this demon was really thoughtful when giving gifts. He also specially inquired about Xiao Jia's usual weapons, and then carefully made a pair of butcher knives for Xiao Jia. How to say this pair of butcher knives, in terms of level, it is about the same as the blood break. In terms of value, it is almost more valuable than Xiao Jia's town. Xiao Jia felt a little sorry that such a good thing was not delivered directly to her, but she was still very happy. Although nothing can be seen from her cold dead face. Xiao Jia is very thrifty, and stingy with herself, and invests all her property in the development of the town. But this does not mean that she is not worthy of good things. She must exchange all good things for points. The value of some things cannot be measured by points at all, and she does lack a handy weapon. Besides, the development of the town itself is for her own benefit. The butcher knife made of Tianing stone looks ordinary, and there is not even any carving on the blade, but this does not affect Xiao Jia's love for it at all. Xiao Jia did not try it randomly in the town. She planned to try the effect after arriving in the real county. Her luck today is really good. Xiao Jia looked up at the sky, and the snow stopped. Why not open 2 blind boxes to try your luck? Xiao Jia thought so. She did so, and quickly placed an order for 3 strongest Doomsday Town blind boxes. Chapter 107. The Doomsday Strongest Town blind box was delivered very quickly, and Xiao Jia opened the blind box very quickly. After she opened the blind box, her mentality became even more autistic. How could a person be so unlucky? Xiao Jia sat on the sofa, her face solemn, puzzled. 3 identical street lamps were placed in front of Xiao Jia. Although the things opened in the Doomsday Strongest Town blind box would not be too bad. But how could it be 3 street lamps, even a piece of farmland? Doomsday Street Lamp, a magical street lamp with a super large lighting range, which can always guide the way for creatures lost in the dark. Host. The system looked at Xiao Jia, who was emitting cold air, and spoke weakly. Say. Xiao Jia turned her head to look at the system, and restrained her emotions. She rarely spread her negative emotions to the people around her. Host, the Lord of Black Extreme agreed to your application. Agreed? Xiao Jia was a little confused. Didn't they need to meet or talk about the reason? Yes. The system nodded. It also felt very strange. At the beginning, the Lord of Black Extreme had issued a death order that the A002 advanced system must be destroyed. And in order to prevent the A002 advanced system from escaping, a large number of advanced systems were sent to guard it. But why did it agree to the host's request so easily now? Could it be that the Lord of Black Extreme knew the host? That shouldn't be the case. The Lord of Black Extreme and the host are not of the same age, right? How many points do I need to pay? Xiao Jia asked. This lord agreed to a redemption of the A002 advanced system, and the crystal cores she had to spend would definitely not be small. A 10th order crystal core. The system secretly looked at Xiao Jia's face and whispered. Ever since it caused trouble for Xiao Jia, its attitude towards Xiao Jia has become more and more cautious. Cheap. Although Xiao Jia doesn't have many points and crystal cores now, she can redeem the A002 advanced system for her use by spending a 10th order crystal core. It is indeed quite cheap. A system that has experienced hundreds of battles and participated in countless mission worlds has even become the third in command. A 10th order crystal core is really cheap. But where can I get this 10th order crystal core? Xiao Jia fell into deep thought. The benefits of the Real County currently attacked by the vampire army will definitely not be too much, and the 10th order crystal core cannot be exchanged for low-level crystal cores. I still have to get some higher-level blind boxes for the vampires. I go to the Real County. Xiao Jia told the system that since the system was caught by the Black God for cheating, its attitude has changed a lot. It will start to take the initiative to do many things in the town. Maybe it feels that its ransom has cost a lot of money. Okay, host, I will supervise the town's affairs. You can go with confidence. The system patted its chest and promised. Yes. The Real County is a long drive from Jia town, spanning at least 10 cities. Xiao Jia thought about it and decided to spend points to go to the Real County. Otherwise, she might have to ride a tricycle for at least 10 days. After talking to the system, Xiao Jia went to the warehouse to pack up some blind boxes and took them away. When Xiao Jia arrived at the Real County, the battle between the Blood Clan and the vampires was already very intense. She randomly found a high-rise building to land. Standing on the rooftop, Xiao Jia could clearly overlook the entire city. Real County is a very modern city with a very dense population. However, after the apocalypse, these high-tech technologies have become a pile of broken copper and iron, which looks extremely desolate. The high-rise buildings are corroded and collapsed, and there is no trace of popularity. Just like a city in the wasteland of the apocalypse. This place has been occupied by vampires and blood clans, and has become their nest. There are basically no other kinds of monsters in the whole city. They are all Blood Clan vampires and their minions. And in this pile of wasteland, the Blood Clan's castle is extremely eye-catching. Looking down at the streets of the city from the rooftop, Xiao Jia saw the vampires rushing on the streets. It is daytime now, but these vampires can still move freely. A vampire, who was recuperating in a corner, opened the blood-blind box and raised his head to drink the sticky red blood. In an instant, his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vampires with a large number of blood-blind boxes attacked the Blood Clan castle fiercely, brave and fearless of death. Among these vampires and blood clans, Xiao Jia saw the figures of the town residents. There are many humans. These humans are divided into two camps, one helping the vampires and the other helping the Blood Clan. However, these humans are very tacit, not attacking the humans in the other camp, only targeting the hostile monsters. Humans are not strong. Although they participated in this war, they only played the role of cannon fodder, fighting small monsters. Xiao Jia sat on the edge of the rooftop and looked up at the sky. The sky of the Real County was gray, and the yellow sand was everywhere. There was no trace of winter here. Although Xiao Jia joined the war, she did not plan to do it herself. She just came to see how the vampires and the Blood Clan could fight. Is it worth her to increase her investment? Is that the mayor? Bai Xing narrowed her eyes and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared on the tall building in front of her, and asked in surprise. Is it wrong? How could the mayor appear here? Floral Skirt didn't believe it. The mayor had so many things to do. How could he suddenly come to the Real County? However, when she looked up at the tall building that Bai Xing pointed at, she looked at it again and again seriously, and took out her mobile phone to zoom in. It's really the mayor. Floral Skirt was also very shocked, but what shocked her the most was not. Has the mayor chosen a team? The townspeople who were traveling with her were a little panicked. If the mayor chose a team, what would they do? Unlike Shintong and the others, they were invited by the Blood Clan camp because of their strength, talent, and the effect of the halo. The only camp that ordinary people like them could join was the vampire camp. If the mayor takes sides, he will definitely take sides with the vampires. The mayor has been invited to attend a banquet by the Moonstone vampires. Xiao Jia, who was sitting on the rooftop, noticed the gazes below, tilted his head, and greeted the members of the Animal Alliance below. The team formed by Captain Cat's Claw is called the Animal Alliance, and it has a large number of members. She and Shintong have separated, not because of a bad relationship, but because of differences in future plans, so they separated peacefully. Is that the mayor of your town? He seems quite friendly. The survivors of the Real County looked at Xiao Jia curiously in the mobile phone camera, who looked very kind. The mayor is a very nice person, as long as you don't offend her. Bai Xing nodded in agreement. What if you offend her? The survivor of Real County asked. That depends on whether you have the ability to make trouble in front of the mayor. If you make trouble in front of the mayor, it's relatively simple. The mayor won't bother with you for small problems. If it's a big problem, the mayor won't talk to you too much. Just, Bai Xing made a beheading gesture. Is this simple? The survivor of Real County was shocked. Isn't she a nice person? How can she fight over a disagreement? And people are dead? This is still simple. Then you don't know what would happen if you didn't fall into the hands of the mayor. The woman in the floral skirt shrugged and continued Bai Xing's words. What will happen if we don't fall into the hands of the mayor? The mayor has a few guys under his command who must not be offended. The deputy mayor Yu Ji, Xiao Lu, Shan Zhe, Bang Yao Ling Yu, and Su Qianqian. Floral Skirt gave these survivors a detailed guide to the survival of Jia Town. It sounds like only the deputy mayor and Su Qianqian are human. The others feel like monsters. The deputy mayor is a mechanical puppy, and only Su Qianqian is a human, but she is scarier than a monster. Bai Xing's tone was a little excited. How scary is it? The survivors of the Real County were very supportive and asked. I tell you that there is a guy like Long Aoyan in my town, named Long Tianyu. I don't know how he offended Su Qianqian, maybe because he played a trick on Fu Jingchuan. Anyway, he offended Su Qianqian, and Su Qianqian went to provoke the relationship between him and his confidants. I heard that Long Tianyu's penis, which is used to carry on the family line, was almost. Bai Xing raised 2 fingers and clicked them. Su Qianqian is so awesome. Hiss. All the men present took a deep breath. This woman is so cruel. What are you talking about? A gentle female voice sounded, and everyone turned around to see that Captain Baiyu Cat Claw and Xiao Bai Tu had returned. They were holding several monsters' heads in their hands. Sister, we saw the mayor. Seeing Baiyu appear, Bai Xing immediately pointed to the high-rise building where Xiao Jia had just appeared. But there was no one on the rooftop of the high-rise building. Xiao Jia had left at some point. I took a photo. The girl in the floral skirt raised her hand to indicate, and Xiao Baitu frowned slightly. The mayor will definitely not care about this. Last time Wang Banlon took so many photos of the mayor, she didn't say anything. The girl in the floral skirt knew what Xiao Baitu was thinking and explained immediately. Anyway, if you go to the town later, don't offend these people and monsters. Bai Xing warned the survivors of the Real County. Real County is no longer suitable for human survival. These survivors want to run, but they don't know where to run. Before Captain Shintong and Cat Claw came, all the humans in Real County were the reserve food of the Blood Clan, vampires, and their minions. These monsters really eat people. Captain Cat Claw and Baiyu on the side were looking at the photos taken by Floral Skirt. In the photo, Xiao Jia was sitting on the edge of the rooftop, waving to them calmly. Rooftop, Doomsday, yellow sand all over the sky, alone. These elements combined, Xiao Jia in the photo taken by Floral Skirt is quite handsome. There is a sense of desolate loneliness. Baiyu looked at Xiao Jia in the photo, wondering why the mayor felt so lonely. Xiao Jia had never shown any emotions, and never showed them in front of the townspeople. In front of the townspeople, she was always calm, strong and reliable. But from this photo, Baiyu suddenly became curious about Xiao Jia. What was the mayor's identity before she became the mayor? Where did she come from? How did she become so powerful now? The mayor has always been alone, with only the deputy mayor by her side, but judging from the attitude of the mayor and the deputy mayor and their usual chats, they don't seem to have known each other for a long time. Does the mayor have relatives and friends? Companions like them who can be trusted? For some reason, Baiyu suddenly became very curious about Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia herself didn't know the answer to this question. With her personality, she probably didn't have many friends or relatives. She was also a little curious about her past. Life is good now, but since the system brought back those 4 words for Advanced System A002, Xiao Jia has become curious about her past. Break the Dark Star. What do these 4 words represent? A planet? An organization? Or a plan? What role does she play in it? All this will be known after Advanced System A002 is redeemed. Xiao Jia is working hard for this now. She plans to go to the Blood Clan's territory to see if Shintong and the others are there. Compared to Captain Cat's Claw and others, Shintong and the others are treated better. After all, they were with the vampires, and the life of the vampires was always exquisite, so even Shintong and the other minor minions lived well. Especially Shintong and the others were humans, who were specially taken care of by Julian Yuesher. The group moved directly into a manor. Although there were no housekeepers or servants, 3 meals a day were prepared by special blood servants. When Xiao Jia came, Shintong was discussing the plan of raiding a certain camp of vampires, with the humans in Jimmu City and Real County. Mayor? Shintong was also very surprised by Xiaojia's arrival. Why is the mayor here? Is there something special about Real County? Come and see, Xiaojia said casually, looking around. Her eyes fell on a strange survivor. Another heroine. There was a spatial fluctuation on her body. This should be the heroine of a Doomsday novel. This was the first time Xiaojia met a heroine who corresponded to the current environment. She looked like Feng Yuanyao, but more ambitious and colder. The heroine of the Doomsday novel looked at Xiaojia with a hint of vigilance and hostility. She hid it well, but Xiaojia still saw it. Hostility? To her? They should have met for the first time, right? Why is there hostility? Mayor, are you here to sell blind boxes? Sanner felt that his brain was very smart. The mayor must have come to Real County to sell blind boxes. For the town, the mayor really put in too much effort. Is that right? Xiaojia thought about it, and thought that it was not impossible to sell blind boxes. No one stipulated that she could not sell blood-blind boxes to blood clans after selling them to vampires. Vampires are very powerful, and these blood clans should be in great need of blood-blind boxes now. Mayor, did you bring the supernatural blind box? Sanner looked at Xiaojia expectantly and asked, and the survivors of Real County around him also looked forward to it. Because the survivors of Real County were food reserves, there were many survivors who survived. The blind boxes that Shintong and the others brought were not enough. After hearing Sanner's words, the heroine of the Doomsday novel looked at Xiaojia even more unkindly. Chapter 108. But she didn't show it, and didn't take any action. Xiaojia could feel that the space level of the heroine of this Doomsday story should be quite high, and it has some special functions. Such a space is difficult to open even in Xiaojia's blind box, and it is a hidden version. She is worthy of being the heroine of the Doomsday story. Chung Shan felt very strange when he noticed Xiaojia's gaze. Why did this guy look at her with such admiration? Is he sick? She couldn't help but frown. Although Xiaojia herself didn't feel anything, in Chung Shan's eyes, Xiaojia was her opponent, an opponent that was already exposed. The competitor of the strongest base in the Doomsday. As the heroine of the ancient Doomsday story, Chung Shan's ambition is very big, and she has the capital. A magical space with spiritual springs and farming. Chung Shan suddenly got this space 3 months ago, from the bracelet left to her by her mother. When her scumbag boyfriend had an argument with someone she thought was her best friend, she was pushed to the ground. Her hand was scratched by a stone on the ground, and blood accidentally dripped onto the bracelet. After getting this space, Chung Shan had a Doomsday nightmare for 10 consecutive days, so she immediately started collecting supplies. Although the current Doomsday situation is a little different from the content in her dream, it is still the Doomsday, so the difference should not be too big. After the Blood Clan and vampires occupied the Real County, Chung Shan led the survivors of the Real County to fight against these monsters in guerrilla warfare. She did everything a Doomsday leader should do very well. Until Shintong and others arrived. The arrival of Shintong and others broke Chung Shan's plan, and the Jiejia town they described attracted most of the survivors in the Real County. Chung Shan was left with only a few diehards. How could Chung Shan accept this? She spent so much effort and resources to use the spiritual spring in the space to improve the strength of the survivors. But all of this was done for Xiaojia. No wonder she was so hostile to Xiaojia, although Xiaojia herself was completely unaware of it. Hello, I'm Xiaojia. Xiaojia looked at Chung Shan, nodded at her, and extended her hand in a friendly manner. Only a ghost would be nice to you. Chung Shan. Chung Shan cursed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He reached out and touched Xiaojia's hand and quickly let go. Chung Shan, who was double betrayed by her boyfriend and best friend, was like a hedgehog and instinctively guarded against everyone approaching. Everything that happened after the Doomsday also proved that her approach was correct. With such a magical treasure, Chung Shan has suffered a lot. Xiaojia didn't know that she was regarded as an imaginary enemy by Chung Shan. She came to see Shintong and the others. More importantly, she wanted to see the real situation of the County Blood Clan. It would be best if the vampires could win, but she would not lose if they lost. If the vampires lose, they will only need more blood-blind boxes, and Xiaojia can also make money. How many supernatural blind boxes do you want? Xiaojia opened her backpack and poured out all the blind boxes inside. Soon, all kinds of blind boxes were piled up into a small mountain. By the way, Xiao-san. Xiaoran asked me to bring this to you. Xiaojia took out a card apprentice card book, took out a card from it, and handed it to Sanner. Mayor, I am Sanner, not Xiao-san. Sanner explained weakly. This card should have been opened by Su Lin. Sanner does not have the talent of a card apprentice, but this card is special and can be used even by people without the talent of a card apprentice. It is a thank you gift from Su Lin to Sanner. After Su Lin was born, many residents of the town gave gifts to Su Lin and Su Xiaoran. The gifts from Xie Jinghan and others were relatively expensive. When Sanner was in the town, he would often help Su Xiaoran take care of Su Lin when he was free. In Sanner's words, he would get some martial spirit from the little guy with the 10-star card apprentice talent. Maybe one day, he will also be able to awaken the card apprentice talent. Xiao Jia did not tell Qi Bai and Sanner what he had said to Xie Jinghan in the Lord's mansion before. He kept it a secret very well. I know Xiao San. Xiao Jia nodded. She knew. Sanner was about to say something, but stopped talking. How many crystal cores are there in these blind boxes? Cheng Shuren asked with a cold voice. Xiao Jia glanced at her. She brought quite a few blind boxes, and roughly estimated that there were at least 10 4th-level crystal cores. 0.5 5th-level crystal core. Use this. Cheng Shuren took out a fist-sized transparent stone from the space, and Xiao Jia raised her eyebrows slightly. Spirit stone? Sensing Xiao Jia's eyes, Cheng Shuren immediately tensed up. There are some left. Should I give you the change directly or change it into a crystal core card? Xiao Jia asked calmly. She was surprised that Cheng Shuren had spirit stones in his space, but she didn't care too much. There are so many good things in the world, it's impossible for them all to belong to one person. Crystal core card. Seeing Xiao Jia's attitude, Cheng Shuren was slightly relieved. Bearer or binding? Binding. Cheng Shuren hesitated, and still chose to bind the crystal core card. She was going to go to Jijia town to take a look. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will lead to victory in every battle. If you want to defeat Xiao Jia, you must go to her base to take a look. Xiao Jia took out the automatic crystal core deposit and withdrawal machine and the card swiping machine from her backpack. Although it was spirit stones, the crystal core machine could also store them. Because she had money now, Xiao Jia had extra automatic crystal core deposit and withdrawal machines to carry. There were also quite a few automatic crystal core deposit and withdrawal machines in the town. Otherwise, with the number of machines before, the townspeople and survivors would not have enough time to line up every day. Let's go! After selling all the blind boxes, Xiao Jia was ready to leave. She just came to care about the townspeople, and Xie Shintong and the others were dead. Nice to meet you. Xiao Jia nodded slightly to Cheng Xian, hoping that the heroine could settle down in the town. Call me if you have anything. She said to Shintong and the others, just call her name, she can hear it. Ah? The mayor left now? Xiao Jia left before Sanner could react. Hey, we haven't bought the blind box yet. Sanner suddenly remembered that all the blind boxes were intercepted by Cheng Xian, and they didn't have time to buy them. However, Xiao Jia had already walked away. Cheng Xian's mood was very complicated. She regarded Xiao Jia as an imaginary enemy, but he didn't seem to take her seriously at all. Seems to be even more angry. But Cheng Xian didn't know what attitude he should use towards Xiao Jia. Damn it, it seemed that he knew why these people admired Xiao Jia so much. After leaving the manor, Xiao Jia went directly to the vampire castle. The vampires of the real county are also ranked high in the vampire clan. After all, they are also dukes. But compared with the princes such as Alistair and Lorraine, it is indeed a little lower. The vampire duke of the real county is a blonde beauty with blue eyes. She is like an angel in the eyes of the world, not a vampire. But from Xiao Jia's news, this beauty is a very cruel vampire. The city where the heroine of the Doomsday novel exists is reasonably configured. Maybe this vampire is the big boss or the villain. The man who takes a fancy to the heroine conflicts with the heroine, fights back and forth, and is finally defeated by the heroine. Mayor Xiao Jia. The vampire Duke Eleonora received Xiao Jia very politely. She also heard about Xiao Jia and her blood-blind box. It is said that the two princes Yueshur and Morton are also very good friends with this Mayor Xiao Jia. Hello, Duke Eleonora. Excuse me, do you need a blood-blind box? Xiao Jia asked bluntly, explaining where he came from at once. Eleonora was stunned by Xiao Jia's bluntness, and then laughed loudly, with a hearty laugh and a bright smile. She didn't look cruel and vicious as described in the information. Mayor Xiao Jia, this is the first time I have seen an undead like you. So blunt. Eleonora wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her blue eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist, like an autumn pond full of stars. Thank you. So do you want it? Yes. Eleonora nodded straightforwardly, Xiao Jia was straightforward, and she was straightforward too. She really needed Xiao Jia's blood blind box. For some reason, the strength of the vampires in the real county has increased by more than 10 times. Her monsters are indeed a bit embarrassed to deal with the vampire army. Level 5 blood blind box, 1 level 4 crystal core. Xiao Jia raised a finger, wondering if this vampire has money. Sure, give me $1 million first. Eleonora put her hands on the back of the chair, crossed her legs, and said casually without much care. Xiao Jia slowly asked a question. How many crystal cores are there in 1 million blood blind boxes? Xiao Jia silently calculated in his mind that 1 trillion crystal core is a level 7 crystal core. These vampires are really rich. It seems that we still have to continue to upgrade the level of the blood blind box. Relying on these vampires, Xiao Jia feels that his first place should be stable. Sheng Hui, 1 level 7 crystal core, the blind box will be delivered to your door later. If there is a higher level blood blind box later, I will inform you. Xiao Jia stood up, Eleonora waved casually, and a bandaged weirdo butler immediately presented a level 7 crystal core. Xiao Jia, if you don't have a place to live in the Real County, you can live in my castle first. Eleonora invited. She liked Xiao Jia very much. Xiao Jia shook her head and rejected Eleonora's invitation. She had to go to the vampire's territory later. Okay. Eleonora felt a little sorry. She also wanted to invite Xiao Jia to taste the delicacy she had just caught. See you next time, Eleonora. Welcome to Jia Town. Xiao Jia stood up and said goodbye to Eleonora, whether it was Eleonora or Alistair, or the Demon King she met. Their so-called friendliness, and respect for her are all based on the premise that Xiao Jia is strong. If Xiao Jia is not strong enough, and does not have such a special and mysterious background, will these guys still treat her like this? I am afraid it is impossible. If that were the case, Xiao Jia would probably be the same as the only one before. For these monsters, the premise of respect is to be able to sit on an equal footing with them, and have the qualifications to sit at the same table. After leaving the Blood Clan Castle, Xiao Jia opened the blind box mall, and bought a batch of machines. Automatic crystal core storage and retrieval machine, blind box vending machine, card player awakening device, and the like. The town has expanded so much and divided into so many living areas. The number of these machines must keep up. Since he became rich, Xiao Jia has been spending money faster and faster. The 0.57th level crystal core earned from Duke Eleonora was spent in the blink of an eye. After entering the machine and the blind box, he activated some low-level daily blind boxes, and more advanced weapon and equipment blind boxes. Points really cannot be stopped. I hope the vampires can break through the Blood Clan Castle as soon as possible. Xiao Jia is going to give the vampires another wave of help. Although she just sold so many blood blind boxes to Eleonora, they have not arrived after all. If Eleonora unfortunately dies in the war with the vampires, then this crystal core will be her profit in vain. Unlike the dead Blood Clan Castle, the bunker where the vampires live is very lively. A large number of newborn vampires can't control their behavior and emotions at all. They walk around the vampire bunker wantonly, roaring and shouting. Xiao Jia went to see Manju, the vampire in charge of Nongyin Bunker, under the guidance of a vampire. Like Shueisha, she is an 8th level vampire, just like Eleonora. The first time Xiao Jia saw Manju, she found that she looked exactly like Eleonora. Except for some differences in skin color, hair color and eye color, everything else seemed to be almost the same. I was created with Eleonora's flesh and blood. Manju seemed to see what Xiao Jia was thinking, and explained to her in a calm tone. You can understand that I am her twin. Xiao Jia nodded. It seems that the vampire's riot plan has been planned for a long time. We all know about your deal with the sage. I need a lot of blood blind boxes now. I need it now. Manju is preparing to launch a general attack on the vampire castle tonight. Xiao Jia came at the right time. She needs a lot of blood blind boxes. How many? Xiao Jia asked. 1 million. Manju seemed to have agreed with Eleonora, and directly said the same number of blood blind boxes as Eleonora. 3 hours. Xiao Jia thought for a while, and said to Manju. Okay. Manju nodded. It was still a while before dark, which was enough time. Would you like to visit the bunker? Xiao Jia was an angel investor in the vampire riot, and Manju didn't mind revealing a little bit of the vampire's secrets to her. This was also what the sage meant. Vampires need more and better blood blind boxes, and it would be best if they were only sold to them. They had to make Xiao Jia have more confidence in them, so that she would increase her investment. Visit the bunker? Xiao Jia thought about it and agreed. She was indeed a little curious. Manju smiled gently, and she seemed to have completely different personalities from Eleonora. Nongin Bunker was very large, much larger than the Blood Clan castle. After all, there were millions of vampires hidden here. With so many vampires, it's no wonder that vampires are so poor and their wealth is not as good as those of the Blood Clan. Manju brought Xiao Jia to a mysterious place in the bunker, which is a forbidden place for vampires. It is also one of the biggest capitals for vampire riots. Chapter 109. The forbidden area of vampires is deep in the bunker. When Manju brought Xiao Jia here, some vampires in the forbidden area were working diligently. That's the source ghost. Manju stood on the 5th floor, pointing to a huge blood and flesh block in front of him, and said to Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia walked over and stood next to Manju. Looking up from the 5th floor, she could barely see the top of the source ghost. The blood and flesh block was constantly wriggling, and the blood vessels on it were clearly visible, constantly contracting and spilling blood. There were a group of vampires in front and behind the source ghost. One group was responsible for feeding the source ghost, and the other group was responsible for taking away the vampires that separated from the source ghost. Xiao Jia noticed that most of the food of the source ghost was the flesh and blood of the Blood Clan or high-level monsters, and the blood of the Blood Blind Box. The newly born vampires were ignorant, but the cruel instinct of vampires existed naturally. As soon as they are separated from the source ghost's body, they will be controlled by instinct and rush to bite the source ghost fiercely. However, these newborn vampires will soon be subdued and taken away by the surrounding vampires. We still have many source ghosts like this. Manju's voice couldn't help but carry a hint of pride, and she looked at Xiao Jia with a smile. The source ghost produces newborn vampires very quickly. If it only relies on transformation, vampires can't form the current million-strong army. It's pretty good. Xiao Jia nodded. It's really good. As long as there is enough blood and flesh of the vampires, the source ghost can produce vampires continuously. Xiao Jia looked at the source ghost in front of him. This is really a monster-killing weapon. It's a pity that the investment is a bit large. Can higher-level blood produce higher-level vampires? Xiao Jia turned to look at Manju and asked. Yes, but it must be matched with the blood and flesh of the Blood Clan. Manju nodded and said. Vampires are the product of the failure of the Blood Clan. Without the blood and flesh of the Blood Clan, the source ghosts cannot produce vampires. Manju took Xiao Jia to visit several source ghosts' rooms and introduced them to her one by one. Each source ghost has different production tendencies. They are like a huge factory. What kind of vampires will be produced according to what kind of materials are put in? Nongin Bunker is very large, and there are countless production rooms for source ghosts. Xiao Jia just visited several production rooms, and almost all the blind boxes purchased by Manju arrived. Because Manju's needs are more urgent, Xiao Jia spent points to teleport back to the town and brought the blind boxes over. It seems that the teleportation array is really imminent. 1,000,000 blood blind boxes were delivered to Manju, and a hint of red light flashed in Manju's eyes, and the corners of her lips slightly raised. Let's go. If you need anything else, you can tell me. Xiao Jia waved to Manju. Not only the teleportation array, but also the communication tools had to keep up. For Alistair and others, it was a very simple thing to contact Xiao Jia. But for creatures with relatively poor abilities, like Xiao Jia, it was difficult to contact others. Still short of money, Xiao Jia set off to return to the town. This time she didn't plan to waste points on teleportation, and she could walk slowly. After all, she brought a lot of blind boxes when she came, and she could sell them on the way. Not long after she left the real county, the vampire army led by Manju launched a general attack on Eleonora's Blood Clan castle. The entire real county was turned into a meat grinder battlefield, with countless vampires and monsters dying every moment. Even the sky was dyed red with blood. But all this had nothing to do with Xiao Jia. She rode a tricycle to leave Real County. There were no humans in the area of 100 miles around Real County. They were either dead or incorporated. She rode all the way to the town of the next city before she found traces of human life. The town looked unpopular, and the signboards of the shops were extremely old, and monsters rarely visited here. The big speakers of the tricycles played hawking sounds, echoing in the empty streets filled with snow. The humans hiding in the town heard Xiao Jia's hawking sounds, and they were all trembling with fear. Outside, what kind of monster is that? A survivor huddled in a corner in fear, and his voice was trembling. Monsters rarely visit this town, but that doesn't mean there are no monsters here. The survivors in this town knew about the changes in the world, and many of them hid here from outside. The place where these human survivors hid was an underground air raid shelter, and the people and materials of the entire town were moved here. The sudden drop in temperature and the heavy snow later further verified the correctness of this move. The temperature in the underground air raid shelter will be warmer than outside, and it is also stronger than the houses outside. Many houses in the town outside have been buried or collapsed by heavy snow. The air raid shelter is connected in all directions. If a monster comes, they also have multiple exits to escape. The survivors of the town hid in this air raid shelter, and occasionally receive some survivors from outside. The survivors could hear Xiao Jia's hawking of blind boxes. Since they had no contact or communication with monsters, these humans naturally didn't know about blind boxes. They just thought it was very strange. There are still people selling blind boxes in the Doomsday? Or some weapon, food, and supernatural blind boxes. This looks like a trap set by monsters. They would never believe it. However, although they didn't fall for it, the sound of selling blind boxes was getting closer and closer. Hello, is anyone there? I'm coming in. Xiao Jia politely knocked on the door of the air raid shelter, opened the door, and walked into the air raid shelter very easily. The air raid shelter was pitch black, without a trace of light, but the human breathing was very rapid. She was about to say something, but Xiao Jia was greeted by a shovel. Bang! With a loud sound, the shovel hit Xiao Jia's head fiercely. A stream of cold liquid flowed down Xiao Jia's head. She turned her head and looked at the survivor, who attacked her expressionlessly. Although she was a corpse, there was still some blood on her. Or maybe her brain was beaten out. The survivor who beat Xiao Jia was a plain-looking boy with a hint of handsomeness. It was a strange description, but that was the feeling he gave Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia covered her head. He could hit her and still give her such a feeling. The male protagonist didn't run away. Yes, sorry. The air raid shelter had a very narrow view, but Chen Lixing could still see that the person entering the air raid shelter was a human. Chen Lixing's intuition told him that this person had no ill will towards them. I didn't mean it, I'm really sorry. Chen Lixing hurriedly threw away the shovel in his hand and tried to help Xiao Jia. It's okay. Xiao Jia waved her hand, it's not a big problem. Anyway, she couldn't die a second time. How could it be okay? Chen Lixing was so anxious that he almost cried, and quickly asked the other people in the air raid shelter to turn on the lights. As the lights were turned on, Xiao Jia could see the situation inside the air raid shelter clearly. The air raid shelter was very high and large, and there were many passages leading to other air raid shelter spaces. There should be a lot of humans living here. Hurry up and get the bandage. Chen Lixing nervously pulled Xiao Jia to bandage the wound. There were several doctors in the air raid shelter. A young and quick-handed male doctor quickly came over with a medical box. It can be seen that these people in the air raid shelter trust Chen Lixing very much. Chen Lixing felt that Xiao Jia was not a threat, and they all felt the same way. Normal situation, after all, he is the male protagonist. I just don't know what kind of male protagonist this is. Long Tianyu is an urban Long Outyan, but this guy, a country guy? The doctor took out the medicine and gauze, and wanted to treat Xiao Jia's wound first, but when he saw Xiao Jia's wound, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Cha Sheng, this seems not a human. His voice was very low, and Chen Lixing didn't hear it clearly at all. What did you say? Chen Lixing didn't even raise his head, all his attention was on Xiao Jia, and asked in confusion. He said I'm not a human. Xiao Jia answered for the doctor. The male doctor was embarrassed, and he was heard by the person involved when he said something about someone else, and he even said it out loud. Sorry. Chen Lixing scratched his head, thinking that the male doctor was too rude, and he was about to apologize to Xiao Jia. It doesn't matter. I'm not really a human now. Xiao Jia waved her hand and ignored the male doctor's words. This male doctor was quite perceptive. He could stick to his own ideas under the influence of the male protagonist's aura. Hearing Xiao Jia's words, the doctor stiffened instantly, and the people in the air raid shelter also silently distanced themselves from Xiao Jia. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I'm just an ordinary mayor and businessman. Xiao Jia took out the blind box from her bag, raised it, and had a dead face. Learn about the supernatural blind box. Everyone was silent. Since Xiao Jia said that she was not a human, they had no time to hide from Xiao Jia, so how could they buy blind boxes from her? However, Chen Lixing seemed to be quite interested in the blind box in Xiao Jia's hand, because he was even more guilty for hitting Xiao Jia's head. It can be seen that this male protagonist is different from other male protagonists in male frequency. More humane and more moral. What do I need to buy this blind box? Chen Lixing asked, looking at the blind box in Xiao Jia's hand curiously. 10 second level crystal cores for 1 power blind box, The power opened is random, and the effective time is only 7 days. Xiao Jia explained calmly. A female doctor realized that Xiao Jia had no ill intentions, so she plucked up her courage and came to treat Xiao Jia's wound. In fact, there was nothing to treat. Her wound just had a little abnormal blood. At least the brain was not beaten out. Even if it was bandaged, it would not heal normally. Crystal core? Are these? Qin Lisheng took out a pendant from his neck. The decoration of the pendant was a crystal core, a 7th level crystal core. Xiao Jia remained silent. These protagonists are so lucky that she wants to kill people. Yes. Xiao Jia nodded. How many blind boxes can this crystal core be exchanged for? He asked. Although Qin Lisheng has a simple personality, he is not stupid. A lot. Xiao Jia did not accurately say the value of the 7th level crystal core. After all, there are ears on the wall here. With so many people, it is inevitable that some of them have bad intentions. She has always been tolerant of the protagonist group and the villain group. You just said that you are the mayor of a small town. What town is it? A wheat-skinned woman came over. She looked very healthy and strong, and her voice was very powerful. She looked like the protagonist, or a member of the protagonist group. Jia Town. Xiao Jia hooked her finger, and a virtual screen suddenly unfolded in the air. The screen showed the current situation in Jia Town. My town. In Juma City, she said, and then turned to look at Qin Lisheng. Do you want to buy a blind box? Is this real? Xiao Jia was asking Qin Lisheng, and other survivors began to discuss in a low voice. Is it a scam? I don't think so. Now that zombies and monsters can run out, how can this superpower be fake? Yes, and this little girl dared to enter our air raid shelter alone. She must have the confidence. Didn't they just say that she is not a human? Oh yes, I forgot. The survivors in the air raid shelter have lovely personalities, and most of them believe in Xiao Jia. Hey, the one who just passed by is a classmate of my cousin's son's cousin. This child has come to play here once before. When a person passed by on the virtual screen, a fat ant in the air raid shelter suddenly had her eyes lit up. She knew this child. I have all the photos. Look, is this the same person? The fat ant ran into her house quickly and flexibly, found an album, opened one of the pages, and pointed to it, and said affirmatively. Don't say it, it's true. An old man wearing glasses looked carefully, and it was true. Looking at it this way, Xiao Jia is more credible. On the other side, Xiao Jia was already explaining the automatic storage and retrieval crystal core machine and other facilities in the town to Qin Lisheng and others. Qin Lisheng and others were very excited to hear this. The air raid shelter is good, with high concealment and security. But hiding here, they can only escape forever. But if they just trust Xiao Jia so much and take everyone away with Xiao Jia, it is not realistic. They need to be responsible for the survivors in the air raid shelter. Xiao Jia asked the doctor to wrap a few bandages around her head, and stood up to say goodbye. After being out for so long, the residents of the town should have almost cleared out the monsters outside the town. It took Xiao Jia a long time to ride from the Real County to here, and it would take a long time to go back from here. And 3 survivors were sent out from the air raid shelter, hoping to leave with Xiao Jia. It is the most real thing for the people in the air raid shelter to witness the situation of Jia Town with their own eyes. Xiao Jia did not refuse, but everything had to be done at her pace. She would not be responsible for the safety of the 3 people and everything else, they were just companions. The people in the air raid shelter earnestly entrust the 3 people, and let them take all the accumulated crystal cores. Qin Lisheng also gave his 7th level crystal core. It is said that a poor family is rich on the road, so don't let the people in Jia Town look down on them. Before leaving, Xiao Jia took a look at her current ranking in the competition. Move forward again. She is currently ranked 5th in the Doomsday Strongest Town competition ranking. Chapter 110. 5th place, her ranking has been rising steadily. Xiao Jia estimated that after the town's newest territories are all landed, she should be able to make it to the top 3. First place may also be okay. The way back to the town was quite smooth. After all, Xiao Jia was somewhat famous among vampires. When Xiao Jia returned to the town's cleanup operation had only been carried out to 1/10, and the progress was a bit slow. But the residents in the town have done their best. Xiao Jia immediately circled the cleared territory and began to arrange people to start construction work. She used all the crystal cores earned from vampires and blood clans to buy the strongest town blind box in the Doomsday. She originally planned to buy the landlady blind box, but the landlady blind box is a bit behind the progress of the town residents. You can buy a few more blind boxes to manage life and live, and then put a few in each area. After all this tossing, the city walls, territories, blind boxes, machines, Xiao Jia's points were spent again. Her financial situation always fluctuates back and forth. The Doomsday's strongest landlady blind box arrived very quickly, a total of 27. Not much. But Xiao Jia is really short of money now. Anti-mayor? Coco and Yin pushed open the door of the Lord's mansion, and the environment outside the Lord's mansion has changed a lot. A giant Styx willow tree stands next to the Lord's mansion, and the blue-purple grass covers the area. There is another wall outside the Lord's mansion, which encloses the Lord's mansion and the Styx willow tree. The residents and survivors of the town cannot peek into the Lord's mansion at will. The members of the construction class also led the river water to pass through the Lord's mansion, and the flowers, trees, and rivers in the Lord's mansion formed a magnificent landscape. Because the territory of the Lord's mansion is too large now, Kiki drove her tricycle with Yin. She and Yin knew their current task very well, which was to open blind boxes for the mayor's aunt. However, after Kiki and Yin came, Xiao Jia did not let them open blind boxes immediately. Instead, he was waiting for someone. Sit down and eat something first. Xiao Jia was watching the news, which was the news of the Lord God channel. There are quite a lot of gossips in the Lord God channel recently. The most important news is that at least 7 high-level systems and hosts were lost in an interstellar plane. According to common sense, these system hosts are also experienced. Even if they fail to complete the task, they will not die. This death still killed 7 people. It's too unusual. Xiao Jia also felt a little strange. These taskers should have been to worlds more advanced than the interstellar plane world. How could so many people die? Is it an interstellar plane or hell? But she didn't pay much attention to it. Feng Yuan now is here. After not seeing her for so long, the aura of this Feng Yuan heroine has become more and more fierce. Feng Yuan's current strength should be around the 3rd level. And she is still without the blessing of supernatural powers. She is worthy of being the Feng Yuan heroine. Shintong and the others have also improved their strength a lot, but none of them are as strong as Feng Yuan. What do you want to talk to me about? Feng Yuan now sat casually on the single sofa, holding her hands and looking at Xiao Jia in the middle. Open the blind box. Xiao Jia put a blind box of the strongest town in the Doomsday on the table and said expressionlessly. Xiao Jia's words immediately made Feng Yuan sit up straight. She remembered the agreement with Xiao Jia before. She also signed a contract. She looked at the blind box on the table silently and asked slowly. How much is this blind box? Xiao Jia raised a finger calmly. 1 level 5 crystal core. A level 5 crystal core, wouldn't it be worth 100 million? Is it reasonable that this blind box is so expensive? Very reasonable. Xiao Jia seemed to hear Feng Yuan's voice and answered calmly. Okay. Feng Yuan took 2 deep breaths and agreed with gritted teeth. She signed the contract, she recognized it. As long as you can open one of the above, you will be 1 less. Xiao Jia took out a list, which recorded several buildings or materials in the blind boxes that she currently needed. For example, Item Synthesis Factory, Doomsday Apartment, Doomsday Recycling Store. How many blind boxes do you want? Xiao Jia asked. Feng Yuan was silent for a while. 1 blind box required a 5th level crystal core. This price was really high. Give me 3 first. Feng Yuan's voice was sluggish, and she suddenly became listless. Okay. Xiao Jia nodded, and let Feng Yuan choose by herself. Feng Yuan carefully selected 3 from these blind boxes, and Xiao Jia divided the rest into 3 parts. 1 for Coco, 1 for Yin, and finally gave them all to her. Xiao Jia's luck was bad, but the occasional one could still play a role. After the blind boxes were divided, Xiao Jia and the other 2 quickly started to open the blind boxes. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, had an extremely serious expression. It was as if she was looking at something scary. There were 24 blind boxes left, and Xiao Jia got 8. The first blind box contained a familiar street lamp. The second blind box contained an upgradable Doomsday safe house. The third blind box contained a plant that could grow food. Xiao Jia felt that she had good luck this time. Especially the upgradable Doomsday safe house, which could be given to Shintong and Wei. The Doomsday safe house did not require her to spend points and resources to upgrade. Just when Xiao Jia felt that she had good luck, she heard a cry from Coco. She looked up and saw that Coco was holding a living plant in her palm. Doomsday Guardian, a special plant bred by the cross between a man-eating plant and a stone statue troll, which would actively attack creatures that were hostile to the town. Normally, It looked like a stone statue of a plant. This is indeed a good thing. Looking at the other things that Coco opened, they were relatively ordinary. Xiao Jia's mood was a little complicated, a little disappointed, and a little secretly happy. But generally speaking, it was still relatively calm. No matter what kind of protagonist, it is impossible to be lucky forever. Even if Coco is the heroine of the group pet article, it is the same. Andy Mayer, is this the one you want? Xiao Jia was thinking, and suddenly Coco opened a building. It was Doomsday apartment. Doomsday apartment, an apartment that is most suitable for Doomsday. No matter what kind of creature lives in it, the apartment room will automatically evolve into the apartment that he needs and is most suitable for. Of course, it also requires a lot of crystal cores. Xiao Jia looked at the Doomsday apartment that Coco opened without saying a word. Dian on the other side exclaimed again. I opened a Doomsday store. Xiao Jia was numb. Doomsday store, a store where you can buy a variety of goods, provided you can pay enough. Feng Yuan now looked at Coco and then at Dian, and suddenly felt a sense of urgency in her heart. She immediately opened one of the blind boxes, and when she saw what came out of the blind box, she exhaled deeply. Item synthesis factory. Not bad. One blind box was reduced. She handed the building she opened to Xiao Jia, who nodded and accepted it. Feng Yuan's second blind box opened a very special building. Mobile biological prison. As the name suggests, a mobile living prison. Input the town regulations into it, and it will automatically capture all creatures that violate the town regulations. The criminals will be spit out only after the punishment is over. This combination, when used together with the Ministry of Public Security, can completely avoid many drawbacks. With this prison, Jiajia Town is a little closer to what Xiao Jia had in mind. However, starting with the mobile biological prison, the luck of the 3 people and 1 demon seemed to have disappeared. What was open was either a park bench, a roadside plant, or a public toilet. Although these things have certain special functions, such as public toilets can self-clean and replenish supplies, and the excrement inside can be converted into fertilizer. But they really don't improve the town's score much. You've got 2. One more. Xiao Jia crossed out several building names on the list, not because they were no longer needed, but because they were relatively less needed. For things like Doomsday apartments, synthetic factories, and biological prisons, Xiao Jia needed a lot of plurals. After all, the town is now very large. Got it. Feng Yuan now replied very unhappily. She didn't intend to default. Xiao Jia glanced at Kiki and Dian, and then at the upgradable Doomsday safe house. After a moment of silence, Feng Yuan now stood up and left, and then she spoke. This safe house, I give it to you. She handed the upgradable safe house to Kiki and Dian. Fuck. Safe. The 2 illiterate kids stared at each other, and they could hardly understand the words on it. Upgradable safe house. It means that after you 2 have accumulated enough points and the materials it needs, you could upgrade this house. Xiao Jia explained to the 2 illiterate kids. That is to say, Coco and Dian can decorate this house as they want and upgrade it to whatever they want. After listening to Xiao Jia's explanation, Coco and Dian's eyes lit up. Yes. When it is upgraded to the highest level, you 2 can change its shape and decoration at will. Xiao Jia nodded. Coco and Dian have made great contributions to the town, so the safe house will be given to them first. Once it is bound, no one can take it away. The Doomsday safe house has more functions than just this, and they need to explore more by themselves. This blind box item can be said to be the best thing Xiao Jia has ever opened. Auntie Mayor, can this safe house be bound to Coco, Dian and her brother? Coco clenched her fists and looked at Xiao Jia with bright eyes. You and Dian can be bound. Xiao Jia replied indifferently. Zombies will have self-awareness after their strength increases. Xiao Jia is not sure what kind of person Coco's brother is. If he is a good person, he will definitely not mind, and will not compete with Coco for this safe house. If he is a bad person, he can't be bound. As for Coco and Dian, although these 2 little guys have no consciousness, they have already bound the highest level of symbiotic contract. This was discovered by the system, and reported to Xiao Jia. The relationship between the 2 of them is really good. According to Coco's original plot line, she should have a domineering boss childhood sweetheart, who grew up with her. Now I don't know where it has been messed up. Okay, thank you Auntie Mayor. Kiki was a little disappointed when she heard that she couldn't bind her brother, but she was not discouraged. She would work hard to contribute to the town, and then change a house for her brother and Kiki. She heard from the sisters and brothers in the town that only by making a very, very, very big contribution can you get a house in the town. When she thought of this, Kiki suddenly became nervous and scared. Auntie Mayor, can Keek's little red flower be exchanged for a house? In Keek's cognition, contribution is equal to the little red flower in kindergarten. Yes. Xiao Jia nodded. Keek's luck has brought a lot of help to the town. Not to mention this safe house. Even a whole rental house is fine. Coco and Yantian will continue to work hard. Coco smiled brightly when she heard Xiao Jia's words. Coco is awesome. Coco must keep working hard. Yantian, we have to work hard together. Yeah. The two little guys encouraged each other, sitting on the sofa with their short legs dangling and looking very cute. Xiao Jia on the side was discussing the town regulations with the system. The current town regulations are still relatively rough, or more accurately, more hegemonic, and the right of interpretation is in Xiao Jia's hands. If it is put into use in the mobile biological prison, it is estimated that there will be a very chaotic situation. So Xiao Jia did not put the mobile biological prison into use directly. She had to improve the town's regulations first. This arduous task will be handed over to the system. She asked the system to go to the system space to integrate a perfect and flawless regulation. Regulations applicable to the situation in this world. This kind of thing is very easy for the system. Although it can't do it, it still has so many predecessor systems. The more the system, the greater the power, and it can always come up with a perfect regulation. Xiao Jia continued to check the materials in the blind box of the strongest Doomsday town. She found that there was a superior to the mobile biological prison. Prison Beast. It is the superior of the mobile biological prison, more intelligent than the mobile biological prison, and it is said to have a pair of real eyes. It is one of the hidden models of the blind box. The use of the Prison Beast and the mobile biological prison is truly perfect. There will be no false cases, and no creatures will take advantage of loopholes. However, the probability of opening a hidden model is low. There are still many hidden models in the blind box of the strongest Doomsday town, and the probability of opening a Prison Beast is even lower. I have to keep making money. Xiao Jia took a look at her current savings. After the war income arrives, I can open some architectural blind boxes. The living area is about to start construction. It can't be empty with only residential buildings and blind box stores, right? The teleportation array must also be opened. Xiao Jia couldn't help but jump when she thought of the activation price of the teleportation array blind box.